Found myself thrust back in time, right before a crucial martial arts competition with Xiao Fan, a rival I'd previously underestimated. But this time, things are different. I've awakened a mysterious sign and copy system, and it's my only shot at redemption. Picture this, two simple functions, sign in and copy, yet they hold the key to my future. Every time I sign in, I unlock incredible skills and secrets. And when I copy, I can mimic the abilities of the strongest martial artists around me. The stakes have never been higher. I can't afford to fail again. With each sign in, I feel the weight of my past mistakes lifting, replaced by a burning determination. I'm not just fighting for victory, I'm fighting for a second chance, a chance to rewrite my story and prove to everyone, including myself, that I am more than just a contender. I stood at the gate of my city, feeling a mix of emotions I couldn't quite place. I am Ji Wuchang, the son of the Ji family in this city. I've been accepted into the Changsheng sect as an inner disciple. I'm not the strongest, but I'm decent. In my past life, I had returned home today to compete in the Ji family's 20-year competition in my city, only to be defeated by Xiao Fan from the Xiao family. I never expected such a result. At first, I thought the competition would be dull, and I didn't even want to participate. But being half adopted by the head of the Ji family, I knew I had to show up, both out of gratitude and responsibility, to secure the best resources for the Ji family. I thought the battle would be easy, but it ended disastrously. My tendons and veins were damaged, and my path to immortality became nearly impossible. In the end, I stopped at the Soul Division realm and was at the lowest level of it. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan rose to prominence. He joined the Changsheng sect, became their holy son, and later competed against the geniuses from all over Tianshan continent, gaining fame and becoming a quasi-saint. But all of this is just my memory before I died. Now, unexpectedly, I'd been reborn, back to the time before the My City competition. And as if fate was on my side, I awakened a system, the sign-in and copy system. It has two functions, signing in at special locations for rewards, and copying things from my opponents, like their skills, lifespan, comprehension, and more. The best part? I can copy almost anything, but it costs luck points. Luck points are something everyone has. A regular person has a value of 1, while cultivators have much more, sometimes in the thousands. The higher the luck, the greater the potential. Today, I signed in at the north gate of my city. I felt a surge of spiritual energy fill my body, and my cultivation shot up from the 3rd to the peak of the 4th level of chi refining, only one step away from the 5th. This is a huge improvement, and now, with just 5 days left before the competition, I'm in a much better position. In my previous life, I was confident, thinking my cultivation was enough to beat any opponent. But I didn't know about Xiao Fan's hidden strength. He was supposed to be weak, but when we fought, he revealed his peak 5th level chi refining power, and I couldn't keep up. What I didn't know was that Xiao Fan had fused a piece of bone from a powerful Soul Division realm expert into his body. Later, he obtained a ring from the back mountains of Changsheng Gate, which held the soul of a powerful supreme realm expert, someone who was also extraordinarily beautiful. But this time, I won't make the same mistake. Everything that happened in my past life will be mine now. I checked the system panel. Host, Ji Wuchang, Cultivation, Peak of the 4th level of Chi Refining, Root Bones, Earth Rank Middle Grade, Luck Value, 117, Special Ability, None, System Task, None. The panel was simple, but my luck value had grown to 117. I still had a lot to do. Nearly a month had passed since I left the sect, and yesterday, after awakening the system, I considered returning right away, since the storage ring was important. But then I thought of Xiao Fan, and a cold light flashed in my eyes. Where you fall, you rise. I won't let him beat me again. In my previous life, I underestimated him, didn't even wear the armor the sect gave me. That armor could withstand attacks from a 9th level chi refining expert. Had I worn it, even a 6th level opponent couldn't have hurt me. Now, I understand, never underestimate anyone, no matter how weak they seem. A lion uses all its strength against a rabbit. In this life, I'll give it my all. I won't make the same mistakes again. I've learned my lesson. After all, in my previous life, I was betrayed by Enkerson and hurt by Xiao Fan, becoming one of his women. Enkerson eventually regretted her actions, but by then, it was too late. Xiao Fan had discarded her, as he only cared for the strong. I'll never forget how she betrayed me by replacing a medicinal herb I needed, reducing my chances of recovery. This time, I won't let her or Xiao Fan get away with it. I'm back, I whispered to myself. Xiao Fan and Enkerson, it's time for me to claim what's mine. And with that, I stepped into my city, ready to change my fate. Makino City has around 300,000 people, and the Ji family is the most powerful. While the Wang and Zhang families are close in strength, they still fall a bit short compared to the Ji family. Together, these three are the top families in the city, each led by a master at the 6th level of qi refining. Then there are three second-rate families, the Xiao, Bai, and Lan families. Their strongest members only reach the 4th level of qi refining. In any city, competition is inevitable, and Makino is no different. The main competition here revolves around two things: a large iron mine outside the city and control over the northern and southern districts of the city. When I entered through the north gate, I found myself in the lively north city. It was full of shops and bustling with merchants. In my previous life, after losing to Xiao Fan in a competition, I had walked away in despair and never returned to the city again. Another reason was that my relationship with the Ji family had changed drastically. I wasn't their biological child, I had been adopted by the head of the Ji family. Without the ties of blood, I grew distant from them over time. As I looked around at the busy streets, memories flooded my mind. Suddenly, I bumped into someone. I was lost in thought and hadn't been paying attention. It pulled me back to reality with a jolt. "It's you," we both exclaimed at the same time, eyeing each other with a cold glare. At that moment, I heard the system's voice in my head, ding. The system has detected the Xian-level low-grade combat skill, Thunder Explosion Fist, practiced by Xiao Fan. It requires 100 luck points to copy. Do you want to copy it? I froze, my eyes lighting up. The person I had just collided with was Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan had just walked out of a shop, thinking about how to explain the past 2 years to his family. He didn't notice me, and we bumped into each other. As soon as we saw each other, we both recognized one another. Xiao Fan had come back with one goal: to defeat me and make the Xiao family proud. He also wanted to use my reputation as an inner disciple of the Changqing sect to build his own. Right then, I felt a surge of emotion. I had been thinking for the past 2 days about how to deal with his Thunder Explosion Fist. Even though it was just a low-grade Xian level skill, it was powerful enough to rival mid-level Xian combat skills. The lightning above the fist made it extremely dangerous. I knew many combat skills from my past life, but I couldn't use them carelessly in public. Given my current level, using them would cause trouble. Combat skills are highly guarded by sects in Tianshan continent, and I only practiced 2 Breaking Wind Palm and Qing Yun sword technique. Neither of them was flashy, so they worked fine against weaker opponents, but against someone on my level, they wouldn't be enough. In my previous life, I had used Breaking Wind Palm against Xiao Fan's Thunder Explosion Fist, only to be crushed by it. The only way to counter such a skill is with something just as strong. Then, like a blessing, I heard the system's voice again. The thought of copying the Thunder Explosion Fist crossed my mind. Do it, I thought. Ding! The copy is successful. 100 luck points have been consumed. The system then offered a way to improve my skill, and I chose to use 16 luck points to perfect it. As the system completed the transfer, I felt like I had practiced Thunder Explosion Fist for decades. I could feel its power coursing through me, and even my understanding of Breaking Wind Palm deepened. In just a moment, it was as if years had passed. Xiao Fan and I locked eyes again, each seeing the hostility in the other. But then we turned away at the same time, not wanting the other to see what was hidden in our gaze. Xiao Fan seemed unsettled for a moment, but quickly dismissed it. He had trained hard over the past 2 years and was confident in his strength. I watched him walk away, a cold glint in my eyes. In my past life, he had forced me to the edge of the ring with his Thunder Explosion Fist, and then used some mysterious power to crush me. But this time, I wouldn't give him that chance. Looking at my luck points, which were down to just 1, I couldn't help but sigh. The system was powerful, but without enough luck points, I was still limited. After this competition, I would cut ties with the Ji family. I had repaid them by winning this competition, securing resources for the Ji family for the next 20 years. I owed them nothing more. I had been with the Ji family for just 3 years, and even that felt distant. At 10, I had been adopted by them, and at 13, I joined the Changqing sect. Now, at 18, I had changed so much. I wasn't the same person I was when I entered the Ji family. My past life had shaped me into someone else. Xiao Fan, I'll use my Thunder Explosion Fist to shatter yours. I wonder how you'll feel when that happens, I muttered, a gleam of anticipation in my eyes. I couldn't wait to see his reaction. As Ji Wuchang walked, he realized the Thunder Explosion Fist, and a cheerful smile appeared on his lips. Ji Wuchang clenched his right hand into a fist, and with the movement of the skills in his body, there were traces of thunder and lightning flashing on his right hand, which looked very mysterious. Ji Wuchang then frowned. The power of thunder and lightning was weaker. In order to maximize the power of the thunder explosion fist, it must be assisted by a magic weapon or magical weapon from the thunder and lightning series. It would be best if there were gloves with lightning properties. Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but start searching for memories of his previous life in his mind, and suddenly his eyes lit up. If he remembered correctly, the Bai family had a pair of thunder-attributed magic weapons. In his previous life, Xiao Fan once went to the Bai family and wanted to buy this glove for 1 or 200 low-grade spiritual stones. But the Bai family didn't agree, and the head of the Bai family even humiliated Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was very angry and walked away. The Bai family didn't take this matter to heart, but as the competition ended and Xiao Fan dominated the audience, the Bai family was dumbfounded. In order to make amends, the Bai family gave these gloves to Xiao Fan, which solved the unpleasantness this time. The Bai family didn't know that there was something else in this glove. In Ji Wuchang's previous life, he just heard his senior sister in curse and mutter, saying that his fist actually contained a heaven-level high-quality combat skill. But Ji Wuchang didn't know the specific combat skills. After all, the gap between him and Xiao Fan was so big that they had no intersection at all. After thinking about this, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile. Ji Wuchang is not in a hurry to go to Bai's house. After all, it would be better to let Xiao Fan hit the wall and go by himself. Ji Wuchang then stopped staying and headed towards the direction of the Ji family. At the main entrance of the Ji family, the head of the family, Ji Ping, and the elders of the Ji family were standing there waiting. Ji Wuchang had sent them a letter a long time ago, telling them the time of return. Master, can Wuchang really win this year's competition on behalf of our Ji family? The eldest elder of the Ji family, Ji Chang, said worriedly. The other elders of the Ji family are also quite worried. After all, this is an issue that will affect the resources of the Ji family in Makino City in the next 20 years. Ji Ping looked calm and then said, we have no other choice. Ji Ping is only at the first level of qi refining, so he cannot be the opponent of the others. Ji Ping's words silenced everyone present and stopped talking. As Ji Ping said, they have no choice. Ji Wuchang is the Ji family's greatest hope. In fact, according to their seniority, there was no need for Ji Ping and others to come to the door to greet Ji Wuchang in person. But Ji Wuchang is an inner disciple of the Changsheng sect. This status alone is not something that the Ji family can neglect. Ji Wuchang saw a group of people from the Ji family standing at the gate of the Ji family from afar. He glanced at them and saw that they were no different from what he remembered. I have never seen the head of the family and the elders before. Ji Wuchang came to the crowd and spoke calmly. Seeing Ji Wuchang speaking, Ji Ping and others couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. They really didn't know how to speak better. Just come back, just come back. Ji Ping smiled and spoke, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ji Ping had always wanted to adopt Ji Wuchang as his adopted son, but now that he heard the other party calling him that, he understood what Ji Wuchang meant. Ji Ping had already arranged a banquet to bring Ji Ping a cleansing life, just like in his previous life. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Ji Cheng finally couldn't help but said, Wuchang, what kind of cultivation are you doing now? Ji Wuchang smiled slightly and glanced at a woman not far away. This woman's name is Xiao Mei, and she is a slave of the Ji family. She looks quite pretty. Xiao Fan once saved Xiao Mei's mother and was very kind to Xiao Mei. After he came to Ji's house in his previous life, Ji Ping asked Xiao Mei to serve him. Xiao Mei went out for an excuse one day and told Xiao Fan everything about herself. Of course, today's conversation is included in that. Ji Wuchang smiled slightly, and then said calmly, Great Elder, I am now at the late stage of the 3rd level of qi refining. With the help of special elixirs, there should be hope to break through to the 4th level of qi refining. This answer is a bit different from Ji Wuchang's answer in his previous life. In his previous life, he answered truthfully about the 3rd level of qi refining, which meant he was hiding something. Ji Wuchang glanced at Xiao Mei pretending to be careless, and sure enough, he saw that her ears were pricked up, and she was very serious when she heard it. Ji Wuchang couldn't help but reveal a sneer at the corner of his mouth. If Xiao Mei lets her live for a few more days and then tells Ji Ping about her before setting off for the competition, Ji Ping will definitely not be able to tolerate him. Hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Ji's family couldn't help but smile. At present, they learned that the people from the Wang family and the Zheng family who participated in the competition were all at the 2nd level of qi refining. Even if they find a way to improve it, they can only reach the 3rd level of qi refining at most. But if Ji Wuchang's cultivation level is improved, wouldn't it be the 4th level of qi refining? Thinking of this, the Ji family members all looked at the clan leader Ji Ping, and then nodded slightly. This is what Ji Ping and the elders of the Ji family have long discussed. If they agree to give the 1,000-year ginseng to Ji Wuchang, everyone can just nod at the banquet. After the banquet, just like in the previous life, Xiaomei was arranged to serve Ji Wuchang. The courtyard is still the same courtyard. In addition to Xiaomei, there is also a maid named Xiuha. Not long after Ji Wuchang and the others arrived at the courtyard, Ji Ping came with a wooden box in his hand. Wuchang, this is a 1,000-year-old ginseng. It is a treasure that my Ji family has tried every means to obtain. If you refine it, it should be able to take your cultivation to a higher level. Hearing Ji Ping's words, Ji Wuchang smiled and nodded, without any politeness, and took the wooden box from the other party. Thank you, master. Ji Ping nodded, and wanted to say something, but found that he didn't know how to start. He couldn't help but sighed, patted Ji Wuchang's shoulder, and left. Ji Wuchang knew that Ji Ping must have thought of his dead son again. If he was still alive, he should be about the same age as him. Ji Wuchang asked Xiaomei and Xiuha to go out, set up a simple defensive barrier in the room, and began to practice cross-legged. After a while, Ji Wuchang opened his eyes, and he was as calm as water. Ji Wuchang opened the wooden box without any hesitation and took out the 1,000-year-old ginseng inside. A ball of fire flew out of Ji Wuchang's hand, wrapping the 1,000-year-old ginseng tightly. Under high temperature, the 1,000-year-old ginseng began to melt, gradually shrinking, and finally turned into a drop of yellow liquid the size of a thumb. Ji Wuchang's eyes were burning with heat, and without any hesitation, he swallowed the drop of yellow liquid into his stomach. The huge spiritual power exploded in Ji Wuchang's body, and Ji Wuchang felt that his dantian was swollen in an instant. Ji Wuchang hurriedly operated the skills, guiding this huge medicinal power to rush into his limbs and bones. With a bang, Ji Wuchang felt as if something in his body was pierced, and his cultivation level rose steadily. In just a moment, his cultivation level directly broke through from the peak of the 4th level of Qi refining to the peak of the 5th level of Qi refining. Before dawn the next day, Ji Wuchang got up, then sat cross-legged on the roof, facing east. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang also had an adventure and obtained a technique called Purple Qi Burning Heaven Technique. It was this technique that allowed Ji Wuchang to break through to the Soul Division realm. It was a pity that the scars on his tendons and veins were delayed for too long and could not be restored, which made him regret for the rest of his life. Purple Qi Burning Heaven Technique has a total of 11 levels, which correspond to the 11 major realms of Tianqian continent. Postnatal realm, Qi Refining realm, Foundation Building realm, Purple Mansion realm, Soul Division realm, Six God realm, Dao Slashing realm, Celestial realm, Supreme Saint, Supreme Emperor. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang stopped at the 5th level, and even the 5th level was just a little bit of understanding. Now that he has lived again, the first thing Ji Wuchang thinks of is to build a supreme foundation for himself. Purple Qi Burning Heaven Technique has become Ji Wuchang's first choice. After Ji Wuchang was reborn, he had been thinking about this matter. When he broke through to the peak of the 5th level of Qi refining last night, he made up his mind. The technique he originally practiced was the Changqing Gong of Changshengmen. This technique is full of vitality and is definitely good for those who have just entered the Immortal Gate. But the strongest ancestor of Changshengmen is only an ancestor at the peak of the Soul Division realm, and the Changqing Gong is only at the 4th level. This is also the reason why Ji Wuchang switched to the Purple Qi Burning Heaven technique in his previous life. After living a new life, he directly gave up the Changqing Gong and turned to the Purple Qi Burning Heaven technique. Ji Wuchang's cultivation is not high, and it is best to start practicing the Purple Qi Burning Heaven technique now, otherwise it will be a bit troublesome once the foundation is established. Ji Wuchang practiced the technique, his eyes fixed on the gradually brightening clouds in the distant sky. He knew that the sun was about to rise. A round of red sun jumped out of the clouds and appeared in the distant sky. Ji Wuchang took a deep breath and practiced the Purple Qi Burning Heaven technique. There was a special suction coming from his body. A huge purple air gathered towards Ji Wuchang, and entered his body through all the pores of Ji Wuchang's body. The purple air reorganized in Ji Wuchang's body, and countless purple air seemed to form a purple sun. Ji Wuchang groaned, because at this moment, as the purple air reorganized in his body, the temperature soared, and he felt that his whole body was burned by fire. Ji Wuchang was not worried at all, but a hint of joy appeared on his face. You know, in his previous life, he practiced the purple air burning heaven art, and it was not until the 15th day that he had this feeling. Now he is practicing for the first time, and he has such a feeling, which shows that this technique is indeed suitable for him to practice. The tendons and veins are intact, and the majestic purple air flows endlessly in the body, and finally gathers in the dantian and reorganizes in the dantian. This feeling is really wonderful. The sun's rays shine on Ji Wuchang, making him look golden. In addition, he looks serious at the moment, sitting cross-legged on the roof like a golden Buddha. On Ji Wuchang's body, wisps of black air floated out and then disappeared. These were impurities contained in Ji Wuchang's tendons and veins, which were constantly discharged from his body as the purple air flowed. Of course, Ji Wuchang himself didn't know all this, he just felt that his whole body was getting hotter and hotter, as if he had entered a furnace. Originally, the burning place was only limited to the tendons and veins, but as the purple air continued to enter his body, he felt that his flesh and blood were beginning to burn. But Ji Wuchang was not surprised but happy, because the first level of the purple air burning heaven art was to temper the body, which corresponds to the postnatal realm. In his previous life, he didn't enjoy the treatment of tempering the body at all, but he knew very well that this was very important. In Tianshan continent, there is a saying in the martial arts world that the postnatal realm has a copper skin and iron bones. Once you cultivate to a copper skin and iron bones, ordinary swords and knives can hardly hurt you at all. Such a person is already a master in the martial arts world. But for immortal cultivators, that is not even the door. The chi refining realm of the immortal cultivators is actually the body, but this body refers more to the internal organs. Compared with the acquired realm, the chi refining realm is more comprehensive and thorough, and at the same time allows the true chi to be transformed into spiritual power. The strongest chi refining realm in the eyes of the immortal cultivators is the golden skin and jade bones, which is a deeper level than the copper skin and iron bones. In the previous life, Ji Wuchang naturally could not reach this realm, but in this life, he must reach it. If the foundation is not solid, the earth will shake. If he cannot cultivate the acquired realm and the chi refining realm to the extreme, he, Ji Wuchang, will not be able to achieve a perfect foundation. You know, the foundation building realm is the verification stone of whether the foundation of the immortal cultivator is solid. Some people can cast 5 Dao platforms in their bodies, or even more, but some people can only cast 3 Dao platforms, or even less. When Ji Wuchang built his foundation in his previous life, there were a total of 5 Dao platforms. But in this life, he wants to cast 10 Dao platforms that no one else can achieve. This is Ji Wuchang's ambition. 9 is the extreme, but 10 is perfect. If he could build 10 Dao platforms in his body, Ji Wuchang would be qualified to compete with all the geniuses on this continent in the future. Boyanzu is too small, and it trapped him for most of his life in his previous life. He wants to leave earlier in this life to see the big world outside. As time passed, the surging purple air gradually weakened, and the temperature in Ji Wuchang's body also gradually decreased as the purple air weakened. Ji Wuchang was not surprised at all about all this, everything was within his expectations. At this moment, in Ji Wuchang's dantian, there was a fist-sized purple light ball quietly suspended there. Ji Wuchang looked at the purple air with unusually bright eyes. This day's practice was equivalent to more than half a month in the previous life. Ji Wuchang slowly opened his eyes, both of his eyes were purple, but in just a moment, they returned to normal. At this moment, under the roof, Ji Ping and Ji Cheng were already waiting there. Ji Wuchang had known they were coming for a long time, but he ignored them, as his practice was more important than anything else. Ji Wuchang flew down and came to the two of them, his expression as calm as water. "Wuchang, what's wrong?" Although Ji Ping had sensed the change in Ji Wuchang's aura, he still asked. After all, this was a major event related to the Ji family's future 20 years. Ji Ping glanced around and saw Xiaomei not far away. She seemed to be unconcerned about this, but she was listening with her ears erect. "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission and have broken through to the 4th level of Qi refining." Ji Wuchang smiled, and then the momentum on his body continued to rise, revealing the aura of the 4th level of Qi refining. Ji Ping and Ji Cheng looked at each other and smiled at the same time. At this moment, they were completely relieved. Ji Ping then patted Ji Wuchang on the shoulder and chatted with him with a smile. It was almost the same as what Ji Wuchang remembered in his previous life. Ji Wuchang looked at Xiaomei's back as she left, and a sneer hung on the corner of his mouth. Ji Wuchang went out, and he followed Xiaomei. Xiaomei had no cultivation, so naturally she couldn't know Ji Wuchang's existence. In the previous life, Ji Wuchang didn't know where Xiaomei had seen Xiao Fan, and this time he followed out purely out of curiosity. Moreover, according to the information Ji Wuchang had in his previous life, Xiao Fan would be eager to go to the Bai family today. After all, if he could get a pair of thunder attribute magic weapons, it would indeed increase Xiao Fan's combat power. Xiao Mei took Ji Wuchang to turn left and right, and finally stopped at a corner, not moving forward. Ji Wuchang looked around and then laughed. If he remembered correctly, the Bai family was not far from that corner. Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang couldn't help showing a curious expression, and his body shook and disappeared immediately. When he appeared again, he came to a tea house 100 meters away from the gate of the Bai family. Ji Wuchang chose a position by the window on the second floor, opened the window a crack, just facing the gate of the Bai family. After the waiter served the tea, he took Ji Wuchang's 1 or 2 silver coins and happily retreated. A pot of tea only cost 100 coins, and this guest gave him 1 or 2 silver coins. How could he not be happy? Ji Wuchang drank tea leisurely, and then looked at the gate of the Bai family. At this moment, several people came out of the gate, one of whom was Xiao Fan. Although he was the son of the Xiao family, Xiao Fan was dressed in coarse linen clothes, which looked extremely simple. Ji Wuchang smiled slightly. This guy is indeed a man with deep scheming, wearing this kind of clothes, just to make people despise him. He went to the Bai family and suppressed his cultivation very low, otherwise, as long as he let go of his cultivation, the Bai family would definitely send that pair of thunder attribute fists. Ji Wuchang naturally knew the reason why Xiao Fan did this, fearing that he would be vigilant after knowing his strength. This guy has been calculating himself from the beginning, and wants to step on himself to get to the top. Seeing Xiao Fan leave the Bai family with an ugly face, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile. Ji Wuchang then left the tea house, and indeed saw Xiao Fan walking towards Xiao Mei's direction. Ji Wuchang sneered in his heart, and the murderous intent in his heart rose up, but then he suppressed it. Why bother with a dying person? Ji Wuchang laughed at himself, waited for a moment not far away, and after making sure Xiao Fan left, he walked straight towards the Bai family. The gatekeeper of the Bai family saw Ji Wuchang in gorgeous clothes, and did not dare to neglect him, and hurried forward. Before they could speak, Ji Wuchang said calmly, "Go and report to the head of the Bai family, and say that Ji Wuchang from the Changsheng sect is here to visit." The gatekeeper nodded when he heard it, leaving one person to guard the gate, and the other ran inside. At this moment, in the hall of the Bai family, Bai Yanshan, the head of the Bai family, and his son Bai Long were sitting there chatting. "Father, why don't you agree to Xiao Fan's request? The Xiao family is also a second-rate family, just like our Bai family. If Xiao Fan can get a good ranking, it will also be good for our Bai family." Bai Long was quite puzzled and spoke to his father Bai Yanshan. Bai Yanshan smiled slightly, then said, "You are still too young. Do you know who is the contestant from the Ji family this time?" Bai Long frowned slightly when he heard it, and then said, "Ji Bing, he has the highest cultivation level in the Ji family at present." Bai Yanshan shook his head when he heard it, and a trace of disdain appeared on his face. Ji Bing, a little girl at the first level of qi refining, how could the Ji family put their hopes on her? The real participant of the Ji family this time is Ji Wuchang, who joined the Changsheng sect a few years ago and just arrived in my city yesterday. Hearing his father's words, Bai Long was surprised, and then asked in surprise, "Father, how did you know this?" Bai Yanshan smiled slightly, and then said, "I spent a lot of money to arrange a spy in the Ji family, and this person sent the news last night." At that time, Ji Ping, Ji Chang and others were at the door of the Ji family to welcome Ji Wuchang. Think about it, even if I sell the pair of fists to Xiao Fan, do you think Xiao Fan can beat Ji Wuchang? Don't even think about it, he will definitely not be able to beat him. In that case, why should we offend the Ji family and offend Ji Wuchang who has the Changsheng sect as his backing? Bai Yanshan's eyes showed a wise look, and Bai Long was also full of admiration after hearing it. At this moment, a servant came in hurriedly, clasped his fists to Bai Yanshan and said, "Master, there is a man who claims to be Ji Wuchang from the Changsheng sect who is here to visit." When Bai Yanshan heard this, his eyes lit up instantly, and he stood up quickly and walked out with Bai Long in a hurry. Soon, the three of them sat opposite each other in the hall of the Bai family. Unlike Xiao Fan's visit just now, Bai Yanshan did not sit at the top, but sat in the first chair on the right. As for Ji Wuchang, he sat in the first chair on the left. After the servant served tea and left, Bai Yanshan smiled and said, "Mr. Ji, why did you come to my Bai family today?" Ji Wuchang smiled slightly, and then smiled and said, "Master Bai, to be honest, I heard that the Bai family has a pair of Thunder attribute boxing gloves, and I am very interested. I wonder if Master Bai is willing to give it up. I am willing to buy it with spirit stones or elixirs." Bai Yanshan and Bai Long looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes at the same time. Because Xiao Fan had just left and Ji Wuchang came right after, and the two of them were looking for the same thing. Is there any secret hidden in the boxing gloves? This thought came up in Bai Yanshan and Bai Long's minds at the same time. But Bai Yanshan is quite shrewd. He smiled and said, Mr. G, to be honest, I have promised Xiao Fan of the Xiao family that pair of boxing gloves. He will come to my Bai family to take them away in a few days. The method used by Bai Yenshan is very simple, that is, to delay for a few days and see. Use a few days to study it yourself and see if there are any secrets hidden in the boxing gloves. Xiao Fan did come to the Bai family just now, and it is most appropriate to use him as a shield. When Ji Wuchang heard Bai Yenshan's words, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Bai Yenshan's answer was within his expectations. Ji Wuchang didn't speak, and his momentum rose steadily. In just a moment, he reached the peak of the 4th level of qi refining. At this moment, Bai Yenshan and Bai Long's faces changed color at the same time, and Bai Yenshan also had a 4th level of qi refining cultivation rising from his body. Although both of them were at the 4th level of qi refining, they were incomparable. If Ji Wuchang's aura was compared to a torch, then Bai Yenshan's was a flame. As for Bai Long, he felt like there was a mountain on his body and he couldn't even speak. In just a moment, beads of sweat began to appear on the faces of Bai Yenshan and Bai Long. However, fortunately, after just a moment, Ji Wuchang retracted his outward momentum, which made Bai Yenshan feel relieved. At this moment, Bai Yenshan and Bai Long looked at Ji Wuchang with completely different eyes. But it was not over yet. At this moment, Ji Wuchang clenched his right fist, and there was a trace of lightning on his fist, and there was a faint sound of thunder in his fist. Ji Wuchang loosened his right fist, then looked at Bai Yenshan, and said calmly, Master Bai, I, Ji Wuchang, never force others. Since Master Bai has promised the boxing gloves to Xiao Fan, then today's visit is presumptuous. After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave directly. This time Bai Yenshan was not calm. Ji Wuchang was so young, but he was already a strong man at the peak of the 4th level of qi refining. This shows how talented he is. With the support of the Changsheng Gate, it won't take long for his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. If the Bai family offends such a powerful enemy, they will probably not sleep well in the future. Mr. Ji, wait. Bai Yenshan wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up quickly. Ji Wuchang would naturally not leave. If Bai Yenshan refused to drink the toast today, then he, Ji Wuchang, would have to treat him to a penalty drink. Ji Wuchang was determined to get this pair of boxing gloves. If anyone dared to stop him, don't blame him for being rude. Bai Long was so shocked that he couldn't speak at this moment. He looked at Ji Wuchang with a completely different look. Master Bai, is there still something? Ji Wuchang glanced at Bai Yenshan calmly, which made Bai Yenshan secretly admire him. He was worthy of being a disciple from Changshengman. Bai Yenshan didn't dare to keep it a secret and said directly, Mr. Ji, you just said that you can use pills to exchange the pair of boxing gloves with my Bai family. I wonder if you are serious. Ji Wuchang smiled slightly, then waved his hand, and 2 pills flew out of his hand and instantly came to Bai Yenshan. Master Bai, these 2 are first-grade Yuanqi pills. Although the quality is a little worse, they are enough to allow 2 people at the 1st level of qi refining to break through to the 2nd level of qi refining. Of course, if 2 pills are given to people at the 2nd level of qi refining at the same time, there is also a 60% chance that the other party will advance from the 2nd level of qi refining to the 3rd level of qi refining. These 2 pills are from my Changqing sect, and there is a trace of Changqinggong spiritual power in them, which should be enough to match the value of the pair of boxing gloves. Looking at the 2 pills in front of him, Bai Long's eyes lit up. He is only at the 1st level of qi refining, and has been stagnant for a long time. At this moment, Bai Long's breathing became heavy. Bai Yenshan's eyes also lit up. With these 2 pills, the Bai family has 2 more masters of the 2nd level of qi refining, which is absolutely worthwhile. Bai Yenshan only considered it for 2 breaths, and then directly put away the 2 pills. Mr. Ji, wait a moment, I will go to the Ji family warehouse to get this pair of boxing gloves. Bai Yenshan smiled and clasped his fists to Ji Wuchang, and then hurried away. In the hall, only Bai Long and Ji Wuchang were left. Bai Long sat upright with a flattering smile on his face. Ji Wuchang nodded to Bai Long, then picked up the teacup and said to the system in his heart, System, sign in. Ji Wuchang deliberately came to the Bai family to sign in today. After all, the Bai family is also a small immortal family, and there may be extra rewards. Ding! The Bai family in my city signed in successfully, and was rewarded with 2 years of cultivation. Luck value +2. The voice of the system sounded in Ji Wuchang's mind, and then a pure spiritual power poured into Ji Wuchang's body. Ji Wuchang's cultivation, which had already reached the peak of the 5th level of qi refining, fluctuated violently. Ji Wuchang was startled and quickly used the purple qi burning heaven art to refine this excess spiritual power and disperse it into his limbs. As this spiritual power flowed into his limbs, Ji Wuchang instantly felt that his body seemed to have become stronger again. At this moment, Ji Wuchang suddenly had an epiphany. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang did not pay too much attention to the cultivation of the physical body. His physical body was greatly improved later because of the purple chi burning heaven art. Ji Wuchang had heard people say in his previous life that the root bone only determines a person's starting point, but the physical body determines a person's upper limit. If you want to constantly break this upper limit, you must constantly strengthen the physical training. When he thought of this sentence, Ji Wuchang's eyes showed joy. He found the direction of cultivation for a long time in the future. Bai Long looked at Ji Wuchang in surprise. He just sensed a terrible momentum on the other party. But this momentum dissipated instantly, and he didn't know if it was his illusion. Bai Yenshan came back quickly. In just a few minutes, Bai Yenshan reappeared in the hall with a mahogany box in his hand. Ji Wuchang took the mahogany box from Bai Yenshan, opened it and took a look, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. From this moment on, his fate, Ji Wuchang, will change dramatically. Ji Wuchang sighed for a moment, then waved his hand and directly put the pair of boxing gloves into the system space. Ji Wuchang stood up and said calmly, "Master Bai, I hope you don't tell anyone about my visit today." Bai Yenshan nodded quickly and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Master Ji, no news of today's incident will be spread." Ji Wuchang nodded with satisfaction, then said with a smile, "I'm sorry to bother Master Bai today. I, Ji Wuchang, never owe anyone a favor. How about this, I'll send Master Bai a message. In about half a month, Chang Shengmen will recruit disciples in my city. If you have suitable candidates in the Bai family, please bring them to my city in advance." What Ji Wuchang said is true. In the previous life, Chang Shengmen recruited disciples in my city at about that time. The news that Xiao Fan defeated Ji Wuchang, an inner disciple of Chang Shengmen, spread throughout my city at that time. It was known by the 5 elders who recruited disciples in Chang Shengmen, and Xiao Fan entered Chang Shengmen because of this. In the previous life, Chang Shengmen came suddenly, and many children of the Ji family and other families were traveling outside and missed this opportunity. Ji Wuchang released this news in advance, which was definitely a great favor for the Bai family. If someone from the Bai family can enter Chang Shengmen, it means that the Bai family has an extra big backer. Thank you, Mr. Ji. Bai Yenshan hurriedly clasped his fists to express his gratitude, and his eyes showed joy. At this moment, Bai Yenshan was really grateful to Ji Wuchang. The father and son personally sent Ji Wuchang to the door of the Bai family. Looking at Ji Wuchang's disappearing back, they both had a premonition. Ji Wuchang will definitely be extraordinary in the future. Bai Long was also very impressed with his father at this moment. It turned out that the old ones are the wisest. If the boxing gloves were given to Xiao Fan before, how could their Bai family have such a rich harvest? When Ji Wuchang returned to Ji's house, Xiaomei had also returned. Although this woman had no cultivation, her psychological quality was strong. When she saw Ji Wuchang, she did not reveal any flaws. What a pity! No matter how deep the scheming is, it is all in vain in front of absolute strength. Ji Wuchang would not let Ji Ping kill the other party immediately. Anyway, it would be the same in 2 days, so there was no time difference. At this time, Ji Ping came and said with a smile, "Wuchang, there will be a small auction tomorrow night. Do you want to go and see it together?" Ji Ping's words made Ji Wuchang slightly stunned, and he remembered. In the previous life, Ji Ping also came to ask him about this, but he was directly rejected at that time. Ji Wuchang believed that there could be no good things in the auction held in a small city like my city. But later, Ji Wuchang learned from senior sister in Kursan that Xiao Fan said that he bought a box that no one wanted at the auction in my city, and there was actually a map of a secret realm in it. Later, Xiao Fan visited this secret realm alone and learned a secret method from it. The name of the secret method is 100-fold sublimation instant killing technique. It can make your cultivation level soar dozens of times, or even 100 times, so as to kill the opponent. With this secret method, Xiao Fan killed his opponents in desperate situations many times, making this secret method shine. Moreover, the secret realm seems to be in the back mountain of Changshan. The storage ring with the soul of a strong man also came from this secret realm. When he thought of this, Ji Ping's heart was instantly hot, and he immediately nodded and said, "Okay, then I will go with the head of the family to see it tomorrow night." Ji Ping was slightly stunned when he heard it. He originally thought that Ji Wuchang would never go there. After all, there was really nothing good in such a small auction. But Ji Wuchang agreed, which made Ji Ping very happy, and he nodded quickly. Watching Ji Ping leave, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. The sign-in location for tomorrow has been settled. Before dawn the next day, Ji Wuchang continued to sit cross-legged on the rooftop to practice the purple chi burning heaven art. As the sun rose, the majestic purple air poured into his body, and Ji Wuchang felt that he was trapped in the furnace again. Crack! This was not the sound of the door opening, but the sound of the bones rubbing against each other in Ji Wuchang's body. From time to time, a wisp of black gas floated up from his body, and then dissipated in the air. This was the impurities of the flesh, which were constantly discharged from Ji Wuchang's body under the purple chi burning heaven art. Ji Wuchang felt abnormal pain all over his body, but he didn't even groan, and held it tightly. If you want to talk about pain, the pain of damaged tendons in the previous life is painful. When the spiritual power flows, there will be a piercing pain. Especially when fighting with others, the tendons and veins hurt more. Compared with the pain in the previous life, this little pain is really a small matter. Half an hour later, Ji Wuchang jumped off the roof with a wet body. After returning to the room to take a bath, he instantly felt refreshed. The day passed quickly, but when night fell, Ji Wuchang went out with Ji Ping and Ji Chang. The auction house in my city is called Minglu Auction House, which does not belong to any force in my city. Ji Wuchang stood at the door of Minglu Auction House, and a woman's figure flashed in his mind. Minglu Auction House is a chain auction house in Boyanzu, and it has its own branches in many cities of all sizes. In the previous life, Ji Wuchang accidentally saved the life of the eldest lady of Minglu Auction House, and since then, the two have been entangled. The eldest lady provided Ji Wuchang with many good things, but unfortunately, she died in the end, but Ji Wuchang didn't know how she died. Ji Wuchang felt vaguely that the other party's death in the previous life was related to him. After the last time they met, she told Ji Wuchang that she knew the whereabouts of a special elixir that could completely eradicate the injuries to his tendons and veins. She had to leave for a while and collect it for Ji Wuchang. But since then, there has been no news. Ji Wuchang sighed when he thought of this. This silly girl, it's better not to meet me in this life. It's really unnecessary to ruin your life if you meet Wuchang once. Ji Wuchang put away his sighs in his heart, followed Ji Ping and Ji Chang into the auction house, and sat in the number 1 box on the second floor. System, sign in. After Ji Wuchang sat down, he immediately spoke to the system in his heart. Ding! Successfully signed in at the celebrity auction house in my city, rewarded with 3 years of cultivation. Luck value +3. After the system's voice sounded, Ji Wuchang instantly felt a huge spiritual power surging in his body. With the experience of the last time, Ji Wuchang did not hesitate at all, and immediately operated the purple chi burning heaven art to disperse this huge spiritual power into his limbs and bones. Ji Wuchang clearly felt that his physical strength instantly increased a lot, and there was a faint golden light on his skin. You know, in the past 2 days, Ji Wuchang has used all his 5 years of cultivation to temper his body. If this were to be spread out, many people would probably be so surprised that their mouths would not close. How could there be such a fool in this world? But Ji Wuchang didn't feel sorry at all. He could feel that the first level of purple chi burning heaven art seemed to be almost completed. At this moment, a man in coarse linen clothes slowly walked into the auction house. Ji Wuchang recognized at a glance that this person was Xiao Fan. Ji Wuchang couldn't help but sneer slightly. He appeared here tonight to snatch the other party's opportunity. Xiao Fan, you are destined to return empty-handed tonight. Ji Wuchang did not have to wait too long before the auction began. On the auction stage, a woman came up. This woman looked to be in her 30s, with the cultivation of the first level of chi refining. She was very plump, which made many people's eyes light up slightly. Dear guests, I am Lu Dandan, the auctioneer tonight. Thank you for visiting our celebrity auction house. I wish you all a full load tonight. No more nonsense, the auction tonight officially begins. Lu Dandan greeted everyone, and her voice was very pleasant. The first auction item tonight is a magic weapon. Although it has some flaws, it should be a good thing for people who practice water-attributed exercises. As soon as Lu Dandan finished speaking, a maid came up holding a porcelain bottle. The porcelain bottle was surrounded by rich water vapor, and it was indeed a water-attributed magic weapon. Of course, this kind of magic weapon is used for cultivation and belongs to auxiliary magic weapons. There is a small gap at the mouth of the porcelain bottle, which is the flaw that Lu Dandan just mentioned. The starting price of this item is 50 low-grade spirit stones, and each bid is no less than 5 low-grade spirit stones. Interested guests can bid. Lu Dandan asked the maid to show the porcelain bottle around and smiled. As soon as Lu Dandan finished speaking, someone immediately started bidding, and finally the transaction was completed at 150 low-grade spirit stones. Ji Wuchang calmly watched everything happening in the auction house. In the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 items had been auctioned. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had participated in many auctions, so he knew the auction process very well. The better things came later. Impermanence, if you like something, just tell me and I will auction it off. Ji Ping smiled and spoke to Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang nodded, his eyes always staring at Xiao Fan below. If this guy doesn't speak, he won't speak. Although he didn't know what this guy's luck value was, it was definitely terrifying. The other party is the kind of person with great luck, so the things he likes are interesting. What Ji Wuchang has to do is to cut off the who and collect what the other party likes. Ji Ping glanced at Ji Wuchang and sighed inwardly. He really hoped to strengthen his relationship with Ji Wuchang. After not seeing each other for several years, he felt that Ji Wuchang had changed too much. But the more this happened, the more Ji Ping saw Ji Wuchang's potential. If Ji Wuchang supports the Ji family in the future, the Ji family will probably not have to worry about anything for hundreds of years. Dear guests, next we are going to auction something that even our auction house cannot determine. After Lu Dandan finished speaking, a maid brought up a tray with a dark wooden box the size of 2 palms placed on the tray. As soon as this thing appeared, Ji Wuchang immediately noticed that Xiao Fan's originally lazy body was sitting upright. Ji Wuchang couldn't help but perked up, couldn't help but sit up straight, and then looked at the dark wooden box on the auction stage. Ji Ping glanced at the wooden box and frowned slightly. He thought it was just an ordinary wooden box. However, he immediately noticed Ji Wuchang's expression, and couldn't help but feel something in his heart, and he instantly knew what he was looking for. Dear guests, this wooden box is made of gloomy wood. It was supposed to contain some valuables, but it was taken away. There is no reserve price for this item, you can bid freely if you like it. After Lu Dandan finished speaking, everyone in the auction house withdrew their gazes. What's the use of a box? The scene was quiet, which made Lu Dandan quite embarrassed when she was standing on the auction stage. I will give you 5 low-grade spiritual stones. At this moment, Xiao Fan spoke. Although his words were calm, Ji Wuchang could still hear a hint of excitement in his voice. 10 low-grade spiritual stones. Just when Ji Wuchang was about to speak, Ji Ping made a bid. When Xiao Fan heard this voice, he couldn't help but frown. He recognized that it was the voice of the head of the Ji family. But Xiao Fan is determined to get this thing. When he was traveling, he heard something. The ancestor of the Feng family in Tianhe City left behind a secret realm and a terrifying secret method that could cross the border to kill enemies. The Feng family in Tianhe City was wiped out, and the map and the gloomy wooden box was snatched away. But the person who took it away threw the box away and only took the map, but found that the map was empty. Later, it was rumored that the real map was hidden in a dark wooden box. Xiao Fan has been inquiring about this matter, but he never thought that after going around and around, this gloomy wooden box would appear at a celebrity auction. 15 low-grade spiritual stones. Xiao Fan makes an offer again. Ji Ping originally thought that it was just a box, and since he had set a price, no one would fight for it, but he didn't expect anyone to bid. 20 low-grade spiritual stones. When Xiao Fan heard Ji Ping's quotation, anger could not help but appear in his eyes, but he still said, 25 low-grade spiritual stones. 40 low-grade spiritual stones. Ji Ping's expression became serious and he directly added 15 low-grade spiritual stones. Ji Wuchang looked down. He saw Xiao Fan turning his head to look at box 1 on the second floor. There seemed to be anger rising in his eyes. 45 low-grade spiritual stones. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth and said, 50 low-grade spiritual stones. Ji Ping also frowned slightly at this moment. A broken wooden box actually fetched such a high price. Xiao Fan fell silent and did not make a bid. At this moment, Xiao Fan felt murderous intent in his heart, but he had to suppress it temporarily. He was not sure whether this wooden box was the right one, and the Ji family seemed determined to win it, so it was not worthwhile to continue fighting for it. Moreover, Xiao Fan also took a fancy to the next thing. If too many spirit stones were consumed at this time, the next thing would be unaffordable. Ji family, just wait for me. When I win the competition, you must spit out everything you took today. When he thought of this, Xiao Fan instantly felt a lot better. Lu Dandan was a little confused at the moment. She originally thought that there would be at most 10 low-grade spiritual stones, but she actually took 50. This was far beyond her expectation. Congratulations to box number 1, for successfully acquiring this wooden box with 50 low-grade spiritual stones. As Lu Dandan finished speaking, The competition for this wooden box came to an end. Soon, the wooden box was delivered to box 1 by a maid, and Ji Ping gave the maid 50 low-grade spiritual stones. Ji Wuchang looked at the wooden box in his hand, then cupped his fists at Ji Ping and said, "Thank you, master." Ji Wuchang did not study this wooden box, and this is not the place for research. Instead, he directly put this wooden box into the system space. When Ji Ping heard Ji Wuchang's words, he couldn't help but smile, feeling that everything was worth it. The auction is still going on, and elixirs, exercises, magic weapons, etc. are all on display one after another. Although they are all of the lowest level, they are still competing for it. Dear guests, the next thing we are going to auction is a Thunder Spirit bead. This Thunder Spirit bead was obtained by a senior of my Minglu auction house from a Thunder and Lightning relic. The Thunder and Lightning power contained in it is equivalent to the full force of a person at the 6th level of Qi refining. The starting price of this item is 30 low-grade spirit stones, and each bid is not less than 10 low-grade spirit stones. Hearing Lu Dandan's words, Ji Wuchang's ears were buzzing. He understood one thing, that is, the full force of Xiao Fan in his previous life was not his power at all, but this Thunder Spirit bead. Using the powerful Thunder and Lightning power in the Thunder Spirit bead, he was injured in one fell swoop, and his tendons and veins were damaged. This Xiao Fan started to calculate himself from a long time ago, but he didn't realize it at all. I didn't lose unfairly in my previous life. Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang had to admire Xiao Fan. He knows how to endure, calculate, and please women. No wonder there are always all kinds of brainless women around him. Ji Wuchang's eyes swept over Xiao Fan, murderous intent. Xiao Fan, what you did to me in the last life, I, Ji Wuchang, will repay you in this life. Give him back what he has done to you. Don't even think about the Thunder Spirit Pearl, I'll take it for you. Ji Wuchang muttered to himself, and the moment Lu Dandan finished speaking, Ji Wuchang sat up straight and spoke calmly. 150 low-grade spirit stones. When Ji Wuchang finished speaking, the entire auction hall fell silent, and many people looked at box number 1 in surprise. Things like the Thunder Spirit Pearl are considered one of the wonders of heaven and earth. For those who practice Thunder attribute skills, it is indeed very useful. But if you don't practice Thunder attribute, this kind of thing is useless. The Thunder Spirit Pearl in front of you is very small, only the size of a thumb. Ji Wuchang bid 150 low-grade spirit stones, which is not a low price. Xiao Fan, who was about to bid, fell silent when he heard Ji Wuchang's bid. He only had 200 low-grade spirit stones in total. He originally wanted to take some from the Xiao family, but the Xiao family has been very tight in recent years and doesn't have so many spirit stones. Xiao Fan didn't need to look back, he knew that the person who bid must be Ji Wuchang. Xiao Fan was very annoyed, but he naturally couldn't give up. 200 low-grade spirit stones. Xiao Fan directly took out all the spirit stones and made an offer. He gambled again, betting that Ji Wuchang didn't have so many spirit stones, or was reluctant to give them up. But Xiao Fan's idea was quickly shattered. 210 low-grade spirit stones. Ji Wuchang's voice sounded lazily, as if he didn't care at all. Xiao Fan clenched his fists, his nails had deeply embedded in the flesh, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Ji Wuchang, you already have a way to die. Xiao Fan whispered in his heart, wishing that tomorrow would be the time for the competition, and his murderous intent could no longer be suppressed. Without Xiao Fan's bidding, many people shook their heads and sighed for the sake of the Ji family. No one made an offer, and then the hammer naturally fell. Ji Wuchang gave the 210 low-grade spirit stones to the maid and took the Thunder Spirit Pearl from her. Ji Wuchang almost wanted to laugh out loud. This auction house made a lot of money. Ji Ping was going to help Ji Wuchang pay the auction fee, but was stopped by Ji Wuchang. He had already received a gift from Ji Ping, and he couldn't accept a second one, otherwise he would be greedy. Ji Wuchang didn't bid for the things that were auctioned later, nor did he pay attention. Half an hour later, Ji Wuchang and others left the celebrity auction house and returned to the Ji family. Thinking of Xiao Fan's livid face when he left the auction house, Ji Wuchang instantly felt unusually happy. After returning to the room, Ji Wuchang took out the wooden box and began to study it seriously. If you just look at the wooden box, it's just an ordinary gloomy wooden box. But with the memory of the previous life, Ji Wuchang would not be so naive. He first began to try to input spiritual power, useless. Blood dripping to recognize the master, useless. The soul poured into it and was directly bounced back, instantly making Ji Wuchang's eyes shine. Then Ji Wuchang slowly checked the surroundings of the wooden box and finally found a clue, that is, there was a faint breath of soul at the joint of the wooden box. Ji Wuchang's eyes sparkled, and then he mobilized his soul power and poured it in. As the soul power continued to pour in, runes lit up on the wooden box, and then these runes broke one after another. As these runes dissipated, a small crack appeared at the joint of the wooden box. Ji Wuchang exerted a little force with both hands, and the crack opened completely, revealing a palm-sized map inside. This map was drawn on a very fine silk, as thin as a cicada's wing. Ji Wuchang suppressed the joy in his heart and hurriedly checked the map. After a moment, Ji Wuchang's eyes showed excitement. He had confirmed that the place depicted on this map was the back mountain of Changshengmen. No wonder Xiao Fan often went to the back mountain in his previous life, nominally for cultivation, but actually for treasure hunting. It's just that the back mountain of Changshengmen is very different from the mark on the map, so Xiao Fan has to keep looking for it. Ji Wuchang had been in Changshengmen for more than 200 years in his previous life, and was familiar with every blade of grass and tree in the back mountain of Changshengmen. But even so, he just looked around for a long time before he was sure. Xiao Fan, it turns out that your real starting point is in Changshengmen. Ji Wuchang couldn't help muttering to himself, and at this moment he was completely relieved. Ji Wuchang was still wondering how Xiao Fan found the storage ring with the soul of a beautiful woman in the back mountain. Now it is 100% certain that everything comes from this secret realm. After figuring this out, Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up, and he was full of confidence in his future. Suddenly, Ji Wuchang's heart moved, and he thought of a Jedi. In his previous life, when he was in the Purple Mansion realm, he explored a secret realm with more than 30 people. Everyone was full of confidence at the time, but they didn't expect that the secret realm was a pit, and it was a Jedi. If Ji Wuchang hadn't been lucky and happened to activate a broken teleportation array, he would have died. But except for him, all the others were buried in the secret realm. When thinking of this, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but reveal a sneer in his eyes. He took out a piece of silk from the storage ring, which was also as thin as a cicada's wing. According to the memory of his previous life, Ji Wuchang drew the secret realm and then put it into this wooden box. Then Ji Wuchang restored the wooden box to its original state, also leaving some marks. It can be said that except Ji Wuchang, no one can tell that this thing was tampered by Ji Wuchang. Xiao Fan, I will give you this wooden box. I hope you like it. Ji Wuchang smiled and then put the wooden box into the storage space. Early the next morning, after Ji Wuchang finished practicing the purple qi burning heaven technique on the roof, he called Xiaomei and Xiaohua over. Greetings, sir. The two of them saluted Ji Wuchang at the same time, with looks of admiration on their faces. Xiaomei was of course pretending, but Xiaohua's expression was genuine. I have one thing for you too. I got a wooden box last night and studied it for a long time, but I found nothing. You two are girls, so you should be more careful and help me do some research. If you can find anything, I will definitely tell the head of the family and give you a heavy reward when the time comes. After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he took out the wooden box he had photographed last night and then sent it to the two women. When Xiaomei and Xiaohua heard this, they couldn't help but nodded in agreement. Xiaomei stepped forward and took the wooden box from Ji Wuchang's hand. This wooden box is very important and cannot be lost. Moreover, I can only give you 2 days. You must return it to me after 2 days. Do you understand? Ji Wuchang glanced at Xiaomei and Xiaohua seriously, and said with a serious expression. Don't worry, sir, we will remember it. Xiaomei and Xiaohua spoke respectfully at the same time. Ji Wuchang nodded and waved the two of them to leave. Xiaodi, since master gave us 2 days, how about we study for 1 day each? After all, we still have one person left to take care of master. Hearing Xiaomei's voice outside, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but have a faint smile on his lips. An hour later, Xiaomei left the Ji family, put the wooden box in a basket and took it away. Ji Ping appeared beside Ji Wuchang, and the two watched Xiaomei leave. Don't you need to stop her? Although Ji Ping looked calm, his words were full of murderous intent. It doesn't matter, let her live for 2 more days, and do it when the competition starts. Ji Wuchang spoke calmly. Ji Ping nodded, and then said coldly, sell out the master for glory, let the whole family be buried with him. Not to mention the Ji family, the first family in my city, even ordinary families will never tolerate the existence of traitors. From the moment Xiaomei passed the message to Xiao Fan, her and her family's fate was doomed. When Ji Ping left, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but whispered in his heart, system, sign in. Ding! The Ji family in my city signed in successfully, and was rewarded with 3 years of cultivation. Luck value +4. After the system sounded, a huge spiritual power appeared in Ji Wuchang's body. This time, Ji Wuchang did not disperse the spiritual power into his limbs, but gathered them all in his dantian. With the influx of this huge spiritual power, the qi on Ji Wuchang's body surged step by step, directly breaking through the bottleneck of the peak of the 5th level of qi refining. Middle stage of the 6th level of qi refining. Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up and he felt it carefully. Although it is still a long way from the peak of the 6th level of qi refining, the overall strength is more than twice that of the peak of the 5th level of qi refining. Ji Wuchang is going to crush Xiao Fan with his powerful cultivation. Isn't he good at pretending? Can he be patient? Let's see who can pretend better. Moreover, as Ji Wuchang began to practice purple qi burning heaven art, he felt that his physical strength was much stronger than this time in his previous life. Ji Wuchang looked at the system panel. Host, Ji Wuchang, cultivation, middle 6th level of qi refining, root bones, earth rank middle grade, luck value, 10, special ability, none, system task, none. Looking at the luck value of only 10, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but shook his head and smiled bitterly. With such a small luck value, he probably couldn't do anything. But there's no rush. If you sign in slowly every day, it will always increase. Ji Wuchang didn't pay attention to when Xiaomei came back. He wouldn't bother with a dead person. There were only 2 days left before the competition. Ji Wuchang took out the Thunder Spirit Pearl, and his soul poured into it, leaving his soul mark in it. The Thunder Spirit Pearl was originally an ownerless thing. After leaving the mark, Ji Wuchang could mobilize the thunder and lightning power inside at any time. After putting away the Thunder Spirit Pearl, Ji Wuchang began to wander in the yard. At first, his steps were slow, but then gradually accelerated. As graceful as a startled swan, extremely elegant. If someone pays attention to Ji Wuchang's feet at this moment, they will find that every step he takes is in the Bagua formation. This is a kind of body technique that Ji Wuchang practiced in his previous life, the Bagua Wandering Dragon Step. Although this body technique is only of high-grade yellow rank, once it is fully exerted, it is like teleportation. Before Ji Wuchang's cultivation breaks through the Purple Mansion realm, it can be used. Ji Wuchang originally thought that it would take a long time to practice this body technique, but then he found out that he was wrong. As he wandered, the insights of his previous life continued to pour out, allowing him to practice the Bagua Wandering Dragon Step to perfection in less than an hour, just a little away from perfection. Ji Ping stood in the distance, looking at Ji Wuchang with a surprised face. With his cultivation of the late 6th level of qi refining, he couldn't even see Ji Wuchang's figure clearly, which made Ji Ping very shocked. At this moment, Ji Ping was sure that the body technique that Ji Wuchang performed alone would be invincible in the subsequent competitions. Ji Wuchang naturally saw Ji Ping, but he was at a critical moment just now, so he didn't care. System, sign in. Ding. The Ji family in my city signed in successfully, and was rewarded with 1 year of cultivation. Luck value +1. At noon the next day, Ji Wuchang remembered that he had not signed in. But after signing in, Ji Wuchang was speechless. Signing in at the same place, the second time was too different from the first time. No wonder when I just bound the system reminded me that it is better to sign in at a different place every day, otherwise the reward will be sharply reduced. Feeling the pure spiritual power surging in his body, Ji Wuchang did not hesitate. All of it was scattered into his limbs and bones, and used it to temper his body. Young master, Xiuha is incompetent and can't see what's wrong with this box. Xiuha said embarrassedly while holding the box. Ji Wuchang nodded slightly when he heard it, took the box from Xiuha, and said with a smile, "It's okay, I just let you try it." Xiuha's heart was still a little uneasy, but when she heard Ji Wuchang's words, she let it go instantly. Seeing Xiuha leave, Ji Wuchang took the wooden box, and then his soul poured in, and the interlayer of the wooden box opened. The things he put in the interlayer really disappeared. Seeing this result, Ji Wuchang was very satisfied. Spies are not scary, but they are afraid of spies with culture. In front of this 1,000-year-old monster, spies are treasures. Ji Wuchang put away the wooden box, and he can use it to hold some special things in the future, so he can't just throw it away. A day passed quickly. The next day, after Ji Wuchang finished practicing in the morning, he left the Ji family. Ji Wuchang went around and came to the door of the Wang family. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully at Wang's house in my city, rewarded with 2 years of cultivation. Luck value +2. The system's voice sounded, and Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, it's better to sign in at a different place. If I sign in at Ji's house today, I guess I won't get anything. Feeling a pure spiritual power in his body, Ji Wuchang didn't hesitate at all and dispersed this pure spiritual power into his limbs and bones. With the influx of this spiritual power, thunderous sounds rang out in his body. At this moment, Ji Wuchang felt that all the bones in his body were vibrating, and his skin was even more faintly golden. Ji Wuchang knew that this was because the first level of the purple qi burning heaven art was about to be completed. Once completed, he would complete the first of the golden skin and jade bones, the golden skin. But there was still a little short, and Ji Wuchang felt that it should be the kind of finishing touch. Tomorrow is the day for the competition among the families in my city, and Ji Wuchang's eyes are full of expectations. Ding! The system detected that the master will fight Xiaofan tomorrow, and the system task is released. Defeat Xiaofan forcefully and completely change your fate. The shorter the time, the higher the reward. The system reminds the master that this is the first task released by the system, and the reward is very generous, so you must grasp it well. Just then, the system's voice sounded, and Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up instantly. The system finally released the task, and his experienced baby was about to go online. The grand square of my city is very lively. Because today is the day for the competition among the families in my city. The 3 first-rate families participating in the competition are the Ji family, the Wang family, and the Zheng family. The 3 second-rate families are the Xiao family, the Bai family, and the Lan family. In addition, there are several third-rate families. The so-called first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate here are only for my city. Outside, they are all at the same level and are not in the mainstream. In the middle of the grand square, a huge competition platform has been built. The entire grand square is crowded with people, with nearly 20,000 people watching, and the number is still increasing. After all, this competition is related to the pattern of my city in the next 20 years. The Ji family is here. Someone shouted, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. Everyone turned their heads to look in the distance, and the crowd took the initiative to make way for a passage. There were more than 10 people from the Ji family this time, and there were 3 contestants, Ji Wuchang, Ji Bing, and Ji He. Ji Wuchang and Ji Ping walked side by side with a calm expression. When Xiaomei came out this morning, Ji Ping had her tongue dug out and her legs cut off. Her family was also captured last night, a total of 19 people. These people will become the nutrients of the Ji family's back garden, and the few who look good will be sent to the brothel. Ji Wuchang looked around calmly, and immediately attracted the exclamation of the girl. Mr. Ji is looking at me, Mr. Ji is so handsome. It is said that Mr. Ji is a disciple of Chang Shengmen, and he must be the first in today's competition. The Ji family is the first family in my city, and Mr. Ji is a dragon among men. It is natural for him to get the first place. There were discussions in the crowd. Everyone did not hide their praise for Ji Wuchang. Although Ji Bing and Ji He were a little jealous, even the head of the family had to smile carefully, so how could they dare to have any opinions? At a seat not far away, this is where the Xiao family is located. A total of 5 people came, and Xiaofan, wearing a coarse linen shirt, stood among them. Hearing the discussions around him, Xiaofan sneered in his heart. A bunch of ignorant country bumpkins, I will surprise you later. Xiaofan secretly clenched his fists, and then his expression was unusually calm. But there was a proud look in his eyes. Thinking of the secret map he got from Xiaomei 2 days ago, Xiaofan's heart was hot. He himself did not expect that the casual chess he arranged at the beginning would have such a big harvest. Ji Wuchang's eyes swept across the Wang family, Zheng family, and other families, and finally paused on Xiaofan of the Xiao family, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His clothes today are full of people with the 9th level of qi. Ji Wuchang lived a new life, and he understood the most important truth, that is, saving his life is the most important thing. As for those arrogants, it's not worth shit. Ji Wuchang retracted his gaze and then sat down in the seat of the Ji family. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully at the grand square of my city, reward 3 years of cultivation. Qi value +3. Ji Wuchang was overjoyed. He deliberately saved the opportunity to sign in here today. As the grand square of my city, this is the most popular place in my city. Signing in here is definitely better than signing in at Ji's house. Facts have proved that Ji Wuchang's idea is right. Feeling a pure spiritual power pouring into his body, Ji Wuchang did not hesitate at all and integrated it into his limbs. At the moment when this power was integrated, the sound of thunder in Ji Wuchang's body continued to come. Ji Wuchang clearly felt that there was a special golden luster on his skin. Ji Wuchang touched it with his hand. It was soft and full of endless tenacity. Ji Wuchang had a hunch that ordinary swords could not hurt him at all. Is this the feeling of golden skin? Ji Wuchang muttered to himself with his mouth, his eyes shining. After breaking through the golden skin, he felt that his overall strength had at least doubled. Moreover, he felt that his body was light and dust-free, which was a special state of mind. Ji Wuchang was extremely surprised. At this moment, his strength was far superior to that of his previous life. Ji Ping looked at Ji Wuchang in surprise. He was closest to Ji Wuchang. Just now, he felt a terrible power in Ji Wuchang. However, this feeling disappeared in an instant, and Ji Ping didn't know if it was his illusion. The draw for the competition was held, and there were only more than 20 participants. The first round was a knockout round. Ji Wuchang's opponent did not change, and was still a member of the Lan family. They were the fifth to appear. Like in the previous life, the disciple of the Lan family admitted defeat directly, and neither of them fought. The next competition for Ji Wuchang was Xiao Fan versus Wang Chuan of the Wang family. Wang Chuan was a cultivator of the third level of qi refining. When he saw Xiao Fan on the stage, he showed contempt in his eyes. Ji Wuchang smiled at the two people fighting in the field. Wang Chuan's offensive was fierce, forcing Xiao Fan to retreat continuously. The people of the Wang family cheered, and the people around cheered for Wang Chun. Ji Wuchang closed his eyes after seeing this scene in his previous life, and he felt there was no need to watch it again. But at this moment, Ji Wuchang was watching with great interest. Xiao Fan seemed to be retreating, but the initiative of the entire battlefield was within his calculations. Wang Chun seemed to be attacking fiercely, but in fact, he was being played by Xiao Fan. In a blink of an eye, the two had fought more than 100 moves. Wang Chun was already exhausted and panting, and the cheering voices around him became quieter. At this moment, Xiao Fan moved, and came to Wang Chun at lightning speed. Before he could react, he punched Wang Chun in the stomach. Wang Chun's face was twisted in pain, and his body kept retreating, and finally fell off the competition platform. Xiao Fan of the Xiao family wins. Wang Chun glared at Xiao Fan fiercely. He still thought it was because of his carelessness, otherwise Xiao Fan would not be able to defeat him. Ji Ping glanced at Ji Wuchang, and then said, "Wuchang, how do you feel about this Xiao Fan?" The familiar question came, and Ji Wuchang still clearly remembered the answer in the previous life, not worth mentioning. Hearing Ji Ping's question at this moment, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile slightly, and said calmly, "He is a guy who is good at forbearance. The final duel is between me and him." Ji Ping was stunned when he heard it. He didn't expect Ji Wuchang to have such a high evaluation of Xiao Fan. Ji Ping originally thought that Xiao Fan's victory over Wang Chuan was a matter of luck. Now that Ji Wuchang said this, he couldn't help but think back to the competition just now. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. From the beginning to the end, it was Xiao Fan who controlled the rhythm. At this moment, Ji Ping's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he looked in the direction of the Xiao family. The subsequent competitions were no different from the previous life. After rounds of competitions, Ji Wuchang and Xiao Fan won. No one was surprised by Ji Wuchang's victory. Because Ji Wuchang is a disciple of Chang Shengmen. But Xiao Fan's continuous victory was like a dark horse that came out of nowhere, shocking everyone present. Especially the ordinary people watching in the square, they cheered for Xiao Fan. Ji Wuchang's gorgeous clothes were too far away for them, just like the stars in the sky, which could only be looked up. Although Xiao Fan was the young master of the Xiao family, his coarse linen clothes were not much different from ordinary people. Therefore, psychologically, many people supported Xiao Fan and hoped that Xiao Fan could carry out the miracle to the end. All the families in my city looked at the Xiao family differently. If Xiao Fan really won the first place, the Xiao family would replace the Ji family and become the first family in my city. Unknowingly, the most exciting competition came, and it was also the last competition, Ji Wuchang of the Ji family versus Xiao Fan of the Xiao family. At this moment, many people even held their breath, and the scene gradually became quiet from the noise. Ji Wuchang calmly stood up from the chair and walked slowly towards the competition stage. He did not show any momentum, just like an ordinary person. At this moment, Xiao Fan was exactly the opposite of Ji Wuchang. He no longer needed to endure, and a strong fighting spirit was revealed from him. At this moment, Xiao Fan was like a sword unsheathed, showing its sharp light to the fullest. Many people looked at Ji Wuchang and then at Xiao Fan. For some reason, they had a feeling that Xiao Fan was like a jumping clown. This feeling appeared clearly in their hearts, and they didn't know why they had this idea. At this moment, there were two people standing in the crowd not far away. One old and one young. The old man was named Tang Yuan, the fifth elder of Chang Shengmen, with the cultivation level of the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm, and was also the person in charge of recruiting disciples this time. Behind him was his disciple Bu Qiushuang, who was the fourth level of the qi refining realm. Tang Yuan looked at Xiao Fan, who was like a sword out of his sheath, on the competition stage, and his eyes showed admiration. In the previous life, it was Tang Yuan who took a fancy to Xiao Fan and accepted him as his personal disciple. Later, Xiao Fan became the holy son of Chang Shengmen because of his outstanding performance. This made Tang Yuan very proud, and he always responded to Xiao Fan's requests. It can be said that Xiao Fan's wings gradually became fuller under Tang Yuan's protection. Master, that senior brother Ji Wuchang is the fourth disciple that the third elder just accepted not long ago. I am quite familiar with him. Bu Qiushuang looked at Ji Wuchang, who was slowly stepping onto the competition stage, and spoke quickly. When Tang Yuan heard Bu Qiushuang's words, he really moved his eyes away from Xiao Fan and fell on Ji Wuchang. In Changshengmen, Tang Yuan had a good relationship with the third elder Meng Kaihong, otherwise Xiao Fan would not have known in person so quickly. Yes, the aura is calm and steady, not arrogant or impatient. It seems that the third elder has accepted a good disciple. Tang Yuan praised generously. Bu Qiushuang smiled and said, Master, senior brother Ji is very hardworking in cultivation. Every time I go to see him, he is practicing. After hearing this, Tang Yuan nodded and then said, Qiushuang, although you have a good root bone, you must also practice well and lay a solid foundation for yourself. The foundation building stage is the biggest hurdle for cultivators. If the foundation is not solid, even the best root bone will be wasted. Tang Yuan took the opportunity to give Bu Qiushuang some pointers. At this time, Bu Qiushuang was still Tang Yuan's youngest disciple, so naturally he favored her the most. After Xiao Fan entered the sect in the previous life, Bu Qiushuang was compared to him everywhere, so Tang Yuan no longer cared about him. Yes, master, the disciple will definitely work hard to practice. Bu Qiushuang spoke quickly, with an unusually respectful attitude. Ji Wuchang never dreamed that the fifth elder would appear in my city. After all, he didn't know about this in his last life. Ji Wuchang stepped onto the competition stage slowly, and a pair of boxing gloves appeared in his hands, which he put on carelessly at this moment. When the system released the task, it was mentioned, this is the first task released by the system. The shorter the time, the higher the reward. Therefore, Ji Wuchang had no intention of testing, let alone holding back, and directly took out the strongest equipment. At this moment, Xiao Fan stared at the boxing gloves on Ji Wuchang's hands, and his eyes were about to spit fire. What a by family, you look down on me, Xiao Fan, right? You ignored me yesterday, and you can't afford me today. After I defeat Ji Wuchang and win the first place, I will destroy your Bai family. Your Bai family has already found a way to die. Xiao Fan was filled with hatred, and he glanced in the direction of the Bai family. His face was very ugly. Ji Wuchang was already standing on the competition stage at this moment. He glanced at Xiao Fan and then spoke calmly. I heard that you went to the Bai family and wanted this pair of boxing gloves? I wonder if it's true. Ji Wuchang had a smile on his face and a playful look in his eyes. When Xiao Fan heard Ji Wuchang's words, his eyes instantly spit fire, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Ji Wuchang, I have been waiting for this battle with you for a long time. Today you will become my stepping stone. Xiao Fan's momentum surged and he spoke to Ji Wuchang. Seeing that the other party controlled his emotions and did not get angry, Ji Wuchang nodded secretly. He was indeed not as good as the other party in his previous life. Xiao Fan, do you really think that you have the capital to be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated a few people? To tell you the truth, you are nothing but trash in my eyes. After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he no longer hid his cultivation. His cultivation of the middle stage of the 6th level of qi refining was directly revealed, forming a violent momentum, tearing Xiao Fan's fighting spirit to pieces. In Xiao Fan's shocked eyes, Ji Wuchang moved. The 8 diagrams wandering dragon step was performed, and the whole body instantly disappeared in front of Xiao Fan. Thunder explosion fist. Ji Wuchang shouted lightly, and lightning surged on the boxing gloves, making a hissing sound. There was a faint golden light surging on Ji Wuchang's skin. Without the slightest hesitation, his fists crossed and went straight to Xiao Fan's back. Xiao Fan felt something was wrong the moment Ji Wuchang disappeared, and he was extremely shocked at the moment. Didn't they say Ji Wuchang was only at the peak of the 4th level of qi refining? How could he be so strong? Damn it! Feeling the terrible power coming from behind, Xiao Fan quickly used his footwork to step forward, trying to avoid Ji Wuchang's fists. But his speed was no match for Ji Wuchang. As soon as he took a step forward, his 2 fists hit Xiao Fan's back hard. A trace of coldness flashed through Ji Wuchang's heart, and the lightning and the thunder spirit pearl all surged out at this moment, and together with the thunder explosion fist, it hit Xiao Fan's back hard. Ah! Xiao Fan let out a shrill scream, and the whole person flew several meters away, with blood gushing out of his mouth. With a bang, Xiao Fan fell hard on the ground outside the ring. Lightning flashed all over his body, his back was bloody, and he fainted. At this moment, the whole audience was shocked. As strong as Xiao Fan was, he couldn't even withstand a single move from Ji Wuchang and was killed instantly. Time seemed to have stopped. The entire square was silent. No one spoke. They were all stunned by Ji Wuchang's ruthless attack. Fanner. The first person to react was Xiao Fan's father Xiao Kong. He flew straight to the competition stage and came to Xiao Fan in an instant. Xiao Kong probed Xiao Fan's nose and found that he was still breathing. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he quickly picked up Xiao Fan and ran towards the Xiao family. From beginning to end, Xiao Kong didn't look at Ji Wuchang. He didn't dare to look at him because he was afraid that there would be hatred in his eyes. The Xiao family couldn't even afford to offend the Ji family, let alone Ji Wuchang. Behind him was the Changsheng Gate, which was a real place for cultivating immortals. How could this happen? Shouldn't the two of them fight like dragons and tigers, and finally use their killer moves to fight? Damn it, I just went blind, and I still thought Xiao Fan could defeat Master Ji. If you fly with the phoenix, you must be a beautiful bird. If you walk with tigers and wolves, you must be a beast. Master Ji is from the Changsheng sect. How can an ordinary child of aristocratic family compare to him? Master Ji is so handsome. No matter who comes on the field, he will knock them down with one move. So awesome. The crowd was completely exploded at this moment, and everyone was talking about it, almost all of which were words of praise for Ji Wuchang. As for Xiao Fan, he has become history. This is how the world is. With the first place, who cares about you, the second place. Tang Yuan glanced at Ji Wuchang, and his eyes showed an admiring look. He was very satisfied with Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang won cleanly and neatly, without any dragging, which made the Changsheng sect proud. As an elder, he was naturally very happy. At this moment, Tang Yuan's original appreciation for Xiao Fan had already disappeared completely. Xiao Xuan, when you return to the sect in the future, you must have more contact with Wu Chang. Bu Qiu Shuang also nodded mechanically. He and Ji Wuchang had only been separated for a month or so. He didn't understand why senior brother Ji's cultivation had increased so much. Did senior brother Ji hide his cultivation before? When he thought of this, Bu Qiu Shuang immediately felt that he had found the correct answer. Hearing the words of the master at this moment, Bu Qiu Shuang nodded quickly, and then left with Tang Yuan. Ji Ping's side was now surrounded by various families in my city. The heads of the Wang family, Zhang family, Bai family, Lan family and other families came over and congratulated Ji Ping. Congratulations to the head of the Ji family. With Wu Chang here, the Ji family will surely reach a higher level in the future. Congratulations to the head of the Ji family. In the future, under the leadership of the head of the Ji family, my city will surely get better and better. Congratulations to the head of the Ji family. The Ji family has produced many talents. It is really enviable. These families clasped their fists to Ji Ping one after another, with a flattering attitude and a smile on their faces. The big stone in Ji Ping's heart fell completely, and he was also shocked by Ji Wuchang's terrible punch just now. Ji Ping knew very well that even he could not take that punch. Ji Ping laughed loudly, but he would not be too arrogant. He hurriedly returned the gift, but the smile on his face could no longer fall. At this moment, Ji Wuchang regained his calmness just now and walked down the competition stage slowly, as if it was not him who had just made a move. But this was only Ji Wuchang's superficial calmness. His heart had already been in turmoil. My destiny has completely changed, really completely changed. Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the first system task, which took 2 breaths of time, and the reward is being distributed. Reward the master for 15 years of cultivation. Luck value plus 500. Xiao Fan's luck value 500. Reward the master with a 5th grade cleansing marrow and cutting veins pill. Reward the master with a telepathic rune. You can select a specific person to activate it. After activation, the master can hear the other person's voice. Valid forever. Reward the master with 2 6th grade teleportation runes. This is a one-time consumable item. After use, you can travel thousands of miles in an instant. The system's voice kept ringing, and at the same time, an enormous force poured into Ji Wuchang's body. Ji Wuchang hesitated for only a moment, and immediately operated the purple chi burning heaven art, refining this huge force and sending it into his limbs. As this huge force entered his limbs, Ji Wuchang felt that all the bones in his body were trembling. Ji Wuchang's bones were undergoing drastic changes. From the original pure white to a color similar to milky white, with an extra layer of jade-like luster. This is the beginning of the transformation of jade bones. Of course, Ji Wuchang himself didn't know all this. He only felt that his physical strength was growing at a terrifying speed. At this moment, Ji Wuchang had a feeling that even if he didn't use spiritual power and only used physical strength, he would not lose if he fought against a person at the 6th level of qi refining. Of course, this was purely his feeling, and whether it was true or not still needed to be verified. With the victory over Xiao Fan, Ji Wuchang found that his state of mind had undergone a huge change. The haze in his heart completely dissipated at this moment, and he felt like he had lost the shackles on his body. A surge of ambition emerged in his heart. Ji Wuchang also wanted to see the outside world. He didn't want to be trapped in Boyun province for his whole life. He wanted to compete with the Tinjiao of each state. He, Ji Wuchang, was not inferior to others in this life. Looking at the reward of 500 luck points, Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up instantly, and then checked the system panel. Host, Ji Wuchang, Cultivation, 6th level of Qi Refining, Root Bone, Earth level middle grade, Luck value, 516, Special ability, none, System task, none. Looking at the luck value of 516, Ji Wuchang's eyes became brighter and brighter. If he finds something good in the future, he will have the capital to copy it. Xiao Fan's tendons were broken in many places by Ji Wuchang, and Ji Wuchang knew it in his heart. It can be said that Xiao Fan's injury this time is more serious than Ji Wuchang's in the previous life. Of course, compared with the injury to the tendons, the more serious is the damage to the heart of Tao. Ji Wuchang broke the other party's belief in invincibility. It is worthy of being a person with great luck. He can reduce 500 luck points at once. Ji Wuchang muttered to himself, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If his guess is correct, this Xiao Fan should still enter the Changxing Gate. After all, he is a person with great luck. Ji Wuchang was looking forward to it. He had to keep an eye on this experienced baby and introduce his senior sister in person to him first. When he thought of this, Ji Wuchang suddenly showed a sneer in his heart. You bitches, I will personally send you to hell in this life. Now that the matter in my city has been completed, the most urgent thing is to rush back to the sect immediately, so as not to have more troubles at night. When he thought of that secret realm, Ji Wuchang was eager to go home. He wanted to use all the teleportation talismans he just got. In a room where the Xiao family was, Xiao Kong looked anxiously at Xiao Fan lying on the bed. His face was very ugly. An old man put his hand on Xiao Fan's left arm, his expression solemn. After a moment, the old man let go of Xiao Fan's left hand and sighed. This old man was named Xiao Ming, the elder of the Xiao family, with the cultivation level of the peak of the 2nd level of qi refining, and he was also a first-grade alchemist. Elder, how is Fanner? Xiao Kong had been impatient for a long time and asked quickly. Xiao Ming shook his head and then said, Master, Xiao Fan's injuries are very serious. 13 tendons and veins in his body are broken. At the same time, 7 of them were blasted into charcoal by the power of thunder and lightning. Even the dantian was slightly damaged. With my current alchemy level, I can only refine a few pills at most to control his current injuries and prevent them from getting worse. If you want to fully recover, you need at least 3-grade Peiyuan Dan. Moreover, the most important medicinal material, Peiyuan grass, the older the better. After Xiao Ming finished speaking, he sighed again. He felt that Xiao Fan was useless. Peiyuan Dan above the 3rd grade is simply not something the Xiao family can afford now. When Xiao Kong heard this, although he felt a little sad, he still said, Grand Elder, everything is up to you. Xiao Ming nodded, then shook his head and sighed, turned, and left. The moment Xiao Ming turned and left, Xiao Kong saw that Xiao Fan had woken up, and a smile appeared on his face. But at this moment, Xiao Fan's eyes were dull, and he just stared straight up. He still didn't understand why he lost. Hasn't he endured for so many years just for today? Shouldn't he defeat all opponents today? But he couldn't even block a single move from the opponent. What's the point of years of forbearance? When he thought of this, Xiao Fan's face showed a ferocious look. But then the severe pain in his body made him scream out. Compared to the heavy and unusual atmosphere on the Xiao family's side, the Ji family was in high spirits. Ji Ping, Ji Chang, and many other Ji family members were standing at the gate of the Ji family at this moment. They were here to see Ji Wuchang off. Although Ji Wuchang had just stated that he won the game for the Ji family and would not owe the Ji family anything in the future, Ji Ping and Ji Chang still came to see him off. Ji Wuchang waved his hand, bowed to Ji Ping, and then left without looking back. This bow, his fate with the Ji family ended here. Although Ji Ping and Ji Chang were a little unwilling, they finally sighed and turned back to the Ji family. Ji Wuchang was eager to go home, so he had no mood to stay in the Ji family. Just coming back was also a last phase for Ji Ping. However, there was an extra jade card in Ji Wuchang's arms. The front of the jade card was a big sun, and the back was the 3 words Ji Wuchang. Ji Ping told Ji Wuchang that this was when he met Ji Wuchang that year. The things on Ji Wuchang's body might be related to his life experience. Ji Wuchang was very surprised. It seemed that he didn't have this experience in his previous life. But he didn't think much about it. Now it was most important to return to Changchengmen. Soon, Ji Wuchang left my city and ran towards Changchengmen. Dozens of miles away, Ji Wuchang stopped, frowned slightly, and then said calmly, "Who? Come out?" As Ji Wuchang's voice fell, a woman's figure appeared. Ji Wuchang took a look at the other person and instantly recognized him. It was Xiao Xueqing from the Xiao family, the most hidden person in the Xiao family. Memories of the previous life flooded into his mind, and Ji Wuchang's pupils shrank slightly. If Ji Wuchang remembered correctly, Xiao Xueqing was not from the Xiao family in my city, but from a real big family. When Xiao Xueqing was young, she was fostered in the Xiao family. After Xiao Fan joined the Changcheng sect, she left. When Ji Wuchang heard about Xiao Xueqing later, the other party was already a 6-god realm strongman, and he had just built his foundation. Later, An Kursen mentioned Xiao Xueqing to Ji Wuchang, and the other party had already reached the supreme realm. And at that time, Ji Wuchang was in the Purple Mansion realm. The two of them, one in the sky, the other on the ground, are really a world of difference. "Do you know me?" Seeing Ji Wuchang's expression, Xiao Xueqing was stunned, her face like frost. Ji Wuchang had calmed down at this moment, and then calmly said, "Of course I know her, Xiao Xueqing from the Xiao family. Xiao Xueqing is very beautiful." Ji Wuchang has to admit this, but it has nothing to do with him. Xiao Xueqing's pretty face was filled with anger, and then she calmly said, "You shouldn't have hurt Brother Xiao Fan. Today I want to avenge Brother Xiao Fan." After Xiao Xueqing finished speaking, her aura rose steadily, and a pressure of the peak of the 6th level of Qi refining was revealed. What a joke, are all of you surnamed Xiao so brainless? Xiao Fan wants to step on me to get to the top, how can I give him a chance, why not hurt him? This world is so big, do you Xiao family still want to cover the sky with one hand? Ji Wuchang's expression was indifferent, and his cultivation of the middle stage of the 6th level of Qi refining was revealed, directly confronting Xiao Xueqing. The expression on Xiao Xueqing's face became colder and colder, and there was also a trace of shame and anger. "Take it. If you can beat me, you can leave. Otherwise, the injuries on Brother Xiao Fan will happen to you again." After Xiao Xueqing finished speaking, she flew directly towards Ji Wuchang, crossing her palms like a flying butterfly, and slapped towards Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang snorted coldly, and performed the 8 diagrams wandering dragon step. His body transformed into afterimages, and he clenched his fists and performed the thunder explosion fist. Bang! As their fists and palms met, Ji Wuchang and Xiao Xueqing's bodies shook violently at the same time. They each took 3 steps back, and there was a hint of solemnity in their eyes. "Kill!" Ji Wuchang shouted loudly, his eyes were filled with indifference, the spiritual power in his body surged crazily, and the skin all over his body began to glow with a golden light. Clenching fists with both hands, thunder and lightning surged above the fists, heading straight for Xiao Xueqing. Gold pipe. Xiao Xueqing was surprised when she saw the golden light on Ji Wuchang's skin. This was a scene that could only occur if the acquired realm had been tempered to the extreme. But just for a moment, Xiao Xueqing snorted coldly, and a faint golden light also appeared on her skin. Boom! The two figures collided violently, and the strong wind shattered everything within a few meters around them. In just a moment, the two exchanged hundreds of moves. With a loud bang, Ji Wuchang and Xiao Xueqing flew out at the same time. But at this moment, Ji Wuchang moved, and his body turned in a weird semi-arc shape. He ducked and came to Xiao Xueqing. Before Xiao Xueqing could react, he grabbed Xiao Xueqing's throat and lifted Xiao Xueqing directly up. All this happened so fast that Xiao Xueqing felt a sharp pain in her throat. "If you dare to touch a hair of our young lady, you will definitely die today." At this moment, an old woman's voice sounded, and a terrifying pressure came. The skill that Ji Wuchang just used was also the 8 diagrams dragon step. Although this skill was of a lower level, it was powerful enough for people in the Qi refining realm. When Ji Wuchang heard the old woman's voice, his expression did not change at all, but he looked up and looked not far away. In the distant sky, an old woman stood there, revealing a strong pressure. Soul Division Realm. Ji Wuchang looked at the old woman calmly, and instantly judged the cultivation level of this person. But he could not judge how many levels of the Soul Division Realm. At this moment, Xiao Xueqing's face flushed, and she was ashamed and annoyed, but there was no fear on her face. She just stared at Ji Wuchang with blazing eyes. At this moment, the old woman's body shook, and she instantly came to a few feet away. Let go of our young lady, otherwise you will not be able to leave here alive today. The old woman spoke coldly, but she did not dare to do anything. Ji Wuchang sneered when he heard the old woman's words, and he grabbed Xiao Xueqing's throat with his right hand and exerted a little force. Xiao Xueqing had difficulty breathing, and her face flushed instantly. Bold, aren't you afraid that the Ji family will be exterminated? The old woman's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but there was a trace of worry in her eyes. You old woman, who are you calling bold? You have the guts to say it again? Ji Wuchang's eyes flashed with cold light, and a wisp of green sword energy jumped in the index finger of his left hand, aiming at the center of Xiao Xueqing's eyebrows. This is the Qingyun sword art that Ji Wuchang practiced. Although the power is not very great, it is enough to use it in this occasion. The old woman's face was ashen. He didn't expect that he, a master of the Soul Division realm, would be scolded by a person of the 6th level of Qi refining. At this moment, she was full of murderous intent, but she really didn't dare to do it. If something happened to the young lady, she would definitely die. Ji Wuchang, what do you want to do to let our young lady go? The old woman's voice softened. Although her tone was still cold, she no longer had the domineering attitude she had just now. Ji Wuchang snorted coldly, and formed a seal with his left hand, and a special mark emerged. Before Xiao Xueqing could react, Ji Wuchang directly tapped the mark on Xiao Xueqing's forehead. At the moment when the mark landed on Xiao Xueqing's forehead, a trace of red light shot out from Xiao Xueqing's forehead and connected with Ji Wuchang's forehead. The old woman was horrified and was about to take action. If she dares to move, she will definitely die. Ji Wuchang shouted loudly with a cold expression, which frightened the old woman so much that she stopped instantly and dared not move at all. In the old woman's eyes, anger rose. If eyes could kill, he would have killed Ji Wuchang hundreds of times. Xiao Xueqing stared at Ji Wuchang with anger in her eyes. In just a moment, the red light between Xiao Xueqing and Ji Wuchang's eyebrows disappeared, and Ji Wuchang threw Xiao Xueqing out with a casual throw. Ahem, Xiao Xueqing reached out to touch her neck and coughed a few times, with an extremely complicated look in her eyes. Ji Wuchang, what a trick, he can even master the secret method of same life curse, it's not unfair that brother Xiaofan lost. Xiao Xueqing looked at Ji Wuchang with a cold expression and spoke softly. Although the old woman had guessed it long ago, when she heard the young lady say it, her heart instantly turned cold. The same life curse is a secret method that connects the lives of two people through a secret technique. As long as one party dies, the other party will instantly die. This is a secret method that Ji Wuchang accidentally obtained in his previous life. He has never used it. Unexpectedly, it has come in handy in this life. Ji Wuchang was actually forced to do so. The old woman was too strong and he had no capital to fight against her. Although he has 2 teleportation talismans that can travel thousands of miles in an instant, this cannot completely solve the current crisis. Just now, Ji Wuchang thought for a long time and thought of this life spell. Ji Wuchang knew very well that Xiao Xueqing would never get into trouble. The other party would be one of the strong men in this continent in the future, so he didn't have to worry about the other party's death. In this case, what is he afraid of? Only this can solve the current crisis. Because his cultivation is too low, the life spell he cast can only bind each other's lives for 3 years. But 3 years is enough, he can change a lot of things. Miss Xiao, we are the same. If I don't have any tricks, I will be in your hands today. Ji Wuchang's mouth corners slightly raised, and he pushed back unceremoniously. When Xiao Xueqing heard Ji Wuchang's words, her expression calmed down instead, and she just snorted coldly. Miss, do you want me to catch him back? The old woman looked at Xiao Xueqing and spoke in a deep voice. Old woman, if you dare to touch a hair of mine, I will kill myself immediately. If you don't believe me, try it. When Ji Wuchang heard the old woman's words, he was shocked and spoke quickly, and at the same time, a 6th grade teleportation talisman appeared in his hand. As long as he feels that the situation is not right, he will slip away immediately. When Xiao Xueqing heard Ji Wuchang's words, her eyes were very complicated, and then she said coldly, Ji Wuchang, you are shameless. Just wait for me, I will get this revenge from you sooner or later. After Xiao Xueqing finished speaking, she turned around and left, feeling very puzzled. When the old woman heard what the young lady said, she snorted coldly, flicked her fingers, and a gust of wind rushed straight to Ji Wuchang. With a bang, Ji Wuchang's body flew backwards and hit a big tree directly, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The old woman turned around and left, following Xiao Shuecheng, and the two disappeared in a blink of an eye. Ji Wuchang stood up slowly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. Old woman, I, Ji Wuchang, will remember this grudge and will definitely ask you for it later. After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, a smile appeared on his lips. He knew that he had made the right bet. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating the lucky person Xiao Shuecheng, and reward luck value 100. Just then, the voice of the system sounded in Ji Wuchang's mind. Ji Wuchang was slightly stunned, and then overjoyed. He didn't expect that there would be rewards like this. System, do I get luck value rewards for defeating anyone? Ji Wuchang thought of this question and asked quickly. Master, no. Only those who defeat those with great luck or the son of luck will get luck value rewards. There is no reward for others. Generally speaking, people with luck value above 300 are considered lucky people. When Ji Wuchang heard this, he was a little disappointed, but he soon calmed down. It seems that I am destined to be a villain. Otherwise, how can I get more luck points? After Ji Wuchang figured it out, his eyes lit up instantly. In the last life, I was a good person, but I didn't get any good rewards. I'll be a villain. With the system, I'm afraid of no one. I'll just kill everyone who blocks my way. Ji Wuchang explored the surroundings and found no one following him, so he didn't stop and ran away. Ji Wuchang decided to return to Changshengmen as quickly as possible to avoid more dreams at night. 20 days later, Ji Wuchang stood in front of the mountain gate of Changshengmen, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Finally I'm back, and I'm back intact. Ji Wuchang sighed, and then his eyes lit up. One system, sign in. Ding! Successfully signed in at the gate of Changshengmen, rewarded with 10 years of cultivation. Luck value plus 12. Hearing the voice of the system, Ji Wuchang burst into tears. For these 20 days, he signed in the wild, and the reward was luck value plus 1. As for cultivation, that was impossible. After 20 days, he signed in and got a total of 24 luck points. Feeling a pure spiritual power appearing in his body, Ji Wuchang did not suppress it, and directly operated the purple chi burning heaven art to introduce this spiritual power into his tendons and dantian. With the influx of this spiritual power, Ji Wuchang's cultivation began to rise, and in just a moment, he reached the peak of the 6th level of chi refining. But it's not over yet, and then he directly broke through the 7th level of chi refining and reached the middle stage of the 7th level of chi refining. Improved a whole realm. 10 years of cultivation only improved one realm. To be honest, it was too little. But now Ji Wuchang is no longer the same as before. He has tempered a golden skin through the purple chi burning heaven art, and these days, he is also tempering jade bones. At this moment, Ji Wuchang is constantly expanding the limits of his body. Ji Wuchang glanced at the system panel. Host, Ji Wuchang, Cultivation, Chi Refining Level 7 Middle Stage, Root Bone, Earth Rank Middle Grade, Chi Luck Value, 652, Special Ability, None, System Task, None, the Chi Luck Value is already 652. If there are good things in the future, I should be able to think about them. Junior brother Ji, you are back. Just then, a man walked out of the Changsheng gate and saw Ji Wuchang standing at the gate of the sect. He couldn't help but greet him with a smile. This man's name is Chang Bei. He is the registered disciple of the 4th elder in Shuyao. He and Ji Wuchang were in the Changsheng gate at the same time, and the two of them have some friendship. If it was before, Ji Wuchang would definitely be very enthusiastic. After all, the relationship between the two was still good. But in the previous life, after Chang Bei saw that Ji Wuchang's tendons were damaged, he often belittled Ji Wuchang everywhere and said that Ji Wuchang was useless. Moreover, he often said that Ji Wuchang was a waste and should be expelled from the sect. Later, in a secret trial, Ji Wuchang killed him and let him die in the hands of a group of monsters. At this moment, facing Chang Bei's greeting, Ji Wuchang nodded calmly, and then flew into the sect. Chang Bei looked at Ji Wuchang's departing back and frowned slightly. What a thing, you really think of yourself as a big shot. Wait a few months later, when the big competition comes, see how I beat you. Chang Bei spoke viciously to Ji Wuchang's back, and the expression on his face was completely different from just now. From the first day he entered the Changsheng gate, he was jealous of Ji Wuchang. The other party's root bone is a middle-grade earth-level bone, and he is only a high-grade Xian-level bone, which is too much of a difference. If he hadn't had a chance to break through to the third level of chi refining, he wouldn't have been able to transfer from the outer sect to the inner sect. But why can he only be a registered disciple, while Ji Wuchang is the direct disciple of the third elder Meng Kaihong? He was unwilling to accept it. Therefore, Chang Bei wanted to prove himself, and defeating Ji Wuchang was the best choice. A registered disciple defeated a direct disciple, which was exciting to think about. It would definitely cause a sensation in Changshengmen at that time. Ji Wuchang didn't know that someone was dreaming of youth. Ji Wuchang didn't stop at all and went straight to Shaozhu Peak, which was the mountain where the third elder Meng Kaihong was. It was also the mountain where Ji Wuchang lived. In fact, Ji Wuchang had been out for less than 2 months, but he felt as if he had been in another world. Everything was normal in Shaozhu Peak, but the grass on the mountain was greener. "Fourth junior brother, you're back." At this moment, a man's voice sounded, and his words were gentle, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. This man's name was Zhang Linghong, and he was his second senior brother. The fourth level of foundation building. Upon hearing this voice, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile, and hurriedly clasped his fists and said, "Hello, second brother." Ji Wuchang's smile was sincere. In the previous life, apart from Master Meng Kaihong, this second brother was the best to him. But unfortunately, he didn't come back during a secret trial, but it should be a few decades away. Ji Wuchang kept this in mind and saw if he could help this second brother in the future. Zhang Linghong glanced at Ji Wuchang, then smiled and said, "Junior brother, your cultivation has improved a lot after going out, which is gratifying. Seeing that junior brother's cultivation has improved greatly, I know that this trip must be very smooth." When Ji Wuchang heard this, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Second senior brother has a keen eye, and nothing can be hidden from second senior brother." Zhang Linghong laughed, then said, "Master is still in retreat, fourth junior brother doesn't need to go to master for the time being." When Ji Wuchang heard this, he was slightly stunned. He remembered that when he came back in his previous life, his master had already come out of retreat and successfully broke through to the Soul Division realm. Then Ji Wuchang instantly figured it out. In this life, he traveled day and night, and it only took him 20 days to reach the sect. In the previous life, it took more than a month, and at that time, Master had been out of retreat for 2 days. Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile slightly, and then said, "Master said some time ago that he would retreat to impact the Soul Division realm. This retreat must be a natural outcome. It seems that our Shaozhu Peak will be busy for a few days later." Zhang Linghong smiled and nodded when he heard it. He also knew that Master's retreat this time should be a sure thing. At this time, 2 figures came from a distance, and the person in the lead was quite beautiful. A pair of curved willow leaf eyebrows, thin red lips, and a white and tender little face, with a head of black hair casually scattered, really makes people's eyes bright. This person is In Kursen, Ji Wuchang's senior sister, who has the 6th level of foundation building realm cultivation. The woman with a pair of ponytails behind In Kursen is Ji Wuchang's 3rd senior sister Tai Yujie, who has the 2nd level of foundation building realm cultivation. If it was the previous Ji Wuchang, seeing In Kursen and Tai Yujie, he would definitely come forward to say hello immediately. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang had been a loyal licker of In Kursen and Tai Yujie for decades. Even though he knew that they had a good relationship with Xiao Fan, Ji Wuchang still endured it. But in this life, he won't do that. "Hello, senior sister, third sister." Ji Wuchang spoke calmly. And Kursen looked cold, then nodded calmly and said, "It's good to be back, don't disturb Master's retreat." This was the tone of In Kursen's previous life to Ji Wuchang. Every word she said seemed to have a taste that could not be questioned. Ji Wuchang sneered inwardly and nodded calmly. In his previous life, he liked In Kursen's cold expression, which was in line with the image of a fairy in his heart. Even though he was treated like a dog by In Kursen later, he felt extremely sweet, thinking that the senior sister cared about him. It was not until he saw her lying in Xiao Fan's arms with a smile that Ji Wuchang understood. Apart from secretly hating in his heart, he could do nothing, because his cultivation was much lower than both of them. In this life, he would not be a dog to lick anyone, but only be himself. "Brother, sister, I have been on the road for more than 20 days, so I will go back first." Ji Wuchang clasped his fists calmly, and then turned around and left without waiting for them to speak. And Kursen and Tai Yujie frowned slightly, but did not say anything. Soon, Ji Wuchang came to a house on the north side of Shaozhu Peak. This was his residence, which was relatively remote. Shaozhu Peak is the peak with the least number of people in Changshengmen, and the peak master is naturally Meng Kaihong. Next are her 4 major disciples. There are more than 10 people guarding the medicine field behind them. Although these people are in the inner sect, they are outer disciples. If they perform well, they are likely to join Xiaozhu Peak and become attendants of Ji Wuchang and his 3 senior brothers and sisters. The best result is to become a registered disciple of Meng Kaihong. But this result is very unlikely. Ji Wuchang pushed open the door that had not been opened for nearly 2 months, and there was already a thick layer of dust on the ground. With a wave of Ji Wuchang's hand, a dust-cleansing talisman flew out, and the dust in the whole room dissipated rapidly in an instant. Ji Wuchang's room is very simple, with a bed, a table, a chair, and a futon. Ji Wuchang came to the futon, sat cross-legged, and then took out the pair of boxing gloves he got from the Bai family. It was time to reveal the secrets inside. In fact, Ji Wuchang also took it out for research during the 20 days of traveling, and he had found some clues. Ji Wuchang looked at the boxing gloves in front of him. Without any hesitation, he clenched his right fist and punched the gloves. The power of the 7th level of Qi refining exploded and hit the gloves. A trace of lightning power instantly surged on the fist, forming a thin layer of light shield. With a bang, the light shield shattered, and lightning rushed to Ji Wuchang's hand, burning the surface of Ji Wuchang's fist black. Ji Wuchang looked normal, as if he was not the one in pain. As the spiritual power surged in his body, the charred surface of the fist gradually faded, and after a moment, it returned to normal. Ji Wuchang looked at his fist, and the fist without the layer of light shield became ordinary. On the fingertips of Ji Wuchang's left hand, a wisp of green sword energy jumped. With Ji Wuchang's light stroke, the boxing gloves separated, revealing a small piece of silk inside. Ji Wuchang picked up the silk, and lightning surged on the silk, with lightning runes jumping on it. At this moment, Ji Wuchang understood that the lightning power on the boxing gloves all came from the silk that was only 2 fingers thick. Ji Wuchang's soul power surged from his brows and then wrapped the silk. The moment Ji Wuchang's soul power touched the silk instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared in Ji Wuchang's brows. When the silk appeared again, it had already arrived in Ji Wuchang's soul sea of consciousness. Wind and Thunder Fist, fierce and domineering, as fast as the wind. Jojo relies on wind and thunder for vitality, and when wind and thunder come out, thousands of fists mourn. Words jumped out from the silk and appeared in Ji Wuchang's mind. Ji Wuchang's body shook violently, and his eyes showed an ecstatic look. Ji Wuchang still remembered that after Xiao Fan joined Changshengmen, he participated in the sect competition of Changshengmen a few months later. At that time, his cultivation was the 9th level of Qi refining, but he defeated a Changshengmen disciple who was at the 2nd level of foundation establishment with a set of fierce and unparalleled boxing. This battle made Xiao Fan completely enter the sight of the Changshengmen high-level leaders, and the 5 elders also really devoted themselves to training Xiao Fan. Ji Wuchang can now be sure that it is this set of Wind and Thunder Fist. Compared with the Wind and Thunder Fist, the Thunder Explosion Fist is simply garbage, not even worthy of carrying shoes for the Wind and Thunder Fist. Ji Wuchang hurriedly calmed himself down and received the contents of the silk. After a moment, the silk dissipated, which was the upper half of the Wind and Thunder Fist. Ji Wuchang looked at the other boxing gloves with fiery eyes, and did the same, and soon got another piece of silk from it again. This is the lower half of the Wind and Thunder Fist. There are a total of 10 punches in the Wind and Thunder Fist, but it is not easy to practice. You must open up a special space in your body and then condense the power of wind and thunder. However, this is not difficult for Ji Wuchang, because there is a place in Changshengmen where there is wind and thunder power all year round. This place is the Wind and Thunder Valley of Changshengmen, and it is also the place where many disciples of Changshengmen temper their bodies. The power of wind and thunder in the Wind and Thunder Valley is very strong. Even people in the Soul Division realm dare not go too deep, otherwise there is a risk of falling. Ji Wuchang often went to the Wind and Thunder Valley in his previous life, but he just used your wind and thunder power to temper his body, and never thought about condensing the power of wind and thunder. Ji Wuchang looked at the Wind and Thunder Fist carefully, and then couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. The 9 punches of the Wind and Thunder Fist actually have realm requirements. With his current cultivation in the Qi refining realm, he can practice the first punch only after condensing the power of wind and thunder. Every punch practice in the future must be promoted to a higher realm. The reason is that the wind and thunder power required for each punch of the Wind and Thunder Fist is multiplied on the basis of the previous one. Therefore, only by improving the cultivation level can one withstand that terrible power. Ji Wuchang was not surprised but happy. This is the real peak combat skill he needs. In Tianshan continent, combat skills, and bones are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, black and yellow. Each level is divided into 4 levels: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. Although the silk does not introduce what grade the Wind and Thunder Fist belongs to, Ji Wuchang estimates that it should be a heaven-grade combat skill. Heaven-grade combat skill. This is a field that Ji Wuchang could not touch in his previous life. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang used all his means, and only had one Earth-grade top-grade combat skill, which he regarded as a treasure. Ji Wuchang looked at the scrapped boxing gloves in front of him, and did not feel any pity. Then he waved his hand, and a fireball appeared, engulfing the boxing gloves. In just a moment, the boxing gloves turned into ashes. As the saying goes, blessing and misfortune are dependent, and misfortune and blessing are hidden. Although the trip to my city was dangerous, it was more of a blessing. It's just that Ji Wuchang in his previous life was too confident, or too arrogant, and didn't take the opponents seriously at all, otherwise he wouldn't have been defeated so badly. In this life, he used his advantages to the extreme, which gave him such a rich reward. Ji Wuchang knew very well that Changshengmen was his real blessed land. If he wanted to compete with those real geniuses in the future, he must lay the most solid foundation in Changshengmen. Ji Wuchang thought about it, and then set a small goal for himself in his heart, to condense 10 flawless Dao platforms. The number of Dao platforms is the key to measuring a person's future achievements. Many people think that there are only 9 levels in the Qi refining realm, but Ji Wuchang, who has the memory of his previous life, knows very well that there is another level in the Qi refining realm, which is the 10th level. The 10th level of the Qi refining realm does not exist in the cultivation system, but is a special existence. People with great luck like Xiao Fan could not touch this realm in his previous life, which shows how difficult it is. To reach the 10th level of Qi refining, one condition must be met, that is, to cultivate oneself to the extreme of the 9th level of Qi refining. This extreme includes the physical body, the soul, and the mental state. In layman's terms, it means that the spirit and the physical body reach their peak at the same time. Specifically, it is the golden skin, jade bones and the divine treasure. In this special state, you can touch the realm of the 10th level of Qi refining. You must know that only by reaching the 10th level of Qi refining can you directly condense 10 Dao platforms when breaking through the foundation building realm. In Ji Wuchang's impression, there is a person in the entire Tianshan continent who has condensed 10 Taoist platforms, and it is a woman, but he can't remember who this person is. After Ji Wuchang memorized the key points of the first punch of the Wind and Thunder Fist, he began to close his eyes and practice the purple Qi burning heaven art. The purple Qi burning heaven art is best practiced when the sun rises in the east, when there is a huge amount of purple air poured into the body. But practicing at night also has huge benefits, which can absorb the power of the moonlight and achieve the fusion of yin and yang. Because Ji Wuchang has the experience of practicing in his previous life, he naturally understands these. A night passed quickly, and Ji Wuchang woke up from practice. Then he flew to the roof and waited for the sun to rise. The majestic purple air turned into a torrent and entered Ji Wuchang's body. Ji Wuchang did not hesitate at all and used them all to temper his body. In the last life, he suffered this loss. He blindly pursued cultivation and ignored the body, which made the road narrower and narrower. In this life, you not only have golden skin and jade bones, but also have to temper the divine treasure. Shenzong is a description of the internal organs being tempered to the extreme. The internal organs can create gods and hide the world, so it is called Shenzong. If the golden skin and jade bones are the external appearance of the flesh, Shenzong is the internal appearance of the flesh. Of course, he has not yet started to temper the internal organs, and Shenzong is too far away for him. As the last ray of purple air entered his abdomen, feeling the slow transformation of his flesh, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile. System, sign in. Ding. Changshengmen Zayas Hufeng signed in successfully, and was rewarded with 6 years of cultivation. Luck value +5. The voice of the system sounded, and a pure spiritual power poured into Ji Wuchang's body. Ji Wuchang hurriedly operated the skills and dispersed this huge spiritual power into his limbs. A burst of crackling sounded in Ji Wuchang's body, like a firecracker exploding. From time to time, a wisp of black gas drifted outside Ji Wuchang's body. This was the impurity in his body. Ji Wuchang still has a 5th grade marrow cleansing and vein clearing pill, but he is not in a hurry to take it. Instead, he will wait until he reaches the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining before taking it. Ji Wuchang knows very well that good steel should be used on the blade. Taking it at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining can increase Ji Wuchang's overall strength by 1 level, thus finding an opportunity to reach the 10th level of Qi refining. At this moment, a figure came from a distance. It was the second senior brother Zhang Linghong. Second senior brother, good morning. Ji Wuchang smiled and greeted Zhang Linghong. Zhang Linghong glanced at Ji Wuchang and was slightly stunned. For some reason, he felt that his junior brother seemed to have become much stronger. But after watching Ji Wuchang's cultivation, he felt that it might be his illusion. After all, Ji Wuchang's cultivation had not changed. Junior brother, I am going to the back mountain to practice for a few days. Do you want to join me? Zhang Linghong put aside what he was thinking and said with a smile. When Ji Wuchang heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. He naturally wanted to go to the back mountain. He couldn't wait for that secret realm. If someone took away the things in the secret realm in advance, Ji Wuchang would definitely cry without tears. He was still thinking about finding a reason. Now that the second senior brother asked, it couldn't be better. Okay, second senior brother. Ji Wuchang agreed readily, but in his heart he was thinking that if his guess was right, Chang Shengmen should have completed the recruitment of disciples in my city. I don't know if it will be the same as in the previous life. Xiao Fan worshipped under the fifth elder Tang Yuan. Just when Ji Wuchang was thinking about this, in my city, just as Ji Wuchang thought, Chang Shengmen's recruitment of disciples had ended. Xiao Fan, Ji Bing, Bai Yao and others were selected by Chang Shengmen. But unlike in the previous life, Tang Yuan did not accept Xiao Fan as a disciple. Xiao Fan's face was much gloomier, and the injuries to his tendons and veins were roughly healed. The reason was that a mysterious person sent a pill. In fact, this mysterious person is the old woman next to Xiao Shueching, who brought a 4th grade Yanmai pill. Although this pill is not a special pill for healing tendons and veins, it is quite effective, and it has healed Xiao Fan's tendon and vein injuries by about 90%. In the past few days, whenever Xiao Fan thought of the scene where he couldn't even take a single move from the opponent, his face instantly became ferocious. Although he knew that Ji Wuchang was in Chang Shengmen, he still came. Xiao Fan believed that he was no weaker than Ji Wuchang. Xiao Shueching and the old woman stood on a mountain peak not far away, watching the Eternal Life Gate flying boat gradually move away. They couldn't help but sigh. Miss, what should Ji Wuchang do? The old woman spoke helplessly, because Ji Wuchang planted the fate curse on Xiao Shueching. Although it only lasted 3 years, once Ji Wuchang died, Xiao Shueching was finished. As soon as Xiao Shueching heard about Ji Wuchang, she immediately felt a sharp pain in her neck and it was a little difficult to breathe. This bastard really deserves to be killed. Xiao Shueching cursed secretly, and then said, never mind, let's go home. When the old woman heard this, she couldn't help but become anxious and quickly said, Miss, just in case. Xiao Shueching glanced at the old woman, and then said calmly, such a treacherous person, do you think he can die so easily? I noticed that day that this guy was holding a 6th grade teleportation talisman in his hand. Even if he doesn't threaten with the same fate curse, we can't kill him. Brother Xiao Fan has been holding back for several years and wanted to step on him to get the upper hand, but in the end he couldn't even block a single move from him. Good people don't live long, but disasters last for thousands of years. Therefore, he will not die. Let's go back. He will definitely leave Boyunzu in the future, and it won't be too late to deal with him then. When the old woman heard this, she couldn't refute for a moment and could only nod. Miss, what about Master Xiao Fan? When Xiao Shueching heard this, she couldn't help but sigh, and then said, just leave it to fate. In the dense jungle, 2 figures moved forward slowly. These 2 people are none other than Zhang Linghong and Ji Wuchang. Junior brother, be careful, there are many ferocious beasts living here. Zhang Linghong spoke with a smile, but his soul was constantly detecting the surroundings, very cautiously. Ji Wuchang nodded. The second senior brother was indeed good, he was very good to him no matter in his previous life or in this life. Moreover, Ji Wuchang knew very well that the second senior brother liked the third senior sister Tai Yujie, but he never said it until his death in his previous life. Later, Tai Yujie followed Xiao Fan and became Xiao Fan's little crush. The result was worse than the senior sister. When Xiao Fan encountered a life and death crisis and needed someone to delay so that he could use his secret technique, Tai Yujie was pushed out. The result was that he was chopped into flesh and his soul was destroyed. It was precisely because of this stimulation that the second senior brother later decided to go on an adventure in the secret realm to improve his strength and seek revenge against Xiao Fan. But in the end, he died in the secret realm, and everything was settled. Ji Wuchang couldn't help but sigh when he thought of these things, feeling worthless for his second senior brother. Why bother risking your life for a woman who doesn't love you? Therefore, Ji Wuchang decided to help his second senior brother and rescue him. As for senior sister and third senior sister, let's go as early as possible to avoid harming others by staying behind. If given the chance, Ji Wuchang would kill the 2 of them himself. The misery of his previous life is also inseparable from the 2 of them. At this moment, a rustling sound came from afar, making Ji Wuchang and Zhang Linghong instantly alert. Second senior brother, he should be hunting foxes. Although Ji Wuchang didn't see it, based on his experience in the previous life, he was 80% sure that he was hunting a fox. Hunting fox is a ferocious beast with two tails. This kind of ferocious beast is not big in size. It is usually at the first level, and at most it is only at the third level, which is equivalent to a monk in the Purple Mansion realm. Their fur is very soft and they are very popular among monks. Foxes like to hunt in groups, a bit like wolves. Moreover, they have extremely sharp claws that can easily tear out throats. In addition, they are extremely fast, so they are very dangerous among low-level ferocious beasts. Just as Ji Wuchang finished speaking, a small head appeared hundreds of meters away. It's fox hunting. As this little head appeared, one little head after another appeared, dozens in total. Zhang Linghong's expression became serious and he said, "Junior brother, when we take action later, you should follow me." Ji Wuchang smiled slightly, and then said, "Second senior brother, don't worry, I can still deal with these little guys." After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. This long sword was given to Ji Wuchang by Meng Kaihong when he was his apprentice. Meng Kaihong said it was used by her when she was young and it was a low-grade magical weapon. In the cultivation world of Tianqian continent, weapons are divided into 6 levels, namely treasure weapons, magical weapons, spiritual weapons, holy weapons, and imperial weapons. Ji Wuchang is only at the qi refining realm. Meng Kaihong can give him a low-grade magic weapon, which means he is extremely valued. You know, many people don't even have treasures. The weapon used by Zhang Linghong and the others was also a magic weapon, but it was of a higher grade than Ji Wuchang. It was a middle-grade magic weapon. Both of them were holding long swords in their hands and stood still without moving. Dozens of hunting foxes looked at each other for a moment, then slowly spread out in all directions, forming a semi-arc shape and surrounding the two people. This is a common method for hunting foxes, attacking them from all directions. Ji Wuchang looked at these hunting foxes with lightning eyes. Even though each of them only weighed about 10 kilograms at most, their speed and strength were not small. Second senior brother, the fiery red hunting fox in the middle is their leader. You will focus on dealing with that one later. Ji Wuchang was experienced and immediately identified the leader of this group of guys. As long as the leader of the fox hunting is killed, the rest of the fox hunting will immediately run away. Zhang Linghong was slightly startled. He was also looking for the leader of this group of hunting foxes just now, but he couldn't make a judgment because several of them were very strong. However, the one pointed out by Ji Wuchang was not the strongest one, which made Zhang Linghong quite surprised. But Zhang Linghong believed what Ji Wuchang said. His junior brother was not the kind of person who spoke randomly. "Junior brother, be careful later, I will solve it as soon as possible." Zhang Linghong spoke to Ji Wuchang, and then looked solemn. At this moment, the hunting foxes moved. Dozens of hunting foxes rushed towards the two people from all directions. They raised their sharp claws and jumped high to catch the two people. If Ji Wuchang is caught on the body, even if it is made into golden skin, it will probably be a bloody mess. Their claws are much more powerful than ordinary swords. "Kill!" Ji Wuchang and Zhang Linghong shouted loudly at the same time. Zhang Linghong unfolded the long sword in his hand and slashed it down. The long sword instantly transformed into several sword shadows and struck directly at several hunting foxes. Several hunting foxes screamed in agony, and were chopped into 2 pieces by Zhang Linghong's sword. Blood instantly filled the air. Ji Wuchang's expression was calm, and he kept moving with his feet using the Bagua Wandering Dragon Step. As the long sword in his hand danced, the green sword light jumped and pierced the throat of the jumping fox. The blood bloomed, and the hunting fox fell down, blood spraying everywhere. Ji Wuchang kept walking and leaned back to avoid the throat kill of the 2 hunting foxes. He clenched his left fist and punched a hunting fox in the abdomen, sending it flying dozens of feet away. Dead. Ji Wuchang almost forgot that the fur of hunting foxes is very valuable. If you use their fur to make a cloak, it will definitely be a very warm thing. When Ji Wuchang thought of this, his eyes became more and more fiery. There was a sword light jumping in the index finger of his left hand, and then he pointed it into the eyes of a hunting fox. The sword energy passed through the eyes and crushed the hunting fox's brain, but the fur was intact. At this moment, a strong wind came from behind Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang seemed to have eyes on his back. His body stopped instantly, and the long sword in his right hand was pushed back and pierced directly into the mouth of a hunting fox. As Ji Wuchang's right hand shook, the long sword crushed the hunting fox's internal organs. At this moment, Zhang Linghong had killed more than a dozen hunting foxes in succession and had come to the fiery red hunting fox that Ji Wuchang mentioned. Just as Zhang Linghong was about to make a move, the aura of the fiery red hunting fox rose steadily, instantly making Zhang Linghong change color. This was definitely not an ordinary second-level hunting fox, but a third-level hunting fox. Zhang Linghong's scalp tingled slightly when he thought of this. A third-level hunting fox is equivalent to the existence of the Purple Mansion realm. The location they were at the moment could only be regarded as the periphery of the back mountain. How could a third-level hunting fox appear? Zhang Linghong really couldn't figure it out. But at this moment Zhang Linghong had no time to think. Because level 3 fox hunting was very fast, Zhang Linghong would be in trouble if he waited for the other party to make the first move. Zhang Linghong took the lead and struck out several swords from the long sword in his hand, turning into sword shadows and heading straight towards the hunting fox. The sword technique he uses is also the Qing Yun sword technique, which is a sword technique practiced by everyone in Shaozhou Peak. The sword light roared, the sword energy was flowing freely, and it went straight to the third-level fox hunting. But at this moment, Hunter Fox's body moved and turned into afterimages, disappearing instantly. All the swords that Linghong had slashed were in vain. The sword energy struck the ground nearby, and several deep sword marks instantly appeared on the ground. Zhang Linghong was frightened when he saw the third-level hunting fox disappearing, and secretly screamed that something was wrong. Zhang Linghong did not retreat, but rushed forward directly. The biting wind brushed against Zhang Linghong's back, and a long hole appeared in the clothes on his back. Zhang Linghong was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. If he had been slower, he would have told him right here. Zhang Linghong didn't hesitate at all. With a wave of his hand, a set of inner armor appeared and was put on. Although this set of inner armor can only withstand attacks from the 9th level of Qi refining, it is better than nothing. Then, 3 more small swords appeared in Zhang Linghong's hand. Without any hesitation, with a wave of Zhang Linghong's hand, the 3 small swords flew out in an instant and headed straight for the third-level fox hunting not far away. All of this is actually done in an instant, but he is fast, and the third-level fox hunting is even faster. The third-level hunting fox raised its paw and struck it directly. There was a faint light flickering on its paw, which directly knocked Zhang Linghong's 3 small swords away. Then the third-level hunting fox turned into afterimages and rushed towards Zhang Linghong. Its speed was too fast, far faster than Zhang Linghong's. At this moment, Ji Wuchang was killing several hunting foxes one after another, and he was watching the audience from the corner of his eyes. To be honest, Ji Wuchang's speed is really not as fast as these hunting foxes. But his Bagua wandering dragon step is extremely sophisticated, and he only needs to hold on to a narrow area to become invincible. Therefore, around Ji Wuchang, more than a dozen hunting foxes have fallen down at this moment. Seeing the second senior brother in danger, Ji Wuchang frowned slightly. He did not expect that there was a third-level fox hunter. At this moment, Zhang Linghong groaned. His left arm was caught by the third-level hunting fox. The armor was broken into pieces and his flesh was bloody. The pain made Zhang Linghong turn pale. We can't delay it any longer. Ji Wuchang knew there was nothing he could do, and he couldn't help but reveal a ruthless look in his eyes. Ji Wuchang kept moving with his feet to avoid the hunting fox's attack. His hands formed a seal, and in the palm prints, spiritual power gathered, and a purple ball emerged, with a terrifying aura exuding from the ball. This is the purple gas ball formed by Ji Wuchang's daily swallowing of purple gas in his dantian, and it was brought out by Ji Wuchang at this moment. Although purple Qi burning heaven technique is a skill, it also contains terrifying combat skills. What Ji Wuchang wants to use at this moment is the purple Qi transforming sun in the purple Qi burning heaven technique, which can kill enemies across levels. But once it is displayed, Ji Wuchang's accumulation during this period will be exhausted, and he will need to accumulate purple energy again later. How can Ji Wuchang care so much? Second senior brother's life is at stake. But just when Ji Wuchang was about to push out the purple ball in his hand, a sword energy fell from the sky and directly penetrated the head of the third-level hunting fox. The sudden change made Ji Wuchang and Zhang Linghong stunned at the same time. I couldn't help but look up into the sky. I saw a woman in white standing on a sword in the sky, wearing a veil on her face, and she did not reveal any breath. She just stood there quietly, without speaking, as if she was a world of her own. Greetings, senior sister. Thank you, senior sister, for helping me. Zhang Linghong quickly clasped his fists and spoke with an extremely respectful expression. The eldest sister Zhang Linghong mentioned was naturally not in person, but the real eldest sister of the Eternal Life sect, Jin Miaoqing. The daughter of the headmaster of the Eternal Life sect, Jin Yaotian, has reached the second level of the Purple Mansion realm. Greetings, senior sister. Ji Wuchang was stunned for a moment, and then he hurriedly raised his fists and saluted, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. According to the memory of the previous life, this senior sister Jin Miaoqing will soon leave the Eternal Life sect and travel outside. 100 years later, when the Eternal Life sect was facing a life and death crisis, senior sister Jin Miaoqing, who had not been heard from until now, suddenly appeared, and her cultivation had reached the sixth god realm. Next to her, there is an old man, who is extremely terrifying. With one palm shot, the thousands of people who invaded the Eternal Life sect were turned into blood mist. Ji Wuchang heard Jin Miaoqing call the other party master. But his cultivation was too poor in his last life, and he didn't know where this old man came from. After this time, Jin Miaoqing left with her master, and Ji Wuchang was never seen again. Recently, several ferocious beasts have been fighting for supremacy in the back mountain, causing many ferocious beasts to flee. You should go back to the sect. Jin Miaoqing's cold voice came, and then the sword at her feet flew up, taking her away in an instant. In just a moment, he disappeared without a trace. Zhang Linghong looked at Jin Miaoqing's leading figure with a look of respect in his eyes. This elder sister of the Eternal Life sect has a cold face and a warm heart. Whenever she encounters a disciple of the Eternal Life sect in danger, she will help him. Zhang Linghong never thought that a trip to the back mountain for training would be so dangerous. At this moment, there were no hunting foxes around them. The moment the third-level hunting fox died, all the other hunting foxes ran away. Ji Wuchang had already taken back the purple ball in his hand. It would be better if he didn't have to use it. After all, it was the result of his hard work for more than 20 days. Ji Wuchang saw that his second brother's left arm was bloody and he hurried forward to help bandage it. Little brother, I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to be so dangerous today. Now I'm also injured and need to go back to recuperate. Let's forget about this back mountain training. Zhang Linghong said apologetically. Ji Wuchang smiled and said, Second brother, you go back first. I'll take a look around here. The sect mission this month has not been completed yet. Ji Wuchang naturally couldn't go back. He was going to the secret realm to get treasures. Zhang Linghong frowned when he heard Ji Wuchang's words. He pondered for a moment and said, Junior brother, don't go too deep. Just look at the periphery. As for the monthly sect mission, there are still 10 days this month. If it doesn't work, I will accompany you to complete it. Ji Wuchang was very moved when he heard Zhang Linghong's words, and nodded and agreed. Then the two of them sorted out the battlefield and collected the complete fox hunting. There are also rewards for taking these things to the sect. Zhang Linghong gave Ji Wuchang a few more words before leaving. Watching Zhang Linghong disappear, Ji Wuchang looked around and then chose a direction, his eyes burning. In the dense forest, a figure leaped rapidly. This person was Ji Wuchang. Without the second brother by his side, Ji Wuchang didn't need to hide, but directly used the 8 diagrams dragon step to hurry on his way. As he performed his steps, his whole body kept disappearing between the rapid flashes, and even left a trail of afterimages. The sky darkened unknowingly, and Ji Wuchang found a cave and decided to rest here for one night. The cave that Ji Wuchang found belonged to a second-level black bear. Ji Wuchang negotiated with it in a friendly manner, and the black bear reluctantly agreed. It was just that when the black bear left, it was grimacing in pain. But the black bear didn't leave the cave, because there were 2 little bears in the cave, but reluctantly gave up a place for Ji Wuchang. In fact, the smell of this black bear's residence was not good, but Ji Wuchang still chose it. The reason for this is that Ji Wuchang knew very well that the back mountain of the sect was not a mountain, but a huge mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles. There are all kinds of fierce beasts living here, and the deeper you go, the higher the grade. Choose a cave with living creatures to rest, and don't worry about being disturbed at night, because this is the territory of the black bear. This is the experience summed up by Ji Wuchang in his previous life, and it works every time. Sure enough, one night, Ji Wuchang practiced peacefully without being disturbed. Seeing Ji Wuchang's leaving back, the black bear couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it weren't for taking care of the 2 little black bears, the big black bear would have run away last night. Ji Wuchang took out the silk, checked it carefully, and immediately chose the direction and ran towards the distance. At noon, a small valley appeared in front of Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang compared the silk and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and arrived at the destination. At this moment, Ji Wuchang put away the silk and looked carefully at the valley in front of him. But after a moment, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Although the place was not wrong, the entrance to the secret realm was not marked, and you need to find it yourself. Ji Wuchang walked slowly into the valley. Hearing a hissing sound coming from the bushes not far away, Ji Wuchang raised the long sword in his hand and cut it directly. After the sword flashed, several snakes as thick as arms were cut into 2 pieces. Ji Wuchang didn't even look at it. He walked slowly in the valley, his soul unfolded, and carefully searched every place. In a blink of an eye, an hour passed. The whole valley was checked, but he didn't find anything. Ji Wuchang frowned, his eyes fixed on a dry well not far away, which was the only place that had not been searched. Ji Wuchang came to the side of the dry well, cleaned up the surroundings, and then looked into the dry well. It was bottomless and dark below. Ji Wuchang used his soul to sense it and found that it was dozens of meters deep. Ji Wuchang didn't rush down, but shook his body and ran straight into the distance. Not long after, Ji Wuchang's figure appeared again, and there was a gray rabbit with big ears in his hand. This is not an ordinary rabbit, but a first-level monster with extremely sharp teeth. It can bite off hard bamboo in an instant. Ji Wuchang attached a trace of soul mark to the rabbit, and then threw the rabbit into the dry well below. After the rabbit was thrown into the dry well, it immediately ran around in the dry well, but only a moment later, the rabbit ran in one direction. Ji Wuchang's soul sensed the actions of the rabbit below. After an incense stick, the rabbit ran back again. It was obvious that it ran back and forth from somewhere. Seeing that the rabbit was fine, Ji Wuchang was relieved, and then he flew and jumped directly into the dry well. Although the dry well was pitch black, Ji Wuchang was not an ordinary person, but a chi refiner of the 7th level. His eyes could clearly see things 10 meters away, so this little darkness could not bother him. Sure enough, there was a passage on the left side of the dry well, heading straight to the distance. Ji Wuchang held a teleportation talisman in his left hand and a long sword in his right hand, and walked slowly forward. The passage was very long. Ji Wuchang walked for half an incense stick. Then the front suddenly opened up. It turned out to be a cave with a width of dozens of square meters. In the center of the cave, a skeleton was sitting there. Next to the skeleton, there was a wooden box. Ji Wuchang did not rush forward. He looked around first and found that there was nothing else in the whole cave except the skeleton and the wooden box. Ji Wuchang slowly came to the skeleton and frowned. There was a line of small words in front of the skeleton. Bury my bones, get my secret method, and accept my cause and effect. Although these 12 words are short, they explain some problems, which made Ji Wuchang frown slightly. But after just a moment, Ji Wuchang laughed dumbly. Since I have been reborn, why should I be timid? Just do it. What's the harm if thousands of causes and effects are added to me? Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but feel a little more heroic in his heart. Senior, since you offered to help bury your bones, I will meet your request. After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he swung the long sword in his right hand and stabbed dozens of swords in front of the skeleton. In an instant, the soil flew and a deep pit appeared. Ji Wuchang waved his hand and wrapped the bones that were about to scatter with a stream of energy, and then slowly put them into the deep pit below. Ha! Ji Wuchang was surprised to find that a box appeared where the skeleton had just sat. This box had just been sat under the skeleton. He had used his soul to sense it, but found nothing. At this moment, the box appeared, and Ji Wuchang's soul swept over it, but he couldn't sense it. At this moment, Ji Wuchang looked more solemn. He did not rush to take the box, but buried the skeleton before slowly walking forward. Ji Wuchang looked at the 2 boxes, and gently raised the long sword in his hand. The box that was originally placed next to the skeleton opened, revealing a yellowed scroll inside. There were many special runes on this scroll, and an ancient breath came from the scroll. 100-fold sublimation instant kill technique. Seeing the name on the scroll, Ji Wuchang was very excited. This was something he had been thinking about for a long time. Ji Wuchang grabbed the scroll with his left hand and then unfolded it. Although the cave was pitch black, it did not bother Ji Wuchang. He could see the words on the scroll clearly. The words reflected in Ji Wuchang's eyes one by one, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. This secret technique was so terrible that it could reverse the spiritual power and make the spiritual power soar rapidly in an instant, several times, dozens of times, or even 100 times. Thus, it can achieve instant sublimation, and possess extremely terrifying power and speed. Of course, the premise is that your meridians must be able to withstand this power. Ji Wuchang read the entire secret method and his body trembled slightly. After the secret method is performed, although it will instantly collapse, it can definitely cross the boundary to kill the enemy. It is a top-level method of risking life. No wonder Xiao Fan was able to escape danger many times when he encountered life and death crises in his previous life. This method is really terrible. Just then, Ji Wuchang suddenly found that the words on the scroll gradually blurred and broke together with the scroll. In just a moment, the scroll disappeared without a trace, leaving only a palm-sized silk cloth. Get my secret method, help me kill Zhang Weiyuan, and cancel the cause and effect. These are small words on the silk, and they are all written in blood. Although there are only a dozen bloody words, Ji Wuchang feels a monstrous hatred emanating from it. Ji Wuchang looked at the silk in front of him. He searched the memory in his brain and found that there was no such person as Zhang Weiyuan, which made him feel awe-inspiring. The less memory there is, the more terrifying this Zhang Weiyuan is, because the level of the other party is not something that Ji Wuchang in his previous life can touch. Don't worry, senior, since I have your secret method, as long as I have that strength, I will definitely fulfill your last wish. Ji Wuchang spoke to the bloody silk with a solemn expression. The blood-colored silk seemed to understand what Ji Wuchang said, and it burned automatically, and then turned into ashes. Ji Wuchang breathed a sigh of relief and took the other box away, but he did not open it. Ji Wuchang knew what was inside very well, and decided to open it after returning to his residence to avoid any accidents. System, sign in. Ding. Successfully signed in at the corpse of Fengxing Supreme, rewarded with 10 years of cultivation. Luck value plus 10. Hearing the prompt sound of the system, Ji Wuchang took a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that he had just buried the corpse of a supreme strongman. The supreme realm, that was the existence that Ji Wuchang looked up to in his previous life, the strongest under the saint. Not to mention taking action personally, even the supreme law is a terrifying existence. At this moment, Ji Wuchang had a headache. This cause and effect was big. The enemy who could make a supreme think about it must have a cultivation level of at least above the supreme realm. He was just a small qi refining realm, and there was a huge gap between him and others. At this moment, a pure spiritual power poured into Ji Wuchang's body. Ji Wuchang's mind moved, and he guided this spiritual power into his internal organs, starting the first tempering of his internal organs. With the continuous influx of these spiritual powers, Ji Wuchang could clearly feel that his internal organs were different from before. The heart beat like a drum, and the blood flow rate was significantly accelerated. The liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, etc. were all strengthened, making Ji Wuchang feel like a tiger in his chest, and a strong feeling rose from his heart. Ji Wuchang's eyes were unusually bright. In this life, he was not in a hurry. He wanted to polish his body carefully. He wanted all the golden skin, jade bones, and divine treasures. Ji Wuchang bowed respectfully to the tomb of Fengxing Supreme, and then turned away without stopping. When he met the rabbit on the road, Ji Wuchang brought it out with him. He let it go after he came out. Standing on the edge of the dry well, Ji Wuchang's expression was a bit complicated. He didn't expect it to be so easy this time. He thought he would have to go through some risks. Ji Wuchang sighed. It was sad that a supreme master fell in such a dry well. Ji Wuchang waved his hand, and countless stones and soil flew up and entered the dry well. In just a moment, the dry well disappeared without a trace, and the ground was flat. This was the last thing Ji Wuchang could do for Fengxing Supreme. Ji Wuchang didn't know that the dry well originally had a large formation to cover it, but it was broken in the past 2 days. Otherwise, it would have been discovered long ago. After getting what he wanted, Ji Wuchang didn't stay any longer. After all, his cultivation was still relatively low. For him, the risk factor of this back mountain was still very high. Returning to the sect to practice was the best choice. 2 days later, Ji Wuchang returned safely. Ji Wuchang went directly to the mission hall and handed in several intact hunting foxes and several beast corpses in the storage ring. Ji boy, your cultivation is growing very fast. But don't rush it, pay more attention to the training of your body. An old man looked at Ji Wuchang with a smile on his face. This man is Jing Fengcheng, the person in charge of the mission hall, and the 7th elder of Changsheng sect, with the 7th level of Purple Mansion Realm cultivation. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang was unable to complete the sect's tasks on time every month because of problems with his tendons and veins, and Jing Fengcheng turned a blind eye. So, Ji Wuchang was still very grateful to the 7th elder in front of him. He often gave Ji Wuchang some advice casually, but Ji Wuchang in his previous life didn't take his advice seriously at all. Hearing Jing Fengcheng's words at this moment, Ji Wuchang hurriedly clasped his fists and said, "Thank you for the 7th elder's advice." Jing Fengcheng nodded with a smile, and a teachable look appeared on his face. "I'll give you 2 months' worth of tasks for these things, so you don't have to hand them in next month." Jing Fengcheng took the token from Ji Wuchang's hand, then injected the information and returned it to Ji Wuchang. When Ji Wuchang heard this, he couldn't help but smile. People came into the mission hall from time to time, but many people didn't know Ji Wuchang, so Ji Wuchang naturally didn't say hello. Ji Wuchang clasped his fists to Jing Fengcheng and then left. System, sign in. Ding. Successfully signed in at the Changshengmen Mission Hall, rewarded with 5 years of cultivation. Luck value +5. The voice of the system sounded, making Ji Wuchang happy. As he walked, he operated the purple Qi burning heaven arc to introduce this huge spiritual power into his internal organs and continue to temper it. Jing Fengcheng glanced at the direction where Ji Wuchang disappeared, frowning slightly. He just felt the spiritual power surging in Ji Wuchang's body. What happened? When Ji Wuchang returned to his residence, this pure spiritual power had been consumed. Ji Wuchang looked at the system panel. Nothing else changed, but the luck value increased a lot. Luck value, 671, this time he was out for a total of 5 days, and his luck value increased by 19 points, of which 15 points came from the dry well and the mission hall. Ji Wuchang knew very well that although he signed in every day, the rewards for signing in at different locations were different. In the future, he should try to find some good places to sign in. Ji Wuchang then got up and went to the place where his second brother Zhang Linghong lived. Zhang Linghong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ji Wuchang return safely. After all, it was he who proposed this trip. Second brother, are you okay with your injury? Ji Wuchang came to Zhang Linghong with a smile and said with a smile. Zhang Linghong shook his head and said with a smile, it's okay, you will recover after a few days of rest. I am relieved to see you back. Ji Wuchang smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to speak, 2 figures came from a distance. They were Xiao Zhupik's senior sister in Kursin and third senior sister Tai Yujie. The smile on Ji Wuchang's face disappeared instantly, and his face was as calm as water. Senior sister, 3 sisters, you are here. Zhang Linghong came to the door to greet them with a smile, and his face was very happy. Big sister, third sister. Ji Wuchang greeted them politely but distantly. After all, the superficial relationship still had to be maintained. Moreover, the cultivation of the two at this moment was higher than Ji Wuchang. Unless they were fighting to the death, and he activated the 100-fold sublimation instant kill technique he had just obtained, he was really no match for them. And Kursin and Tai Yujie were slightly stunned when they saw Ji Wuchang was there, and then their faces turned slightly cold. Junior brother, the back mountain is dangerous. Don't easily persuade your second brother to go with you in the future. And Kursin glanced at Ji Wuchang and spoke calmly. Ji Wuchang frowned when he heard it. This was obviously wrong. This trip to the back mountain was obviously proposed by the second brother. Zhang Linghong saw Ji Wuchang frowning, and hurriedly said, Senior sister, I told you that this time I proposed to let the little brother go with me. As soon as Zhang Linghong finished speaking, Tai Yujie spoke. Second senior brother, we know you are kind-hearted and are afraid that junior brother will not be able to complete the SEC mission this month, but the back mountain is really too dangerous recently. If junior brother wants to gain experience in the future, he can go to the mission hall to accept other missions. There is no need to drag second senior brother with him. Ji Wuchang's anger continued to rise. These 2 senior sisters were determined to put all the blame on him. And Kursin glanced at Ji Wuchang, and then continued, Junior brother, your second senior brother is injured, you should come back with him. After all, 1 more person means 1 more care. If your second senior brother is in danger, have you thought about the consequences? When Ji Wuchang heard in Kursin's words, the anger in his heart was suppressed. I am just a rookie at the 7th level of Qi refining, and second senior brother is a person at the 4th level of foundation establishment. If he really encounters danger, staying with second senior brother will become a burden to him. Or it can be said that he is sending his head. My senior sister and third sister are good at tricks. With just a few words, they put all the blame on me. Ji Wuchang's eyes flashed coldly, and then he said calmly, I know what the 2 sisters said. After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he turned to look at Zhang Linghong and said, Second senior brother, you have a good rest, I'm leaving first. After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he left directly. Do you really think I'm still the same as in the last life, and whatever you say is what it is? Wait, I will kill you all sooner or later. Junior brother, Zhang Linghong called out, and when he saw that Ji Wuchang didn't look back, he couldn't help but sigh. Senior sister, junior sister, you shouldn't say that about junior brother, this matter has nothing to do with him. Zhang Linghong glanced at Kursin and Tai Yujie, and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Second senior brother, don't pay attention to him. Look at his attitude. I'm talking to senior sister for his own good. Master is very partial. He actually gave him the long sword he used when he was young. I've asked for it many times. Tai Yujie grumbled and spoke to Zhang Linghong. And Kursen frowned as she looked at Ji Wuchang's back. She felt that this junior brother was very different after going home. In the past, even if she criticized him, he didn't dare to leave directly, but waited until she left before leaving. But just now, he left directly without caring about the feelings of the few of them. And Kursen's eyes showed a trace of anger, which made her attitude towards Ji Wuchang even worse. Ji Wuchang returned to his residence, his expression completely calmed down, and the murderous intent in his eyes also subsided. Ji Wuchang waved his hand, took out the box, hesitated for a moment, and opened it directly. A storage ring lay quietly in the box. Ji Wuchang was very familiar with this storage ring. It was worn by Xiao Fan in his previous life, and Ji Wuchang had seen it many times. Compared with other storage rings, it has an extra circle of light blue luster. But no one in his previous life would have thought that this storage ring contained the beautiful soul of a Supreme Realm Master. Looking at the storage ring in front of him, Ji Wuchang said calmly, "Come out." The storage ring did not react at all. Ji Wuchang was not in a hurry, just looking at the storage ring quietly. He was very patient. "How did you know that I was hiding in it?" Just when the time had passed for almost an incense stick, a cold voice sounded. Then the storage ring floated up, and an almost transparent figure emerged from the storage ring. It was a soul that was close to collapse. Although it was just a remnant soul, the appearance could still be seen clearly. A breathtakingly beautiful face, even if it was just a remnant soul, made Ji Wuchang's eyes dull for a moment. But it was only a moment, and soon Ji Wuchang came back to his senses. His eyes became clear again. The woman was a little surprised. You know, a man who saw her appearance, even if he was in the Supreme Realm, would be stunned for a long time. A small chi refining realm, but he could immediately recover as usual, which made Ji Yaoyao look up to Ji Wuchang. I have a special secret method that can see through all the residual souls. Although you hide in the storage ring, you still can't escape my eyes. Ji Wuchang looked serious and talked nonsense with a serious face. He couldn't say that I knew you existed in my previous life, so he could only talk nonsense. Ji Yaoyao looked at Ji Wuchang calmly. She didn't believe what Ji Wuchang said. Why did you ask me to come out? Also, how is Venerable Fengxing? Ji Wuchang glanced at Ji Yaoyao, and then said calmly, Venerable Fengxing is dead. I buried him, otherwise I would not be able to get what he left behind. Ji Wuchang did not answer the other party's first question. He wanted to see the situation first. When she heard the news of Venerable Fengxing's death, Ji Yaoyao couldn't help showing a trace of sadness in her eyes. Back then, she was killed by Zhan Weiyuan, leaving only the last remnant soul. Venerable Fengxing was furious and fought Zhan Weiyuan, but was seriously injured in dying. Finally, Venerable Fengxing made a decision to nourish this remnant soul with his own body, so that his soul could be preserved. When Ji Yao thought of this, her heart was broken, and she was murderous. But now her condition is only slightly better than the remnant soul. How easy is it to take revenge? Thinking of this, Ji Yaoyao looked at Ji Wuchang, and then calmly said, How about I make a deal with you? Ji Wuchang smiled slightly. His goal was about to be achieved. I wonder what your relationship with Venerable Fengxing is. How should I call you? Ji Yaoyao glanced at Ji Wuchang, and then calmly said, Venerable Fengxing is my bodyguard. As for my identity, I can't tell you for the time being. You can't bear this cause and effect. But you can call me Ji Yaoyao. Ji Yaoyao's words are very direct. To put it bluntly, your strength is too poor. Ji Wuchang looked as usual and didn't feel anything was wrong because of Ji Yaoyao's words. He was indeed weak now. How to trade? Ji Wuchang looked at Ji Yaoyao and spoke calmly. Ji Yaoyao was quite surprised by Ji Wuchang's performance. You must know that even if she was just an illusory soul body, she did not deliberately show any pressure. But when she was alive, she was in the supreme state, and she had a pressure on her. The average person in the chi refining realm would probably have fallen down at this moment. How could he be so calm? But this made Ji Yaoyao very satisfied, because it showed that the person in front of her was not that silly and sweet. I can teach you how to practice and teach you the best combat skills, but I will take half of the spiritual power you practice every day to nourish your soul. Of course, it does have some impact on your cultivation in the early stage, but this situation will not last forever, and it will last for 1 to 2 years at most. In 2 years, I will be able to absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth by myself. Of course, when you become stronger in the future, you will need to help me restore my physical body. What do you think? Ji Yaoyao stated her conditions. Ji Wuchang looked at Ji Yaoyao calmly. He was not surprised at all by the other party's conditions. I can agree, but I have to add 2 conditions. The first one is that if I encounter a danger that I can't solve, you need to lend me your power. The second condition is that we need to sign a fate curse, so that I can be 100% confident in you. This is the condition that Ji Wuchang has thought about long ago, and the fate curse must be signed. In his new life, Ji Wuchang will not leave his destiny to anyone, but must keep it firmly in his own hands. Once the Supreme Realm Soul regains some strength, it will be absolutely terrifying and cannot be defeated by Ji Wuchang. The same fate curse is different. Their fates are connected. When Ji Wuchang dies, the other party disappears into thin air. Sure enough, after Ji Wuchang's words fell, Ji Yaoyao fell into silence. Once the fate curse is signed, there is no possibility of lifting it before time expires, even at the supreme level. Ji Wuchang glanced at Ji Yaoyao, and then said calmly, only when we sign the same fate spell can we truly feel at ease. You don't want me to plot against you, right? When Ji Yaoyao heard Ji Wuchang's words, her face couldn't help but change color slightly. This sentence was said to her heart. With her current strength, even Ji Wuchang may not be able to defeat her. Even if she kills Ji Wuchang, she will most likely be wiped out. Thinking of this, Ji Yaoyao couldn't help but grit her teeth and said, okay, I agree to your request. Ji Wuchang smiled slightly, formed a seal with his hands, and a special mark appeared. With a wave of Ji Wuchang's hand, the mark floated towards Ji Yaoyao. Ji Yaoyao struggled slightly in her eyes, but then gave up and allowed the mark to enter her soul. The moment the mark merged into her soul, a red light shot out and hit Ji Wuchang between the eyebrows. Ji Wuchang felt a pain between his brows, but the expression on his face did not change at all. Ji Wuchang smiled bitterly in his heart. In about a month, he actually signed the same fate curse with 2 women. He himself felt a little weird. Yaoyao, I will provide you with as much spiritual power as possible. Just wait until I notify you and absorb it. After signing the same fate spell, he is one of his own, so Ji Wuchang is not polite and calls the other person by his name directly. Ji Yaoyao frowned when she heard Ji Wuchang's name, but didn't say much. Her remnant soul gradually faded and finally disappeared without a trace. Ji Wuchang picked up the storage ring and put it on his hand. Xiao Fan's biggest cheating device was cut off by him. He wanted to see how Xiao Fan could turn around in this life. When he thought of this, Ji Wuchang felt very good, and then he closed his eyes to practice. At the door of the library, Ji Wuchang stood there with a smile on his face. System, sign in. Ding. Successful sign-in at the Changsheng Gate Library will reward 8 years of cultivation. Luck value +8. The sound of the system sounded, and then a huge amount of spiritual power appeared in Ji Wuchang's body. Yaoyao, absorb it. Ji Wuchang patted the storage ring and spoke calmly. At this moment, Ji Yaoyao was so shocked that she could not speak. This morning, when Ji Wuchang practiced the purple qi burning heaven technique, Ji Yaoyao was already shocked. The power of this technique made her soul tremble. The billowing purple energy seemed to turn into the sun, shining on every inch of Ji Wuchang's flesh and blood. The impurities in Ji Wuchang's body gradually turned into black smoke and dissipated under the billowing purple air. At this moment, Ji Yaoyao wanted to ask Ji Wuchang what kind of technique he practiced. But at this moment, Ji Yaoyao was shocked again. A huge spiritual power appeared out of thin air in Ji Wuchang's body. Ji Yaoyao didn't have time to think too much. She quickly started to use her skills to absorb this pure power. 8 years of cultivation were swallowed up by Ji Yaoyao in just a moment. The originally almost transparent soul body actually became a little more solid at this moment, which made Ji Yaoyao overjoyed. She originally thought that it would take at least several years to reach this state, but she did not expect that she would reach it in one day. This made Ji Yaoyao a little confused. Could it be that during the hundreds of years that she had been sleeping, the world had undergone great changes? Ji Wuchang didn't want to enter the library, he just came here to sign in. Now that the sign-in was completed, he left directly and returned to his own courtyard. After returning to the courtyard, Ji Wuchang began to practice the 100-fold sublimation instant killing technique. This is a great means of counter-killing, and it must be mastered as soon as possible. In fact, he has already started practicing after he got it. In the following days, Ji Wuchang went to each peak to sign in, and gave all the cultivation rewards he got to Ji Yaoyao, which shocked Ji Yaoyao speechless. Now Ji Yaoyao can normally absorb the spiritual power of the outside world, which makes Ji Wuchang relieved. Ji Wuchang doesn't know whether it is because of rebirth that his comprehension has doubled. In just a few days, he has completely mastered the 100-fold sublimation instant killing technique. Ji Yaoyao was also surprised when she knew it. This secret method is the secret of the Fengxing Venerable, and even Ji Yaoyao can't do it. Ji Yaoyao once asked Feng Xingzuan about this secret method, but Feng Xingzuan said that she was not suitable for practicing it, so Ji Yaoyao did not ask again. Ji Yaoyao knew very well that some people could learn secret methods at a glance, while others might not be able to learn them in their entire lives, which was related to their own opportunities. Ji Wuchang was able to practice so quickly, which showed that this secret method was really meant for him. Ji Yaoyao suddenly had a feeling that Ji Wuchang would definitely achieve extraordinary success in the future. Shaozhu Peak is very lively today. Third Elder Meng Kaihong has left seclusion. She successfully broke through to the soul separation realm and became a great monk at the first level of the soul separation realm. In the Eternal Life sect, the strongest ancestor is only at the 9th level of the soul realm, and the leader is at the 6th level of the soul realm. The third elder can break through the soul-splitting realm and can definitely be regarded as a master of the immortality sect. Suddenly, Shaozhu Peak was very lively, and many peak owners came to congratulate. Ji Wuchang's disciples at Zayas Hufeng are naturally even busier, serving tea, pouring water, welcoming and sending guests off are all their jobs. After Meng Kaihong broke through, he became much younger and looked to be in his 40s. When Ji Wuchang saw Meng Kaihong, a look of joy appeared on his face. In his previous life, Meng Kaihong did not ignore him because of his muscle problems. Instead, he went out many times to find medicinal materials and refine elixirs for him. If Incursion had not replaced the 500-year-old Peiyuan grass, the muscles and veins in his previous life would have recovered as before. Later, due to the hostility between himself and Xiao Fan, the relationship between Meng Kaihong and Fifth Elder Tang Yuan became increasingly tense, and they even became enemies. Decades later, when he was out, he was killed by Xiao Fan. But it's funny to say that his two senior sisters believed Xiao Fan's words and said that their master died at the mouth of a 5th-level ferocious beast. It wasn't until Incursion was abandoned by Xiao Fan in the end that she learned the answer from Xiao Fan. This is why Incursion later found Ji Wuchang and cried and repented. Looking at the master in front of him, Ji Wuchang secretly made up his mind that such a tragedy would never be allowed to happen in this life. It took a lot of effort for Zayas Hufeng to regain its composure. All the congratulators left, and the busy work of Ji Wuchang and others came to an end. In the hall of Shaozhu Peak, Meng Kaihong sat at the top, looking at the 4 disciples below with great satisfaction. At this moment, Meng Kaihong looked at Ji Wuchang and his eyes lit up. Impermanence, your cultivation has grown rapidly recently, and you have reached the peak of the 7th level of qi refining. It seems that you have not been lazy during the period of seclusion as a master. As soon as Meng Kaihong's words came out, Incursion and Tai Yujia's faces changed slightly at the same time. Since Ji Wuchang was told by them that time, they have never seen Ji Wuchang again. To be honest, they didn't like this new junior brother very much, so naturally they didn't pay attention to Ji Wuchang's cultivation. When they heard their master click on it, the two of them were surprised, and at the same time, they felt a sense of crisis in their hearts. You know, more than 2 months ago, Ji Wuchang was at the peak of the 3rd level of qi refining, and now he is at the peak of the 7th level of qi refining. This cultivation speed is too fast. Back then, it took them nearly 2 years to break through from the 3rd level of qi refining to the 7th level. Moreover, they also had elixirs to assist them at that time. If compared like this, Ji Wuchang's qualifications and foundation are much stronger than them. Master has a sharp eye. During a recent practice, my disciple miraculously entered a state of enlightenment. When he woke up, he found that his cultivation level had increased significantly. This feeling is really amazing. It's a pity that I tried many times and couldn't find it again. This is the rhetoric that Ji Wuchang had thought of long ago, which can satisfactorily solve the problem of cultivation growth. You must know that enlightenment is the dream state of a cultivator. Not only does one's cultivation level increase rapidly, but one's understanding of skills and combat skills also improves rapidly. Some people can even cross a great realm in an instant because of sudden enlightenment. This is recorded in Tianshan continent. Hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Meng Kaihong couldn't help but smile and said, "This is Wuchang's own opportunity." And Curson and Tai Yujia had looks of envy on their faces at the same time. There was a hint of jealousy deep in the eyes, but the two of them hid it very well. Zhang Linghong smiled and said, "Junior brother's bones are of the middle grade, the best among the 4 of us. As long as you give me time, I'll be able to catch up with you soon." What Zhang Linghong said was true, and he was really happy for Ji Wuchang. Because the three of them were all of low grade. When Meng Kaihong heard this, he couldn't help but smile and nod, and then said, on the way to becoming an immortal, you can't just look at your bones. The most important thing is your own efforts. So, the four of you must not slack off in your cultivation. Immortal cultivators compete with heaven for their destiny and go against heaven. One step first, every step first. Meng Kaihong's words were used to encourage the four disciples, but the effect was not good. Although Enkerson and Tai Yujia agreed on the surface, in fact they were even more unhappy with Ji Wuchang. In fact, from the beginning, they were jealous that Ji Wuchang had better foundation than them, but they couldn't express it clearly. In the previous life, Ji Wuchang's muscles and veins were damaged, and both of them were secretly happy that the original pressure caused by Ji Wuchang disappeared without a trace. In fact, to put it bluntly, everything stems from jealousy. Ji Wuchang was a man of two generations. His eyes swept over Enkerson and Tai Yujia, and when he saw their appearance, he knew they were forcing a smile. He knew the two of them too well and concealed them well in front of the master. Ji Wuchang sneered in his heart, he was not afraid of them at all now. Not to mention the secret technique she mastered, Ji Yaoyao alone could crush them at any time, just like crushing two ants. Now in the sect, Ji Wuchang would naturally not kill them to avoid being discovered. To be honest, Ji Wuchang still attaches great importance to the master-disciple relationship with Meng Kaihong. However, soon, the sect's secret realm experience will begin. In the previous life, his muscles and veins were damaged and he was unable to participate. In this life, he will not miss it. Ji Wuchang remembered that this secret realm only targeted disciples in the Qi refining realm and the foundation establishment realm. In the previous life, Xiaofan got to know Enkerson and the others after the secret realm, and then their relationship became better and better. This time, Ji Wuchang decided to kill them. Even if they didn't die, they would have to lose a layer of skin. Then, Meng Kaihong began to ask the four people one by one, answer their questions, and guide them in their cultivation. In fact, Meng Kaihong treated the four disciples equally, and treated everyone the same. The reason why Ji Wuchang took care of them relatively was because his cultivation was the lowest, so he would occasionally give more guidance. But all this was different in the eyes of Enkerson and Tai Yujia, and it became that the master favored the younger junior brother. Only Zhang Linghong had the most peaceful mentality, thinking that even if the master favored some younger junior brothers, it was reasonable. After all, the master did the same when they were worshipped as masters before. When Ji Wuchang left the hall of Shaozhu Peak, he had a jade slip in his hand. This was a new fighting skill that Meng Kaihong passed on to him. This fighting skill was a finger technique called Broken Jade Finger. This was one of Ji Wuchang's favorite finger techniques in his previous life, and it only had one move. It is better to die in glory than to live in disgrace. The broken jade finger was a symbol of risking one's life. Looking at Ji Wuchang's back as he left, Enkerson and Tai Yujia showed jealousy in their eyes, and their eyes became colder. How could they not know the power of the broken jade finger? They both saw their master use it. With a finger, the mountain shattered and was directly cut off. This scene has been imprinted in their minds and is still unforgettable. Why? They were the first to enter the sect, and their cultivation was even stronger, but the master did not pass this combat skill to them, but passed it to the little junior brother who was at the 7th level of Qi refining. At this moment, Enkerson and Tai Yujia were shouting in their hearts. Their minds have been distorted. Even in their hearts, there was a trace of resentment towards the master, resentment towards the master's injustice. Ji Wuchang naturally would not pay attention to his two cheap senior sisters, they were not worth wasting any energy on him. Thinking of himself in his previous life, he greeted them diligently every morning, and then was driven away by them like a fly. Ji Wuchang could only shake his head and smile bitterly. Licking a dog, licking until there is nothing left. If it weren't for his luck in his previous life, he got the purple Qi burning heaven art in a secret realm, it would be a fantasy to break through the soul division realm. Ji Wuchang sat cross-legged, and he was thinking about the key points of the broken jade finger in his mind. The broken jade finger is very domineering. When performing it, you need to compress the spiritual power in your body crazily to make it extremely condensed. Then input these crazy compressed spiritual powers into the fingertips and merge them with the physical strength to form a mixed force. This force is extremely violent and will explode at any time. Broken jade, here also means explosion. The broken jade finger performed in this way is naturally powerful, but the consumption is also terrible. Almost every time it is performed, it consumes 1/3 of the spiritual power in the body. Of course, this 1/3 is for the current Ji Wuchang. In the future, when Ji Wuchang's cultivation is stronger, the consumption ratio will not be so large, but the actual output power will only be stronger. Ji Wuchang really didn't practice this broken jade finger in his previous life. In his previous life, Meng Kaihong did not pass on the broken jade finger to him because of problems with his tendons and veins, so he could not practice. Instead, he passed it on to his second senior brother Zhang Linghong. But the second senior brother, this little licker, secretly passed it on to his younger junior sister Tai Yujie, who passed it on to Xiao Fan, making the broken jade finger one of Xiao Fan's trump cards. Ji Wuchang had seen Xiao Fan perform it many times, and although he was jealous, he could do nothing about it. The broken jade finger is not a combat skill of the Qinsheng sect, but something Meng Kaihong obtained during her own training. Later, when Meng Kaihong saw Xiao Fan perform the broken jade finger, she was naturally furious and asked about the source of the broken jade finger. But Xiao Fan was protected by the fifth elder Tang Yiyuan, so he had no problems. In the end, only the second senior brother Zhang Linghong was punished. Zhang Linghong was indeed a licker. No matter how the master forced him, he did not give up Tai Yujie. It was because of this incident that Meng Kaihong did not like Zhang Linghong, which led to Zhang Linghong being depressed later. Finally, he felt sorry for his master and went out to practice, hoping to find a combat skill of the same level to present to his master and make up for his mistakes. But this kind of earth-level combat skill is not easy to find. After Tai Yujie's death, Zhang Linghong's heart was filled with hatred. He entered a secret realm for adventure and finally died in danger. Now that the broken jade finger has been passed on to him by his master, everything will be rewritten. Ji Wuchang thought for a moment, and after thoroughly sorting out the method of practicing the broken jade finger, he began to practice. The next morning, Ji Wuchang flew down from his roof, with purple air surrounding his eyes. System, sign in. Ding! Changshengmen Xiaoyun Peak signed in successfully, and rewarded 1 year of cultivation. Luck value +1. Hearing the voice of the system, Ji Wuchang smiled helplessly. This is his third time signing in at Xiaozhu Peak, and the sign-in reward is getting smaller and smaller each time. Next time he signs in, there will probably be no reward. Ji Wuchang guided all the pure spiritual power in his body to his internal organs, and then checked the system panel. Post, Ji Wuchang, cultivation, peak of the 7th level of Qi refining, root bones, earth grade middle grade, luck value, 782, special ability, none, system task, none. Seeing that the luck value has accumulated to more than 700, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but touch his chin with his left hand. During this period, when Ji Wuchang had nothing to do, he would study the system. To be honest, he hasn't finished studying how to use it. Suddenly, Ji Wuchang thought of the thunder explosion fist, and his eyes lit up. System, can I use the luck value to practice the broken jade finger? Master, of course you can. The broken jade finger is a middle grade combat skill of the earth grade, and it consumes a lot of energy. Consume 500 luck points to make the broken jade finger a small success. Master, do you want to use it? When Ji Wuchang heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and quickly said, System, you are not trying to trick me, why is it so high? Master, if you practice the broken jade finger normally, it will take at least half a year to achieve a small success. Compare it, is 500 luck value still high? When Ji Wuchang heard this, his brows frowned slightly, and what the system said was really right. Although he practiced for a whole night yesterday, he couldn't even touch the threshold. If he wants to practice, it will take a lot of time. At this moment, Ji Wuchang hesitated. System, how can I copy other people's skills, combat skills, secret skills, lifespan, bones, etc.? Master, the system will automatically detect and filter out things that are useful to the master, and will give the master a prompt. Since the current luck value of the master is too low, it is better to keep these luck values, otherwise you will miss good things in the future. Hearing the voice of the system, Ji Wuchang was directly numb. This was despised by the system. This made Ji Wuchang speechless. The system reminds the master that the master still has one chance to draw a lottery. Just then, the voice of the system sounded again, which made Ji Wuchang stunned. He really forgot about this matter. System, draw a lottery. Ji Wuchang's voice sounded, and a trace of heat appeared in his eyes. He was looking forward to it, wondering what he could draw in the first draw. Ding, the lottery was successful. Congratulations to the master for getting an epiphany opportunity, the time is half an incense stick. Remind the master that during the epiphany, the master can check his own body, find his own defects, and make up for them. When Ji Wuchang heard this, he was overjoyed. He had just told his master Meng Kaihong yesterday that his cultivation base had skyrocketed because of epiphany. Unexpectedly, epiphany really came today. Without any hesitation, Ji Wuchang quickly sat down cross-legged, and a mysterious state suddenly emerged from his body. Ji Wuchang instantly felt that his spiritual power increased by 100 times and 1,000 times, and his soul grew rapidly, like a giant of 100 feet. Ji Wuchang was stunned, and then suddenly remembered, isn't this an opportunity to find his own flaws? Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang quickly scanned his body with his spiritual soul, and indeed found many problems. First, there are some places on the skin that have not been fully tempered. Although it barely reaches the golden skin, there is still room for improvement. Ji Wuchang did not hesitate to mobilize the spiritual power in his body to start tempering. Then it was the flesh and tendons. Although his body was tempered well and his tendons were unobstructed, there were still slight blockages in some places, and some black impurities were attached to them. Ji Wuchang did not hesitate at all and circulated the spiritual power in his body to remove these black impurities. Then the bones of the whole body were next. Ji Wuchang took a breath of cold air when he saw this. I saw that many of my bones were attached to a lot of black things, and some even had half of the bones black, which made Ji Wuchang's face black. I have used spiritual power to temper bones a lot during this period, but I didn't expect the effect to be so poor. Ji Wuchang hurriedly circulated his spiritual power, wrapped the impurities on the bones, and carefully removed them. Ji Wuchang didn't know that at the moment he fell into enlightenment, the spiritual power of the entire Shaozhou Peak began to become agitated. Almost all the spiritual power gathered towards the courtyard where Ji Wuchang lived, and then entered Ji Wuchang's body like a moth to a flame. This scene naturally alarmed all the people in Shaozhou Peak. Meng Saihon's body flashed and disappeared in an instant. When she appeared again, she had already arrived at Ji Wuchang's residence. Looking at Ji Wuchang wrapped in spiritual power not far away, Meng Kaihong was extremely surprised. Epiphany! Meng Kaihong exclaimed. Yesterday she was a little suspicious whether her disciple was lying. She thought Ji Wuchang might have obtained some opportunities. But now seeing this scene, Meng Kaihong completely believed it. At this moment, 3 figures flew from a distance. They were Enkerson, Zhang Linghong, and Tai Yujie. The 3 looked at Ji Wuchang not far away in surprise, not knowing what had happened. Master, what's going on? Is my junior brother practicing some special skills? Enkerson looked at Ji Wuchang not far away with a look of doubt and asked. Meng Kaihong smiled when she heard Enkerson's words, and then said, Wuchang is not practicing any technique, but has entered a state of enlightenment. When they heard the word enlightenment, the 3 of them were stunned instantly, with different expressions. Enkerson and Tai Yujie showed jealousy. Why? Isn't his physique just a little bit stronger than theirs? Why did he enter a state of enlightenment? Did the master teach him some special technique? Enkerson and Tai Yujie were so jealous that they wanted to step forward immediately and interrupt Ji Wuchang's enlightenment. Zhang Linghong showed a gratified smile on his face, but also a little puzzled, so he turned to Meng Kaihong and spoke. Master, I've heard that sudden enlightenment can make a person's cultivation soar, and at the same time, the original cultivation techniques and combat skills can also be rapidly improved. But from time to time, there is a trace of black air coming out of my body. What's going on? As soon as Zhang Linghong asked this question, Enkerson and Tai Yujie couldn't help but look at Meng Kaihong. They were also puzzled. Meng Kaihong was very happy. As a powerful person in the Soul Division realm, she had a very sharp vision. Your junior brother is tempering his body. I've heard people say that when entering the state of enlightenment, the soul will instantly grow 100 times or even more. At this time, the soul scans itself, as if it has opened a God's perspective, and can clearly see the defects and deficiencies of its body. If it is used to temper the body at this time, the effect is several times better than the marrow cleansing and vein cutting pill. Your junior brother did not use the enlightenment to increase his cultivation and practice the exercises, but used it to temper his body. Your junior brother has a strong character, and his future achievements will far exceed mine. You should get along well with him. After Meng Kaihong finished speaking, her eyes lit up. She felt that if she and Ji Wuchang were in the same place, she would not be able to resist this temptation. At that time, she would definitely put all the enlightenment on cultivation and quickly increase her own cultivation. Meng Kaihong treated her 4 disciples equally, so she did not hide anything when she spoke. But Meng Kaihong didn't know that after she said that, Enkerson and Tai Yujie's faces changed instantly, and they looked towards Ji Wuchang with a hint of resentment. The master was originally the best to them, but everything changed since the arrival of this little junior brother. They felt that everything that belonged to them was taken away by Ji Wuchang. So, from this moment on, they had turned from jealousy to resentment. But since the master was here, they naturally dared not do anything and could only watch it all. Not to mention them, even Ji Yaoyao, who was staying in the storage ring at the moment, was shocked and speechless. She had only been with Ji Wuchang for about 10 days, but she had been shocked by Ji Wuchang again and again. The huge spiritual power that appeared for no reason every day was enough to surprise her, and now she had another epiphany. You know, epiphany has nothing to do with aptitude, it is a mysterious state. Ji Yaoyao, as a powerful person in the Supreme Realm, only had one opportunity for epiphany during her lifetime. But it was also because of that epiphany that her cultivation level advanced by leaps and bounds, and she became one of the strongest geniuses of the Ji family. Unfortunately, she was framed by someone in the family and her whereabouts were revealed. Zhang Wuyuan of the Zhan family led several Zhan family Supreme Realm Masters and set a trap for her. Although he fought desperately to kill several Supreme Masters and even blew up his body, he still couldn't escape, and his soul was cut in half by Zhang Wuyuan. If it weren't for the timely arrival of Feng Xingzuan, who had watched him grow up, and repeatedly used the secret method 100 times sublimation instant killing technique to injure Zhang Wuyuan, he wouldn't be able to save his remaining soul. But Feng Xingzuan suffered an unprecedented heavy blow and couldn't recover. In order to get rid of Zhang Wuyuan's tracking, Feng Xingzuan ignored his injuries, tore the space, and fled with his remaining soul. Then he used the blood of the Supreme to nourish his remaining soul, causing Feng Xingzuan to completely fall, and his soul was destroyed. Ji Yaoyao had already made up her mind that she must cut off Zhang Wuyuan's head and avenge Feng Xingzuan. At the same time, she had to return to the clan and kill those guys who leaked her whereabouts. Looking at Ji Wuchang, who was in a state of enlightenment outside, Ji Yaoyao pondered for a moment, and a major decision gradually formed in her heart. She decided to observe Ji Wuchang for a while. If he had a good character, she would teach Ji Wuchang the Ji family's top fighting skill, Big Sun Divine Fist. This is a top-grade fighting skill of the heavenly rank, the strongest fighting skill of the Ji family. Every punch is like the scorching sun across the sky, domineering and unparalleled. But practicing this skill is very painful. Every time you practice, it's like putting yourself in the flames. It is even more necessary to constantly absorb the essence of the sun, temper the body, and be extremely strong and yang, indestructible. Even in the Ji family, no one can practice this fighting skill to the highest level. This fighting skill is too terrifying. Even people from the Ji family who practice it often die. Ji Yaoyao had practiced it before, but she only dared to practice the first few punches. She didn't dare to practice the rest, otherwise her supreme body would explode. Ji Yaoyao stared at Ji Wuchang. For some reason, she felt that Ji Wuchang might really be able to practice it. But there is no rush now. She is observing Ji Wuchang for a while. Ji Wuchang naturally didn't know what was happening outside at this moment, nor did he know what Ji Yaoyao was thinking. He was completely immersed in the state of enlightenment. The spiritual power in his body was mobilized by him, constantly washing away the black matter on the bones. With the crazy impact of the spiritual power, these black substances continued to fall off the bones, and then turned into a wisp of black smoke and floated out of the body. As time passed, Ji Wuchang felt that the black matter on the bones was getting less and less, and he was very happy. But at this moment, he felt his soul weakening rapidly, which made Ji Wuchang sigh in his heart. He didn't expect that half an incense stick of time would pass so quickly. However, Ji Wuchang knew very well that the black matter on the bones had not been completely cleaned up. Ji Wuchang slowly opened his eyes and saw the master and others not far away. He was stunned and stood up quickly, clasping his fists and said, "Meetings, master." Meng Saihong's body shook and came to Ji Wuchang, with a satisfied look in her eyes. Although the cultivation has not changed, the whole person's temperament is completely different. The skin is golden and restrained, and the body is powerful and full of vitality. Good. Good. Meng Kaihong said too good in succession, showing her inner excitement. Congratulations, little junior brother. Congratulations, little junior brother. Zhang Linghong smiled and said, he was really happy for his little junior brother. And Kursin and Tai Yujia pinched their noses and congratulated Ji Wuchang, but the jealous fire in their hearts had already twisted their hearts. You can tell at a glance that it is the kind of smile on the surface but not on the body. Ji Wuchang was in a good mood at the moment, and regardless of what they thought, he smiled and said, "Thank you, master, thank you, senior brothers and senior sisters." Accidents, all accidents. Enlightenment is something that can only be encountered by chance, and Ji Wuchang saying that it was an accident is not an exaggeration. Meng Kaihong then encouraged Ji Wuchang a few words and turned to leave. As soon as she left, The other three did not stay for too long and said goodbye one after another. After watching them leave, Ji Wuchang began to look at his body carefully. At this moment, Ji Wuchang felt that his body was filled with an explosive force. This force was extremely powerful. If Ji Wuchang faced Xiao Fan at this time, even if he did not use spiritual power, he would be able to knock Xiao Fan down with just the power of his physical body. As the impurities in his physical body were removed, Ji Wuchang felt as if he had been sublimated. He was keenly aware that his perception of spiritual power had reached a higher level. He could feel that the spiritual power seemed to be spinning around him. Is my root bone improved? This thought suddenly popped up in Ji Wuchang's mind, and his eyes couldn't help but get hot. It seems that I should find an opportunity to test it. If it is really an improvement in root bone, it will definitely be a huge gain. In the next 3 days, Ji Wuchang did not leave the place where he lived, and practiced the broken jade finger seriously, but it was a pity that he had not yet entered. Just yesterday, when he asked the system to sign in again, there was no reward. This morning, Ji Wuchang decided to go to a place, Fonlei Valley. This is the most frightening place in Changshangmen, and it is also a place that many people often go to. The place of Fonlei Valley is very special. There are lightning and thunder falling from the sky almost all the time, forming a natural thunder pool here. Originally, according to the rules of the sect, people who enter Fonlei Valley must be above the foundation building realm. At present, Ji Wuchang is at the peak of the 7th level of the Qi refining realm and cannot enter Fonlei Valley. But yesterday, Ji Wuchang went to his master Meng Kaihong, and after soft and hard persuasion, Meng Kaihong agreed to Ji Wuchang's request. The reason why Meng Kaihong agreed was naturally because Ji Wuchang's body was indeed no worse than those in the foundation building realm. When Ji Wuchang came to the entrance of Fonlei Valley, Jia Yuanliang frowned slightly. Jia Yuanliang was the 8th elder of Changsheng sect, with the cultivation of the 7th level of Purple Mansion realm, and managed Fonlei Valley. Greetings, 8th elder. When Ji Wuchang saw Jia Yuanliang, he hurried forward and saluted. In his previous life, Jia Yuanliang was neither good nor bad to Ji Wuchang. He did everything according to the rules of the sect and had a relatively old-fashioned personality. But it was also because of this that Ji Wuchang had a good impression of Jia Yuanliang. It was a pity that Jia Yuanliang didn't live long. If Ji Wuchang remembered correctly, 2 years later, Jia Yuanliang went out and died outside. As for whether he was killed or how he died, Ji Wuchang couldn't remember clearly. Leave quickly, this is not a place for Qi refining realm. Jia Yuanliang has seen many Qi refining realm people like Ji Wuchang who want to visit Fonlei Valley, so he directly drove them away. Ji Wuchang was not surprised and quickly took out a sign. This was the token of the 3rd elder Meng Kaihong. 8th elder, it was my master who allowed me to come to Fonlei Valley for a trial. Jia Yuanliang glanced at the sign, frowned slightly, but nodded. Adapt to the outermost part of the thunder pool, don't go deep, otherwise once the tendons and veins are damaged, it will be too late to regret. Jia Yuanliang gave Ji Wuchang a warning, then waved his hand, and a crack appeared in the barrier that originally covered the Wind and Thunder Valley, just enough for one person to pass through. Ji Wuchang put away the sign, clasped his fists to thank Jia Yuanliang, and then flew into the crack. Jia Yuanliang looked at Ji Wuchang's disappearing back, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then muttered to himself, interesting. At this moment, the scene in front of Ji Wuchang was completely different. There was a thick layer of thunderclouds above the sky, and lightning kept falling from the sky. And below, there was a huge thunder pool, extending into the distance. On both sides of the thunder pool, like cliffs, tens of feet high. One by one, stone stairs carved out by humans appeared on the cliffs on both sides. On both sides of the cliff, there were square platforms, some of which had people sitting cross-legged, with lightning flashing on their bodies. These platforms cannot be sat on casually. The higher you go, the greater the power of the lightning. Only those with higher cultivation dare to sit on them. At the top of the stone platform, Ji Wuchang saw a beautiful figure sitting cross-legged, with a long sword across her knees. At this moment, she closed her eyes, allowing the power of lightning to penetrate her body from the cliff, without any change in her expression. The people around looked at the beautiful figure, and a trace of awe appeared in their eyes. It's her! As soon as he entered the Wind and Thunder Valley, Ji Wuchang heard a thunderous sound in his ears, which was deafening. Hearing this sound again, Ji Wuchang felt very familiar. In his previous life, he often came here and was familiar with everything here. It can be said that this place is where Ji Wuchang has spent the most time. System, sign in. Ding. Successfully signed in to the Wind and Thunder Valley of Changshengmen, rewarded with 10 years of cultivation. Luck value plus 10. Hearing the voice of the system, Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up, and the Wind and Thunder Valley is indeed a treasure land. Ji Wuchang did not hesitate at all, and directly guided this power into the internal organs to temper the internal organs. With the influx of this huge spiritual power, Ji Wuchang felt different instantly. His heart beat very violently, like beating a drum. There was a trace of silver light in the blood flowing out of the heart and blood vessels. The liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys were also stained with a trace of silver light. Blood rushed through the blood vessels, just like a rushing river, and there was a faint roar. Feeling the changes in his internal organs, Ji Wuchang's eyes were unusually bright. In his previous life, it seemed that this feeling could only be felt when he reached the Purple Mansion realm. Now that he has reached the Qi refining realm, he has this feeling, which shows that his foundation in this life is much stronger than in his previous life. Hey! How could a person at the 7th level of Qi refining realm run in? Did he sneak in while the 8th elder was away? At this moment, a man discovered that Ji Wuchang only had the 7th level of Qi refining and shouted in surprise. The man's words instantly attracted the attention of some people around him. Many people stared at Ji Wuchang curiously. You know, the sect has a rule that only people above the Foundation Establishment realm can enter the Wind and Thunder Valley. Niu Lao-san, why don't you sneak in? That barrier can't be easily broken, not to mention the Foundation Establishment realm, even the Purple Mansion realm. If you want to come in, only the 8th elder can let you in. Another man looked at the person who just spoke and smiled. Everyone nodded at the same time and agreed with the man's statement. Another man looked at Ji Wuchang and said with a smile, "This little brother, you are new to Fonlei Valley, don't go deep easily. Feel it at the edge first. If you feel you can't stand it, leave." When Ji Wuchang heard it, he couldn't help but smile and clasped his fists and said, "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." The man nodded, then stopped looking at Ji Wuchang, closed his eyes and continued to fight against the power of thunder and lightning. In fact, the people Ji Wuchang saw at this moment were almost all relatively low in cultivation. Most of them were from the 1st to 4th levels of the Foundation Establishment realm. People with higher cultivation generally don't stay here, they have entered deeper. After all, the power of thunder and lightning there is more concentrated. Ji Wuchang's heart was burning, and then he walked to the left stone wall, found a stone platform at the bottom that was just big enough for one person to sit cross-legged, and sat down cross-legged. Just as he sat down, the stone platform seemed to be stimulated, and a trace of lightning power emerged and entered Ji Wuchang's body. Ji Wuchang felt numb all over his body, accompanied by a trace of pain, and his eyes lit up. It was this feeling he had experienced too much in his previous life. In fact, the people around were watching Ji Wuchang, and they all wanted to see Ji Wuchang's joke. You know, even this platform at the bottom requires the strength of the 1st level of the foundation building realm to resist. Guess how long this little brother in the Qi refining realm can hold on? I don't think it will be more than 100 breaths. I don't think it's that long. When I was just in the 1st level of the foundation building realm, I came here for the first time and couldn't even hold on for 100 breaths. I am very optimistic about these little brothers. I think it should be more than 200 breaths. The people around saw Ji Wuchang in meditation and started to talk. Most of them thought that about 100 breaths was Ji Wuchang's limit. But after a moment, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Because 200 breaths had passed, Ji Wuchang was still sitting there calmly. At this moment, several people felt their faces burning. They had never thought that a junior brother in the 7th level of Qi refining realm was so powerful that he could last so long. At this moment, Ji Wuchang was practicing the Wind and Thunder Fist to condense the power of thunder and lightning. These thunder and lightning that entered his body were gathered together by him using the Wind and Thunder Fist, and gradually formed a round thunder and lightning ball. However, this ball was very small, only the thickness of a little finger. Ji Wuchang frowned slightly, the accumulation speed was a bit slow. Ji Wuchang opened his eyes and then stood up. The people around who were paying attention to Ji Wuchang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this junior brother only lasted about 500 breaths. Although it was against the sky, it was acceptable. The reason why it was acceptable was because there was a big pervert in the sect, that was the sect's senior sister Jin Miaoqing. According to the sect's records, when senior sister Jin Miaoqing was at the 8th level of the Qi refining realm, she also entered the Wind and Thunder Valley and persisted for 2 full hours. This record became the existence that many disciples of the Changqing sect looked up to, and it was a mountain they could not climb. Ji Wuchang's 500 breaths of time were nothing compared to other people's 2 hours. At this moment, many people suddenly looked at each other, because they saw that Ji Wuchang was not going to leave, but continued to walk towards the stone platform above. He went straight through the second stone platform and walked to the third stone platform and sat down. At this moment, the people at the scene couldn't help but widen their eyes and looked at Ji Wuchang in disbelief. Every time a stone platform is raised, the power of thunder and lightning will increase exponentially. At this moment, Ji Wuchang is sitting on the third platform, which means that the power of thunder and lightning he has to face is 4 times that of the first platform. At this moment, many people are numb. This little brother, don't be strong, otherwise you will hurt your tendons and veins. A man hurriedly spoke to Ji Wuchang and reminded Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang smiled slightly and said to the man, "Thank you for your reminder, senior brother, I know it in my heart." After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he closed his eyes, and thunder and lightning appeared on his body instantly. The power of thunder and lightning here is much stronger than before, which makes Ji Wuchang's body tremble slightly. Ji Wuchang was secretly happy in his heart. This intensity of thunder and lightning is just right for him and he can bear it. Ji Wuchang quickly practiced the wind and thunder fist technique, gathering the lightning power that entered his body, and the lightning ball began to grow slowly. Many people stared at Ji Wuchang. They wanted to see how long this junior brother could hold on. But soon, they were shocked, because an incense stick had passed. Then came the second incense stick, the third incense stick. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. At this moment, the Wind and Thunder Valley was instantly shocked. "Oh my God, our sect has already produced a monster. Is it possible that another monster will appear?" "That's right. If there's another one, how can I survive? Does anyone know which peak this junior brother is from? I'm very curious. Can this junior brother break senior sister's record?" Everyone was talking a lot, their interest was high, they spoke one after another, and the expressions they looked at Ji Wuchang changed. At this moment, outside Fonglei Valley, and Kursin and Tai Yujie came slowly. The two of them were originally unwilling to come here, but Ji Wuchang's epiphany stimulated the two of them, giving them a sense of crisis. Neither of them wanted to be surpassed by this junior brother in the future, so after some discussion, they decided to come to Fonglei Valley to practice. As soon as the two of them entered Fonglei Valley, they were instantly confused as to why there were so many people. They had been here before, and although they would meet some people, they were only a dozen or so at most. But now it was so crowded, there were at least 100 people, which made both of them a little confused. "Senior brother, what happened? Why are so many people here watching?" Tai Yujie asked a man. The two of them stood at the end, their sight blocked by many people, and they did not see Ji Wuchang. When the man saw Tai Yujie's pretty face, he couldn't help but blush slightly and spoke quickly. "Junior sister, you don't know that a junior brother who was at the 7th level of chi refining came to Fonglei Valley today. Everyone originally thought he wouldn't be able to hold on for a few breaths, but they didn't expect that he actually held on for more than an hour on the third stone platform. This caused a sensation throughout Fonglei Valley. Everyone is here to watch, wanting to see how long this junior brother can last." The man was at the 2nd level of the Foundation Establishment realm, but when he spoke, his face showed a look of admiration. And Kursin and Tai Yujie were shocked when they heard this. How could they not understand the weight of what this person just said? The two of them couldn't help but squeeze forward, wanting to see who the genius was in everyone's eyes. When the two saw it was Ji Wuchang, they were stunned for a moment. Impossible, how could it be him? There must be a mistake. At this moment, the two of them were filled with jealousy, their faces were extremely gloomy, and there was even a hint of murderous intent in their eyes. "Senior sister is here." At this moment, someone shouted, and a figure flew out of the Wind and Thunder Valley. She wore a veil on her face, and the power of thunder and lightning filled her body. She stepped forward as if walking leisurely, but she jumped several feet. This person is Xin Miaoqing, the daughter of the headmaster of the Eternal Life Sect, the senior sister in the hearts of everyone in the Eternal Life Sect. Xin Miaoqing swayed and stood directly next to the woman at the top of the stone platform. "Greetings, senior sister." The disciples at Fonglei Valley spoke one after another, with fanatical looks in their eyes. Xin Miaoqing nodded in response. Her personality is like this, so the disciples of Changxing are not surprised at all. The moment Xin Miaoqing landed on the stone platform, the woman also opened her eyes, smiled and clasped her fists. "I've seen senior sister. This woman is Huang Wanqiu, the great disciple of Lingjian Peak. Peak cultivation level at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. It's only one step away from the Purple Mansion realm." Xin Miaoqing nodded, then glanced at Ji Wuchang, and was slightly startled, not expecting that she actually knew him. "Wanqiu, how long has it been?" Xin Miaoqing spoke curiously. They play well and talk very casually. Huang Wanqiu smiled slightly, and then said, "Sister, it's been an hour and a half." After Jin Miaoqing heard this, she couldn't help but nodded, and then said, "Can someone finally break my record? I thought I wouldn't be able to see this scene before I left, but now it seems I overestimated myself." Huang Wanqiu smiled slightly, and then said, "Sister, do you still remember what you said back then?" "What words?" Jin Miaoqing was stunned, not knowing why. The man Jin Miaoqing, must be stronger than me. As long as anyone can break the record set by me, Jin Miaoqing, Jin Miaoqing, am willing to be his Taoist companion. Huang Wanqiu imitated Jin Miaoqing's tone and said, with a narrowing look in the corners of her eyes. When Jin Miaoqing heard this, her original calm expression disappeared instantly, and a hint of panic appeared in her eyes. Back then, Jin Yaotian, the leader of the Changsheng sect, wanted to arrange a marriage for Jin Miaoqing, but Jin Miaoqing used these words to stop him. More than 10 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Jin Miaoqing himself had forgotten about it. At this moment, when Huang Wanqiu said it, Jin Miaoqing remembered it. Jin Miaoqing pretended to be calm and said, "What I, Jin Miaoqing, say will naturally count, but the record of Fonlei Valley is just one of them. As long as there is someone who can break all my records at the Eternal Life sect, I will definitely keep my promise." When Huang Wanqiu heard this, she couldn't help but smile. She knew that this was a way for the senior sister to shirk responsibility, and she didn't point it out. "Senior sister, what should I do?" Tai Yujie looked at Incursion, hatred flashed in her eyes. Master Meng Kaihong passed the broken jade finger to Ji Wuchang, making them both secretly hate Ji Wuchang. And Ku's eyes rolled. He knew very well that if Ji Wuchang really broke the record of senior sister Jin Miaoqing, Ji Wuchang would come into the sight of the sect's senior officials. Once you are favored by the senior leaders of the sect, the resources will be tilted. To put it bluntly, when people talk about Zayas Hufeng in the future, no one will remember who they are, only Ji Wuchang. They would never allow this. But with so many people watching, they couldn't do anything. So Incursion thought about it, shook her head at Tai Yujie, and told her to wait and see. Compared to Tai Yujie, who had no brains at all, Incursion was much smarter, otherwise Ji Wuchang in the previous life would not have been deceived so badly by her. Incursion's eyes swept through the crowd, and when she saw a figure, her eyes suddenly lit up. This person was Guigang from Joyang Peak, who was at the second level of the Foundation Establishment realm. The Peak Master of Joyang Peak was the second elder Zhou Yuan, who was at the first level of the Soul Division realm. Anyone in the Changsheng sect knew that the second elder Zhou Yuan had a bad relationship with the third elder Meng Kaihong. The last time Meng Kaihong broke through the Soul Division realm, only Joyang Peak did not send anyone to congratulate. The people of Joyang Peak never wanted the people of Shaozhou Peak to suppress them. So, the moment Incursion saw Guigang, she immediately had an idea in her mind. Kill with a borrowed knife. The two of them couldn't interrupt Ji Wuchang's cultivation at the moment, but others could. Third junior sister, our Shaozhou Peak has produced another genius. I didn't expect that junior brother could persist for so long after entering Fonlei Valley for the first time. If Master knew about this, he would be extremely happy. Master has just broken through the Soul Division realm, and junior brother's aptitude is so amazing. It is definitely a double happiness. And Curson smiled and spoke to Tai Yujie. Her voice was not concealed at all and instantly spread all around. Tai Yujie's mind was spinning slowly. When she heard Incurson's words, she couldn't help but look confused, not knowing what they meant. But people around him started talking instantly. It turns out that he is Zayas Hufeng's junior brother and two senior sisters. Congratulations, congratulations. Next to Incurson, a man spoke immediately, with a flattering smile on his face. This man's cultivation level is at the second level of the Foundation Establishment realm, which is comparable to Tai Yujie's, but he has an active mind and secretly remembers the beauties from all peaks. Although Incurson and Tai Yujie are not the kind of peerless beauties, they are pretty good looking, so naturally some male disciples have a crush on them. Many people around heard that he was from Shaozhou Peak, and many people who knew Incurson handed over their hands. Incurson responded softly with a smile, but his eyes turned to Guigang. Sure enough, Guigang's expression changed instantly when he heard the conversations around him. Recently, the leader of Shaozhou Peak, Meng Kaihong, broke through the soul-splitting realm and became so popular that he had a tendency to overshadow Joyang Peak. If the record set by the senior sister here in Fonlei Valley is really broken, then Zayas Hufeng will definitely be in the limelight again. No, I have to stop this from happening. Guigang made up his mind instantly, and then looked at Ji Wuchang on the third stone platform, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Guigang didn't have the courage to take action blatantly. But Guigang quickly thought of a way. He walked slowly towards the cliff on the side of Ji Wuchang and started climbing. Originally, based on his cultivation level, the first or second platform was the most suitable. But this time Gui Gang directly selected the fourth platform because the fourth platform was already empty at the moment. It is common for a body that is tempered by lightning to endure being unable to hold on and fall off on a stone platform. Gui Gang's idea was very simple. He pretended that he couldn't hold on and fell from the fourth platform. As long as he adjusted his direction, he could hit Ji Wuchang on the third platform. As a result, Ji Wuchang had to fall. And Kurson looked at Gui Gang sitting cross-legged on the fourth platform above Ji Wuchang's head, and couldn't help but reveal a smile. Everything was according to her plan. Tai Yujie finally came to her senses at this moment and looked at Kurson with a look of admiration on her face. Jin Miaoqing looked at Gui Gang and couldn't help but frown. Huang Wanqiu smiled and said, "Sister, it seems that Xiao Zhu Peak is not as harmonious as imagined." Jin Miaoqing couldn't help but reveal a disdainful smile, and then said calmly, "You're just a clown." Huang Wanqiu nodded slightly, glanced at Kurson and Tai Yujie, and a half-smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Ku suddenly felt something in her heart. She raised her head and looked upward. When she met Huang Wanqiu's gaze, she couldn't help but feel a little panicked. At this moment, Ji Wuchang didn't know anything about the outside world. He was doing two things. In addition to condensing thunder beads, he automatically directed part of the thunder and lightning to the bones of his body, and used thunder and lightning to temper the bones. Ji Wuchang could clearly feel that under the weak thunder and lightning, the bones in his body seemed to be slowly undergoing some special changes. From time to time there is a trace of black smoke coming out, which is the black impurities on the bones. Ji Wuchang himself never thought that this method would be really useful. At this moment, a fist-sized thunder bead appeared in Ji Wuchang's dantian. Although it did not look solid, it was indeed filled with the power of thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning that entered Ji Wuchang's body turned into two parts, one of which continuously entered the thunder beads. With this thunder bead, he can start practicing the first punch of Wind and Thunder Fist. Ji Wuchang had extremely high expectations for Wind and Thunder Fist. It's a pity that the purple chi burning sky technique is a fire attribute skill, otherwise he wouldn't have had to gather the power of Wind and Thunder first. At this moment, Ji Wuchang suddenly remembered that Xiao Fan did not practice thunder attribute skills in his previous life, and the skills he practiced were also related to fire attributes. But how he solves the problem of the need to gather the power of Wind and Thunder in Wind and Thunder Fist, I have to go back and think about this. At this moment, a sudden exclamation came. Ji Wuchang felt a strong wind blowing down from top to bottom, heading straight towards him. Ji Wuchang was about to open his eyes when he suddenly felt a powerful force coming from above, directly pushing the strong wind that hit Ji Wuchang into the distance. Ji Wuchang knew that someone was coming to help, so he didn't bother to pay attention. At this moment, everyone in Fenglei Valley exclaimed in surprise. Looking at Gui Gang who fell into the thunder pool and screamed, everyone couldn't help showing a look of gloating on their faces. There was no fool present. Gui Gang had just fallen from the fourth platform and hit Ji Wuchang. The senior sister flicked him away. Everyone at the scene understood that this Gui Gang had evil intentions. Until this junior brother wakes up, no one is allowed to come up to the high platform above the third floor, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Jin Miaoqing spoke coldly, her eyes swept across the audience, and everyone lowered their heads. Yes, senior sister. Everyone spoke one after another with solemn expressions. At the same time, I secretly praised in my heart, senior sister is indeed a senior sister, her magnanimity alone can crush countless people. And Kurson and Tai Yujie lowered their heads at the same time. And Kurson clenched his hands tightly, his nails dug into his palms, and blood flowed down. But Kurson didn't feel the slightest pain, but there was a voice in his heart still shouting crazily. How is that possible? How could senior sister help him? Don't he know senior sister? Damn Ji Wuchang, just wait. Ku was roaring crazily in his heart, and his face was not as calm as before, but a little ugly. Gui Gang's screams continued to sound, and the thunder pool below was by no means a good place for people on the second floor of the Foundation establishment realm. When Jin Miaoqing saw that Gui Gang's face was as pale as paper, she snorted coldly and grabbed the thunder pool below with her left hand. A force acted on Gui Gang, directly lifting him out of the thunder pool and throwing him on the shore. No matter what, this person is also a disciple of the second elder, so he can just teach him a lesson. Gui Gang was twitching all over, with thunder and lightning flashing all over his body, and he looked very miserable. Not long after, Gui Gang finally came to his senses and left Fenglei Valley in despair without daring to say a word. Gui Gang's incident was just a small episode, and everyone then turned their attention to Ji Wuchang. Sister, how long do you think he can hold on? Huang Wanqiu looked at Jin Miaoqing and asked with a smile. When Jin Miaoqing heard this, she couldn't help but shake her head, and then said with a solemn expression, I was on the 4th platform, where the power of thunder and lightning was stronger. If he can last for 3 hours, he will be as good as I was for 2 hours. When Huang Wanqiu heard this, she couldn't help but nodded and agreed with the senior sister's statement. Time flies, and more than an hour has passed. Ji Wuchang is still sitting there motionless. At this moment, everyone present is completely numb. Big sister, it's been 3 hours. Huang Wanqiu said, with a complicated look in her eyes. Jin Miaoqing nodded, then glanced at Ji Wuchang, and then said calmly, he is better than me. Huang Wanqiu trembled instantly when she heard this. This sentence is very valuable, because it comes from the mouth of Jin Miaoqing, the first genius of Changshengmen. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It was the 8th elder Jia Yuanliang. Jia Yuanliang had already learned about Ji Wuchang from the disciples who left, so he came in to see. Greetings to the 8th elder. Jin Miaoqing, Huang Wanqiu and others saluted Jia Yuanliang. Jia Yuanliang nodded slightly, then smiled and said, Miaoqing girl, you have met your match. Jin Miaoqing smiled slightly, and a strong confidence was revealed from her. 8th elder, I have created many records in the sect. Let's wait for him to break them one by one. Besides, he is just a rookie in the qi refining realm now. It's not that easy to catch up with me. Jin Miaoqing's words spread all around. When the disciples of Changsheng sect heard it, they all looked in admiration. This is the eldest sister in their hearts, always so domineering and confident. Jia Yuanliang was just joking. He didn't think Ji Wuchang could be compared with Shun Miaoqing. Jia Yuanliang glanced at Ji Wuchang, and then said, disperse, it's time to practice. I will pay attention to this kid. I want to see how long he can last. Everyone nodded at the same time when they heard Jia Yuanliang's words. Then some of them left Fenglei Valley, and the other part began to find a place to practice. And Kurson took Tai Yujie and left directly. She was embarrassed to stay here. Jin Miaoqing also nodded to Huang Wanqiu, and left Fenglei Valley with a shake of her body. As for Huang Wanqiu, she sat cross-legged, with the long sword still on her knees, and closed her eyes to practice. At this moment, at the gate of Changshengmen, the head of Changshengmen Jin Yaotian, accompanied by the 2nd elder Zhou Yuan and the 3rd elder Meng Kaihong, stood there, waiting quietly. At this moment, a huge broadsword appeared not far away, with dozens of figures standing on the broadsword. The leader was a man with a machete on his back. All the people behind him were almost dressed the same, except that they were carrying different machetes. Zhao Sandao, I haven't seen you for 10 years, and you are still the same. Jin Yaotian smiled and spoke to the leading man, looking relaxed. Jin Yaotian, take my knife first. Zhao Sandao laughed loudly, his body shook, and he flew up from the broadsword. The broadsword on his back jumped up and was grasped by his right hand. Zhao Sandao did not hesitate at all, raised the broadsword, and slashed Jin Yaotian 3 times in a row. This is not one knife, it is clearly 3 knives. 3 blade lights surged in the wind, spanning dozens of feet in an instant, and came directly to the sky above Jin Yaotian's head, and then the 3 blades merged into one and slashed down. The sharp blade light made a sharp explosion sound in the air. The blade had not arrived, but the huge pressure had already descended. Zhou Yuan and Meng Saihong's faces changed drastically at the same time, as if there was an extra mountain on their bodies. Jin Yaotian laughed, and with the waving of his sleeves, the huge pressure disappeared instantly. Zhou Yuan and Meng Kaihong breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Although the pressure was not directed at them. But Zhao Sandao was a strong man of the 5th level of the Soul Division realm, and he was really not something they could contend with. Jin Yaotian looked at the big knife falling from the air, put 2 fingers of his right hand together to turn into a sword, and then stabbed it out with a sword. If Ji Wuchang was here, he would definitely recognize this sword technique, the Qing Yun sword technique, which is the most basic sword technique of the Changsheng sect. But at this moment in Jin Yaotian's hands, the feeling of performing it is completely different. A sword thrust out, as if hundreds of swords were thrust out at the same time, and the sword lights continued to collide with the big sword slashed by Zhao Sandao. Dang dang, the swords and swords clashed continuously. Finally, the shadows of the swords and swords disappeared at the same time. Jin Yaotian did not move a step from beginning to end, while Zhao Sandao slashed 3 swords in a row, and the winner was immediately determined. No more fighting, I can't win. Zhao Sandao laughed, and the big sword in his hand flew up and returned to the scabbard on his back. Jin Yaotian laughed, and then said, Master Zhao, please. Zhao Sandao nodded, walked side by side with Jin Yaotian, and entered the Changsheng Gate. Soon, the news that the people of the Big Knife Pavilion arrived at the Changsheng Gate spread immediately. At the same time, it was also reported that this time Master Zhao of the Big Knife Pavilion brought many disciples, including those in the Purple Mansion realm, the Foundation Establishment realm, and the Refining Qi realm, to have a friendly exchange with the Changsheng Gate. Enhance the friendship between the disciples. As the news spread, the entire Changsheng Gate became lively, and everyone started to discuss this matter. In the Changsheng Gate Hall, Jin Yaotian sat in the main seat, and the second elder Zhou Yuan, the third elder Meng Kaihong, the fourth elder Yin Shuyao, the seventh elder Jing Fengcheng, the eighth elder Jia Yuanliang and Jin Miaoqing sat on both sides. Jin Yaotian smiled and said, "Everyone knows about it. This competition is not only a competition, but also a redistribution of resources. The Purple Mansion realm match will be handed over to Miaoqing. The opponent's cultivation is equivalent to yours, and you should be able to deal with it." Jin Miaoqing stood up when he heard it, and said calmly, "Father, don't worry, I will definitely win this match." Several elders did not have any objections to this, because this competition was only for juniors, and there were strict age restrictions. Jin Miaoqing is currently the #1 member of the younger generation in the Changsheng sect. If she takes action, she will naturally not lose. Jin Yaotian smiled and nodded, and then continued, 5 people are needed for the Foundation Establishment realm. As for the candidates, I have tentatively selected Huang Wanqiu and Zui Yan. Let's discuss the remaining 3 together. Zui Yan is the disciple of the second elder Zhou Yuan. His cultivation level is similar to that of Huang Wanqiu. They are both at the peak of the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Speaking of which, Zui Yan and Huang Wanqiu are quite miserable. They are the same age as Jin Miaoqing, but they are suppressed by Zhen Miaoqing. Now Jin Miaoqing has entered the Zifu realm, widening the gap again. After hearing this, several elders couldn't help but think about it. Although they want to recommend their own disciples, this is no joke. Third elder Meng Kaihong said directly, "Headmaster, among the elders, I recommend Kai Ping." When everyone in the hall heard the word Kai Ping, they couldn't help but have a strange look on their faces. Kai Ping is Jin Yaotian's disciple, with an 8th level cultivation in the Foundation Establishment realm. But this person has been threatening to marry Jin Miaoqing. Jin Miaoqing was so angry that she was beaten up some time ago. Now I don't know if she has recovered. As soon as Kai Ping was mentioned, Jin Miaoqing's face instantly darkened. She really hated this junior brother. If it weren't for my father's sake, I would have killed him with one sword. Jin Yaotian glanced at Jin Miaoqing, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Speaking of which, this matter is all his fault, otherwise the trouble would not have come to the point where his daughter would have to run away from home. Back then, Kai Ping's father was also an elder of the Eternal Life sect. He died trying to save Jin Yaotian in a secret realm. After Jin Yaotian returned to the sect, he accepted Kai Ping as his direct disciple and joked, "I will marry my daughter to Kai Ping in the future." Unexpectedly, Kai Ping took it seriously and called Madam when he saw Jin Miaoqing. Jin Miaoqing was so angry that she gritted her teeth and beat Kai Ping again and again, until Kai Ping howled like a ghost. Later, Kai Ping finally dared not call her Madam anymore, but his entanglement with Jin Miaoqing still did not stop. Not long ago, Jin Miaoqing came back from training in the back mountain. Kai Ping had just broken through the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. His confidence soared and his old ways sprouted again. Jin Miaoqing struck hard, hitting Kai Ping so hard that he vomited blood and suffered serious injuries. Almost the entire sect knew about this, so everyone subconsciously ignored Kai Ping just now. But now that Meng Kaihong mentioned it, the other elders couldn't help but nod at the same time, thinking of Kai Ping's cultivation. Seeing everyone's agreement, Jin Yaotian couldn't help but nod. Then 2 more people who were on the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm were recommended, and 5 places in the Foundation Establishment realm were confirmed. After the quota for the Foundation Establishment realm was determined, Jin Yaotian looked solemn and said, "The most important thing in this competition is the Qi refining realm. In this split of the Spirit Stone veins, the Qi refining realm accounts for 50%, the Foundation Establishment realm accounts for 40%, and the Purple Mansion realm accounts for 10%. So, think about it, everyone, how to recommend the 5 places for the Qi refining realm competition." Jin Yaotian's words made everyone present look solemn, and everyone began to think. The division of the Spirit Stone veins mentioned by Jin Yaotian just now is the Spirit Stone veins jointly developed by Changsheng sect and Dedeo Pavilion. The income from spiritual stones here accounts for 40% of the income of the entire Eternal Life sect, so it is the top priority. In previous years, the Eternal Life sect occupied 60% and the Dideo Pavilion occupied 40%. But every 20 years, the two sects will have a competition and re-establish the distribution proportions based on the results of the competition. This is definitely a major event for the Eternal Life sect. Pei Yuanqing, the great elder of the Eternal Life sect, is in charge of the Lingshire mine all year round. This shows the importance of this vein. Sect Master, Elders, Chen Boyu, Duan Junsheng, and Fan Huajun are all at the 9th level of qi refining. There should be no doubt that the three of them will participate. As for the remaining two people, we need to think about it carefully. After all, every competition is related to 10% of the sect's profits. The second elder, Zhou Yuan, spoke calmly. Zhou Yuan's words were recognized by everyone. These three are all good candidates in the qi refining realm, but they don't know how many Dao platforms the Foundation establishment realm can gather. I think Huang Guangwen can participate. Although he is at the peak of the 8th level of qi refining, he is also a physical practitioner, and his combat power is not much weaker than Chen Boyu and the others. The 7th elder, Jing Fengcheng, spoke. Huang Guangwen is a disciple of the 7th elder, and everyone has heard of his fighting prowess. After all, the opponent has repeatedly challenged Chen Boyu and the three of them in the sect. Although they all failed in the end, they still persisted with hundreds of moves. Jin Yaotian nodded, and then said, "These 4 people have been decided. Is there anyone who can choose the last one?" Upon hearing this, all the elders closed their eyes and began to think deeply. "I recommend someone." At this moment, Jin Miaoqing spoke calmly. When Jin Yaotian and the elders heard this, they couldn't help but look at Jin Miaoqing, very surprised. You know, they have never heard of Jin Miaoqing admiring someone. Jin Yaotian looked at his daughter with a smile, and said with a smile, "Miaoqing, tell me, I am very curious, which little guy in the qi refining realm can enter your Dharma eyes?" The elders were also very curious and looked at Jin Miaoqing. Jin Miaoqing pointed at the 3rd elder Meng Kaihong, and then said, "I recommend the 3rd elder's disciple Ji Wuchang." As soon as Jin Miaoqing's words came out, most people in the venue were shocked, including Meng Kaihong, who were all surprised. At this moment, the 8th elder Jia Yuanliang said with a smile, "This little guy is indeed interesting, and I think he can do it." Jin Yaotian, Zhou Yuan, Yin Shuyao and others were all surprised when they heard the 8th elder speak. Jia Yuanliang did not hide anything and told what happened in Fenglei Valley. When everyone heard it, their eyes lit up. Zhou Yuan glanced at Meng Kaihong thoughtfully. Although he had a lot of unpleasantness with Meng Kaihong, he would not play tricks on such matters. Jin Yaotian thought for a moment, and then said, "Is your cultivation level at the 7th level of qi refining realm a little low?" Jin Yaotian's words made everyone think deeply. After all, every competition is related to 10% of the profit, which is more than 1 million in spiritual stones. Yin Shuyao glanced at Jin Miaoqing, and then said, "I have a compromise suggestion, arrange for a person at the 8th level of qi refining realm to compete with Ji Wuchang. If he can defeat the opponent, the quota will be given to him." The 4th elder's suggestion is a good one. Although I am Ji Wuchang's master, to be honest, I don't know much about his combat power. Meng Kaihong said with a smile. What Meng Kaihong said was actually a way of protecting Ji Wuchang. After all, every competition is related to 10% of the income from the spirit stone veins. It would be fine if he wins, but if he fails, it will definitely have an impact on Ji Wuchang. If a competition can be arranged first, Ji Wuchang will have a guarantee. There's nothing to say about defeating that. Winning means that his place is unanimously recognized by everyone, and everyone has nothing to say. Jin Yaotian saw everyone nodding, and then smiled and said, "Okay, let's do it. Wait until Ji Wuchang comes out of Fenglei Valley, bring him here. I am also curious about what the person who can break the record of Miaoqing Fenglei Valley looks like." Jin Yaotian's words made many elders envious, secretly praising Ji Wuchang's good luck. Not only was he personally recommended by the eldest sister, the first genius of the sect, but he was also remembered by the headmaster. No matter what the result is, Ji Wuchang has earned it. He has left an impression in the hearts of many elders of Changshengmen. At this moment, Ji Wuchang didn't know this. He found that the stone platform on the 3rd floor could no longer meet his needs. He just led the power of thunder and lightning to the bones of his whole body, and many black impurities were removed, but some were very stubborn. Ji Wuchang opened his eyes helplessly, and there was a trace of thunder and lightning in his eyes. Seeing Ji Wuchang finally wake up, many people at the scene finally breathed a sigh of relief. This guy is not a human, he actually persisted for 4 hours. Huang Wanqiu also opened her eyes and looked at Ji Wuchang below, with admiration in her eyes. At this moment, everyone found that Ji Wuchang stood up and walked up slowly. Damn, what is this guy doing? Does he feel unsatisfied and want to challenge a higher stone platform? People who followed Ji Wuchang immediately noticed Ji Wuchang's movements, and some people exclaimed. Huang Wanxiu, who was about to slowly close her eyes, also looked at Ji Wuchang in surprise. Is this guy really going to challenge the fourth platform? In the surprised eyes of everyone, Ji Wuchang came to the fourth platform, sat down cross-legged, and told them the answer with practical actions. At this moment, many people in Fonlei Valley became less and less calm. They looked at Ji Wuchang as if they were looking at a little monster. You must know that the fourth platform corresponds to those who have cultivated at the fourth level of the foundation establishment realm. Seeing Ji Wuchang's eyes closed and thunder and lightning pulsating on his body, everyone knew that all this was true. In an instant, someone spread the news here. Huang Wanxiu took a deep look at Ji Wuchang, and then slowly closed her eyes again. As soon as Ji Wuchang sat down, he instantly felt a numbing pain in his body. The power of thunder and lightning here was at least twice as strong as that on the third floor. Ji Wuchang was instantly overjoyed. He introduced the power of thunder and lightning into the bones of his body, allowing the power of thunder and lightning to temper the black impurities on the bones. Silks of black smoke kept coming out, making Ji Wuchang feel happy. As time went by, Ji Wuchang slowly felt that the bones all over his body had changed. The originally white bones seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. This layer of mist gradually thickened, making it seem like there was an extra layer on top of the bones. This layer is similar to lard, which has a special oily luster after solidification. At this moment, Ji Wuchang suddenly felt an explosion sound coming from the bones in his body. As the first blasting sound came, and then one after another, this sound came from every bone in the body. This is bone noise. Ji Wuchang was ecstatic in his heart, and his bones screamed, also known as bone transformation, similar to a fish jumping over a dragon's gate. The sound of bone ringing is the most beautiful sound in the human body. It is the purest sound after all the impurities on the bones have been removed. This sound is like a baby falling to the ground and crying, announcing that he has entered this world. The sound of bone chirping announced an event. The jade bone was formed. A total of 206 rings made Ji Wuchang feel wonderful. The strength of the human body comes from the bones throughout the body, which are the cornerstone of strength. Without the support of bones, everything is a joke. After the 206 rings ended, Ji Wuchang instantly felt that his body was filled with a terrifying power. This power is so strong that, based on Ji Wuchang's experience in his previous life, he can blast a person at the 9th level of qi refining even with the power of his physical body alone. In the world of cultivating immortals, many people practice physical training and pay more attention to the exercise of muscles and tendons. There is nothing wrong with this kind of exercise, it can only be said to be superficial. The real source of power is the bones. The bone marrow in the bones creates blood. The blood rushes throughout the body and transforms the whole body. Therefore, the external ultimate of body refining is bone refining. The innermost is also the practice of refining the internal organs, that is, tempering the internal organs. Ji Wuchang opened his eyes. He had never thought that this trip to Wind and Thunder Valley would yield such a big harvest. Golden skin, jade bones, and divine treasures, he has already completed 2 of them. Moreover, there is a flashing thunderball in his dantian, which means that he can practice Wind and Thunder Fist. Ji Wuchang's heart burned when he thought of the terrifying power of the Wind and Thunder Fist. Ji Wuchang ignored everyone's gazes, walked slowly down, and then left Fonlei Valley. This little pervert finally left. He actually persisted on the 4th platform for more than an hour. He is really a pervert. Seeing Ji Wuchang go away, many people in Fonlei Valley couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were really beaten by Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang, who was in a good mood, was stopped by the 8th elder Jia Yuanliang as soon as he left Fonlei Valley. Ji Wuchang, come with me, the headmaster wants to see you. Ji Wuchang was confused and didn't know why the headmaster wanted to see him. In the previous life, I and the headmaster were like 2 parallel lines, with no intersection at all, just seeing each other from a distance a few times. Could it be that his rebirth and return caused the butterfly effect? Or perhaps the incident in Fonlei Valley spread and was known to the leader. Ji Wuchang couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. However, in his impression, the headmaster finally died in the hands of his disciple Kai Ping. The Eternal Life sect was eventually taken over by Kai Ping, and many senior officials of the Eternal Life sect died tragically. But Kai Ping had a good relationship with Xiao Fan. It was with Xiao Fan's support that Kai Ping was able to succeed. Later, Ji Wuchang left the Eternal Life sect and did not pay attention to the affairs of the Eternal Life sect. But later he vaguely heard something. Senior sister Jin Miaoqing sent someone to kill Kai Ping. But he doesn't know the specific situation. Standing on Jia Yuanliang's flying sword, the two quickly arrived at the main peak of the Immortality sect. Ji Wuchang regretted it in his heart. Today's sign-in was used up in Fenglei Valley. Otherwise, if he signed in at the main peak, he would definitely get a big reward. At this moment, in the main hall of the main peak, Jin Yaotian and the elders have not dispersed and are still discussing some details. Jin Miaoqing sat quietly below and listened quietly. With Jin Miaoqing's temperament, she would have left a long time ago. But Ji Wuchang was recommended by her, so she decided to stay and take a look. After all, if Ji Wuchang loses, she will be embarrassed. But just now Huang Wanqiu sent her a message and told her what happened in Fenglei Valley, which gave Jin Miaoqing confidence. When Ji Wuchang and Jia Yuanliang arrived, everyone looked at Ji Wuchang and began to look at him. Ji Wuchang looked around the whole place and was slightly surprised. He naturally knew everyone present. Disciple Ji Wuchang greets the headmaster, the elders, and the senior sister. Ji Wuchang bowed and saluted, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant. Jin Yaotian looked at Ji Wuchang and saw that Ji Wuchang was not at all panicked when he saw them, so he nodded secretly. This demeanor alone proved that Ji Wuchang was different from other disciples. Ji Wuchang, tomorrow our Changsheng sect will hold a contest between disciples with Dadao Pavilion. Miao Qing recommended you. But this contest is extremely important to the sect, and it is related to the allocation of resources for the next 20 years. To be on the safe side, we arranged a person at the 8th level of Qi refining to compete with you. If you win, this place will be given to you. I will also give you a certain reward. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Jin Yaotian did not drag his feet at all, and directly introduced the reason for the matter. In fact, when he just came, Jia Yuanliang briefly revealed some of it. At this moment, as soon as the headmaster introduced it, Ji Wuchang immediately understood what was going on. This is definitely a good thing for him. Just when Ji Wuchang was about to speak, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! The master is detected to be at the selection point, and the system task is released. Accept the challenge, defeat the people of Dadao Pavilion, and initially become famous in Changsheng sect. The shorter the time to complete the system task, the richer the reward. When Ji Wuchang heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. If he hesitated for a second longer, it would be disrespectful to the system and himself. Disciple will obey the arrangements of the master. Ji Wuchang clasped his fists and said. Meng Kaihon looked at Ji Wuchang with a little worry, but did not say much. When Jin Yaotian heard Ji Wuchang's words, his eyes showed appreciation, and then he laughed and said, Okay. Young people should be brave enough to accept challenges. 7th Elder, go and bring Li Jiwen. Jing Fengcheng nodded and left in a hurry. Just a moment later, a strong man was brought by Jing Fengcheng. This person was Li Jiwen. Li Jiwen had a strong body. Although he was wearing clothes, his muscles bulged on his body. It was obvious that he was a body refiner. His cultivation was the late 8th level of Qi refining. Disciple Li Jiwen greets the master and the elders. Li Jiwen bowed, but his eyes looked at Ji Wuchang, and a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. A person at the 7th level of Qi refining realm dares to challenge him. I will definitely teach him a lesson later. Jin Yaotian nodded, and then said, You all know the matter. The winner will represent the sect to participate in the competition with the Big Knife Pavilion tomorrow. I will also give you a small prize. If any one of you defeats the other party today, I will reward you with 10 middle grade spirit stones. According to the conversion, 10 middle grade spirit stones are equivalent to 100 low grade spirit stones, but in fact, there are more than that, equivalent to 110 low grade spirit stones. Ji Wuchang didn't expect there would be such a good thing, and his eyes lit up instantly. He is now preparing to impact the 10th level of Qi refining. Although he has left a marrow cleansing and vein cutting pill, it is not safe. With these 10 middle grade spirit stones, plus more than 100 low grade spirit stones on hand, this way, the chance will be greater. Then everyone came directly to the outside of the hall, while Ji Wuchang and Li Jiwen stood on the square. This scene naturally attracted some people's attention, but seeing the headmaster and the elders present, no one dared to come over to watch, just watching from a distance. Li Jiwen glanced at Ji Wuchang, grinned, and then said, My junior brother, my fist is very heavy, even the peak of the 8th level of Qi refining may not be able to take it. I think you should admit defeat, so as not to get hurt later. Ji Wuchang looked at Li Jiwen quietly, and then a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Senior brotherly, I don't know if your fist is as powerful as your mouth. Li Jiwen's face sank instantly when he heard it, and then the momentum on his body rose steadily, and the momentum of the late 80% of chi refining was undoubtedly revealed. With the full display of his cultivation, his body became stronger and stronger, almost equivalent to 2 Ji Wuchang. Python Bull Fist. Li Jiwen shouted loudly, clenched his right fist, and his muscles bulged one by one, and punched Ji Wuchang. When his fist was thrown out, there was a special layer of light on it, and at the same time there was the roar of a python bull, with extraordinary momentum. Seeing this punch, all the elders present nodded slightly. Even if they were at the peak of the 8th level of chi refining, they had to use all their strength to catch it. Ji Wuchang felt the wind of the fist whistling towards him and nodded secretly. If he had not reached the jade bone, he would have needed to go all out and use the thunder explosion fist to resist. But now, this force is too weak for him. Ji Wuchang did not hesitate at all, clenched his right fist, and punched out without any fancy moves. With a bang, 2 fists, one large and one small, collided in the air. Ji Wuchang's face was normal, while Li Jiwen's face showed a look of pain. At this moment, Ji Wuchang's body shook and he threw himself directly into Li Jiwen's arms. Before the other party could react, he punched Li Jiwen's stomach directly with his left hand. A scream came, and Li Jiwen flew backwards and hit several feet away. His right hand was shaking constantly, and his face was sweating profusely. His face was slightly twisted in pain. Jin Yaotian and the elders were all stunned. They saw clearly what Ji Wuchang had just done. It was because they saw it clearly that they were shocked. Because Ji Wuchang was using pure physical strength. Jin Miaoqing's originally slightly tense body relaxed instantly. Although Jin Miaoqing was also optimistic about Ji Wuchang, she had never seen Ji Wuchang take action, so she didn't know how powerful Ji Wuchang was. But at this moment, she knew that Ji Wuchang's combat power was higher than she had imagined. Third Elder Meng Kaihon was also relieved. She was also very surprised. She didn't know how Ji Wuchang could have such a strong body. As for Li Jiwen, no one was paying attention to him at this moment. This is the world of immortal cultivation. It is very realistic and cruel. Jin Yaotian laughed and said, Ji Wuchang, not bad. Keep up the good work tomorrow. After Jin Yaotian finished speaking, he waved his hand and 10 middle-grade spirit stones appeared in front of Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang was not polite at all and took the 10 middle-grade spirit stones directly, then clasped his fists and said, Thank you, Master. Jin Yaotian nodded, then looked at Meng Kaihong and said with a smile, Third Elder, train him well, maybe my Changsheng sect will have a senior brother. When Meng Kaihong heard this, a bright smile instantly appeared on her face, and she said with a smile, Master, don't worry, I finally met a good seedling. All the elders looked at Ji Wuchang. They knew very well that Ji Wuchang was remembered by the Master. If Ji Wuchang performs well tomorrow, he will definitely be trained by the sect. Ji Wuchang walked slowly to a place not far from Jin Miaoqing, clasped his fists and said carefully, Thank you, senior sister. Jin Miaoqing looked calm, and then said lightly, Fight well tomorrow, don't embarrass me. Ji Wuchang nodded hurriedly when he heard it, and couldn't help but laugh and cry in his heart. This senior sister's words are really different. Ji Wuchang returned to Shaozhou Peak at the same time as Meng Kaihong. Wuchang, do you want me to teach you a fighting skill, and you can practice it well tonight? Meng Kaihong had been thinking about this all the way, so she spoke as soon as she arrived at Shaozhou Peak. Ji Wuchang shook his head upon hearing this, then smiled and said, Master, you can't understand much in one night. Besides, Master just taught me the broken jade finger not long ago, and I haven't gotten started yet. I can't chew too much. As for tomorrow's competition, Master, don't worry. As long as the opponent is in the chi refining realm, I won't lose. Meng Kaihong nodded after hearing Ji Wuchang's words and dispelled her inner thoughts. Then you have a good rest tonight, and you can fight tomorrow with confidence. It doesn't matter even if you lose. With Master here, you will have more resources in the future. Master is now in the Soul Division realm, and I still have the ability to protect my disciples. When Ji Wuchang heard this, he was very moved and his eyes were slightly red. In his previous life, his tendons and veins had problems, but his master Meng Kaihong never despised him and ran around to find medicinal materials for him. At this moment, Ji Wuchang secretly decided that he would work hard to practice and never let the tragedy of his previous life happen again. Master, don't worry, I know. Meng Kaihong gave Ji Wuchang a few more instructions and then turned and left. Ji Wuchang returned to his residence and did not enter the room. A special light flashed in his eyes. Ji Wuchang recalled the practice method of the first punch of the wind and thunder fist in his mind. This punch is called Wind and Thunder Change. Wind and Thunder Change is the first punch of the Wind and Thunder Fist, which mobilizes the wind and thunder power in the body to form the momentum of the Thunder Fist. Ji Wuchang has deduced this punch many times, and he is actually familiar with it in his heart, but he still thinks about it carefully before practicing to avoid mistakes. Ji Wuchang closed his eyes and experienced it carefully. After a moment, Ji Wuchang opened his eyes, and there was a flash of lightning in his eyes. Wind and Thunder Change. Ji Wuchang shouted, clenched his right fist, and the thunderball in his dantian rotated. The thunder and lightning power surged from the thunderball and instantly entered Ji Wuchang's tendons. Ji Wuchang felt the slight pain in his tendons, and his expression became more solemn. Ji Wuchang did not hesitate at all. On his right fist, the light of lightning flashed, and he punched directly on a 10,000 gene boulder several feet away. Boom! A violent vibration sounded, and the 10,000 gene boulder broke into pieces, turning into countless rubble flying in all directions. Ji Wuchang swallowed his saliva, and he was shocked. There were traces of lightning jumping on those broken stones. Where the fist hit, it was even charred. This was only the first punch, and the power was so terrifying. Ji Wuchang estimated that even a person at the first level of the foundation establishment realm might not be able to take his strong and domineering punch. If he took it head-on, he would definitely be seriously injured. But the problem was that he was only at the peak of the 7th level of qi refining. Ji Wuchang knew that his strength was completely different from that of his previous life. What kind of boxing is this? It's very domineering. Ji Yaoyao's voice sounded in Ji Wuchang's ears, and her voice also revealed a look of surprise. Wind and Thunder Fist. Ji Wuchang did not hide it and told Ji Yaoyao directly. The two of them signed a life curse, so Ji Wuchang was not afraid that Ji Yaoyao would know something about him. Moreover, Ji Wuchang knew very well that Ji Yaoyao was a great treasure of his, but he had not had time to develop it yet. At this moment, several figures flew over, and they were Meng Kaihong, and Kurson, Zhang Linghong, and Tai Yujie. Wuchang, are you okay? Meng Kaihong glanced at the stones scattered around and asked quickly. Ji Wuchang was quite embarrassed, as he had just forgotten about it. Master, I just tried a combat skill, and it made a lot of noise. Meng Kaihong was relieved when she heard it. And Kurson and Tai Yujie looked at the master, and then at Ji Wuchang, and their faces instantly darkened. From the scattered stones around, it can be seen that this combat skill is very powerful. At this moment, the two felt that Meng Kaihong was biased, and at the same time, they became more and more dissatisfied with Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang would not pay attention to these two brainless sisters, and greeted the second brother Zhang Linghong. When he saw the master leave, he immediately went into his room. With a bang, the door closed, directly isolated from the outside world. And Kurson and Tai Yujie frowned, and then turned around and left without saying anything. The next day, there were crowds of people on the big square of the main peak. Thousands of disciples from Changsheng sect showed up one after another, and many of them had already grabbed seats last night to watch today's exciting competition. When Meng Kaihong and the 4 disciples showed up at the main peak, the place was already crowded. But Meng Kaihong naturally had a seat, and her seat was at the front of the viewing platform. As for Kurson and others, they could only find a place to watch by themselves. Kurson, you guys find a place by yourselves. Meng Kaihong said calmly. And Kurson and the others nodded, then turned and left. Suddenly, Tai Yujie turned around with a frown, looked at Ji Wuchang, and then said calmly, Junior brother, why don't you leave? Ji Wuchang had a calm expression, just glanced at Tai Yujie, and had no intention of speaking at all. When Tai Yujie saw Ji Wuchang's expression, she was very angry, and felt that Ji Wuchang was increasingly looking down on them. Wuchang is not with you, she can just stay with me. Meng Kaihong said calmly. And Kurson and Tai Yujie were stunned when they heard this. They didn't know that Ji Wuchang was going to participate in the competition. At this moment, and Kurson's heart was filled with endless anger. She was the eldest disciple of the master, and she was the one who had to follow him. Why did this little junior brother have to do it? And Kurson lowered her head to prevent the anger in her eyes from being exposed. But her fists were slightly clenched, showing her inner restlessness. Meng Kaihong didn't notice this and took Ji Wuchang straight to the viewing platform. Ji Wuchang glanced at Tai Yujie calmly, with a hint of disdain in his eyes, and then followed behind the master. Senior sister, look at him. Tai Yujie just opened her mouth and was interrupted by Kurson shaking her head, and then left expressionlessly. Although Tai Yujie was very unhappy, she didn't say anything else. Among the 3 people, only Zhang Linghong had a calm expression. He didn't think there was anything wrong with this. As the eldest disciple of Xiaozhu Peak, Curson was quite pretty, so there were naturally lickers around her. Seeing Curson and the others coming, a man waved frantically not far away. He had already helped to occupy the position. This position was very close to the competition stage, and he could clearly see the fight on the competition stage at that time. Ji Wuchang glanced at the slightly fat figure, and there was a trace of pity in his eyes. This little fat man was the disciple of the sixth elder Yuzhen, named Fang Shuiao, and his current cultivation was the third level of the foundation building realm. The final ending was very tragic. In a secret trial, in order to protect Curson, his dantian was broken, and he became a useless person, and left Changshengmen sadly. Ji Wuchang still remembered that when the little fat man left, he had come to Xiaozhu Peak and asked to see Curson. But he waited from day till night, but Curson did not show up, and the little fat man finally left in disappointment. Ji Wuchang still remembers the little fat man's back when he left. He was young, but his back was hunched. But Ji Wuchang never thought of helping the little fat man. After all, the relationship between the two in their previous life was just ordinary. Moreover, because of Curson, the little fat man became Xiao Fan's little follower. Senior sister, master is too partial. Among the four of us at Xiaozhu Peak, it is not his turn to follow master. It is senior sister who should follow him. Tai Yujie spoke angrily. Her words simply spoke to Nku's heart. Junior sister, master must have her considerations in doing this. As disciples, how can we discuss it behind the scenes? After Zhang Linghong heard this, he frowned and said. Although Zhang Linghong liked Tai Yujie, he was straight-tempered and respected his master, so he immediately retorted. When Tai Yujie heard this, she became even more angry and wanted to refute, but Curson glared at her and did not dare to speak. Third junior sister, don't discuss this matter. Junior brother started late, so master should take more care of him. Curson spoke calmly, his face expressionless. When Zhang Linghong heard this, he nodded quickly and agreed. What the senior sister said is that we should give in to the junior brother. When Tai Yujie heard Zhang Linghong's words, her nose almost became angry. At this moment, Tai Yujie even had a grudge against this second senior brother. When Fang Shuiao saw something was wrong, he quickly smoothed things over and said with a smile, Senior brother, senior sister, what's the point of standing up there? Don't even dare to move. We are still together. With Fang Shuiao's help, Curson and Tai Yujie no longer mentioned the matter, but Tai Yujie was becoming more and more displeased with Zhang Linghong. At this moment, the fourth elder Yin Shuyao, the sixth elder Yuzhen, the seventh elder Jing Fengcheng, the eighth elder Jia Yuanliang, and the ninth elder Li Zhenfeng have all appeared on the viewing platform. Looking at sixth elder Yuzhen, Ji Wuchang had a trace of murderous intent in his eyes, but it disappeared instantly. Yuzhen is in charge of the punishment hall of the Changsheng sect. If the disciples of the sect make big mistakes, they need Yuzhen to execute them. But in the previous life, Yuzhen favored Xiao Fan. Under Xiao Fan's deliberate provocation, Ji Wuchang had a fight with Xiao Fan. Naturally, Ji Wuchang was defeated and was injured by Xiao Fan. Yuzhen didn't care about right and wrong. He said that Ji Wuchang bullied the new disciple, so he ordered someone to give Ji Wuchang 50 lashes, which left Ji Wuchang's skin and flesh bruised. As for Xiao Fan, he closed his door and thought about his past for 3 days. Ji Wuchang will remember this all his life. Another thing is that after Meng Kaihong died, Yuzhen directly occupied Xiaozhu Peak and drove Ji Wuchang and others out. These two things combined made Ji Wuchang not have the slightest fondness for Yuzhen, and he was also on Ji Wuchang's must-kill list. Of course, not to kill now, but to wait until his cultivation level improves. As for the ninth elder Li Zhenfeng, he is an alchemy madman who doesn't care about anything and only focuses on alchemy. The current elixirs of the immortality sect are almost all from the elixir peaks managed by the ninth elder. At this moment, the second elder Zhou Yuan came. Behind him was a man with a calm aura. It was his eldest disciple Zuoyan. Zuoyan and Ji Wuchang both stood behind their respective masters. Zuoyan turned around and glanced at Ji Wuchang, his expression as calm as water. There is a hint of inexplicable meaning in the eyes. Ji Wuchang nodded slightly to Zuoyan. The two of them didn't have much interaction in the previous life, so Ji Wuchang's attitude was relatively calm. Zuoyan didn't respond, and then turned his head away from looking at Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang didn't care, but he always felt that there was something different in the way Zuoyan looked at him. Senior sister is here. Senior sister Huang is here. At this moment, the entire Changsheng sect disciples cheered. I saw two beautiful figures standing on a long sword not far away. The leading woman is dressed in purple clothes, noble and elegant. Although he was just standing there calmly, there was a natural confidence emerging from him. She is of course Xin Miaoqing. Behind Xin Miaoqing is a woman wearing bright yellow clothes, carrying a long sword on her back, which is equally bright and moving. But against the backdrop of Xin Miaoqing's powerful aura, she always felt a little lower. She is Huang Wanqiu of Spirit Sword Peak. The elders of the Eternal Life sect came in front, and the expressions of the disciples were dull. But at this moment, with the appearance of Xin Miaoqing and Huang Wanqiu, the whole scene exploded instantly. Many people stared obsessively at the two beautiful figures in the sky, with deep awe in their eyes. Zuoyan's originally closed eyes slowly opened at this moment, looking at Huang Wanqiu with a strong fighting spirit. When Zuoyan looked at Xin Miaoqing, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and then he sighed. He was scared. Ji Wuchang glanced at the two people and looked at the cheering disciples around him, and a smile appeared on his lips. The Eternal Life Gate at this time is still very harmonious. The charm of this girl Miaoqing is far superior to that of us old guys. The second elder, Zhou Yuan, smiled and spoke. As soon as his words came out, the other elders laughed. Second elder, aren't you also envious of Miaoqing? Fourth elder Yin Shuyao smiled and spoke. The second elder, Zhou Yuan, laughed and said, it's not just envy, but also nostalgia. When we were young, we were very high-spirited. At that time, my cultivation level was very low, but I still dared to point out the country and speak out heroic words. Now that my cultivation has improved, I find that the pride of the past is no longer there. All I think about every day are all the trivial matters between the sect and the disciples. It seems that you are really old, so you cherish the past so much. As soon as Zhou Yuan's words came out, all the elders fell into silence at the same time. Isn't that true of them? The master has arrived, the master of Dideo Pavilion has arrived. Just then, a loud shout spread throughout the venue, and a big knife flew from a distance, with dozens of figures standing on it, led by Zhao Sandao. Not far from the big knife, two figures appeared at the same time. The two figures were led by Jin Yaotian. And behind Jin Yaotian was his disciple Kai Ping. The moment these people appeared, Ji Wuchang fixed his eyes on Kai Ping. This man will kill Jin Yaotian in the future and become the head of Changshengmen. Although Jin Miaoqing sent someone back to kill him later, Jin Yaotian had already turned into dust. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang rarely saw Kai Ping. After all, the two were not people of the same level, and his tendons were damaged, so Kai Ping would not even look at him. Ji Wuchang saw that although Kai Ping followed behind Jin Yaotian, his eyes were fixed on Jin Miaoqing, and his eyes were extremely hot. Ji Wuchang saw a strong possessive desire in his eyes. Could it be that Kai Ping's personality change later was related to Jin Miaoqing? Ji Wuchang couldn't help but guess secretly in his heart, thinking that this was really possible. In Ji Wuchang's memory of his previous life, Jin Miaoqing seemed to leave in the next few days, and it would be 100 years before he came back. When Ji Wuchang thought of the grudges and entanglements, he had a headache, and he was too lazy to care. Greetings, Master. All the people of Changsheng sect bowed to Jin Yaotian, their attitudes were extremely respectful. Jin Yaotian stood on the high platform at this moment, looking at the thousands of disciples below, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Zhao Sandao stood beside Jin Yaotian, looking at the powerful Changsheng sect, and a trace of envy appeared in his eyes. Master Zhao, we won't waste time, let's start the competition. How about starting from the Qi refining realm? Jin Yaotian smiled and spoke, his expression relaxed. Zhao Sandao smiled slightly, and then said, Master Jin, I thought of a competition rule temporarily. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Jin Yaotian laughed loudly, and then said domineeringly, Master Zhao, just tell me. Zhao Sandao smiled slightly, and then said, each Qi refining realm will send 5 people, 1 person at a time, and the winner will stay and continue the competition. The loser will send people to fight until all 5 people on the other side are defeated. The winner will get 35% of the resources, and the loser will get 15% of the resources. What do you think? Jin Yaotian understood as soon as Zhao Sandao explained. He glanced at a man in the big knife pavilion who was as strong as a tiger, and instantly understood Zhao Sandao's plan. But at this moment, in front of all the disciples of the Changsheng sect, he had to agree, otherwise he would not dare to accept the challenge. Since Master Zhao wants to compete like this, how can I be afraid of Changsheng sect? I will follow Master Zhao's will. Hearing Jin Yaotian's agreement, Zhao Sandao couldn't help but laugh, very happy. The conversation between the two was not concealed at all, and it spread throughout the venue. Ji Wuchang's eyes were also fixed on the direction of the big knife pavilion at this moment. He saw that the 5 Qi refining realm of the big knife pavilion were very strong. 4 of them were at the 9th level of Qi refining, and 3 of them reached the peak. Another one was at the peak of the 8th level of Qi refining. Jin Enting, Xianzhua, Li Hao, Lin Yuzhen, Lu Yangzhan, the 5 of you come out. At this moment, Zhao Sandao spoke directly. As his voice fell, 5 figures took a step forward. Among the 5 people, Jin Enting was the most terrifying. He was more than 2 meters tall and had a strong blood and qi, which was far superior to the other 4. Ji Wuchang looked at Jin Enting, and a trace of solemnity appeared in his eyes. Greetings to the pavilion master. Jin Enting, Xianzhua and the other 5 spoke at the same time, and their voices were extremely loud, almost spreading throughout the Changxing Gate. The elders and disciples of the Changxing Gate cast their eyes on them, and many people couldn't help showing a look of surprise in their eyes. Second elder Zhou Yuan, third elder Meng Kaihong and others all looked solemn. After they looked over, they all had a trace of worry in their eyes. Master Jin, what do you think of these 5 little guys from my Dadao pavilion? Zhao Sandao said with a smug smile in his eyes. Jin Yaotian smiled slightly, and then said, it is not easy to be able to temper to this level in the Qi refining realm with vigorous blood in full spirit. In the future, when the foundation is built, it is expected to open up 5 or even 6 Dao Tai. As the leader of a sect, Jin Yaotian still has this kind of temperament, and his evaluation is very fair. Zhao Sandao glanced at Jin Miaoqing not far away, then sighed, and instantly felt a little bored. Because Jin Miaoqing is the only one in Changshengmen who has opened up 9 Dao Tai. Although Changshengmen kept this matter secret, Zhao Sandao still found out about it. 9 Dao Tai, that is a real Tianjiao, and his future achievements are limitless. Now I still have a chance to compete with Changshengmen, but I won't even have the chance to stand together in the future. Master Jin, let your people come out. Zhao Sandao said with a smile. Jin Yaotian looked calm, and then nodded to the second elder Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath, and then said, Jin Boyu, Duan Junsheng, Fan Huajun, Huang Guangwen, Ji Wuchang, the 5 of you step out. As Zhou Yuan's voice fell, 5 figures flew up at the same time and came to the bottom of the viewing platform. The 5 people clasped their fists at the same time and said, greetings to the master, greetings to the elders. The moment the 5 people appeared, Changshengmen instantly exploded. How could this happen? There is another Qi refining level 7 participating in the battle. Isn't this nonsense? Yes, our sect should not lack Qi refining level 8, right? I recognize him. He was the one who broke the record of the senior sister in Fengli Valley yesterday. His name seems to be Ji Wuchang. The disciples of Changsheng sect were whispering and talking about Ji Wuchang. The disciples of Changsheng sect knew very well that this competition was not a simple competition, but was related to the future resources of the sect. At this moment, many people looked at Ji Wuchang with dissatisfied eyes. What kind of ability does a Qi refining level 7 have? And Kursen, Tai Yujie, and Zhang Linghong also looked at Ji Wuchang in amazement. But just for a moment, and Kursen and Tai Yujie raised a smile at the corners of their mouths at the same time. They were just thinking about how to find an opportunity to teach Ji Wuchang a lesson. Now seeing him on the court, the 2 of them were in a good mood instantly. Once Ji Wuchang loses the competition, his reputation will be ruined. Even if the master likes him, it will be useless. He is destined to be isolated by everyone. But the question is, with Ji Wuchang's 7th level cultivation, can he win? And Kursen and Tai Yujie feel that this question does not need to be thought about. Thinking about it for one more second is disrespectful to their IQ. Zhao Sandao's eyes swept towards Ji Wuchang, and his eyes were so vicious. The people of Dadao Pavilion focus on body training. Zhao Sandao can clearly feel the terrible physical strength contained in Ji Wuchang's body. Good seedling. Zhao Sandao praised generously. After seeing Ji Wuchang's cultivation level, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Zhao Sandao believes that if Ji Wuchang is at the 9th level of Qi refining, with the huge physical strength, he may really be able to challenge Jin Enting. Now, of course, it's still a little short. At this moment, Zhao Sandao smiled. As long as the Qi refining realm competition can be won, there will be no too much pressure in the foundation building realm. As for the Purple Mansion realm competition, Zhao Sandao has no hope at all. He knows very well that the people of Dadao Pavilion can't beat Jin Miaoqing. Silence. Hearing the discussions at the scene, the second elder Zhou Yuan spoke coldly. As his words came out, the whole scene was instantly quiet, and no one dared to speak again. Let's start. Jin Yaotian spoke calmly. As Jin Yaotian's words came out, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became tense. On the Dadao Pavilion side, a man walked out slowly, and then flew to stand on the competition stage. Li Hao from the Dadao Pavilion, I wonder which senior brother from the Changsheng sect is willing to come out and teach me. After Li Hao finished speaking, he slowly pulled out the machete on his back, and then his momentum burst out, which was surprisingly the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. At this moment, the people present looked solemn. On the Changsheng sect side, the 5 people looked at each other, and Shen Boyu nodded to Duan Junsheng. Duan Junsheng took a deep breath, and then slowly walked onto the competition stage. Duan Junsheng of Changsheng sect. Duan Junsheng's introduction was very simple, with only 6 short words, and then his aura was released, and he was also at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. As the first competition, both Changsheng sect and Dadao Pavilion obviously didn't want to lose their aura. They didn't want to lose the competition. Brother Duan, come on. On the Changsheng sect side, I don't know who shouted first, and instantly attracted many people's shouts, all of whom were junior brothers and sisters in the qi refining realm. However, as the second elder stood up and stretched out his hand to press down, these voices stopped. On the competition stage, Duan Junsheng and Li Hao stood opposite each other, and Duan Junsheng had a long sword in his right hand. Neither of them rushed to fight, but looked at each other, and the aura on their bodies continued to rise, forming a powerful aura to crush each other. This is a normal operation for people of the same level. Whoever can't stand the pressure and takes the initiative to attack will often be at a disadvantage. The 2 people's qi collided with each other, and a sound of explosion was heard from time to time. The people around held their breath and didn't dare to disturb. Kill! Duan Junsheng and Li Hao shouted at the same time, raised the swords in their hands, and slashed at each other at the same time. The sword light and the knife light collided in the air, making a sharp clang sound. Duan Junsheng took the lead, raised the long sword in his hand, and slashed out sword lights, pouring towards Li Hao. In just a moment, Duan Junsheng slashed more than 10 swords. The sword light was like mercury pouring on the ground, emitting a dazzling light, directly involving Li Hao. Duan Junsheng grasped the right to take the initiative to attack. Clang clang, the sound of swords and swords intersecting continued to sound. Duan Junsheng displayed his body skills, and his body transformed into afterimages, attacking Li Hao frantically. At the same time, Duan Junsheng shouted loudly, and a green light rose from the palm of his right hand, and then he slapped Li Hao. The green palm print raised a series of strong winds and rushed straight to Li Hao. This is the Qingsha palm of Changsheng sect, and the palm wind is fierce, like a strong wind wrapped in yellow sand, penetrating every hole. Li Hao stood in place, and the long knife in his hand kept resisting Duan Junsheng's sword light. Seeing Duan Junsheng's palm slap, Li Hao's face changed slightly, and his left hand also slapped out. With a bang, Li Hao retreated several steps, and at the same time, a blood mark appeared on his left shoulder, which was injured by Duan Junsheng's sword energy. Many disciples of Changsheng sect saw this scene and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Li Hao moved. You have attacked me with so many swords, it's my turn. Li Hao was strong and didn't care about the small injury on his left shoulder. As his words came out, Li Hao flew to Duan Junsheng. 18 slashes of the wind. Li Hao shouted, raised the big knife in his hand, held the knife with both hands, and then slashed down 18 times like a violent storm. The knife energy was everywhere, and every time it was slashed, a sharp whistling sound came, and at the same time, a violent wind swept over. At this moment, Li Hao used his full strength to attack, without holding back. Dang dang, the sound of violent sword collisions continued to sound, and every time it collided, Duan Junsheng's hands trembled slightly. After 18 consecutive slashes, accompanied by a loud clang, the long sword in Duan Junsheng's hand was directly cut off. At this moment, Duan Junsheng was stunned in place for a moment, a little at a loss. But this is a competition stage, Li Hao will not give him a chance. Before Duan Junsheng could react, Li Hao flew up and kicked several times in succession, all kicking Duan Junsheng in the chest. With a bang, Duan Junsheng was kicked out of the competition stage by Li Hao and smashed hard on the ground. Duan Junsheng groaned, opened his mouth, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Duan Junsheng lost completely, and was directly beaten out of the competition stage. Moreover, Li Hao showed mercy because the opponent used his feet instead of the knife in his hand. Otherwise, Duan Junsheng would have been a corpse at this moment. The people of Changshengmen were still happy, but in just a moment, the ending was reversed, so many people didn't react. At this moment, many people on the Changshengmen looked a little ugly. Jin Yaotian glanced at Li Hao, then smiled and said to Zhao Sandao, "This Li Hao is not bad." Zhao Sandao laughed, then said, "He is brute force, but his comprehension is a little poor. I can't say what will happen when he reaches the foundation building stage in the future." Both of them are the masters of a sect, so naturally they will not let a competition affect their mentality. At this moment, Duan Junsheng came back dejectedly on the Changshengman's side, and said to Chen Boyu, "Senior brother Chen, I'm sorry." Chen Boy shook his head, and his expression was also a little solemn. Although his fighting power is stronger than Duan Junsheng, it is not much stronger. "I'll go." Fan Huajun glanced at Chen Boyu. Chen Boy shook his head, his eyes swept over Huang Guangwen and Ji Wuchang, and then fixed his eyes on Huang Guangwen. "As for Ji Wuchang, just ignore him." Huang Guangwen nodded, he understood what senior brother Chen Boyu meant. Let him find a way to fight this Li Hao. Huang Guangwen came on the field, he is a famous fighting maniac, if it were not for the realm limit, his fighting power would definitely be far above Duan Junsheng. But even if they were fighting normally, Duan Junsheng would have to fight hundreds of moves to defeat him. "Huang Guangwen from Changsheng sect, please give me some advice, senior brother Li Hao." After Huang Guangwen finished speaking, he waved his hand and a pair of axes appeared. These were his weapons. The combat skill he practiced was called Crazy 13 Axes. The crazier it was, the stronger it was. When Huang Guangwen competed with his senior brothers before, he never dared to let go completely, but today he didn't have so many concerns. Kill. Huang Guangwen naturally wouldn't give Li Hao too much time, otherwise, if the other party fully recovered, he really wouldn't be his opponent. Li Hao was not polite at all. He held the knife with both hands and performed the 18 slashes of the wind again. The two of them went head to head. Dang dang, the sound of the knife and the axe intersecting was endless, forming a piercing sound. Huang Guangwen's eyes began to turn red, and the two axes in his hands were like crazy, slashing at Li Hao like a storm. The Crazy 13 axes were fully displayed by Huang Guangwen at this moment, and his cultivation at the peak of the 8th level of Qi refining made him even more powerful. Every axe strike was no weaker than Li Hao, who was at the 9th level of Qi refining. Li Hao had just finished a competition, and he was really powerless when he met Huang Guangwen, who was like a madman. As Huang Guangwen's two axes chopped down like crazy, Li Hao retreated step by step, and retreated to the edge of the competition platform in just a moment. Li Hao knew very well that he was going to lose, and he was no match for Huang Guangwen in front of him. But he would never let the other party have an easy time. Since he was going to lose, he would lose more thoroughly. When he thought of this, a fierce light flashed in Li Hao's eyes, and his whole body's aura was like a volcano erupting. It was twice as powerful as before. Crazy Dragon Slash. As Li Hao shouted, the long knife in his hand was raised and slashed down. A sword light was slashed out, and there was a faint sound of dragon roar, heading straight towards Huang Guangwen. Huang Guangwen also shouted loudly, slashed down both axes at the same time, and met Li Hao's sword. Clang! Huang Guangwen and Li Hao flew out at the same time, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out from their mouths at the same time. Bang! Bang! One person hit the competition platform, and the other person hit it under the competition platform, and his face turned pale at the same time. Huang Guangwen and Li Hao both had blood flowing from their hands. This was when the last blow was struck, and their jaws split open at the same time. The person standing on the stage is naturally Huang Guangwen, and the person standing below the stage is Li Hao. Although Li Hao failed, everyone in the Eternal Life sect and Didao Pavilion felt that he was the winner. Many people in the Eternal Life sect looked at Li Hao with a hint of respect in their eyes. Knowing that he was bound to lose, he actually defeated Huang Guangwen. Ji Wuchang looked at Li Hao and nodded secretly. This Li Hao is really amazing. What Ji Wuchang was talking about was naturally not Li Hao's strength, but his determination and wisdom. In his previous life, although Ji Wuchang knew about the competition between the Eternal Life sect and the Didao Pavilion, he was focused on the seriously injured tendons and ignored it at all. He only knew that the result of this competition was not ideal. After this competition, all the cultivation resources of each peak were cut by 10%. Judging from this situation now, if you want to win, it is estimated that all the pressure will fall on yourself. Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang suddenly became a little excited. Isn't the system mission to make him initially famous in the Immortality sect? Didao Pavilion, which senior brother is here to give me advice? At this moment, Huang Guangwen's voice sounded, and his eyes were still full of fighting spirit. Just his slightly trembling hand showed that Huang Guangwen was not in a good condition at the moment. I'll meet you. Over at Didao Pavilion, a woman's voice sounded with a solemn expression. It was Lin Yuzhen from Didao Pavilion. Lin Yuzhen walked slowly onto the competition stage, looked at Huang Guangwen's hands that were still bleeding, and said calmly, "You are no match for me." Huang Guangwen laughed and said, "Yes or no, let's fight." "I'm going to do it." After Huang Guangwen finished speaking, he went straight to Lin Yuzhen. The double axes in his hands were raised, his eyes were red, and he returned to his crazy state again, attacking Lin Yuzhen like crazy. Lin Yuzhen looked indifferent, raised the long knife in her hand, and directly touched Huang Guangwen dozens of times without giving in at all. Looking at Huang Guangwen, whose footwork was disordered, Lin Yuzhen flew up and disappeared in front of Huang Guangwen in an instant. Before Huang Guangwen could turn around, Lin Yuzhen slapped Huang Guangwen on the back. Huang Guangwen's body flew up and was knocked off the competition platform by Lin Yuzhen's palm. At this point in the competition, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Eternal Life sect is already at a disadvantage. There are 3 people left in the Changsheng sect, but there are 4 people left in the Dadao Pavilion, and the 2 strongest people have not yet taken the field. The elders of the Eternal Life sect are all frowning slightly at this moment. Once they lose the competition in the Qi refining realm, no matter what, the results are in the Foundation Establishment realm and the Purple Mansion realm, the Eternal Life sect will lose. In previous years, the competition between the Eternal Life sect and Dadao Pavilion could occupy 60% of the resources. In this competition, it is estimated that 50% will be lost. Senior sister, Dadao Pavilion is well prepared. Huang Wanqiu stood beside Jin Miaoqing and said with a solemn expression. Jin Miaoqing nodded, and then said calmly, "Don't panic, it's not that bad." After Jin Miaoqing finished speaking, she couldn't help but glance at Ji Wuchang. For some reason, she felt that this junior brother was unusual. Jin Miaoqing saw Ji Wuchang take action yesterday. Ji Wuchang's physical power was extremely powerful, but when her soul swept across it, she could not feel the majestic energy and blood on the opponent's body. This can only explain one reason. The opponent's physical body has surpassed the state of exuding majestic energy and blood, and has become introverted. This made Jin Miaoqing directly ignore Ji Wuchang's cultivation, and there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Huang Wanqiu naturally did not have Jin Miaoqing's eyesight. She glanced at Chen Boyu, Fan Huajun, and Ji Wuchang, and sighed slightly in her heart. At this moment, Fan Huajun came on stage. The disciples of the Changsheng sect held their breaths and focused their eyes on Fan Huajun. "Fan Huajun of the Immortality sect, please enlighten me." After Fan Huajun signed up, Lin Yuzhen and Fan Huajun looked at each other, and then rushed towards each other at the same time. The 2 of them attacked with all their strength, without any hesitation, and the sound of collision was endless. Ji Wuchang stared at the 2 people on the competition stage. As a man of 2 generations, his eyesight was naturally not comparable to that of ordinary people. Ji Wuchang has already seen that Lin Yuzhen and Fan Huajun have similar cultivation levels, and the final result may be a draw, with both sides suffering losses. Sure enough, after fighting for more than 200 moves, Lin Yuzhen and Fan Huajun used their strongest moves at the same time, and then collided with each other. With a loud boom, the 2 of them flew out at the same time, blood spurting out from their mouths. Both fell to the competition table, and each struggled to stand up at the same time, but both were shaky. The 2 looked at each other and jumped off the competition platform at the same time. Fan Huajun returned to Chen Boyu, shook his head with a wry smile, and blood was still flowing from the corner of his mouth. Chen Boyu patted Fan Huajun on the shoulder. He was under great pressure at this moment. At this moment, a figure flew up and stood on the competition stage. It was Qianzhua, and a strong momentum swept out. "Qianzhua of Dadao Pavilion. Please teach me." Chen Boyu felt Qianzhua's strength, frowned, glanced at Ji Wuchang, and shook his head. Chen Boyu flew up and stood directly on the competition stage. He clasped his fists and said, "Chen Boyu from Changshengmen." At the level of Qi refining realm, Chen Boyu was recognized as the strongest person in Changshengmen, and his strength is even higher than Duan Junxing in Fan Huajun. Seeing Chen Boyu step onto the competition stage, many Qi refining realm disciples cheered. "Brother Chen, come on, you are the strongest." Several female disciples spoke up, and some of them had little stars in their eyes. They were obviously Chen Boyu's little fans. How could they know that Chen Boyu was under great pressure at this moment? Because he could clearly feel that Qianzhua was very strong, not inferior to him, and might even be a little stronger than him. But he must win this competition. As for the final victory, he was powerless. At this moment, the indifferent expressions on the faces of many high-level officials of Changsheng sect had disappeared, replaced by a solemn expression. Even the headmaster Zhen Yaotian had a hint of solemnity in his eyes. Zhen Yaotian looked at Ji Wuchang with his eyes slightly narrowed. He didn't know whether this kid could bring him a surprise. On the competition stage at this moment, Qianzhua took out his weapon, which was a huge iron rod. This made Chen Boyo's eyes instantly serious. It can be seen from this iron rod that Qianzuo's power is terrifying. Chen Boyu also took out his weapon, which was a long knife. He didn't like swords, he preferred knives. The appearance of their weapons was a bit beyond the others' expectations, which made both of them a little more careful about each other. Take my stick! Qianzuo was the first to take action. The huge iron rod was not fancy at all. Qianzuo raised it above his head and smashed it down on Chen Boyu's head. Chen Boyu snorted coldly, turned around, moved a few steps sideways, squeezed the secret with his left hand, and there was a gathering of lightning in the palm of his hand. Thunder fist! Chen Boyu shouted loudly and punched with his right hand. Thunder and lightning flashed above his fist. The fist rose up against the storm, expanded several times in an instant, and came directly in front of Qianzuo. Ji Wuchang was slightly startled when he saw this scene. He had also practiced this boxing technique in his previous life, and it was a high-level Huang-level combat skill. Although the attack is very powerful, the power is scattered. It can be barely used before the Zifu realm, but it is almost useless after the Zifu realm. Good to come. Qianzuo had no intention of evading, and struck out with a palm. A faint golden light filled the air in the palm wind. This is the golden flame palm of Dedeo Pavilion. It is also a palm technique with very domineering attack power. With a bang sound, their fists and palms met, and after a loud noise, their bodies shook at the same time. Kill! The eyes of both of them were a little more solemn, and the long sticks and long knives collided crazily, with fists and feet intersecting at the same time. In just an instant, the two of them exchanged more than 100 moves. With the final loud noise, the two of them groaned at the same time and retreated. Take this sword from me and strike with the triple thunderous slash! Chen Boyu shouted loudly, the energy in his body surged, and there were faint flashes of thunder and lightning on his body. Then Chen Boyu raised the long knife in his right hand high above his head, and held the handle of the knife with his left hand at the same time. Cut! Following Chen Boyu's loud shout, 3 swords struck out as fast as lightning, heading straight for Qianzuo. Among the 3 sword lights, the handles of the swords almost overlapped, and turned into a sword light nearly 2 meters in size, slashing down at Qianzuo. Qianzuo's expression was solemn, and he clenched the iron rod in his hands tightly. The veins on his arms popped out one by one, filled with explosive power. The Overlord raises the cauldron. As Qianzuo shouted, the iron rod in his hand doubled in size, and Qianzuo lifted it up to meet the 3 swords falling from the sky. Dang! 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 3 voices, almost in no particular order, sounded on the competition stage. With each sound, Qianzuo's body shook violently, and then he took a step back. After 3 consecutive ringings, Qianzuo took 3 steps back, his face turned slightly white at the same time, and there was a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. What a 3-fold lightning strike! So happy! Take my stick and smash the mountain with 1 strike. Qianzuo laughed loudly, ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth. He raised the iron rod with both hands. In his loud shout, the iron rod doubled in size. Several stick shadows appeared on the iron rod, and along with the majestic spiritual power in Qianzuo's body, they smashed down on Chen Boyu's head. The iron rod surged, and more than a dozen stick shadows piled up, blocking all Chen Boyu's escape routes. This move can only be broken by force. The long stick flew across the sky and made a sharp whistling sound when it fell from the sky, which shows the power of this move. Seeing how powerful Qianzuo's move was, many people on the first level of the Foundation Establishment realm looked extremely solemn. This move is already beyond the power of a person at the 9th level of Qi refining, and is comparable to the power exerted by a person at the first level of Foundation Establishment. Chen Boyu's expression was extremely solemn at the moment, but he was not afraid at all. There was one move he had yet to use. But after using this move, his fighting power will be greatly reduced, and he may not even be able to fight. But now, it seems that he has no choice but to fight hard. Now that the matter has reached this point, he doesn't care anymore. He will defeat the enemy in front of him first. When he thought of this, Chen Boyu's eyes instantly turned cold and his expression was solemn. Running Thunder 8-fold slash! Chen Boyu shouted violently, and thunder and lightning flashed on his body, and even on the long knife, thunder and lightning roared. Chen Boyu raised the long knife in his hand, narrowed his eyes, and held the knife with both hands. The spiritual power in his body surged out crazily, and the long knife instantly surged. Cut! As Chen Boyu shouted, the long knife in his hand slashed wildly. Although this move is called the 8-fold thunder slash, what Chen Boyu slashed at this moment was not 8 swords, but 9. With each additional cut, the burden on Chen Boyu increased. With the last cut, Chen Boyu opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, almost everyone at the Eternal Life Gate had their hearts in their throats. Many people in the Qi Refining Realm and Foundation Establishment Realm were amazed at the fighting power of Qianzhua and Chen Boyu. Ji Wuchang also squinted his eyes, and couldn't help but secretly admire Chen Boyu in his heart. With the ninth sword slash, his tendons were probably a little injured. Once this move was over, Chen Boyu could no longer fight. The huge stick shadow and the several meter-long knife collided fiercely in front of everyone's eyes. Clang, a harsh sound came, and many Qi Refining Realm disciples covered their ears and turned pale. The sword and stick collided, and the spiritual power of the two was entangled, and a dense explosion sound was heard. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the figure of the knife and stick. The knife light shattered under the long stick, and 7 of them shattered in an instant, making everyone's heart feel like it stopped beating. At this moment, the 8th knife light slashed down and collided directly with the long stick phantom. The long stick phantom finally couldn't hold on and shattered at the same time as the knife light. At this moment, the 9th knife light slashed down, Xianzua's face changed drastically, and the stick was across his chest. With a loud clang, Xianzua was chopped and flew out. His hands shook violently, his face turned pale, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. With a bang, Xianzua fell under the competition platform. At this moment, the disciples of Chang Shengmen cheered instantly. Although this competition could not determine the winner, the confrontation of that move just now was really exciting. Xianzua stood up from the ground, clasped his fists to Chen Boyu, and then left. Chen Boyu breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Ji Wuchang had just expected, he felt a slight pain in his tendons and veins, which made him shake his head and smile bitterly. Although he defeated Xianzua, he also lost the strength to fight. Moreover, this was just a competition. If it was a real life and death fight, the one who survived might not be him. Although Qianzhua was injured, he should still have the strength to fight, but he didn't. The most important thing is that Qianzhua is not the strongest person in the Qi Refining Realm of Didao Pavilion. Chen Boyu glanced at Ji Wuchang, who was at the peak of the 7th level of Qi Refining, and couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Even if you can fight across levels and defeat someone at the 8th level of Qi Refining, you can't change the situation. Chen Boyu made up his mind and decided to fight again, all for the sect. Thinking of this, Chen Boyu couldn't help but take out a pill, put it in his mouth, and then swallowed it. This is an ordinary Yuanqi pill, which can quickly restore his spiritual power. Chen Boyu felt the spiritual power in his body, shook his head and smiled bitterly again. Only about half of his heyday remained, which also meant that his strength was greatly reduced. He could no longer perform the terrible moves just now. On the Changsheng sect side, after everyone cheered, they instantly quieted down. They saw Chen Boyu's situation, and it was impossible to fight again. At this moment, everyone's eyes were all on Ji Wuchang, and he became the focus of the whole audience. Among these eyes, 99% were not optimistic about Ji Wuchang. Let a person at the 7th level of Qi Refining deal with a person at the 8th level of Qi Refining, plus the strongest person at the 9th level of Qi Refining, they all thought it was an impossible thing. Sister, we don't have to do anything now. Someone will help us teach this ignorant guy a lesson. Tai Yujie came to Enkerson excitedly and muttered softly. Enkerson smiled, then said with a slight reproach, Sister, there are too many people here, I'm worried that someone will overhear. After all, this is a competition between two sections. It would be bad if someone overheard it. Tai Yujie couldn't help but stick out her tongue when she heard it, with a face full of gloating. She was full of expectations for the next competition. She really wanted to see Ji Wuchang being beaten to a pulp. Enkerson's eyes flashed with coldness. When this junior brother came, she felt that her weight as the eldest sister in the master's heart was getting lower and lower. But in the sect, she couldn't take action at will, otherwise once she was discovered, the punishment would be severe. Now that there was finally a good show to watch, her eyes lit up. As for the consequences of losing the sect competition, Enkerson had never thought about it. Big sister, do you think we can still turn the tables? Huang Wanqiu looked at Jin Miaoqing beside her, with a trace of worry in her eyes. Jin Miaoqing smiled slightly, and then said, Junior sister Wanqiu, nothing is absolute. Isn't the competition not over yet? Maybe there will be a surprise. When Huang Wanqiu heard Jin Miaoqing's words, her eyes swept to Chen Boyu and Ji Wuchang, and then fell on Ji Wuchang, but there was a look of suspicion in her eyes. Although Ji Wuchang gave her a big shock in Fenglei Valley, it did not mean how strong Ji Wuchang's fighting power was. At this moment, Ji Wuchang set off, and he flew to the competition platform. Brother Chen, go down and heal your wounds. Leave this to me. Chen Boyu frowned slightly when he heard Ji Wuchang's words, and then said, Brother Ji, I'm going to fight. Ji Wuchang shook his head slightly when he heard Chen Boya's words, and then said, "Brother Chen, your tendons are injured. If you continue to fight, the consequences will be serious." Ji Wuchang knows the horror of tendon injuries best. He accompanied him for his whole life in his previous life until he was killed. Chen Boya's face turned pale when he heard Ji Wuchang's words. Originally, he wanted to hold on, but when he saw Ji Wuchang's calm eyes, he nodded. The current injuries will be fine as long as they are recuperated for a few days, but if they continue to fight, the consequences will be serious. Brother Ji, be careful. The responsibility for losing this time is not yours, but ours. Chen Boya smiled and said to Ji Wuchang, and then left the competition stage. Ji Wuchang looked at Chen Boya's back, his eyes narrowed slightly. He understood the meaning of Chen Boya's words and took the responsibility on himself and others in advance. Ji Wuchang couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. Although there are some bastards in Changshengmen, there are also a group of people with pure Taoism. These people are the real backbone of Changshengmen. At this moment, the most nervous person in the elder's seat is Meng Kaihong. Although she has some understanding of Ji Wuchang's combat power, she is still very worried when Ji Wuchang really comes on the stage. "Master Jin, you are going to lose this round," Xiao Sandao said with a smile. Although Jin Yaotian thought so in his heart, he would naturally not admit defeat. He smiled and said, "That's not necessarily true." Xiao Sandao did not expose Jin Yaotian's guilty conscience, but just nodded to Jin Enting and Lu Yongzhan below. "Brother Jin, you don't need to come on the stage. I will deal with him." Lu Yongzhan spoke to Jin Enting, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. A small Qi refining level 7 dares to stand on the competition stage. It seems that Changshengmen has no one left. Don't underestimate the enemy. Jin Enting glanced at Ji Wuchang and spoke to Lu Yongzhan. Lu Yongzhan nodded, then flew and came directly to the competition stage. "Lu Yongzhan of Dadao Pavilion. Please teach me." Ji Wuchang looked at Lu Yongzhan calmly, feeling the powerful blood and qi in the other party's body, which was stronger than Li Jiwen, who he defeated yesterday. But so what, with his current physical strength, even a person at the peak of Qi refining level 9 may not be able to stop him. "Ji Wuchang. Go for it." Lu Yongzhan spoke calmly. Then he took out his long sword. Ji Wuchang did not take out the long sword, but was bare-handed. His strongest combat power is his physical body. Thunder Explosion Fist and Wind Thunder Fist are both boxing techniques. Taking out the long sword actually limits his strength. Lu Yongzhan frowned when he saw Ji Wuchang with his bare hands. But Lu Yongzhan ignored him and shouted loudly. He raised the long sword in his hand, and the spiritual power in his body surged wildly, and he slashed at Ji Wuchang. The stern sword light transformed into several sword shadows, which intertwined with each other, and directly extended several meters of sword light, heading straight for Ji Wuchang. When this sword was used, the onlookers held their breath instantly. Duan Junsheng, Fan Huajun, Huang Guangwen and others all changed their faces slightly at the same time, because this attack was almost as strong as theirs. Meng Kaihong clenched her fists and jumped straight. Once Ji Wuchang was in danger, she would fly out without hesitation to save Ji Wuchang. And Kursin and Tai Yujie showed joy on their faces at the same time. It would be funny if Ji Wuchang couldn't take this move. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Ji Wuchang, even Jin Yaotian. Just when the knife light was less than a foot away from Ji Wuchang's head, Ji Wuchang moved and his body disappeared instantly. The eyes of all the elders of Changshengmen lit up. Ji Wuchang was very fast just now. Ji Wuchang naturally used the 8 diagrams dragon step, which was most suitable for a relatively small place like the competition stage. At this moment, Ji Wuchang had come behind Lu Yongzhan, clenched his right fist, and punched directly. Lu Yongzhan was naturally a man with rich combat experience. The moment Ji Wuchang disappeared, he felt something was wrong. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward, and at the same time, the long sword in his hand swung and slashed behind him. Lu Yongzhan's reaction speed was fast, but Ji Wuchang's speed was even faster. Before the long sword could circle back behind him, Ji Wuchang's fist had already hit Lu Yongzhan's back hard. With a bang, Lu Yongzhan screamed, and he flew up and then fell under the competition stage. At this moment, the whole audience was silent. Many Changshengmen disciples looked at Ji Wuchang on the competition stage in disbelief, thinking that they had seen it wrong. A person at the 7th level of Qi refining realm defeated a person at the 8th level of Qi refining realm in seconds. With just one punch, he solved the opponent. They felt a little unreal. How could this be? How could he be so strong? Tai Yujie couldn't accept it at all, and muttered to herself. And Kursan's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. Meng Saihong's hand, which was originally clenched into a fist, loosened, and she slowly exhaled at the same time. Sister, you already knew the result, didn't you? Huang Wanxia was also surprised, and then turned to look at Jin Miaoqing. Jin Miaoqing looked calm, and then said, do you think anyone can stay in Fenglei Valley for several hours? Jin Miaoqing's question made Huang Wanxia speechless. It seems that she has greatly underestimated the fighting power of this junior brother. Junior brother Wu Chang, good job. Huang Guanwen spoke first, and laughed at the same time. Senior brother Wu Chang is so amazing, he will be my idol in the future? A female disciple looked at Ji Wu Chang with admiration, her eyes shining. Senior brother Wu Chang is so handsome, why didn't I notice it before? Don't fight with me, senior brother Wu Chang is mine. No wonder senior brother Wu Chang was favored by the third elder, his fighting power is really terrible. The originally depressed atmosphere on the side of Changshengmen was instantly ignited because Ji Wu Chang defeated Lu Yongzhan, and the atmosphere became extremely warm. Zui Yin had closed his eyes, but now he opened them, glanced at Ji Wu Chang, and then slowly closed them. Master Zhao, how about my surprise? Jin Yaotian smiled and said, feeling slightly relieved. Zhao Sandao glanced at Ji Wu Chang, then smiled and said, your body skills are good, but in the face of absolute strength, body skills alone are not enough. Zhao Sandao's meaning was very simple. Ji Wu Chang was able to defeat Lu Yongzhan so quickly, but only because of his strange body skills. However, although he said so, there was an extra shadow in his heart. However, when Zhao Sandao looked at Jin Enting, he felt relieved again. You know, Jin Enting's fighting power is not comparable to that of the other few people. Even if Qian Zhua, Li Hao, and Lin Yuzhen joined forces, it would be difficult to defeat him. It can be said that Jin Enting is his trump card. This time, Zhao Sandao proposed this kind of round-robin style of play, thinking of various possibilities. With Jin Enting, everything can be turned around, even if Jin Enting is the only one left. Lu Yongzhan returned to the crowd with a guilty look on his face. He was really hit. Jin Enting ignored Lu Yongzhan and walked slowly towards the competition stage. He did not show any momentum, but wherever he passed, those people in the qi refining realm felt a terrible pressure coming. Even the people in the second level of the foundation establishment realm stared at Jin Enting with a solemn expression. This man is so strong. A person in the qi refining realm spoke softly, and his voice trembled slightly. No one around answered his words. They all looked at the competition stage, and the joy just now had disappeared. This competition is the final contest of the qi refining realm, and it has far-reaching influence. Ji Wu Chang, show your skills and win this competition. The sect will reward you with 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. At this moment, a voice rang throughout the venue. This was the voice of the headmaster Jin Yaotian. When this voice came out, the eyes of the people in the Changsheng sect were instantly wide open. What is the concept of 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones? Even Xiaozhu Peak only has about half of this amount of resources in a year. The elders present heard what Jin Yaotian said, but no one spoke to stop him. Compared to 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, this competition is much more important. That's a lot of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Ji Wu Chang didn't expect such a good thing, and his eyes lit up instantly. He clasped his fists and said, Master, you are generous. I want these 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Ji Wu Chang's words were decisive, and a heroic spirit rose to the sky. Jin Yaotian was very satisfied with Ji Wu Chang's words, and he inexplicably had more confidence in Ji Wu Chang in his heart. In addition to motivating Ji Wu Chang, he was also testing Ji Wu Chang's confidence. If the other party did not have the belief to defeat the opponent, he would not dare to accept his words. Since Master Jin is so generous, I can't be stingy. Jin Enting, if you win this competition, this pavilion master will reward you with a 4th grade cleansing marrow and vein clearing pill to help you further improve your foundation. Zhao Sandao laughed, and his voice spread throughout the venue. Everyone at the scene was shocked. Although the price of the 4th grade cleansing marrow and vein clearing pill did not reach the level of 10,000 middle grade spirit stones, it was not available. Even if you take out 10,000 middle grade spirit stones, they may not sell it to you. If such a pill is taken by a sex qi refining realm genius, it can allow him to condense more Dao platforms when he is building his foundation. How can the value of a genius be compared to 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones? When Jin Enting heard this, his eyes instantly lit up, and he quickly clasped his fists and said, Thank you, Pavilion Master, I will win this battle. As soon as Jin Enting's words came out, many people in the Changsheng sect were instantly dissatisfied. Senior brother Wu Chang, we believe you, beat him down. Yes, our senior brother Wu Chang is the most powerful. Knock him out with one punch. Many immortal sect disciples around him cheered for Ji Wu Chang, their momentum was like a rainbow. At this moment, the atmosphere at the scene was extremely lively. Whether it was the headmaster, the elders, or the disciples, their bodies felt a little tense. Deep in the gate of immortality, there was also a wisp of divine consciousness sweeping across, apparently also disturbed by the atmosphere at the scene. This scene does not look like a competition between people in the chi refining realm. Even competitions at the Foundation Establishment realm or even the Purple Mansion realm do not have this kind of atmosphere. No one knows that at this moment, high in the clouds above the Eternal Life Gate, an old man is sitting cross-legged, staring at the competition below the Eternal Life Gate with great interest. The old man's clothes were ordinary coarse linen clothes, a wine gourd on his waist, a storage ring on his left hand, and nothing else. Is this the sect of my female apprentice? Weak, yes, but full of vigor. The old man murmured to himself, and then turned his gaze to Jin Miaoqing, with a kind face. This old man is Jin Miaoqing's master. If Ji Wu Chang sees it, he will definitely recognize it. He has seen this person in his previous life. On the competition stage, Ji Wu Chang and Jin Yanting stood opposite each other, both of them looked solemn. Standing together, they could feel the powerful aura of each other. Fight! Jin Yanting shouted and took the lead, without any fancy moves, and punched Ji Wu Chang directly. Jin Yanting was half a head taller than Ji Wu Chang, and with a huge body, standing opposite Ji Wu Chang, there was always a feeling of an adult fighting a child. There was no spiritual power fluctuation on Jin Yanting's fist, but when the fist was thrown, there was a sound of explosion. Ji Wu Chang's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he clenched his right fist and punched. In Ji Wu Chang's body, there were subtle sounds from all the bones in his body, and his skin also had a faint golden light. The golden skin and jade bones vibrated at the same time, allowing Ji Wu Chang to clearly feel that his right fist contained an extremely terrifying power. Bang! Two fists, one large and one small, collided in the air, and the two bodies shook violently at the same time and retreated backwards. Ji Wu Chang retreated 3 steps, while Jin Yanting retreated 2 steps. It's great. This is the first time that someone can fight me with only physical strength. Come again. Jin Yanting laughed loudly, then clenched his fists, and punched like rain, attacking Ji Wu Chang madly. Ji Wu Chang also laughed loudly, without any fear. He just took this opportunity to hone his physical strength. Although he already had golden skin and jade bones, he could not exert their full power. Now that he has Jin Yanting as an opponent, it is definitely the best way for Ji Wu Chang to hone his skills. Bang bang bang, the two fists collided crazily. Although there was no spiritual power fluctuation, every time the two fists clashed, there was an explosion sound that spread throughout the venue. In just over 10 breaths, the two hit each other hundreds of times. In Ji Wu Chang's body, with every collision with Jin Yanting, there was a buzzing sound from all the bones in his body. At the same time, the jade-like luster on his bones became brighter and brighter, and the blood in his body rushed rapidly. Bang! Ji Wu Chang and Jin Yanting punched each other in the chest at the same time, and both flew backwards at the same time. They retreated 7 steps at the same time. Ji Wu Chang grimaced in pain. Jin Yanting's punch was really uncomfortable. Jin Yanting also frowned, and his originally relaxed and comfortable expression disappeared, and his expression gradually became solemn. The people around were so nervous that their palms were sweating. The collision between Ji Wu Chang and Jin Yanting made them appreciate a kind of barbaric beauty. Chen Boy shook his head and smiled bitterly. He thought Ji Wu Chang's strength was not as good as his, but now it seems that he is much stronger than him. The terrifying physical strength of Jin Yanting just now was not something he could take. Impossible, how can his strength be so strong? Tai Yujie repeated this sentence from time to time, and in addition to shock, there was more disbelief in her eyes. And Kirsten narrowed her eyes slightly, and she found that she really didn't know this junior brother at all. Senior sister, who will win between them? Huang Wanqiu also showed a nervous look on her face. She was really shocked by Ji Wu Chang's strength this time. Even if it was the senior sister in front of her, when she was in the chi refining realm, she could only be so evil. Jin Miaoqing looked at the two people on the competition stage, and then said, "It's not easy to make a decision. Compared with the physical strength of the two, junior brother Ji is slightly stronger. But junior brother Ji's own cultivation is too weak. Compared with Jin Yanting, there is a big gap. This is his shortcoming. Besides, I always feel that this Jin Yanting is hiding something. I feel that there seems to be a special power in his body." Huang Wanqiu was slightly stunned when she heard Jin Miaoqing's answer, and then looked at Jin Enting. Ji Wuchang, you are very powerful, and your physical strength is slightly better than mine. But you will definitely lose today. After Jin Enting finished speaking, he formed seals with his hands, and the aura of the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining was revealed. At this moment, Jin Enting no longer concealed his strength, and a terrible aura swept towards Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang looked solemn, ready for battle, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. 100 Beast Fist, tiger roaring in the forest. Jin Enting shouted, and his hands took the shape of tiger claws. In his palms, spiritual power gathered. As Jin Enting shouted, he slapped Ji Wuchang's chest with both hands, and the sound of tiger roar spread throughout the venue as his hands slapped out. Come on! Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up, and there was a sound of explosion from his bones all over his body. With Ji Wuchang's shout, he punched out with both fists and faced Jin Enting's claws. With a loud bang, Ji Wuchang retreated 7 steps in a row, while Jin Enting only shook his body. At this moment, many people at the scene changed their faces. Ji Wuchang sighed. For some reason, he always felt that there was a barrier in his body, which prevented him from exerting all his physical strength. In this case, let's use spiritual power. Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but take a step forward, and his strength at the peak of the 7th level of Qi refining was undoubtedly revealed. With the blessing of spiritual power, the momentum on Ji Wuchang's body surged, and it was not much worse than Jin Enting now. Jin Enting, come and fight. Ji Wuchang stepped on the 8 diagram's wandering dragon step, and his hands clenched into fists. There was a trace of lightning power on his fists. This was the Thunder Explosion Fist. 100 Beasts Fist, dragon wandering in the 9 heavens. Jin Enting looked indifferent, and he formed seals with his hands. The spiritual power in his body gushed out, and a golden dragon phantom appeared in his palm. Jin Enting shouted loudly, and punched with his right fist. The golden dragon phantom merged into his fist, and then it surged in the wind, turned into a golden dragon, and rushed straight to Ji Wuchang. This scene shocked many people at the scene. This method has surpassed the methods of the Qi refining realm. Ji Wuchang's eyes were calm, and his right hand was clenched. Lightning flashed on his fist, and thunder roared. Then he shouted low and punched directly at the golden dragon. The golden dragon collided with the thunderblast fist, and Ji Wuchang's body shook and took 2 steps back. There was a slight pain on his arm. 100 Beasts Fist, Fire Phoenix Ming Qishan. Jin Enting did not give Ji Wuchang any breathing time. Between the seals of his hands, a phantom of a fire phoenix appeared. As Jin Enting waved his hand, the fire phoenix grew rapidly, and the flames rolled, rushing straight to Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang made a fist with his left hand, threw out a thunder punch, and made a sword gesture with his right index finger and middle finger, and slashed at the fire phoenix with a sword. With a loud bang, the fire phoenix shattered, and Ji Wuchang was shocked again and retreated 3 steps. Jin Enting did not stop at all, and continued to use the 100 Beasts Fist, and each punch was different. After more than a dozen punches, Ji Wuchang was forced to the edge of the competition stage. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat. Once Ji Wuchang was forced off the competition stage, it meant that the competition was over. Brother Ji, hold on. Many people secretly prayed for Ji Wuchang in their hearts. At this critical moment, Ji Wuchang's body shook and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in the middle of the competition stage, his face slightly pale. His hands were also trembling slightly, and the collision just now caused bursts of pain in both of his fists. After all, he suffered the loss of his cultivation and was suppressed and beaten by Jin Enting. Ji Wuchang, your cultivation is too weak, you are no match for me. Jin Enting turned around and spoke with a fierce fighting spirit. The people at the scene couldn't help but fell silent after understanding Jin Enting's words, because what Jin Enting said was true. Sister, can you think of a way quickly? Huang Wanqiu looked at Jin Miaoqing and said quickly. Jin Miaoqing rolled her eyes. This was a live competition, how could we figure it out? Could it be possible to lend her power to Ji Wuchang? Even if she wanted to, she couldn't do it. There is no way, everything can only be done by himself. Jin Miaoqing spoke calmly. At this moment, the elders of the Changsheng sect also fell silent. To be honest, Ji Wuchang's combat power had far exceeded their expectations. Jin Yaotian was also a little nervous, but there was no trace of it on his face. Meng Saihon's expression was tense and her eyes were shining. This disciple gave her a big surprise today. If we can fight to this level, even if we lose later, no one in the Eternal Life sect would dare to say anything to Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang looked at Jin Enting, a smile appeared on his face, and he said calmly, "You are right, my cultivation is too different from yours. If that's the case, then I'll improve my cultivation." After Ji Wuchang's words fell, the whole place fell silent. Many people looked at Ji Wuchang like a fool. Does cultivation mean that it can be improved by improving? Even Jin Enting was stunned on the spot, not knowing what Ji Wuchang meant by his words. System, sign in. Ji Wuchang ignored everyone's strange looks. He hadn't used his sign-in today, it was reserved for the main peak. Ding! Successfully signed in at the main peak of the Eternal Life Sect, and will be rewarded with 20 years of cultivation. Luck value plus 20. The system's voice sounded in Ji Wuchang's mind, and Ji Wuchang's eyes instantly lit up. This was the biggest reward he got after getting the system and signing in. The main peak is worthy of being the main peak, and the luck value is indeed much stronger than the other peaks. At the same time, a huge spiritual power instantly appeared in Ji Wuchang's body. Without any hesitation, Ji Wuchang ran the purple chi burning heaven technique to introduce this huge spiritual power into his dantian. At this moment, Ji Wuchang's cultivation level began to skyrocket, rising steadily. The early stage of the 8th level of chi refining, the late stage of the 8th level of chi refining, and the peak of the 8th level of chi refining. The improvement of his cultivation level has not stopped yet. He has directly broken through the peak of the 8th level of chi refining and reached the early stage of the 9th level of chi refining. Ji Wuchang was startled, not daring to let his cultivation level increase anymore, and quickly introduced the excess spiritual power into his internal organs. He is determined to push the chi refining realm to the 10th level of chi refining. Before the divine treasure is completed, he cannot let his cultivation level skyrocket, otherwise he will regret it for the rest of his life. What's going on? Why did Senior Brother G's cultivation suddenly soar? Could it be that Senior Brother G cast some secret technique? Didn't you see what pills Senior Brother G took? Senior Brother G, didn't he deliberately hide his cultivation? Ji Wuchang's cultivation skyrocketed, instantly detonating the entire immortality sect. Everyone started talking, and everyone's face showed excitement. Jin Yaotian was also slightly surprised, but a smile appeared on his lips. Third Elder, your disciple is very good at pretending, isn't he? Yin Shuyao looked at Meng Kaihong aside, with a hint of sourness in her voice. This Ji Wuchang has such terrifying combat power at such a young age, and he has stayed in Fonlei Valley for several hours, and he will be the sex genius in the future. Meng Kaihong was also shocked and speechless. She originally thought that Ji Wuchang was already very good, but now she realized that she had underestimated Ji Wuchang. Fourth Elder, this is just hiding clumsiness, not pretending. But I was in retreat some time ago, so I really don't know much about his cultivation. Meng Kaihong smiled and spoke with great joy. The other elders all glanced at Meng Kaihong with envy. Who wouldn't want a disciple like this? How is this possible? This isn't true. Tai Yujian murmured to herself. She was shocked by Ji Wuchang many times today and was almost speechless. And Curson looked in the direction of Meng Kaihong on the viewing platform, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. She felt that it must be the master who gave Ji Wuchang a little start, otherwise how could Ji Wuchang's cultivation level grow so fast? Sister, this kid is so good at pretending. He made us all startled. No, when the competition is over, I will beat him up, don't stop me. My heart was in my throat just now. Even if I was competing by myself, I have never been so nervous. Huang Wanqiu looked at Jin Miaoqing and said complainingly. Jin Miaoqing looked at Ji Wuchang, her eyes shining brightly. After so many years, she finally met an interesting person in the sect. As for Huang Wanqiu's words, she simply ignored them. Jin Miaoqing didn't notice that Kai Ping was watching her not far away. When he saw the expression on Jin Miaoqing's face, Kai Ping's face instantly turned cold. He looked at Ji Wuchang on the competition stage, with a trace of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Kai Ping has followed Jin Miaoqing for so many years, but he has never seen such a light in Jin Miaoqing's eyes. Anyone who dares to touch the woman Kai Ping likes will die. How could Ji Wuchang know that Kai Ping had held a grudge against him for no reason? If he knew, he would definitely feel that he was more wrong than Doi. Kill! Jin Enting's face was gloomy, and he rushed towards Ji Wuchang, pinching his hands and performing the 100 Beasts fist. His fists crossed, and he was full of murderous intent, and a fierce aura overflowed from his body. When the people of Dideo Pavilion saw Jin Enting's situation, they instantly knew that he was angry, and Jin Enting was also the most dangerous at this time. Ji Wuchang snorted coldly, feeling the majestic power in his body, and his fighting spirit was instantly high. The Thunder Explosion Fist was performed by Ji Wuchang, and it expanded wildly with Jin Enting. This time, the fight between the two was terrible, and the circulation of the chi actually smashed deep pits on the ground. With a bang, Ji Wuchang punched Jin Enting out. Then Ji Wuchang performed the 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon Step, came directly in front of Jin Enting, and punched Jin Enting twice in succession. The equalization of their cultivation levels allowed Ji Wuchang to directly crush Jin Enting, forcing him to retreat step by step. Although Jin Enting fought back desperately, no matter how he fought, he was completely at a disadvantage at this moment. At this moment, the disciples of Changsheng's sect were all excited. As Ji Wuchang punched Jin Enting again, Jin Enting flew backwards and almost fell off the competition stage. Jin Enting opened his mouth, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Ji Wuchang, you've angered me, it's worth using all my strength. Jin Enting had an angry look on his face, and he reached out and tapped his chest. Bear Bloodline, activate. As Jin Enting roared in anger, a terrifying force rose up in Jin Enting, and his strength began to increase. At the same time, behind Jin Enting, a huge giant bear figure appeared, several feet tall and full of terrifying power. Everyone, look! Someone exclaimed, with a slight tremor in his voice, but the words that were already on his lips could not be said. Jin Enting's body and face were covered with fine black hair. The nails on his 10 fingers quickly grew long, and then turned into dark hook shapes. Ji Wuchang was confused. He didn't expect that Jin Enting had the blood of a violent bear. Ji Wuchang, this is the awakening of bloodline. Attack immediately, otherwise his power will become stronger and stronger. At this moment, a cold voice came to Ji Wuchang's ears. It was Xin Miaoqing who transmitted the message to Ji Wuchang. When Ji Wuchang heard this, he immediately understood. Without any hesitation, he unfolded the Bagua Yulong step, clenched his fists, and punched Jin Enting with both fists. Jin Enting grinned widely, sneered, and punched out, directly blocking Ji Wuchang's fists. With a bang, Ji Wuchang was directly knocked out. Ji Wuchang only felt severe pain in his arms, and the opponent's strength actually increased by about 3 times. Ji Wuchang, you will lose. Jin Enting, who was covered in black hair, strode towards Ji Wuchang. His footsteps touched the ground, and the ground shook. With a solemn expression, Ji Wuchang used his left hand to make a thunder explosion fist and his right hand to use the Qingyun sword technique to attack Jin Enting. Jin Enting snorted coldly and smacked it with a palm, instantly forming a huge palm print and directly smashed Ji Wuchang's attack into pieces. Jin Enting didn't hesitate at all. He raised his black-haired right fist and punched Ji Wuchang. At the same time, Jin Enting locked his chi machine tightly on Ji Wuchang, making Ji Wuchang unable to escape. Ji Wuchang was stunned, and all the bones in his body vibrated, giving off a jade-like color. At the same time, the golden skin was revealed, making Ji Wuchang look like a golden man. Gold pipe! Zhao Sandao and Jin Yaotian exclaimed at the same time. Both of them were very surprised. If a person who refines the chi mirror wants to refine the golden skin, there will definitely be only one in 100,000. The tempering of golden skin requires the support of huge spiritual power. There are only a few people in the chi refining realm who can calm down and do such a thing. Of course, Jin Enting also reached Jinpi, but he still had the help of the power of blood. If Zhao Sandao and Jin Yaotian knew that Ji Wuchang had completed the jade bone, they would be extremely surprised. At this moment, Ji Wuchang used his physical strength to reach what he thought was the ultimate limit. At the same time, he mobilized the spiritual power in his body and punched out with both fists, colliding directly with Jin Enting's punch. With a loud bang, Ji Wuchang took a step back, and Jin Enting also swayed. Although your giant bear bloodline is very strong, it is not invincible. Let's see how long your bloodline can last. Ji Wuchang snorted coldly, then used the Bagua Yulong step to the extreme and launched a frantic attack on Jin Enting. Ji Wuchang found that as he attacked with all his strength, the luster of his bones became more and more intense. Bang bang bang, the two hit each other quickly and collided dozens of times in succession. Ji Wuchang took a step back every time they collided. Dozens of collisions brought Ji Wuchang to the edge of the competition stage again. Ji Wuchang, if you follow my move, I will admit defeat. Jin Enting shouted loudly, formed seals with his hands, and the shadow of the giant bear behind him directly merged into his body. At this moment, behind Jin Enting, shadows of Taoist platforms suddenly appeared one after another, 7 in total, and a terrifying power emanated from them. Foundation building realm. Some people exclaimed, but then denied it, because these Taoist platforms are all illusory. This Jin Enting is not bad. Although it has not reached the foundation establishment realm, it can use a bit of the power of the Foundation Establishment realm. Jin Miaoqing's face showed admiration. There was a long knife in Jin Yanting's hand, and a dangerous aura spread from his body. When Ji Wuchang saw this scene, he stood up straight instantly, with no trace of panic in his eyes. Want to decide the outcome with one move? Then I'll help you. At this moment, Ji Wuchang's voice was cold and without any warmth. Ji Wuchang formed a seal with his hands, and a dark thundercloud suddenly appeared in the sky. Boom boom, several thunders suddenly sounded from the sky, which made everyone at the scene slightly stunned, wondering what happened. At this moment, Jin Yanting was ready, raising the long knife in his hand, with a hint of madness in his eyes. Giant bear slash. Following Jin Yanting's loud shout, the long knife in his hand was raised and slashed down. A sword light flashed out, rising in the wind, and in just a moment, it turned into a huge sword light nearly 10 meters long. In the light of the sword, there was a roar of a giant bear, and as he slashed down, a strong wind roared in the air. With this blow, even those on the second level of the Foundation Establishment realm changed their expressions, because this sword was enough to threaten their lives. Thunder clouds appear and thunder strikes. Ji Wuchang's expression was indifferent, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Amid everyone's exclamations, it directly struck Ji Wuchang's palm. As the thunder and lightning fell, a sparkling thunderball appeared in Ji Wuchang's palm. Wind and thunder fist, wind and thunder transformation. Ji Wuchang shouted loudly, thunder and lightning flashed in his dantian, and countless thunder and lightning power surged out instantly. Following Ji Wuchang's loud shout, he punched out. The thunderball merged with Ji Wuchang's punch, and a terrifying force swept out from the thunderball. At this moment, the whole audience was shocked. They felt that there was a terrifying power in Ji Wuchang's punch. The flashing fist of lightning collided with the light of the 10-meter sword, attracting the attention of everyone in the entire Changshengmen Square. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the competition platform, and they knew very well that this blow would determine the outcome. Boom! A violent explosion swept through the air, and the terrifying power of thunder and lightning directly submerged the long knife. Then the power of thunder and lightning exploded, hitting Jin Yanting one after another. Jin Yanting screamed, his body flew backwards, blood spurted from his mouth, and then he hit the competition table hard. Jin Yanting lost, and used his strongest method, which was comparable to a blow from the third level of the Foundation Establishment realm, but he still couldn't stop Ji Wuchang's wind and thunder fist. Ji Wuchang's face turned pale, and there were traces of blood at the corners of his mouth, and his body was shaky at the same time. But at this moment, no one laughed at Ji Wuchang, especially the disciples in the Qi refining realm, who all looked in awe. We won the Changsheng sect. The Changsheng sect disciples cheered and many people shouted loudly. Meng Saihong's heart, which was originally in the air, was completely relieved at this moment. Third elder, Ji Wuchang is good, the sect will focus on training him in the future. From now on, his treatment in the sect will be the same as Huang Wanqiu and Kai Ping. Jin Yaotian laughed and said to Meng Kaihong on the side. When Meng Kaihong heard it, she couldn't help showing joy on her face, and hurriedly said, "Thank you, sect master." The other elders also looked at Meng Kaihong with envy, but they didn't speak. They knew very well how difficult it was to win the battle just now. Jin Yanting is the strongest person in the body refining realm cultivated by the Dedeo Pavilion with a lot of resources. He also has the blood of a giant bear, and his combat power is comparable to the third level of the foundation building realm. But such a person was still defeated by Ji Wuchang, and won 35% of the resources for the sect in the next 20 years. It is not an exaggeration for him to enjoy the same treatment as the sect's seed players. The smile on Zhao Sandao's face had long disappeared, and he looked at Ji Wuchang with an extremely complicated expression. Changshengmen already had a monster like Jin Miaoqing, and now there is another Ji Wuchang. It will be more and more difficult for Dedeo Pavilion to compete with Changshengmen in the future. But Zhao Sandao knew very well that Jin Yanting had tried his best. It's not that he is not good enough, but that someone is more evil. Geniuses and geniuses are on the same stage, and there will always be someone who will end sadly. Jin Miaoqing looked at Ji Wuchang below, and the admiration in her eyes became more and more intense. This little junior brother gave her several surprises in just 2 days. Big sister, why don't you stay and don't leave? I think with this little pervert here, you shouldn't be lonely in the future. Huang Wanqiu smiled and said, she was really reluctant to let Jin Miaoqing leave. Jin Miaoqing shook his head when he heard it, and then said, my master said that Boyenzu was too small, and there is not even a sixth god realm strongman. The outside world is very big, with countless geniuses. Since I can't find an opponent among my peers in Boyenzu, I will go out and explore the wider world. If I get tired one day, I will return to the sect again. After Jin Miaoqing finished speaking, he showed a domineering aura, and his eyes showed a fighting spirit. Huang Wanqiu sighed when she heard Jin Miaoqing's words, and stopped persuading him. Huang Wanqiu seemed to think of something and glanced at Kai Ping not far away. For some reason, Huang Wanqiu didn't like this person very much. There was no reason, it was just an intuition that she felt that Kai Ping was very dark in his heart. Tai Yujie was completely silent. Ji Wuchang had just made the last blow, which made her feel creepy. Among the three of them, Zhang Linghong was the happiest. Although he was a senior brother, he couldn't help but show admiration in his eyes when he looked at Ji Wuchang. From now on, senior brother Ji Wuchang is my idol. Senior brother Ji Wuchang, do you have someone you like? I want to meet him. Senior brother Ji Wuchang is so handsome. He is the most handsome man I have ever seen. Oh my god, since Wuchang was born, why was I born? Poor my Xian level high quality talent. In the crowd, all kinds of discussions were heard, almost all of which praised Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang's name began to resound throughout Changshengmen. Ding, congratulations to the master for completing the initial task of becoming famous in Changshengmen, and reward the master with the ancient method of refining internal organs. The system reminds the master that this technique is specifically used to temper the 5 internal organs, so that the master can reach the Shinzang as soon as possible. Reward 5 years of cultivation. Luck value plus 300, Gene Enting's luck value 300. Ji Wuchang was walking down the stage slowly at this moment, when the voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind, making Ji Wuchang's eyes light up instantly. What he needed most now was how to temper his internal organs and enter the divine treasure as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, the system directly rewarded him with this. This time he made a big profit. External strength is not the real strength, but the inner strength is the real strength. Ji Wuchang felt that there was a strong spiritual power in his body, and he quickly turned on the purple chi burning heaven art to introduce the spiritual power into his internal organs. Greetings, senior brother Ji. Chen Boyu, Duan Junsheng, Fan Huajun, and Huang Wangwen clasped their fists at the same time and bowed to Ji Wuchang. These 4 people represent the 4 strongest people in the chi refining realm of Changshengmen at present. Their call of senior brother is not about seniority, but recognition of Ji Wuchang. Just like Jin Miaoqing, she is actually younger than many people, but everyone is willing to call him a senior sister. This is a kind of recognition, representing the recognition of Ji Wuchang by people in the chi refining realm. Greetings, senior brother Ji. Many people in the chi refining realm bowed to Ji Wuchang with a hint of fanaticism in their eyes. The words of these people instantly caused a chain reaction, and more chi refining realm disciples stood up and bowed to Ji Wuchang. At this moment, Ji Wuchang was completely famous among the chi refining realm disciples. Kai Ping looked at Ji Wuchang in the distance, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. He was the disciple of the headmaster, but he lived a joke in Changshengmen. Everyone would only think of him when they mentioned Jin Miaoqing. At this moment, Kai Ping hated many people, including Jin Yaotian. He himself said that he would marry Jin Miaoqing to himself, but now he didn't say a word. When he thought of his father who died for Jin Yaotian, Kai Ping felt that Jin Yaotian was an ungrateful person. At this moment, he was full of murderous intent. But Kai Ping buried this killing intent in his heart, because he knew very well that he was still very weak now, and Jin Yaotian would crush him to death, just like crushing an ant. Kai Ping had originally thought that he would become the most dazzling existence in Changshengmen, but now he has become a joke, and he hates it in his heart. Although Ji Wuchang had nothing to do with him, he saw the appreciation of Ji Wuchang in Jin Miaoqing's eyes, and now he saw that Ji Wuchang was so popular. At this moment, Kai Ping hated Ji Wuchang, and the murderous intent in his heart was awe-inspiring. Ji Wuchang returned to Meng Kaihong amid the cheers of the crowd. The elders around looked at Ji Wuchang, and their eyes showed admiration. Wuchang, are you okay? Meng Kaihong saw that Ji Wuchang's face turned pale, and hurriedly asked with concern. Ji Wuchang was actually fine, and most of the current situation was pretended by him. Ji Wuchang has lived 2 lives, and he knows very well that the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. His strength is too weak now. Even with Ji Yaoyao, a great man, by his side, he still needs to be careful, otherwise he might capsize in the gutter. Master, I am fine. I just used the last move and it hurt my tendons and veins a little. I won't watch the rest of the competition. Go back and adjust your breath. Hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Meng Saihong's expression really became a little nervous. Without any hesitation, she said, okay, then you go back first. Ji Wuchang nodded quickly, then saluted Meng Kaihong, saluted the elders, and left the main peak. Soon after, Ji Wuchang returned to his small courtyard and breathed a sigh of relief. Impermanence, be careful, there is a peerless strongman in your room, don't call me, otherwise he will find out. At this moment, Ji Wuchang's voice suddenly sounded in Ji Wuchang's ears, making Ji Wuchang's hair stand on end. To be called a peerless powerhouse by Ji Yaoyao, the opponent's cultivation level must be above that of Ji Yaoyao. You know, Ji Yaoyao was in the Supreme Realm when she was alive. Although Ji Wuchang doesn't know how high the Supreme Realm is, anyone who can reach this realm is someone who can dominate a party. At this moment, Ji Wuchang felt that his heart was in his throat. But something happened, and naturally you have to face it. Even if you take out the teleportation talisman, you can't escape the perception of this big boss. Then Ji Wuchang instantly understood something. If the other party wanted to harm him, he could just slap him to death. There was no need to be sneaky. Even if he was shot to death in front of the ancestor of the Eternal Life sect, no one in the Eternal Life sect would dare to have an objection. After thinking about this, Ji Wuchang instantly relaxed his mood and opened the door of his room without any hesitation. The door opened, and an ancestor in coarse linen clothes was seen sitting on the futon where Ji Wuchang usually practiced, staring at Ji Wuchang with interest. The moment he saw the old man, Ji Wuchang's mind buzzed. He knew who this person was. He was the master of senior sister Jin Miaoqing. The senior sister left the immortal sect after the competition. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang didn't pay attention to these things. He thought it was the senior sister who went out to practice alone, but now he thought he was wrong. The senior sister has worshipped her master a long time ago, and she just left with her master after completing the sect competition. Junior Ji Wuchang pays homage to senior. Ji Wuchang calmly clasped his fists at the old man, his attitude was extremely respectful. The old man glanced at Ji Wuchang in surprise, and then said calmly, "What an interesting little guy, do you know me?" Ji Wuchang's mind was spinning rapidly, but the look on his face didn't change much. "Disciple, I dare not hide it from you. If I guess correctly, you will be the master that my senior sister calls me." The time was too short, and Ji Wuchang really couldn't think of many reasons, so he simply said so. At this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared, acting on Ji Wuchang's body. Ji Wuchang was caught off guard and almost knelt down on the spot. Ji Wuchang felt as if there was an extra hill on his body, his bones were trembling, and large beads of sweat suddenly appeared all over Ji Wuchang's body. Do you know what the consequences will be if you lie in front of a supreme being? Don't mention you, a little chi-refining monk, even your entire immortality sect, I can destroy it with a snap of my finger. There was an endless majesty in the old man's words. His words came out like a decree, making Ji Wuchang unable to resist at all. Ji Wuchang struggled wildly in his heart, and there was a voice in his head that seemed to be telling him to confess everything. Ji Wuchang bit the tip of his tongue and felt a sharp pain instantly, making him regain consciousness. Ji Wuchang broke out in cold sweat, and in just 2 breaths, he was already soaked to the skin. "Senior, Junior, don't dare to lie. I overheard Senior Sister mention it, otherwise I wouldn't have known about Senior's existence." Ji Wuchang was trembling all over, as if he was carrying a hill on his back, and his feet had sunk deeply into the ground. Ji Wuchang felt that all the bones in his body were shaking, and there was a constant buzzing sound coming from the bones. This is a sign that the force on the bones has reached its limit. When the old man heard Ji Wuchang's words, he couldn't help but snorted. In an instant, an even stronger pressure acted on Ji Wuchang's body. Crack! Ji Wuchang's feet finally couldn't hold up any longer, and his flesh and blood burst open, and then the bones in his legs broke directly. The moment the bone broke, a wisp of black gas floated out from the broken bone, turned into black smoke, and disappeared without a trace. Ji Wuchang's face was twisted in pain, and the severe pain made him almost faint. "Am I going to die? I'm not willing to give in." In Ji Wuchang's heart, a voice was shouting crazily. He didn't understand why this old man did this. "I'll give you another chance. How did you know the news about me? If you dare to deceive me, I will wipe you out immediately." The old man's words came, and an even more terrifying pressure acted on Ji Wuchang's body. Crack! Dozens of bones in Ji Wuchang's body were broken one after another. The pain made Ji Wuchang's whole body feel like a puddle of mud, and he collapsed to the ground. Ji Wuchang raised his head with difficulty, his eyes showing an unyielding look. Even if he dies, he cannot reveal the secret of rebirth, otherwise he will definitely die without rebirth. "Senior, I didn't lie." In just 7 words, Ji Wuchang seemed to have exhausted all his strength, and blood spurted out from his mouth. The old man looked at Ji Wuchang, and Ji Wuchang stared at the old man without giving in. Crack! Dozens of bones in Ji Wuchang's body were broken again. At this moment, he could not lift his head. He fell in front of the door like a puddle of mud. In the old man's eyes, the indifference had long since disappeared, replaced by a deep look of appreciation. The old man waved his hand, and a pill flew out. Before Ji Wuchang could react, it was directly sent into Ji Wuchang's mouth. At the same time, the old man pointed his finger, and a drop of golden blood flew out and merged into Ji Wuchang's body. In an instant, Ji Wuchang's broken bones reassembled and then healed rapidly. That drop of golden blood turned into 206 small drops and merged into Ji Wuchang's bones. With the integration of this drop of golden blood, Ji Wuchang's injuries were instantly healed, and his bones exuded a glass-like luster. At this moment, Ji Wuchang felt that his physical strength was several times stronger again, which made Ji Wuchang a little confused. He didn't know what this old man was doing. "Thank you, senior." Although Ji Wuchang was very confused, he still clasped his fists and spoke. The old man nodded, and then said calmly, "You are to my taste, and you have great perseverance. Although I know you are lying, I will give you this opportunity for Miao Qing's sake. Golden skin and jade bones can only be established if they are not broken. What you have achieved before is just a superficial appearance. If you fight with that big guy now, he may not be able to take a few punches from you." When Ji Wuchang heard this, he suddenly realized that he finally understood what the other party meant. "Thank you, senior." The previous one was reluctant, but this one was absolutely sincere. The old man's action just now was equivalent to laying the strongest foundation for Ji Wuchang's future path of cultivation. "Senior, why do you want to help me?" Ji Wuchang thought for a long time and asked the question in his heart. The old man smiled slightly, and then said, "I don't need a reason to do things. Just think that I am doing it for Miao Qing's sake. Boy, let me tell you a word, don't rush to break through the foundation building stage, and polish it well in the qi refining stage, especially the internal organs, which are the most important. This thing is for you. If you can come to the great immortal state in the future, you can come to me with this thing, and I will give you a good fortune at that time." After the old man finished speaking, his body turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated, leaving only a black jade token in front of Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang reached out and took the token. There was only one word "Xiao" on the token. Ji Wuchang put the token away with a complicated expression. "Ji Yao Yao, why didn't you help me just now? Do you know that if I die, you will also be dead?" When Ji Wuchang thought that he had almost walked around the gates of hell just now, but Ji Yao Yao did not respond at all, he was very angry. He didn't have the intention to kill you, otherwise, he only needed to kill you with a glance. Why bother to spend so much time? Besides, he used his spiritual power to protect your tendons and dantian, so there is no point in me taking action. Ji Yao Yao's voice sounded in Ji Wuchang's mind, making Ji Wuchang smile bitterly and shake his head. Ji Wuchang hurriedly checked his body, and at this moment, he was shocked. The bones all over his body were like pieces of colored glaze, without the slightest impurity, as if each one was a perfect work of art. The flesh and blood all over his body were full of endless vitality, and the tendons were strong and powerful, at least several levels higher than before. The skin all over his body was full of a special power, emitting a golden light. But at this moment, the golden light slowly disappeared, and his skin all over his body was like jade. So this is the real golden skin and jade bones. At this moment, Ji Wuchang felt more grateful to the old man. This favor is very important. If he has the ability in the future, he will repay this cause and effect. Ji Wuchang cleaned the door and washed away the blood, then returned to the room and sat cross-legged. Ji Wuchang first checked the system panel. Host, Ji Wuchang, cultivation, early stage of the 9th level of qi refining, root bone, earth level middle grade, qi value, 1239, special ability, none, system task, none, the qi value has exceeded 1000, which makes Ji Wuchang very happy. Ji Wuchang then took out the ancient method of refining viscera and read it carefully. After reading it, Ji Wuchang couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. The 5 internal organs are the heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys, and the 6 bowels are the stomach, large intestine, small intestine, gallbladder, bladder and triple burner. The 5 elements are gold, wood, water, fire and earth. The tempering of the 5 internal organs requires the help of the 5 elements to be perfectly tempered. This is the foundation of the ancient method of refining the internal organs. To temper the 5 internal organs, you need to find the other party's 5 elements spiritual objects, temper them with the power of the spiritual objects, and make the 5 internal organs stronger. This is part of the content introduced in ancient method of refining internal organs. When Ji Wuchang saw it, he felt that his original approach was just a clown. He introduced spiritual power into the 5 internal organs, which can indeed play a role in training the 5 internal organs and strengthen them. But it cannot reach a limit. To truly complete the tempering of the 5 internal organs, you need to cooperate with the 5 elements spiritual objects. But such natural treasures are not so easy to find. In Ji Wuchang's previous life, he had obtained 2 kinds of spiritual objects, the Earth Spirit Pearl and the Fire Spirit Pearl, but in this life, he has none of them. No, this matter must be solved no matter what. Suddenly, Ji Wuchang remembered that if he remembered correctly, there should be a Wood Spirit Pearl in the treasure house of the sect. This is also a kind of innate spiritual pearl unique to Changshengmen, and it seems to come from the forbidden area of Changshengmen. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang was not qualified to enter the forbidden area, and he didn't know whether it was true or not, but the matter of the Wood Spirit Pearl was indeed true. He has also made a contribution to the sect, and it should not be difficult to get a Wood Spirit Pearl. If it doesn't work, let the master take action, so that it will definitely succeed. But the remaining 4 possibilities are a bit troublesome. Ji Wuchang's Earth Spirit Pearl and Fire Spirit Pearl in his previous life were not obtained in Changshengmen. It seems that we can only take one step at a time. Ji Wuchang thought of this and couldn't help but sighed. He finally understood why there are almost no people in the foundation building realm who can condense 10 platforms. The golden skin and jade bones have already stopped countless people, and the divine treasure is the biggest obstacle. Moreover, the foundation building stage has a time limit. Generally speaking, it is best to build the foundation before the age of 40. Once you are over 40, the effect of the foundation is greatly reduced. This is something that countless people have verified. Of course, for those peerless geniuses, the best age to build the foundation is before the age of 25. At this time, the blood and chi are as vigorous as a rainbow, and the condensed Tao platform is even more terrifying. However, Ji Wuchang is only 18 years old now, so there is no need to worry too much. I don't know how the foundation building stage competition went. Ji Wuchang then shook his head. This question was meaningless. Then Ji Wuchang began to review the competition with Jin Enting. Ji Wuchang concluded that his combat skills were too few, not as rich as Jin Enting. Currently, he is practicing the 4 combat skills of Qing Yun Sword Art, Thunder Explosion Fist, Wind Thunder Fist and Wind Breaking Palm. As for the Broken Jade Finger, he has not yet mastered it. The power of Wind Breaking Palm is too small, and it is no longer of any help to Ji Wuchang, so he did not use it this time. The power of Thunder Explosion Fist is limited. It can still be used now, but its effect will become less and less when it reaches the foundation building stage. The Wind Thunder Fist is naturally a top-level combat skill, but he can only use the Wind Thunder transformation at present. As for Qin Yun Sword Art, to be honest, its power is average, and Ji Wuchang does not like to use it very much. After reviewing it, Ji Wuchang instantly knew what he should do, which is to practice a few combat skills as soon as possible. Ji Wuchang thought about it, sorted out the memories of his previous life, and then selected 3 combat skills from them. They are Wheel of Flame, Shadow Sword Art and Stepping on the Heart. Wheel of Flame is a low-grade combat skill of the Earth rank, which is exactly matched with the Purple Chi Burning Heaven art. It can mobilize the spiritual power in the body to form a flaming light wheel to attack the opponent with extraordinary power. Shadow Sword Art is a top-grade combat skill of the Earth rank, with a total of 4 moves. The emphasis is on silent swords, and the sword energy is compressed into a thin line, killing people invisibly. Heart Stepping Step is a special step, the grade is unknown, and every step is like stepping on the opponent's heart. These 3 combat skills are the 3 combat skills that Ji Wuchang liked to use most in his previous life, helping him kill many enemies. If it was before, he would not dare to practice, but now it is different. He has entered the vision of the sect's high-level leaders and will be protected by the high-level leaders. After making the selection, Ji Wuchang no longer hesitated and started practicing. With the memory of his previous life, Ji Wuchang naturally knew how to practice. In just over an hour, he practiced Wheel of Flames to a small degree. If Ji Wuchang wanted to go faster, he could also consume his luck points, but Ji Wuchang didn't do that. They are all combat skills that I have practiced in my previous life, and they do not take much time. There is no need to waste the luck points that you have worked so hard to get. Ji Wuchang always felt that luck values were of great use, so he saved them first. Your master and the others are back. Ji Wuchang originally planned to start practicing the Shadow Sword Art, but Ji Yaoyao's voice made Ji Wuchang give up immediately. With the plug-in Ji Yaoyao, Ji Wuchang found that it was indeed a lot more convenient. After a few breaths, several figures landed outside Ji Wuchang's small courtyard. They were Meng Caihong's master and apprentice. The four of them did not hide their auras. Ji Wuchang quickly opened the door, bowed and clasped his fists and said, "Greetings to the master. I have met my senior brothers and sisters." Meng Caihong waved his hand, then reached out and grabbed Ji Wuchang's hand. An ray of spiritual power entered Ji Wuchang's body. After a while, this ray of spiritual power returned, and Meng Caihong breathed a sigh of relief. "Your meridians are strong. It seems that there is no serious problem. I feel relieved, my teacher." Meng Caihong's words made Ji Wuchang feel warm in his heart. "This master is really good. Thank you, master. I just came back and adjusted my breathing, and now I'm fine." Ji Wuchang smiled and spoke, knowing that his master must have discovered that his tendons were not injured. And Kurson and Tai Yujie glanced at Ji Wuchang, with a look of disappointment flashing in their eyes. "Junior brother, you have really become a celebrity in our immortality sect now." Zhang Linghong spoke with a smile, a happy smile on his face. Ji Wuchang laughed and said, "Second senior brother, people are afraid of being famous but pigs are afraid of being strong. I would rather go back to the past." Zhang Linghong was stunned for a moment, then nodded. He knew that his junior brother didn't want to attract too much attention. Meng Caihong smiled and said, "Impermanence has a good character, and I am very pleased to be my teacher. The road to immortality is long, and temporary success or failure means nothing." After Meng Caihong finished speaking, he took out a storage ring and gave it to Ji Wuchang. "This is what the headmaster just gave me. It is your reward. It contains 10,000 middle-grade spiritual stones and a third-grade 1 pill." As soon as Meng Caihong's words came out, and Kurson and Tai Yujie could not help but reveal a hint of greed in their eyes, and at the same time, their eyes were filled with jealousy. Together, the two of them only have more than 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones, which is equivalent to about 100 medium-grade spiritual stones. But Ji Wuchang possesses 10,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. How can this not make people envious, jealous, and hateful? Ji Wuchang took the storage ring and his eyes instantly showed a hint of joy. The master was indeed his money-giving boy. "Master, there are so many spirit stone disciples that can't be used. Master, please take some away." Meng Caihong thought for a moment, nodded, and then said, "Well, it's really not appropriate to put so much spiritual power on you. My master will leave you 1,000 middle-grade spiritual stones, and I will leave the rest for you to keep. When you need spiritual stones, just come and get them from me." After Meng Caihong finished speaking, he took away 9,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. Then he gave the storage ring back to Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang also breathed a sigh of relief. 10,000 middle-grade spiritual stones were too eye-catching for him at this moment, but 1,000 were justifiable. "By the way, master, how did the rest of the competition go?" Ji Wuchang put away the storage ring and asked with a smile. Meng Caihong smiled slightly, and then said with a smile, "In the Foundation Establishment Realm competition, the headmaster deliberately let it go. He won 2 of the 5 games and tied 1. As for the competition in the Purple Mansion Realm, Miao Cheng naturally won. After this competition, our Eternal Life sect finally got 65% of the resources, which is 0.5% more than in previous years." When Ji Wuchang heard this, he immediately understood that this was Jin Yaotian giving face to Dedeo Pavilion. If it were a normal competition, Dedeo Pavilion would have been able to get 30%. Thank God. Now it has gotten 35%, which is only 0.5% less than in previous years. This was also Jin Yaotian's punishment for Zhao Sandao of Dedeo Pavilion for plotting against him. In the previous life, Dedeo Pavilion obtained 50% of the resources and stole an additional 10% from the Eternal Life sect. It is this 10% of resources that will reduce the resources of each peak of the Immortality sect by 10% in the future. Now that I have resurrected my life, I have flapped my butterfly wings and changed this ending. Meng Caihong did not stay too long, and then left after briefly chatting with Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang learned from Meng Caihong that 5th Elder Tang Yuan would be back in 2 days. After Ji Wuchang heard the news, his eyes instantly showed excitement. Xiao Fan was coming. Ji Wuchang decided to go outside the sect in 2 days to see the excitement. This was a major event for the sect to recruit disciples. How could he not go and take a look? Ji Wuchang also went there in his previous life, when Xiao Fan was a disciple of the 5th Elder. In addition to going to see Xiao Fan, there is another person Ji Wuchang is very interested in. This person's name is Tsong Qing. Tsong Qing comes from a small aristocratic family and is a famous genius in the Tsong family. She has a body of water spirit. But someone plotted against her and swallowed a fire spirit fruit. Water and fire were incompatible, causing her water spirit body to be destroyed and her foundation to be seriously damaged. In this way, a little genius came to an end sadly. Ji Wuchang still remembers very clearly that Song Qing came to Changshengmen and wanted to join, but no one wanted her. She knelt in Changshengmen for a day before leaving. Later, for some reason, she was spotted by Zhao Sandao of Dadao Pavilion and taken away. Later, Song Qing rose strongly in Dadao Pavilion. When he was building his foundation, he even cast 8 Dao Tai and became a Tianjiao. It is said that if Song Qing's water spirit body had not been damaged, he could have condensed the 9th Dao Tai. After Song Qing built his foundation, he returned to the Tsong family and killed dozens of Tsong family members, finally letting the world know that the person who plotted against her was her uncle. Later, Song Qing's cultivation continued to break through and became a 6-god realm strongman. Then he left Boyangzu and traveled around the world. Although Song Qing's qualifications may not be comparable to Zhen Miaoqing, she is definitely a Tianjiao. In the previous life, Ji Wuchang had no intersection with Song Qing. At most, he can only say that they had met. Ji Wuchang thought of Song Qing, not because he had any ideas about Song Qing, but because he wanted his master to accept her as a disciple. And Kursen and Tai Yujie were the ones he had to kill. Once they died, Xiao Zhupeak would have no female disciples. Ji Wuchang remembered very clearly that Song Qing was a person who was grateful and repaying kindness. When Dadao Pavilion encountered danger later, it was Song Qing who risked his life to solve it. It can be said that Song Qing's status in Dadao Pavilion was equivalent to Zhen Miaoqing's status in Changshengmen. Ji Wuchang was relieved to have such a junior sister enter Xiao Zhupeak. In front of the hut, a figure with a solemn face and heavy footsteps, every step he took, there were circles of wonderful vibrations spreading all around. This figure was Ji Wuchang. The skill he was practicing at the moment was not a physical skill, but a combat skill called stepping on the heart. Stepping on the heart had no grade, but Ji Wuchang always felt that this combat skill was extraordinary. At this moment, Ji Wuchang's heart was beating hard. The performance of stepping on the heart was also a kind of tempering for Ji Wuchang himself. Ji Wuchang, there are 2 people watching above your head. One is the old man just now, and the other is your senior sister. Ji Yaoyao's words reached Ji Wuchang's ears. Ji Wuchang had a blank expression on his face and ignored it, still concentrating on practicing this combat skill. Stepping on the heart has a total of 10 steps. In his previous life, Ji Wuchang could only take 5 steps at a time at most. If he continued to walk, his heart would not be able to bear it. Now he had just taken 2 steps, and his forehead was already sweating. He felt his heart beating too hard. This also caused Ji Wuchang to delay the 3rd step. Ji Wuchang gave up later. After all, he was only at the 9th level of qi refining, so he couldn't be too ambitious. Master, what kind of footwork is this? It seems that every step is on the heart. It's not simple. Zhen Miaoqing looked at the old man beside him and asked curiously. The old man shook his head and then said, "My dear disciple, you really stumped me. I really don't know. Your junior brother's talent is not inferior to yours. If you work hard, you will definitely achieve something in the future. If you want to say goodbye to him, go ahead. It's not easy to come back later." Zhen Miaoqing was slightly surprised when she heard it. She knew very well that her master was extraordinary. In addition to his own cultivation, his knowledge was extremely terrifying. But today, the master actually said that he didn't know either, which naturally surprised Zhen Miaoqing. You can ask him about this step. This guy should not be a stingy person. With this step, your combat power will be greatly improved in the future. The old man smiled and spoke again. Zhen Miaoqing nodded when he heard it. Seeing that Ji Wuchang had stopped, he was no longer polite. He shook his body with the old man and came directly below. Junior brother Ji, I wonder if you welcome this uninvited guest of my sister? Zhen Miaoqing stood not far from Ji Wuchang and said with a smile. Ji Wuchang was slightly stunned. When he saw the old man next to Zhen Miaoqing, his pupils shrank slightly. Big sister, come to my broken temple, it is glorious. Ji Wuchang made a gesture of invitation. Zhen Miaoqing was not polite. Together with Ji Wuchang, he entered the small house where Ji Wuchang lived. After Ji Wuchang poured tea for the 2, he sat cross-legged opposite Zhen Miaoqing. Junior brother Ji, I'm leaving the sect now. I don't know when I'll be back. Today I'm here to say goodbye to you. Zhen Miaoqing got straight to the point and directly stated his purpose. Ji Wuchang naturally knew that in his previous life, Zhen Miaoqing left tonight and appeared again 100 years later. Ji Wuchang glanced at the old man, then turned to look at Jin Miaoqing, and said with a smile, "Congratulations, senior sister. Bo Yunzhou is too small. With senior sister's talent, it would only be a waste of time if she stayed. Junior brother wishes senior sister a steady rise in cultivation. When senior sister becomes the supreme emperor in the future, junior brother will definitely come to hug senior sister's thigh and seek shelter." Jin Miaoqing glared at Ji Wuchang. This guy is really good at talking. He dared to say that he was the supreme emperor. Jin Miaoqing heard from his master that in this world, not to mention the emperor, there is not even a quasi-emperor. Jin Miaoqing is a straightforward person. Seeing Ji Wuchang being glared at by him, he shrank his neck and couldn't help but smile slightly. "Junior brother Ji, I just saw that you seem to be practicing a special combat skill. To be honest, I like it. Junior brother, if you need anything, tell me. I am willing to exchange with you." Hearing Jin Miaoqing's words, Ji Wuchang was slightly stunned, then smiled and took out a jade slip and put it between his eyebrows. After a while, Ji Wuchang took the jade slip from his eyebrows and handed it to Jin Miaoqing. "Senior sister, this combat skill is called Stepping Heart Step. If you like it, just take it." Jin Miaoqing didn't expect Ji Wuchang to be so straightforward. She couldn't help but be stunned when she took the jade slip. "Is it so easy?" You know, in the world of cultivating immortals, everyone takes their own skills and combat skills very seriously and will never reveal them easily. This is the first time Jin Miaoqing has encountered Ji Wuchang's behavior, and she can't help but feel a little touched in her heart. He recognized this junior brother from the heart. The old man looked at Ji Wuchang, and his eyes became more and more satisfied. Ji Wuchang really suited his appetite. Jin Miaoqing smiled slightly and said, "Junior brother, your love sister will remember it. If you can get out of Boyunzu in the future, you can come to find me. I will protect you when the time comes. This jade token is for you. It seals my master's attack. My master gave it to me for self-defense. Now that my master is by my side, I can't use it. I'll give it to you for self-defense." After Jin Miaoqing finished speaking, he took off a jade token from his waist and handed it to Ji Wuchang. When Ji Wuchang heard this, his heart was pounding. He made a lot of money from this deal. The reason why he was happy to give Jin Miaoqing the stepping heart step technique was because he knew that this senior sister would be a great figure in the future. If he could build a good relationship in advance, it might be of great use to him in the future. Ji Wuchang didn't expect that the reward would come so quickly. Ji Wuchang knew very well that the master next to Jin Miaoqing was a genuine Supreme Realm strongman, and how terrible his attack would be. Ji Wuchang didn't dare to take it directly, but looked at the old man. Seeing that the old man didn't have any special expression, he reached out to take it. "Thank you, senior sister." Ji Wuchang said happily. This was equivalent to having an extra amulet for himself, and even an extra life. Jin Miaoqing smiled and shook her head, and then her soul poured into the jade slip. After a moment, she showed a happy look on her face. "What a great stepping heart step, it's really amazing. Junior brother, this combat skill is not simple, it is very likely to be a heaven-level combat skill. You should not reveal it to others in the future, so as not to attract other people's covetousness." Jin Miaoqing warned Ji Wuchang with an unusually solemn expression. She was really shocked by this combat skill. Jin Miaoqing's eyesight was amazing, although the stepping heart step did not have any level marked, but when she compared it with the heaven-level combat skill she practiced, she found that the stepping heart step was not inferior to her own heaven-level combat skill, and she immediately came to the answer. She herself did not expect that her junior brother actually had a heaven-level combat skill. What? Ji Wuchang and the old man were both very surprised. Neither of them thought that this combat skill would be of heaven level. Ji Wuchang's mind was buzzing and he remembered something. Before he was surrounded and killed, he used this combat skill to kill 2 or 3 people of the same level as himself. He lived again, and only remembered that he was like a madman at that time, without any scruples at all, and the stepping heart step kept falling. Now thinking back, the other party died at the hands of the stepping heart step. The old man was also very surprised. Although he had practiced several heaven-level combat skills, he was not unfamiliar with the horror of heaven-level combat skills. But this kind of combat skill appeared in such a remote place as Boyun Changshengmen, which was very intriguing. Suddenly, the old man thought of the day when Ji Wuchang used the wind and thunder fist to cause the thunder to fall, and then shook his head. The appearance of a heaven-level combat skill was already very scary. If another one appeared, he would probably think he was going crazy. "Thank you, senior sister. I really didn't know this fighting skill was so terrible." Ji Wuchang spoke carefully. Gee, junior brother, it's too late for you to regret now. Zhen Miaoqing said jokingly. Ji Wuchang laughed and said, Senior sister, you are joking. Junior brother, I am not such a stingy person. Jin Miaoqing nodded, crushed the jade slip in her hand, and then said carefully, Junior brother, don't worry, I won't leak this fighting skill. Senior sister is leaving, you have to practice well. To be honest, there are only 1.5 people in Changshengmen who can catch my eye. You are one, and the other half is junior sister Wanqiu. It's a pity that she has too many thoughts, and it's hard to say what she will achieve in the future. Come on, senior sister is optimistic about you. After Jin Miaoqing finished speaking, she stood up, revealing a hint of domineering. Ji Wuchang quickly stood up and followed the two of them. When they came to the door, Jin Miaoqing nodded to Ji Wuchang, and then he and the old man shook their bodies and disappeared directly in front of Ji Wuchang. Jin Miaoqing left to pursue his own path. Ji Wuchang looked at the direction they disappeared and clenched his right fist slightly. He, Ji Wuchang, will also embark on his own invincible road in the future. There is a large square at the entrance of Changshengmen. There are not many people in this square usually, but today it is crowded. The elders of Changshengmen appeared one after another and sat on the high platform above the square. Everyone showed a hint of expectation on their faces. Even the great elder Pei Yuanqing, who had been sitting in the spirit stone mine, came back and sat on the high platform. Pei Yuanqing looked to be in his 50s, with a dignified face. He was the kind of person who was intimidating without anger, and his cultivation had reached the 4th level of the soul-dividing realm. Behind Pei Yuanqing, Huang Wanqiu stood there quietly, holding a long sword, making the already upright place even more eye-catching. In the previous life, because Ji Wuchang's tendons were damaged, Meng Kaihong went out to look for medicine, so Meng Kaihong did not attend today's disciple recruiting event. At that time, Zayas Hufeng was replaced by Enkerson, and Ji Wuchang stood in the crowd to watch. Xiao Fan made a name for himself at the scene, and Enkerson remembered him. But in this life, Enkerson did not come, but Meng Kaihong and Ji Wuchang came. Are you Ji Wuchang? Pei Yuanqing looked at Ji Wuchang and spoke calmly. Ji Wuchang did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly bowed and clasped his fists and said, Disciple Ji Wuchang, meet the elder. Ji Wuchang did not have a particularly deep impression of this elder, but he was fair. But later, Kai Ping rebelled, Pei Yuanqing was furious, fought with Kai Ping, and was killed by an old man beside Kai Ping. To be honest, until now, Ji Wuchang did not know who the old man behind Kai Ping was. Pei Yuanqing looked at Ji Wuchang seriously, then smiled and said, Yes. As soon as I came back yesterday, I heard about the competition in the daytime. Practice well, the real future of Changshengmen is in the hands of you young generation. As soon as Pei Yuanqing said this, Huang Wanqiu, Zui Yan and others on the side couldn't help but look at Ji Wuchang. The elder rarely praised people, and he was able to say such words, which was a great affirmation of Ji Wuchang. Meng Kaihong hurriedly said, Elder, Wuchang is a member of Changshengmen, these are what he should do. Meng Kaihong didn't want her disciples to be praised high, it would be difficult to come down. Ji Wuchang looked calm, then clasped his fists and said, Thank you for the elder's teachings, I will seriously learn from senior sister Huang and senior brother Zhua. Pei Yuanqing nodded, and the satisfaction in his eyes became more and more intense. Huang Wanqiu, Zui Yan and others also looked away, their faces were expressionless, and I don't know what they were thinking. At this moment, tens of thousands of people gathered at the gate of Changshengmen. These people came to Changshengmen from all over the place. At this moment, a black dot appeared in the sky not far away. The black dot was moving very fast and rapidly enlarged. It turned out to be a flying boat. On the flying boat, there were densely packed figures, all of them were boys and girls. This was the 5th elder Tang Yuan who came back from a remote place to recruit disciples. These people came with the flying boat, which did not mean that they could enter Changshengmen 100%. Even if only 1 out of 10 survived, it was normal. Tang Yuan simply tested his root bones, which was a basic test. But in addition to the root bone test, Changshengmen also had 2 rounds of tests, namely the soul test and the heart test. People with weak souls are destined to have a hard time going far in the future. Moreover, the cultivation of the soul is extremely difficult, much more difficult than cultivation. Therefore, many sects will not accept people who are born with weak souls. There is also the test of the heart, which tests the inner demons. If a person cannot get out of the illusion, no sect will accept him, because he will become a demon cultivator in the future. No sect is willing to cultivate a demon cultivator, which will not only harm the sect, but also cause disaster to the sect. In the 3 tests, a large number of people will be eliminated, and not many will be left in the end. Even if they succeed in staying, about 95% of them will become outer disciples directly. Only 5% of people will be selected by the elders as personal disciples. Ji Wuchang was one of the 95% who joined the Changxing sect. After staying in the outer sect for a few years, he was selected by the third elder Meng Kaihong and accepted as a disciple. The fifth elder is back. The disciples of the Changxing sect exclaimed, looking at the huge flying boat not far away. Many disciples showed nostalgia in their eyes. That's how they arrived at the Changxing sect that year. Looking at the figures jumping down from the flying boat like dumplings, Ji Wuchang stared at one of them with a sneer on his face. This person was Xiao Fan. Just as Ji Wuchang remembered, he really came. But what surprised Ji Wuchang was that Xiao Fan was not with the fifth elder Tang Yiyuan. Could it be that Tang Yiyuan hasn't had time to accept Xiao Fan as his apprentice yet? This side of the square was noisy. Tens of thousands of people looked at the gate of the Eternal Life Gate, which was more than 10 feet high. They couldn't help but show yearning and awe in their eyes. Xiao Fan also clenched his fists with both hands, and there was a glint in his eyes. But at this moment, there was a sharp pain in the muscles and veins in his body, which made Xiao Fan frown. During the test in Makino City, he used a secret method to hide his bones. During the test, only low-grade bones were displayed. But today, he, Xiao Fan, was going to make a surprise move and shock the entire scene. Xiao Fan set a minimum goal for himself, at least to become the disciple of an elder, so that he could have a chance to take revenge and trample Ji Wuchang under his feet. Although he swallowed the pill secretly sent by Xiao Shueching, his injuries to his veins were only about 90% healed. Only by becoming a disciple of the elder and asking the master to give him a higher quality Peiyuan pill can his muscles and veins be completely restored. Xiao Fan unconsciously looked towards the elder's bench above the main square, where there were 9 top chairs. Xiao Fan's eyes were extremely fiery. These 9 people were the targets of his attack today. At this moment, Xiao Fan felt something and couldn't help but look upward, and immediately saw Ji Wuchang. The two looked at each other, and seeing Ji Wuchang's slightly playful eyes, Xiao Fan felt hatred in his heart, and at the same time he was secretly frightened. He has secretly found out from Bu Qiu Shuang, a disciple of the fifth elder, that Ji Wuchang is the fourth disciple of the third elder of the Immortality sect, and the one with the worst cultivation. Xiao Fan originally thought that although Ji Wuchang was an elder's disciple, his status would not be too high. But seeing Ji Wuchang following the third elder at this moment, Xiao Fan realized that he might have guessed wrong. This Ji Wuchang should be very popular with the third elder. When he thought of this, Xiao Fan couldn't help clenching his fists hidden in his sleeves, feeling great hatred in his heart. Ji Wuchang, when I join the elder's sect, I will let you know that you are nothing compared to me, Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan whispered, and at the same time reached out and touched a dark storage ring on his hand. His confidence doubled. Ji Wuchang didn't pay much attention to staring at Xiao Fan, but looked for Tsang Cheng among the crowd. It's a pity that his impression of Tsang Cheng is extremely vague. There are tens of thousands of people below, and it's impossible to tell which one is Tsang Cheng. After searching for a while, Ji Wuchang gave up and decided to wait until the test. Everyone, be quiet. The great elder Pei Yuanqing stood up slowly, swayed, and stood directly in the air. The people below looked at Pei Yuanqing, and the originally noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Pei Yuanqing smiled slightly, and then said calmly, "Everyone, I will bring out the jade bone phelan from my immortal sect later. This is a magic weapon to verify the bones of everyone present. Everyone will be covered by the light on the jade bone phelan. Those who can activate the beam of light to communicate with the jade bone phelan will be considered to have passed today's first test. Those who cannot trigger the beam of light, after this round of testing, can go to the foot of the mountain to receive 12 taels of silver pattern each, and then leave on their own." Pei Yuanqing's words spread throughout the audience, making the boys and girls present instantly become nervous. Of course, there are also some who are extremely confident, their eyes are shining, and they are eager to test it immediately. Xiao Fan is one of them. After Pei Yuanqing finished speaking, he didn't talk nonsense. In his left hand, a palm-sized phelan appeared. There are gears around the phelan, which are as smooth as jade and look extremely beautiful. This thing is the jade bone phelan mentioned by Pei Yuanqing. It is a magic weapon and belongs to Pei Yuanqing himself. Pei Yuanqing waved his hand, and the jade bone phelan flew up. As Pei Yuanqing formed seals with his hands, runes flew out one after another, and the jade bone phelan grew rapidly. In just a moment, the jade bone phelan grew to a size of hundreds of feet and slowly rotated in the air. When many people below saw this scene, their eyes instantly showed awe, and at the same time their eyes were extremely excited. At this moment, countless beams of light shot down from the jade bone phalan, tens of thousands of them. Each beam of light accurately shot into the body of a person below, without missing a single person. At the moment when these beams shot down, beams of light shot out from below, also tens of thousands of them. These beams of light are caused by the jade bone phalan activating the root bones in their bodies. Among these tens of thousands of light beams, almost 90% are gray, and the remaining most rays of light are yellow and red. Gray represents mortal bones, which cannot cultivate immortality and are directly eliminated. Yellow represents the yellow-level root bone, which is the worst type of root bone. It is difficult to become an inner disciple. The red color represents the Xian-level root bones. This type of root bone only needs to stay in the outer sect for 3 years before you can enter the inner sect and become an inner sect disciple. Ji Wuchang and the other elders' gazes directly passed over the gray, yellow and red light beams, and instead looked at the dozens of cyan light beams. This represents the earth-level root bone. Disciples of this kind of root bone can become elder disciples if they have a good soul and can pass the question of conscience test. At this moment, a silver beam of light rose, instantly attracting the attention of all the elders. Oh my God! This is a heaven-level bone. Our immortal sect has to recruit another genius this time. The elders of the Eternal Life sect exclaimed one after another, staring fiercely at the proud figure below. This person is Xiao Fan. At this moment, Xiao Fan was high-spirited and did not hide his roots at all. I don't pretend anymore, I show my cards, I am a genius. The rest of the people are all garbage in front of me. At this moment, Xiao Fan stood out from the crowd and became the focus of everyone's attention. The fifth elder Tangy Yuan's eyes were wide open, and he thought of something, and his face showed displeasure. Tangy Yuan understood that Xiao Fan was deliberately hiding his roots from him, not letting him know his roots. Isn't this clearly looking down on him? At this moment, Tangy Yuan's displeasure became even more serious, and he looked at Xiao Fan with a very unfriendly look. As an elder in charge of recruiting disciples in the sect, he couldn't find a genius, which was equivalent to a slap in Tangy Yuan's face. Ji Wuchang was not surprised at all about this result. If Xiao Fan didn't have this root bone, he would definitely not be able to achieve such a high achievement. But at this moment, Ji Wuchang didn't know Tangy Yuan's thoughts. If he knew, Ji Wuchang would definitely laugh to death. Every elder present had a very qualified disciple, except for the fifth elder, who had a few crooked disciples. In his previous life, Tangy Yuan was very devoted to Xiao Fan and gave most of his resources to Xiao Fan, which enabled Xiao Fan to grow rapidly. As the saying goes, a good cook cannot cook without rice. No matter how strong a talent is, it is useless without resources. If Xiao Fan were to become a disciple of another elder, it would be absolutely impossible for him to receive such treatment. Fifth elder, you have done a great service to the sect this time. You actually brought back a genius. It seems that it is the right choice to entrust you with the task of recruiting new disciples for the sect. You didn't take away such a good seedling. Very good. Second elder Zhou Yuan smiled and spoke to Tangy Yuan. His words were very sincere. When Tangy Yuan heard this, the expression on his face froze instantly, and then changed continuously. How could he not hear the hint of sarcasm in Zhou Yuan's mouth? Ji Wuchang stood behind Meng Kaihong, which was also between the two. At this moment, he heard the words of the second elder and saw the slightly ugly face of the fifth elder. For some reason, he was in a good mood instantly. How could he be in a bad mood? Xiao Fan is his experienced baby. If he wants to increase his luck value quickly, he must get the wool from him. It can be said that Ji Wuchang has been waiting for this day for a long time. Good. Our Changsheng sect is indeed blessed by the heaven. In addition to Miao Qing, we have another disciple with heavenly aptitude. Not bad, not bad. At this moment, a figure flashed over. It was Jin Yaotian, the head of Changsheng sect. Jin Yaotian looked at Xiao Fan below with admiration in his eyes. Meet the head. The elders stood up and saluted when they saw the head appear. Ji Wuchang was shocked. Xiao Fan's luck would not be so good that he was favored by the head. If the head accepted him as a disciple, it would be a bit troublesome. As the saying goes, what you fear will come to you. Jin Yaotian waved his hand to everyone, then looked at Xiao Fan below and said, "Are you willing to be my disciple?" When the elders heard the head's words, they smiled bitterly at the same time. How could they compete with the head? Xiao Fan had already noticed Jin Yaotian's arrival. When he heard these elders calling the head, he instantly knew the other party's identity. Without any hesitation, Xiao Fan knelt down and clasped his fists to Jin Yaotian, saying, "Disciple Xiao Fan, I pay my respects to the master." Okay. Xiao Fan, you will be my disciple from now on. After Zhenyaotian finished speaking, he grabbed Xiao Fan's hand, and Xiao Fan's body flew straight from Xiao Fan stared at Ji Wuchang with a faint smile on his lips. Ji Wuchang's expression had calmed down. He didn't expect that his butterfly wings would cause such a big change. But Xiao Fan was too happy too early. If Ji Wuchang guessed correctly, Kai Ping has begun to turn evil now. The two of them were able to hook up in their previous lives because there was no conflict of interest. But now that they have become brothers, that is to say, part of the resources originally given to Kai Ping will be given to Xiao Fan, or even half, and Kai Ping will definitely not be happy. These two are not good people. It seems that I need to fan the flames and let them fight each other. At this moment, Ji Wuchang suddenly thought of a treasure that he had not used, that is, his telepathic rune, or he could use it on Xiao Fan. However, Ji Wuchang felt it was a pity to do so. How should you deal with being able to eavesdrop on the enemy's thoughts? When he thought of this, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile. He didn't believe he couldn't kill him. Congratulations, Master, you have a beloved disciple. All the elders were sour, but they still bowed and spoke to congratulate Zhenyaotian. Zhenyaotian laughed, shook his body, and disappeared with Xiao Fan. All the gray light columns leave. At this time, the voice of the great elder Pei Yuanqing sounded, directly announcing the fate of this group of people. Those people in the gray light columns wailed, but they did not dare to disobey. They shook their heads and walked towards the foot of the mountain. Among these people, there was a girl about 15 years old. She showed a firm look on her face and did not leave. This person was Song Chung. Because her water spirit body was damaged, she was also covered with gray light beams when she was tested just now. Song Qing was unwilling, so she just stepped aside and did not go down the mountain. If she could not join a sect, she would have to live like this for the rest of her life. Song Qing was unwilling, she would never let those who murdered her have an easy life, even if these people were her relatives. From the day they murdered her, they were no longer her relatives. This hike of more than 2,000 miles lasted for several months, and she almost died in the mouth of a ferocious beast several times, but she could not make Song Qing retreat half a step. Song Qing had only one idea in her mind, which was to restore her physique. She wanted to cultivate immortality and take revenge. Song Qing did not know that at this moment, a pair of eyes were staring at her, and this look came from Ji Wuchang. There were too many people just now, tens of thousands of people, and Ji Wuchang was dazzled and could not recognize Song Qing at all. But as countless people went down the mountain, Song Qing's thin figure standing on the edge of the square was very conspicuous. Ji Wuchang had seen Song Qing from a distance in his previous life. At that time, Song Qing was heroic and had a bit of Zhenyaoqing's flavor. The familiar person in Ji Wuchang's heart gradually merged with the thin figure in front of him, allowing Ji Wuchang to recognize the other party instantly. Ji Wuchang suppressed the joy in his heart, but he knew that it was not the time to come forward. Giving a mouthful of help when people are poor is better than giving a bucket of help when they are rich. Ji Wuchang wanted to show up when Song Qing was most desperate, so that Song Qing could truly be grateful to him for the rest of his life. After 2 lives, Ji Wuchang had a deeper understanding of human nature. He knew very well what to do to get the most benefits. Ji Wuchang didn't pay much attention to the next 2 rounds of tests, and finally more than 20 figures stood out. These are all people who represent the cyan beam of light. A more detailed bone test was conducted later. 5 of them are middle-grade Earth-level people, and the rest are all low-grade people. Meng Kaihong accepted 2 people as his disciples, a boy and a girl. They were a brother and sister. The boy was named Wang Yi and the girl was named Wang Ping. Both of them were born in a small immortal cultivating family, similar to the Ji family where Ji Wuchang originally lived. Both of them are at the 2nd level of qi refining, so they are considered to be the best among this group of people. Ji Bing and Bai Yao turned out to be both low-level Earth-level people. Their souls were not weak yet, so they were spotted by 9th Elder Li Zhenfeng and joined the 9th Elder sect at the same time. Ji Wuchang nodded to Ji Bing and gave an encouraging look. At this point, it can be said that the recruitment of disciples has been completed, and every elder has gained something. At this moment, Song Qing's thin body walked to the center of the square and knelt down directly. The little girl Song Chang is determined to seek immortality. Please have mercy on me, elders. I am willing to serve you for the rest of your life, even if you are a boy. Song Qing spoke seriously and kowtowed several times at the same time. But the elders just glanced at her with cold eyes, and then left with their new disciples. No one looked at Song Chang. The gray beam of light represents mortal bones, which have no potential to cultivate immortality at all. How can any elder be willing to cultivate them? None of the elders cared about Song Chang, so they flew away one by one. In the end, only the third elder Meng Kaihong and Ji Wuchang were left. Meng Kaihong frowned slightly and looked at Song Chung below, then looked at Ji Wuchang. Impermanence, are you sure that she turned out to be a water spirit, but she was framed by someone and took the fire attribute fruit? Meng Kaihong actually still believed in Ji Wuchang, otherwise she wouldn't have stayed if Ji Wuchang had just sent her a message. Ji Wuchang nodded and said quickly, Master, didn't I go to my city last time? I happened to hear someone talking about the Tsung family. The disciple was curious for a moment, so he inquired about this matter. I only remembered it when I saw Tsung Ching today. When Meng Kaihong heard this, he couldn't help but nodded, and then said, Okay, Master, I already know this matter. Let her kneel down first and see how sincere she is. When Ji Wuchang heard this, he couldn't help but nodded, and then quickly said, Master, can this kind of damaged physique be repaired? Meng Kaihong smiled slightly, and then said, Of course it is possible, but it requires consuming innate spiritual objects. I happen to know that the Great Elder has 2 copies of the Supreme True Water in his hands. This is one of the innate spiritual waters. I'm going to ask the Great Elder for a copy. When Ji Wuchang heard this, his eyes instantly lit up and his breathing became heavier. He also needs this Huangji True Water. If Ji Wuchang wants to refine his internal organs, he needs the cooperation of the 5 elements of spiritual objects. Huangji True Water is not only useful for Tsongqing, who has a water spirit body, but it is also very useful for Ji Wuchang. Master, this disciple needs to collect 5 elements of spiritual objects to practice a special technique. Master, can you get another portion of the Supreme True Water from the Great Elder? You can also buy it with spirit stones. This is very important to me. When Meng Kaihong heard Ji Wuchang's words, he couldn't help being slightly stunned, with a look of embarrassment on his face. You need the 5 elements spiritual items. What do you have on hand now? When Ji Wuchang heard this, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly, and said, Master, to be honest, there is nothing at the moment. This technique was passed on to me when senior sister Miaoqing left the night before yesterday. She told me not to rush to break through the foundation establishment realm. If I can use the skills she taught me to temper my internal organs, I will have the opportunity to condense 9 Taoist platforms when I build the foundation in the future. After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he said silently in his heart, Master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie to you. He used Jin Miaoqing to talk about things, just to make a dead person without any evidence. Jin Miaoqing has completely left the immortal sect and will not return until 100 years later, so Master has no place to verify it. Moreover, if he said that he had condensed the 9 Taoist platforms, he would definitely be able to move the Master's heart. Sure enough, after Ji Wuchang finished speaking, Meng Kaihong's face instantly lit up, and his breathing became heavier. Among her current 3 Foundation Establishment Realm disciples, and Curson is the best, and he only has 5 Taoist platforms, while the remaining 2 have 4 Taoist platforms. Once Ji Wuchang can really condense the 5 Taoist platforms, his future achievements will be limitless, far beyond his own. Don't worry, impermanence. I leave the matter of the 5 elements of spiritual objects to my master, and I will definitely find ways to help you get them. Don't tell anyone about Miaoqing's teachings on your skills, not even your senior brothers and sisters. Otherwise, if word spreads, even the headmaster may come looking for you, and you will be in constant trouble. Meng Kaihong quickly warned Ji Wuchang and spoke solemnly. When Ji Wuchang heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty in his heart. In Ji Wuchang's previous life, he heard that the relationship between the senior sister and the headmaster was not very good, and it should be related to the dead headmaster's wife. Now that Master specifically mentioned the headmaster, this can be considered as indirect proof of this problem. Master, don't worry, I won't tell anyone else except you. Ji Wuchang said quickly. Meng Kaihong nodded, and then said, Song Cheng will do as you say. I will take them 2 back first, and then go to the Great Elder. When Ji Wuchang heard this, he nodded quickly. Meng Kaihong himself was a hot-tempered person, and then a spiritual power lifted Wang Yi and Wang Ping brother and sister back to Shaozhu Peak. Ji Wuchang found a random place and closed his eyes to practice. Time passed by for half a day, and Song Qing kept kneeling there. Her body was already weak, and now she was drowsy after being exposed to the sun for most of the day, but she still knelt there stubbornly. At this moment, the 2 Qi Refining Realm disciples walked towards Song Qing and started to chase them away. Go quickly, kneeling is useless. If anyone could kneel for a moment and enter the Eternal Life Gate, the Eternal Life Gate would already be overcrowded. Yes, let's go. It will be dark if you continue to kneel down. It will be very dangerous to go down the mountain. Song Chang looked at the two of them with a pale face and shook her head. She was just an ordinary person now. She was exposed to the sun for most of the day and sweated a lot, making her lips dry. The two Qi refining realm disciples were also quite helpless. If it was a man, they would have thrown it out. Ji Wuchang was almost done with the heat, so he flew up and arrived in front of Song Chang. "I've met senior brother Ji." When the two Qi refining realm disciples saw Ji Wuchang, they quickly clasped their fists in a respectful manner. The competition 2 days ago made them realize the terrifying combat power of senior brother Ji. During their free time in the past 2 days, it was senior brother Ji who they talked about the most. "Junior brothers, can you let me say a few words to her?" Ji Wuchang smiled and spoke calmly, making people feel like a spring breeze. The two Qi refining realm people nodded immediately after hearing this, and one of them said, "Brother Ji, go ahead, we'll leave first." After the two finished speaking, they politely bowed to Ji Wuchang and then left. Ji Wuchang looked at Song Chang, and Song Chang also looked at Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang saw the firmness in the other's eyes and nodded secretly. In the path of cultivating immortals, although the root bones are very important, firm beliefs are more important. Throughout the ages, how many people with excellent root bones have finally been drowned in the vast sea of people? Ji Wuchang looked at Song Chang and said calmly, "I am Ji Wuchang, a disciple of the third elder of Chongqing sect. I can give you a chance and take you to see my master. As for whether you can be favored by my master, it depends on your luck." Hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Song Chang was overjoyed and quickly said to Ji Wuchang, "Thank you, senior brother." Ji Wuchang waved his hand and then said, "Don't thank me in a hurry, I want to ask you something first. What's wrong with your body? There are two forces competing inside. You have to answer this question truthfully, otherwise I dare not take you to my master." Song Ching was very surprised that someone could see through the problem of his body, which made Song Ching's face more cautious. "Senior brother, to be honest, I was originally a water spirit, but I was murdered and swallowed something with fire attributes. Now two forces have used my body as a battlefield and have been doing so for several years. If the problems in my body can be solved, I firmly believe that my bones are no worse than others." Song Ching was heartbroken and directly revealed the biggest secret of her body. Ji Wuchang actually just wanted to verify it. Now that Song Ching said this, he immediately felt confident. After all, he was also afraid that his memory of his previous life would be biased. "Get up, I will take you to see the master. Whether you can become the master's disciple depends on your luck." Ji Wuchang smiled and spoke to Song Chang. When Song Chang heard this, she quickly and solemnly said, "Thank you so much, senior brother Ji. I, Song Ching, will definitely remember your kindness today." Seeing Song Ching's serious expression, Ji Wuchang could not help but reveal a smile. What Ji Wuchang wants is the gratitude in the other person's heart. Based on his past life memories, Song Ching is a person who knows how to repay kindness. Ouch! As soon as Song Chang stood up, she almost fell down again. She had been kneeling here for a long time. Just when she stood up, she felt that her eyes were numb. Ji Wuchang didn't urge him, after all, that Song Ching in front of him was just an ordinary person who had not cultivated. When Song Ching regained consciousness in her feet, Ji Wuchang took out his flying sword and flew towards Xiaozhu Peak with Song Chang. Although he was carrying one person with him, Ji Wuchang's flying sword was still very stable. Song Chang stood on the flying sword, the expression on her face became more and more determined. She wanted to become an immortal, and she also wanted to take revenge. As soon as Ji Wuchang and Song Chang arrived at Xiaozhu Peak, they met third senior sister Tai Yujie. Seeing Ji Wuchang coming back with Song Chang, he couldn't help but frown. "Junior brother, are you planning to hide your beauty in a golden house, or are you planning to start recruiting disciples?" Tai Yujie's words were yin and yang, and her eyes swept over at Song Chang. She saw that although the other party looked miserable, she was extremely delicate, and she felt even more unhappy. Ji Wuchang glanced at Tai Yujie, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. "Third senior sister, don't judge a gentleman with a villain's heart. I am just following master's order to bring this girl Song Ching." Ji Wuchang didn't even have the thought to deal with this idiot, so he responded directly without any politeness. When Song Chang heard the conversation between the two, she instantly felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere, and couldn't help but shrink back behind Ji Wuchang. Tai Yujie's face was very ugly, and she was about to get angry, but when she saw Ji Wuchang's cold eyes, she swallowed the words that had reached her throat instantly. She thought of the scene during Ji Wuchang's competition that day. Although she was at the second level of the foundation establishment realm, she really might not be able to beat this junior brother. Tai Yujie snorted coldly and left directly. The more Tai Yujie thought about it, the angrier she became, so she went directly to senior sister in person. When she saw in person, Tai Yujie complained directly. Senior sister, that Ji Wuchang is starting to look down on me less and less. He just scolded me directly in front of the newcomers. I really can't stand this tone. As soon as Tai Yujie saw in person, she started to complain. And Kursen glanced at Tai Yujie, and then said calmly, "Third junior sister, he is in the spotlight now, why are you provoking him? The sect will hold a trial in the secret realm soon. Let's wait until we are in the secret realm to talk about anything." After Kursen finished speaking, a cold light flashed in his eyes. When Tai Yujie heard this, his eyes lit up. This secret realm trial will be attended by both the Qi refining realm and the foundation establishment realm, and some new disciples will also go. Every year of experience, many people die in it. When she thought of this, Tai Yujie's eyes suddenly lit up and she stopped talking. Little did they know that Ji Wuchang was also waiting for this secret trial. He also had the same intention and let these two people die in it. Ji Wuchang brought Song Qing to the master's residence, and found that his second senior brother Zhang Linghong was also there, and he quickly stepped forward to say hello. "Junior brother, you are also here to see master? Who is this girl?" Zhang Linghong said with a smile and glanced at Song Qing curiously. Ji Wuchang nodded, then rolled his eyes and instantly understood what was going on. "Second senior brother, master will not hand over the newly accepted junior brothers and junior sisters into your hands, right?" When Zhang Linghong heard Ji Wuchang's words, he immediately grimaced. Isn't that what happened? Zhang Linghong had no experience in teaching newcomers, so he was very confused. He came here just to get rid of this matter and let the senior sister take over. "Junior brother, I myself am confused all day long. How can I teach newcomers? I think it would be more appropriate to leave it to senior sister." Ji Wuchang smiled slightly, and then said, "Second senior brother, it's actually not as difficult as you think. You first take them to familiarize themselves with the environment of Shaozhu Peak, then pass on the evergreen skill to them and teach them how to introduce qi into their bodies. As for the other techniques, just wait until the master teaches them to you later." When Zhang Linghong heard Ji Wuchang's words, his eyes lit up, he nodded quickly, and then said with a smile, "Junior brother is right. I'll go back first." Zhang Linghong knew very well that the evergreen technique was the most basic technique of the immortality sect. They also practiced this technique when they first started. In fact, he didn't want to come to master so soon. It would be bad if he made master unhappy. Now with Ji Wuchang's advice, Zhang Linghong instantly enlightened and knew what to do. Looking at Zhang Linghong's departing back, Ji Wuchang smiled slightly. Second senior brother's current state should not be completely fascinated by third senior sister. This is good, so that he won't be too sad after killing them. Not long after Zhang Linghong left, Meng Kaihong came back, which made Song Cheng very nervous. Meng Kaihong was not polite, grabbed Song Qing's hand, and injected a wisp of spiritual power into her body. When this wisp of spiritual power flowed back, Meng Kaihong's eyes lit up slightly. Although Song Qing's spiritual power was chaotic, it was not a big deal in Meng Kaihong's eyes. At this moment, Meng Kaihong looked at Ji Wuchang with more satisfaction. Meng Kaihong took out a porcelain bottle and gave it to Ji Wuchang, and Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up instantly. "This is the Royal Extreme True Water, I'll think of a way to deal with the remaining few." Ji Wuchang was overjoyed when he heard Meng Kaihong's words, and he clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, master." Meng Kaihong nodded, pondered for a moment, and then took out her token and gave it to Ji Wuchang. "Take my token and go to the treasure pavilion, and tell them that I need a wooden spirit bead. The fourth elder should give me this face." Ji Wuchang had been thinking about the sect's wooden spirit bead for a long time. When he heard Meng Kaihong's words, he didn't hesitate and took the token in his hand. Ji Wuchang didn't stop. He didn't know if he was in time, because the wooden spirit bead contained a great vitality, which was also very useful for Xiao Fan who had problems with his tendons and veins. At the entrance of the treasure pavilion, Xiao Fan was very proud at the moment. Just now, his master, the headmaster Zhenyaotian, had helped him recover all the injuries in his tendons and veins. At the same time, his cultivation level broke through again and reached the realm of the 6th intermediate stage of qi refining. In view of the fact that Xiao Fan's injury had delayed for a while, Zhenyaotian thought about it and remembered that there was another wooden spirit bead in the treasure pavilion, so he decided to give this wooden spirit bead to Xiao Fan. The wooden spirit bead contained a magnificent life force, which could continuously nourish Xiao Fan's body and completely eliminate the hidden dangers of his tendons and veins. Kai Ping accompanied Xiao Fan and looked at Xiao Fan with cold eyes. From childhood to adulthood, his talent was crushed by Jin Miaoqing, which made Kai Ping extremely depressed. Kai Ping had given up the idea of pursuing Jin Miaoqing, and Jin Miaoqing had even left the Changsheng Gate. For Kai Ping, it was like moving away the mountain that was pressing on his heart, allowing him to finally breathe fresh air freely. But Kai Ping did not expect that just after Jin Miaoqing left, Xiao Fan came again, and he was still a lower-grade root bone of the heavenly rank. This made Kai Ping full of hostility towards Xiao Fan, and murderous intent was in his heart. He would never allow anyone to ride on him again, no matter who this person was. As long as he dared to do so, that person would be his enemy. Therefore, from the first sight of Xiao Fan, Kai Ping's heart was full of murderous intent. Kai Ping would naturally not show it on the surface. After all, he had a big plan. He wanted the entire Changsheng sect. Kai Ping had already thought about it, and in the sect training in the near future, he would find a way to bring this junior brother in. After all, the secret realm is an excellent place to bury bones. Xiao Fan's roots were actually better than his own, and he was even accepted as a disciple by the headmaster. He already had a way to die. Junior brother, the treasure pavilion is under the jurisdiction of the fourth elder, and she is a 9th level cultivation in the Purple Mansion realm, so when you see her later, you must be polite. A place like the treasure pavilion is an important place in the sect. If you can build a good relationship with the fourth elder, then the fourth elder will definitely not be short of your benefits. Kai Ping introduced Xiao Fan with a smile, and his attitude was very kind. After hearing this, Xiao Fan nodded, and then calmly said, "Thank you, senior brother." Xiao Fan was very disdainful in his heart. Now he called you senior brother because of master. After a few years, his cultivation will definitely surpass the other party. At that time, there is no need to pay attention to this kind of senior brother. While the two were talking, they had already walked into the treasure pavilion. When Yin Shuyao saw the two, she was stunned, and then smiled and said to Kai Ping, "Kai Ping, you are a rare guest." Kai Ping smiled slightly and said, "Fourth elder, it was not inconvenient some time ago. Today, junior brother Xiao Fan happened to come to the treasure pavilion, and I also came to visit the fourth elder." Xiao Fan did not dare to neglect it at this moment, and hurriedly clasped his fists and said, "Xiao Fan greets the fourth elder." Yin Shuyao glanced at Xiao Fan, then nodded, with a lukewarm attitude. "You're welcome. What are you doing here in the treasure pavilion today?" Xiao Fan said without waiting for Kai Ping to speak, "Fourth elder, the head teacher asked me to take that wooden spirit bead." Kai Ping's face changed slightly when he saw Xiao Fan dare to snatch his words, but then he returned to normal. Yin Shuyao was slightly stunned, then smiled, and said, "You are late. Just now, Ji Wuchang's nephew took the token of the third elder and took the wooden spirit bead away." When Xiao Fan heard this, the smile on his face disappeared instantly, and his face twisted slightly. "Ji Wuchang, you hurt me first, and then took my wooden spirit bead. You have already found a way to die." Xiao Fan's murderous intent was overwhelming. With the breakthrough of his cultivation, Xiao Fan's confidence soared again at this moment. When he heard that it was taken away by Ji Wuchang, Kai Ping breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. Although Ji Wuchang also made a big splash last time, he was only a disciple of the third elder, and he would not be qualified to compete with him for the position of head teacher in the future. But Xiao Fan was different. The other party had a lower-grade heaven-level root bone, while he was only a high-grade earth-level one. There was a big difference in root bone. In addition, the wood spirit pearl was an innate spiritual object. It not only contained a vast spiritual power, but also a strong vitality. No matter who refined this object, they could quickly break through their cultivation. Kai Ping had refined one before, so he naturally knew the benefits of this thing. Xiao Fan left the treasure pavilion with an ugly face. Kai Ping followed behind him with a slight sneer on his face. "Junior brother Xiao Fan, don't be discouraged. I have a few wood spirit pearls in my Changsheng sect every few years. You are the disciple of the headmaster. If there are any in the future, you will definitely be given priority." Kai Ping walked to Xiao Fan and said comfortingly. Xiao Fan looked ugly, but he nodded in the end. After all, things had already happened and could not be reversed. However, Xiao Fan still had an idea and said, "Brother, do you know Ji Wuchang? What do you think of him?" Kai Ping looked at Xiao Fan, and seeing Xiao Fan's gloomy face, he couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother Xiao, do you know Ji Wuchang?" When Xiao Fan heard this, his face became even uglier. He thought that Ji Wuchang had publicized the matter of my city after returning. At this moment, he hated Ji Wuchang even more. But when Kai Ping asked, he naturally couldn't deny it. After all, such things could be known by asking a little, so he nodded. Kai Ping was not a fool. He immediately understood that Xiao Fan must have a conflict with Ji Wuchang, which made his eyes brighten. At this moment, Kai Ping immediately thought of a plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Kai Ping smiled and said, Ji Wuchang is the disciple of the third elder. I have indeed met him twice. However, his strength is average, but he is very arrogant. He is just a jumping clown. Although his strength is slightly higher than that of my junior brother now, with my junior brother's talent, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses him. In my estimation, my junior brother only needs to practice in seclusion for 10 days or half a month, and his strength will definitely surpass this person. The reason why Kai Ping said this time is that at most half a month, the trial in the secret realm will begin. Xiao Fan is not familiar with the people of Changshengmen now, so he can't ask about Ji Wuchang. If the two really have a grudge, once they meet in the secret realm, even if Xiao Fan can bear it, Ji Wuchang may not be able to bear it. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up when he heard it. He remembered very clearly that when Ji Wuchang competed with him, he was at the early stage of the 6th level of qi refining. It has only been more than a month, and the other party is at most the 7th level of qi refining. Now that Master has given me so many resources to help me, if I retreat for half a month, I can at least break through the 7th level of qi refining, and then I can avenge my previous shame. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan's heart was burning, and his hand unconsciously touched the storage ring in his hand, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Brother is right, my tendons and veins have just recovered, and I really need to retreat and practice for a few days. Upon hearing this, Kai Ping nodded quickly with a faint smile on his face. What a harmonious scene of brothers and sisters. In the room, Ji Wuchang sat cross-legged, his eyes were filled with joy. In Ji Wuchang's hand, there was an emerald green bead, with a strong breath of life hidden in it. This bead was naturally the wood spirit bead, which Ji Wuchang had just taken from the fourth elder of the treasure pavilion. The 5 elements correspond to the 5 internal organs, and the 5 elements are mutually generated and restrained, and so are the 5 internal organs. The liver stores blood to help the heart, and the liver generates the heart, which is wood generating fire. The heart stores the spleen, which is fire generating earth, the spleen generates the lungs, which is earth generating gold, the lungs generate the kidneys, which is gold generating water, and the kidneys generate the liver, which is water generating wood. Ji Wuchang currently has the wood spirit bead and the imperial true water in his hands, which is equivalent to having 2 spiritual objects, wood and water. Ji Wuchang thought carefully about the ancient method of refining internal organs in his mind. When this method is in operation, it needs to draw the power of the flesh to nourish the 5 internal organs. Ji Wuchang took out a few medium-grade spirit stones and put them aside so that they can be used at any time. Looking at the egg-sized wooden spirit bead in his hand, Ji Wuchang did not hesitate, opened his mouth, and sucked the wooden spirit bead into his stomach. As soon as the wooden spirit bead entered his stomach, terrible magic attribute spiritual power surged out instantly, and at the same time there was also powerful spiritual power. Ji Wuchang immediately operated the ancient method of refining organs to wrap up these 2 powers, and then continuously sent them into the liver. Ji Wuchang could clearly feel that the liver seemed to become unusually active, and a trace of black breath was squeezed out of the liver. Under the operation of the ancient method of refining organs, the liver seemed like a bottomless pit. The huge spiritual power provided by the wooden spirit bead could not keep up with the speed at which the liver absorbed spiritual power. Ji Wuchang clearly felt that the spiritual power in his body was rapidly decreasing, which surprised Ji Wuchang. He did not expect that just tempering a liver would consume such terrible power. No wonder few people can touch the realm of Shenzong. Time flies, and 2 days have passed in a blink of an eye. Ji Wuchang sat cross-legged there motionless. At this moment, Ji Wuchang looked extremely thin. There was a small circle of dust around him, which was the fragments left after the spiritual power of the spirit stone was exhausted. Above Ji Wuchang's body, there was a strong breath of life. The thin body and strong vitality seemed extremely contradictory, but they were actually integrated. Ji Wuchang slowly opened his eyes, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. He just looked inside and found that there was a layer of warm jade-like luster on the liver, which was a manifestation of the successful quenching of the liver. Ji Wuchang did not rush to get up, but flew up and went straight to Lingjian Peak. Lingjian Peak is the mountain where the great elder Pei Yuanqing is located. The spiritual power here is slightly richer than that of Shaozhu Peak. There are hundreds of spiritual swords inserted on Lingjian Peak, which is quite spectacular. Everyone who enters Lingjian Peak must do one thing, that is, communicate with the spiritual sword of Lingjian Peak and choose a long sword that recognizes himself. A moment later, Ji Wuchang arrived at the foot of Lingjian Peak. System, sign in. Ding. Changshengmen Lingjian Peak signed in successfully, rewarded with 10 years of cultivation. Luck value plus 10. Ji Wuchang was not going to Lingjian Peak, but to sign in. After all, this time of tempering the liver consumed too much spiritual power, and he must replenish it. Xiaozhu Peak has been signed in by him several times, and the sign-in rewards are really unbearable. A powerful spiritual power appeared in Ji Wuchang's body out of thin air. Ji Wuchang operated the purple chi burning heaven art and guided this spiritual power to his limbs. With the influx of this spiritual power, Ji Wuchang's originally thin body became plump as if inflated. In just a moment, Ji Wuchang returned to his original state. But there was still some spiritual power left, and Ji Wuchang naturally would not waste it. He introduced the spiritual power into Dantian, and the spiritual power consumed in Dantian was also replenished rapidly. Ji Wuchang smiled, shook his body, and returned directly to Xiaozhu Peak. Everyone at Lingjian Peak was stunned. They originally thought that Ji Wuchang had something to do at Xiaozhu Peak, but they didn't know that this guy had stayed at the foot of the mountain for a few breaths. As soon as Ji Wuchang returned to Xiaozhu Peak, he saw his second senior brother Zhang Linghong, who was looking for him at the moment. Seeing Ji Wuchang, Zhang Linghong's eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly said to Ji Wuchang, "Junior brother, master wants to see us for something. I just went to my junior brother's residence, but found no one there. I was just about to go back to report to master." Ji Wuchang seemed to have thought of something when he heard it. His eyes lit up, and he didn't waste any words. He and Zhang Linghong went straight to Meng Caihong's residence. As soon as the two arrived, they found that Incursion, Tai Yujie, Wang Yi, Wang Ping, and Song Qing were all there. Meng Caihong smiled and nodded when she saw the two people coming, and motioned for them to stand aside. Ji Wuchang's eyes swept over Song Qing and were very surprised. This Song Qing, who was originally immortal 2 days ago, actually exuded the cultivation of the third level of qi refining in his body. This made Ji Wuchang understand instantly that Song Qing's water spirit body had completely recovered. I invited all of you here today because I have 2 things to announce. The first thing is that I officially accept Song Qing as my personal disciple. Since she is the last to join, she will be your junior sister in the future. Meng Caihong smiled and said, with a very happy expression on her face. Song Qing was also very excited. She stood out from the crowd, came to Meng Caihong, and knelt down directly. Disciple Song Qing pays homage to master. After Song Qing finished speaking, he kowtowed to Meng Caihong 3 times respectfully, and tears could not help falling from his eyes. She has suffered so much over the years, and now it is finally over. Ji Wuchang glanced at Incursion and Tai Yujie, both of whom had no expression on their faces, as if all this had nothing to do with them. Wang Ping stepped forward and handed a cup of tea that had been prepared long ago to Song Chang. Song Chang nodded in thanks, and then respectfully handed the cup of tea to Meng Caihong. Meng Caihong smiled slightly, took the cup of tea, took a sip, and then put the cup of tea on the small table beside her. Meng Caihong pointed a finger at Song Qing's brow. Today, I will teach you the sex technique evergreen technique. This technique is the basic technique and is also the technique practiced by all beginners. I hope you will be humble and learn from many senior brothers and sisters in the future. After hearing this, Song Cheng nodded quickly, and then said respectfully, "Thank you for your teachings, master, I will definitely remember it in my heart." After Song Qing finished speaking, he stood up and clasped his fists to everyone around him and said, "Song Qing greets all the senior brothers and sisters." Ji Wuchang and others naturally smiled and returned the greetings. Ji Wuchang didn't care what others thought, he was very happy anyway, and in the future, he would have one more ally in Xiaozhu Peak. Meng Caihong looked at everyone with a smile, and then said calmly, "I just came back from the main peak, and the second thing is that the secret realm will open in 5 days. I have reported to you 4, Curson, Linghong, Yujie, and Wuchang from Xiaozhu Peak. Prepare well when you go back." Ji Wuchang returned to his residence. He thought of the excitement in Incursion and Tai Yujie's eyes when the master just told him about the secret trial. Tai Yujie glanced at Ji Wuchang, and the murderous intent in her eyes flashed. Ji Wuchang looked indifferent, pretending not to see Tai Yujie's gaze, but secretly said sorry to the master in his heart. After the secret trial, Xiaozhu Peak will be reduced in number. Ji Wuchang took out the Royal Extreme True Water, his eyes shining, and he decided to use up this Royal Extreme True Water before entering the secret realm. Which man doesn't want a strong kidney? Although Ji Wuchang thought his kidneys were okay and he didn't hold him back in his previous life, wouldn't it be better if they were stronger? After all, this is a matter of man's dignity. Other things can be timid occasionally, but this can't be timid. Ji Wuchang opened the bottle cap and saw that the royal extreme true water rushed out of the bottle, turning into a sharp sword, and went straight to Ji Wuchang's eyebrows. Ji Wuchang was well prepared. The purple chi burning heaven art burst out with a bang, and a scorching breath rushed out of Ji Wuchang's body like a volcanic eruption. The purple chi burning heaven art itself is a fire attribute technique, but it is not an ordinary fire attribute. Even the innate spiritual object such as the royal extreme true water cannot resist its breath. The purple chi burning heaven art formed a vortex in front of Ji Wuchang, directly wrapping the royal extreme true water, and then Ji Wuchang opened his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach. After the royal extreme true water entered his stomach, Ji Wuchang slowly closed his eyes and guided the royal extreme true water to wrap his kidneys. Time passed in a flash, and it was 3 days. Ji Wuchang slowly opened his eyes. This time, Ji Wuchang looked thinner than a few days ago. Ji Wuchang ran to the foot of Lingjian Peak again and signed in. Ding! Successfully signed in at Lingjian Peak of Changshengmen, rewarded with 5 years of cultivation. Luck value +5. Ji Wuchang had been prepared for this. The second time he signed in at the same place, the reward would be halved. However, with the influx of 5 years of cultivation, Ji Wuchang's body returned to its original appearance. Ji Wuchang then checked the system panel. Host, Ji Wuchang, cultivation, mid-9th level of chi refining, root bones, middle grade earth rank, chi luck value, 1386, special ability, none, system task, none. Ji Wuchang looked at the system panel and frowned slightly. He could understand everything else on the panel, but he didn't know what this special ability meant. Does this represent a technique, combat skill, secret method, or some special ability? Ji Wuchang thought for a moment, then gave up. This could only be discussed later. After Ji Wuchang arrived at the foot of Lingjian Peak, he left again, leaving the disciples of Lingjian Peak confused. They didn't know what this senior brother Ji meant. However, the disciples of Lingjian Peak did not have too much time to care about such things, because the secret trial was about to start, and everyone was preparing nervously. In the secret trial of Changshengmen, the death rate in previous years was 5 to 1, that is, 1 out of 5 people died in it. As long as they left the secret realm, no one would pursue who killed these people and how they died. Changshengmen, like any other cultivation force, would not let the living disciples lose their lives for a dead person. Therefore, in the secret realm, many grievances that were inconvenient to resolve in the sect would be resolved in the secret realm. For such things, Changshengmen turned a blind eye. The living are the talents that the sect wants to cultivate. Ji Wuchang did not participate in this trial in his previous life, but he knew that this trial was not simple and the losses were great. After the secret trial ended, many elders of Changshengmen were furious. At this moment, more than 200 people have gathered in the Changshengmen Square, and these are the figures participating in the trial. Although Changshengmen has only 9 elders in total, there are many guest elders, but their status is not as good as the 9 elders. Many people cannot become disciples of the 9 elders, so they will naturally settle for the next best thing and become disciples of a guest elder. Ji Wuchang stood with Zhang Linghong, his eyes swept over everyone present, and he sighed in his heart. Among these people, at least dozens of them will be buried forever in the secret realm. After Ji Wuchang glanced around, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't see Xiao Fan. Could this guy not participate? At this moment, 2 figures appeared from a distance. It was Kai Ping and Xiao Fan. At this moment, Xiao Fan was full of confidence. The retreat in the past few days has made his cultivation level go to a higher level. At this moment, he is already in the early stage of the 7th level of chi refining. The breakthrough in cultivation made Xiao Fan sweep away all the previous haze. His eyes swept around and finally looked at Ji Wuchang. Xiao Fan did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. But fortunately, he also knew that this was not the place to take action, otherwise he would have wanted to take action immediately to avenge his previous shame. At this moment, the 2nd elder Zhou Yuan appeared, and the 6th elder Yuzhen also appeared at the same time. They were the person in charge of this trial. Everyone, this trial is the sect's 10-year training for the disciples of the foundation building and chi refining realms, and it is also a test for you. The final results will be judged by the corpses of the fierce beasts that everyone submits to the sect. Of course, the requirements for the foundation building and chi refining realms are different, and they will be ranked separately. Now everyone, please follow me and go to the back mountain of the sect together. After Zhou Yuan finished speaking, he took the lead and flew towards the back mountain of Changshengmen. The rest of the people took out their flying swords and followed closely. In just a moment, everyone came to an open space in the back mountain. At this moment, in the open space in the back mountain, the 4th elder Yin Shuyao, the 5th elder Tang Yuan, and the 8th elder Jia Yuanlian were all there. The three of them sat cross-legged in the three directions of heaven, earth, and man. Under them, a special formation slowly rotated, and a special portal appeared above the formation. In the portal, there were wisps of space power coming. Obviously, you only need to pass through this door to enter a new place. Everyone, this is a random teleportation portal that will send you to the trial place. Keep this jade token. Once you encounter a life and death crisis, crush this token and you will be teleported out. Of course, those who have not stayed in there for 7 days will not participate in the ranking no matter how good your performance is. The 6th elder Yushin smiled and opened his mouth, then waved his hand, and jade tokens flew out, landing accurately in front of everyone, and were caught by everyone. Ji Wuchang looked at the token in his hand and sensed a special aura in it. He immediately knew what was going on. He had seen this kind of thing many times in his previous life, so it was nothing special. Ji Wuchang looked at the crowd and saw that Kai Ping and Xiao Fan had already arrived in front of the portal. At this moment, Xiao Fan turned around, sneered at Ji Wuchang, and then stepped into the portal. In the forest, a figure quickly shuttled through the forest, covering a distance of several feet with every step. Behind him, 5 dark figures followed, which turned out to be 5 black wolves. These 5 black wolves are huge, each weighing no less than 300 pounds. The huge mouth opened, revealing the strong white teeth. Damn it, it seems these guys won't stop chasing until they are all killed. Ji Wuchang, who was running, cursed secretly, and after looking back, a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Ji Wuchang felt that he was a little unlucky. He had just teleported over and appeared near the lair of the black wolves. There are 7 black wolves in this batch, and the leader among them is a 2nd-level black wolf, which is equivalent to a human foundation-building monk. According to Ji Wuchang's estimation, his strength is already comparable to that of someone at the 5th level of the foundation establishment realm. The remaining 6 are all 1st-level peak black wolves, which is equivalent to the cultivation level of a person at the 9th level of qi refining. Ji Wuchang reacted quickly enough to kill the nearest first-order black wolf with lightning speed, and then turned on the escape mode. Just now, Ji Wuchang found a way to kill another one, but the opponent still had 5 left. Especially the one at the head gave Ji Wuchang a lot of pressure. After all, he was only in the middle of the 9th level of qi refining. Ji Wuchang, as long as you call me master, I can kill these black wolves with a snap of my fingers. What do you think? In Ji Wuchang's ears, Ji Yaoyao's voice came. This is not the first time Ji Yaoyao has mentioned this matter to Ji Wuchang, but Ji Wuchang has sternly rejected her every time. Just kidding, he has other ideas about Ji Yaoyao, and becoming a disciple is definitely not an option. Although etiquette and law are not taken seriously in the world of immortality, master and disciple, aren't they just one generation shorter? A man has to be tough from the beginning. Once he softens, it is not easy to regain his authority. You bitch, shut up. Ji Wuchang snorted coldly and said angrily. He used his speed to the extreme, and his Bagua wandering dragon step made Ji Wuchang look extremely elegant. Ji Yaoyao pouted in her storage ring. A little person at the 9th level of qi refining actually dared to call herself a bitch. In the past, she would have slapped Ji Wuchang into a pulp. But this despicable guy placed a curse on her, tying their fate together. Therefore, Ji Yaoyao could not vent her anger on Ji Wuchang. Ji Yaoyao wants to teach Ji Wuchang the top combat skill of the Ji family, the Great Sun God Fist, but naturally it cannot be given to anyone who is not a member of the Ji family. But if Ji Wuchang worships her as his master, the relationship between the two will be different. Ji Wuchang will also have the imprint of the Ji family. In this way, Ji Yaoyao would not have any psychological burden when teaching the Great Sun Fist to Ji Wuchang. Dead Ji Wuchang, stinky Ji Wuchang. I want to see how you, a body-refining mirror person, can kill a 2nd-level black wolf. Ji Yaoyao was very angry, so she wanted to see what other tricks Ji Wuchang had. Ouch, the leader of the black wolf roared, and the 4 black wolves around it separated instantly, showing the tendency to outflank Ji Wuchang, trying to stop him. Ji Wuchang Ji Yaoyao finally stopped talking and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His eyes glanced around, and there was an unsheathed sword in his hand. Above the long sword, there were sparkling waves, and a deep cold air rushed towards the face from the long sword. The name of this sword is Bisui. It is a low-grade magic weapon and is extremely sharp. This long sword was also given to Ji Wuchang by Meng Kaihong. Even though the Bisui sword is a low-grade magical weapon, it has killed many people in Meng Kaihong's hands. Later, Meng Kaihong's strength improved, but the blue water sword was too weak after all, so Meng Kaihong was useless. But after years of nourishment by her, the blue water sword is no worse than any middle-grade magical weapon. Looking at the blue water sword in his eyes, Ji Wuchang then looked at the black wolf behind him, the murderous intent in his eyes becoming more and more intense. Ji Wuchang swayed his body, changed his direction, and headed straight to the left. Then his body flew several feet away and landed on top of a black wolf. Taking heart step, Ji Wuchang didn't hesitate at all. He raised his left foot and stepped down towards the black wolf below. Although Ji Wuchang's left hand did not touch the black wolf still screamed, and his body running wildly lost his balance instantly. With a bang, the black wolf's head hit a big tree directly, and it was so painful that it grinned. But at this moment, a sword light appeared on the black wolf's neck like a ghost, directly slicing the black wolf's throat open. The black wolf's blood gushes out of his throat like a fountain, and then he collapses unwillingly. Ji Wuchang's body swayed and disappeared into a big tree, gasping slightly at the corner of his mouth. The heart step consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Although he just took one step, he felt that 10% of his spiritual energy was missing from his body. Ji Wuchang then used the shadow sword technique and slashed out a ghostly sword, killing the black wolf. With a loud boom, the big tree was knocked down by the second-level thunder wolf. But Ji Wuchang was not found. At this moment, Ji Wuchang was hiding in a big tree a few feet away, with cold eyes. Since these beasts won't let him leave, he won't leave. Ji Wuchang's eyes were fixed on the second-level black wolf. Seeing it flying towards the distance on the left, Ji Wuchang knew that the opportunity had come. Shadow sword technique, shadow sword kill. Ji Wuchang whispered at the corner of his mouth, his body was like lightning, and he rushed towards a black wolf 10 feet away below him, and aimed his sword straight at the opponent's throat. But the black wolf's reaction was also extremely sensitive. When Ji Wuchang's sword reached the black wolf's throat, the black wolf suddenly jumped to the right. As a result, the sword failed to pierce the black wolf's throat, but only left a long wound on the black wolf, and blood flowed. Ji Wuchang snorted coldly, pinched his left hand, and the flame jumped between Ji Wuchang. As the flame rotated, a flame light wheel was formed, which was ejected by Ji Wuchang's finger. Wheel of flame. Ji Wuchang shouted lightly, and the flame light wheel rotated rapidly and hit the black wolf directly. The black wolf screamed, and the huge body was cut into 2 pieces by the flame light wheel, and blood and internal organs flowed all over the ground. At this moment, a black shadow pounced on him, opened its bloody mouth, and bit down on Ji Wuchang's head. A fishy smell came to his nose, almost making Ji Wuchang vomit directly. It was too late to dodge at this moment. Ji Wuchang snorted coldly, fell backwards, raised the long sword in his right hand, and slashed at the black shadow. The huge figure of the black wolf flew over Ji Wuchang, and the green water sword directly cut a long wound along the belly of the black wolf. Blood spurted, making Ji Wuchang's face full of wolf blood. The black wolf was directly disemboweled by Ji Wuchang. Although it was not dead yet, it could not survive. In a blink of an eye, 3 black wolves were killed by Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang reached out and wiped the wolf blood from his face, his eyes filled with murderous intent. At this moment, 2 black wolves had appeared not far from Ji Wuchang, one behind the other, surrounding Ji Wuchang. The first-order black wolf had a hint of fear and did not dare to step forward. But the second-level black wolf had a fierce look in its eyes, a low roar mixed with a gust of wind, and it rushed towards Ji Wuchang. The black wolf opened its big mouth, and a wave of air spurted out, turning into a wave of air and sweeping towards Ji Wuchang. At the same time, the black wolf raised its front paws and slapped Ji Wuchang in the chest. Black wolf is extremely fast. Even if Ji Wuchang uses Bagua Wandering Dragon Step with all his strength, he can barely keep up with the opponent. But Ji Wuchang had just killed 3 black wolves in a row, which had consumed part of the spiritual energy in his body. At this moment, his speed could no longer keep up with the opponent. In this case, it can only be a head-on confrontation. Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang became murderous and turned sideways to avoid the wave of air sprayed from the black wolf's mouth. The blue water sword in his hand was raised, and he slashed down with the sword, directly colliding with the black wolf's claws. With a clang sound, Ji Wuchang felt his sword strike the steel, sparks flying everywhere. There is a layer of spiritual light on the black wolf's paws, covering its wolf claws. His sword just struck on this spiritual light. Ji Wuchang groaned and took a few steps back, his right hand holding the blue water sword trembling slightly. This black wolf is too powerful. Although he has golden skin and jade bones, in terms of physical strength, he feels that he is still inferior to the second-level black wolf. At this moment, a strong wind came from behind. Without thinking, Ji Wuchang used the Bagua Dragon Step and dodged to the left. There was a loud bang, and a deep pit appeared where Ji Wuchang had just stood. Taking heart step. Ji Wuchang looked at the First Order Black Wolf, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he stepped forward. Black Wolf screamed, and his body instantly collapsed to the ground. Shadow Sword Kill. On Ji Wuchang's left hand, a flaming light will rotated rapidly, heading straight for the Second Order Black Wolf. At the same time, his body turned into a strong wind, and he came to the First Order Black Wolf like lightning, and pierced the Black Wolf's throat with a sword. At this moment, a strong wind roared and came directly in front of Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang didn't have time to think too much. He reached out and grabbed the First Order Black Wolf in front of him and blocked it in front of him. With a bang, Ji Wuchang felt severe pain all over his body. His body was directly knocked out and then hit the ground hard. Ji Wuchang felt a sharp pain in his back, but he didn't dare to stop at all and flew up. The Black Wolf corpse in his hand showed several deep wounds. If he hadn't grabbed the Black Wolf's body and held it in front of him, these wounds would have appeared on his body. The second-level Black Wolf stared at Ji Wuchang fiercely, with murderous intent in his eyes. Ji Wuchang glanced at He Lang, sighed, and then his eyes gradually became cold. Since you want to die, I will help you. Ji Wuchang formed a seal with his hands, and a special aura suddenly appeared on his body. This aura was like a volcano erupting fire, surging instantly. He Lang felt the aura on Ji Wuchang's body, and his eyes instantly showed an uneasy look. The second-level Black Wolf roared and rushed directly towards Ji Wuchang. It opened its bloody mouth and bit Ji Wuchang on the head. 100 times sublimated instant killing technique. Ji Wuchang shouted loudly, his eyes were cold, he raised the long sword in his hand and slashed it down. A 10-foot-long sword light, like lightning, struck directly on the head of the Black Wolf flying in the air, and then penetrated its entire body. The second-level Black Wolf was directly cut into two halves. The sword energy continued unabated, and it slashed forward, creating a ravine dozens of meters long. You have actually mastered Fengxing Supreme's 100-fold sublimation instant killing technique. Ji Yaoyao's exclamation reached Ji Wuchang's ears, and she was extremely surprised. Fengxing Supreme once told Ji Yaoyao that the practice of the 100-fold sublimation instant kill technique requires talent. Even if some people practice for a lifetime, they may not be able to learn it. Ji Yaoyao was still doubtful last time because Ji Wuchang didn't use it after all, but this time, she completely believed it. Ji Wuchang slumped to the ground. More than 80% of the spiritual power in his body was consumed at this moment. He felt that his dantian was empty. System, sign in. Ding. Successful sign in at the trial ground will reward you with 6 years of cultivation. Luck value +5. The voice of the system rang in Ji Wuchang's mind, and the spiritual energy in his body instantly surged. The originally consumed spiritual energy returned to its peak at a speed visible to the naked eye. But there is still some spiritual power left. Ji Wuchang knows very well that the secret realm is dangerous and it is necessary to improve his cultivation. So Ji Wuchang used the purple chi burning heaven technique to incorporate all the spiritual power into his dantian. At this moment, Ji Wuchang's aura surged, directly breaking through from the middle of the 9th level of chi refining to the peak of the 9th level of chi refining. Ji Wuchang put away the corpses of the 5 black wolves. This was to get back the items handed over by the sect. Ji Yaoyao, help me protect the law. Ji Wuchang sat cross-legged, took out the 5th grade marrow cleansing and pulse-breaking pill, and then swallowed it without any hesitation. This kind of elixir, let alone a small chi refiner, would have a huge effect even if it was taken by a person in the soul-splitting realm. Isn't this guy trying to break through the foundation-building realm? Ji Yaoyao's soul floated out of the ring, looking at Ji Wuchang with curiosity. At this moment, Ji Wuchang, after swallowing the 5th grade marrow cleansing and vein cutting pill, his body was instantly like falling into a sea of fire. The violent spiritual power exploded, turning into a whirlwind of spiritual power, impacting Ji Wuchang's tendons and veins. At the same time, this whirlwind of spiritual power rushed into Ji Wuchang's flesh, bones and even bone marrow, filling every corner they could fill. Ji Wuchang trembled all over, and he felt that his flesh was as painful as being pricked by needles. On the bones of the whole body, the spiritual power whirlwind roared like a flood, as if scraping the bones. This kind of pain is really indescribable in words. At this moment, behind Ji Wuchang, a series of Taoist platforms began to emerge. 1, 2, 3. In just a moment, 8 Taoist platforms appeared behind Ji Wuchang, each of which was spotless white. Ji Yaoyao looked at the 8 Dao platforms behind Ji Wuchang, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. In fact, the 8 Dao platforms could not shock Ji Yaoyao, because she had condensed 9 Dao platforms in the past. However, her situation was completely different from Ji Wuchang. You know, she had a high-grade root bone of the heavenly rank and also had the blood of the Ji family. The Ji family was a family that had produced saints, and the power of their blood was terrifying and boundless. But Ji Wuchang was only a middle-grade root bone of the earthly rank, and he was able to condense 8 Dao platforms. It can be said that this had already broken Ji Yaoyao's inherent cognition. At this moment, Ji Wuchang opened his eyes and looked at the 8 Dao platforms behind him with a complicated look. In his previous life, because of the matter of tendons and veins, he tried his best, and when he was building the foundation, he only condensed 5 Dao platforms. Now that his tendons and veins are intact, and he has achieved golden skin and jade bones at the same time, his potential has exploded exponentially, and he has directly condensed 8 Dao platforms. If it was in his previous life, seeing these 8 Dao platforms, Ji Wuchang would definitely be ecstatic. With these 8 Dao platforms as support, as long as nothing unexpected happens, he can at least cultivate to the celestial realm, or even stronger. But living again, how? Can he be satisfied with such an achievement? He, Ji Wuchang, wants to be the strongest man in this world. At this moment, Ji Wuchang's eyes revealed an unprecedented firmness. In Ji Yaoyao's horrified, puzzled, and shocked eyes, Ji Wuchang slapped his palm, and the 8 Dao platforms collapsed instantly. Ji Wuchang's Dao platform was originally an illusion, formed by the gathering of spiritual power. With Ji Wuchang's palm, it was all broken into pieces and disappeared between heaven and earth. Are you crazy? Ji Yaoyao didn't know why Ji Wuchang was crazy. She had never seen such a person. He directly smashed his own Dao platform. Isn't this equivalent to cutting off his own path? The 8 Dao platforms were broken, and Ji Wuchang was instantly backlashed. His face was pale and a mouthful of blood spurted out. As this mouthful of blood spurted out, Ji Wuchang's breath began to decline, directly falling from the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining to the peak of the 8th level of Qi refining. But Ji Wuchang seemed to be prepared. His eyes were unusually calm. He ignored Ji Yaoyao, sat cross-legged, and formed seals with his hands. Although Ji Yaoyao was a soul body, she was also angry with Ji Wuchang and her chest rose and fell violently. She thought this guy must be crazy. Ji Wuchang, you are a lunatic. Looking at Ji Wuchang's weak breath, Ji Yaoyao was furious. At this moment, Ji Wuchang's cultivation level dropped because he smashed his own Dao platform directly, and his tendons, veins, and dantian were slightly damaged. But Ji Wuchang was well prepared, and he mobilized the spiritual power of the marrow cleansing and veins pill in his body to repair himself. After an incense stick, the aura in Ji Wuchang's body gradually became stronger, and he broke through the 9th level of Qi refining again. His body was flawless, and the effect of the marrow cleansing and veins pill itself was greatly reduced. At this moment, it has become his tonic. Then his cultivation level began to rise, from the early stage of the 9th level of Qi refining to the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining, which made Ji Yaoyao stunned. At this time, the power of the 5th grade marrow cleansing and veins pill was completely stimulated, and Ji Wuchang's whole body was like a big furnace. There was a hot breath flowing on Ji Wuchang's body. This was Ji Wuchang activating the purple Qi burning heaven art. As the spiritual power in his body circulated, a trace of purple gas surrounded Ji Wuchang's body, making Ji Wuchang look unusually noble and sacred, and he seemed to have an awe-inspiring aura that could not be offended. Ji Yaoyao calmed down at this moment. She wanted to see what Ji Wuchang was up to. Around Ji Wuchang's body, the hot breath became stronger and stronger, and the purple gas became more and more. These purple gases gradually gathered to form a pill furnace, covering Ji Wuchang. In the pill furnace, the purple gas changed, and then gathered into a purple dragon coiled on Ji Wuchang's body. As the dragon changed, it turned into a purple phoenix. Then, various strange beasts such as Suzuku, Xuanwu, Baihu, Taodai, Taiyang Zhuzhao, Taiyin Yuing, Yinglong, Gaochen, Shiji, Bifeng, and Ho appeared. Ji Yaoyao was stunned. Is this the rhythm of breaking through the saint? The strange phenomena appeared in an endless stream, and Ji Yaoyao was stunned in place. 10th level of Qi refining, break it for me. In the purple pill furnace, Ji Wuchang roared angrily. His roar was not loud, but it caused all the strange phenomena to collapse. At the same time, an illusory iron chain appeared outside Ji Wuchang's body. This iron chain connected the soul, like a shackle of the soul. The iron chain penetrated the soul, looming, as if it existed, and as if it did not exist. But at this moment, in Ji Wuchang's angry roar, the iron chain broke directly and broke into several pieces. As the iron chain broke, Ji Wuchang's soul seemed to be reborn in an instant, and it doubled in size. At the center of the soul's eyebrows, the broken iron chain turned into a stream of clear air, entered the center of the eyebrows, and condensed a special rune in the center of the eyebrows. This rune was also looming, ever-changing, and it was impossible to see its shape clearly. At the same time, Ji Wuchang's breath soared, directly from the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining to the late 10th level of Qi refining. The purple pill furnace outside Ji Wuchang's body also shrank rapidly at this moment, and then merged into Ji Wuchang's body. Ji Yaoyao felt that her heart was a little bit unbearable, ups and downs, making her soul body tremble slightly. It turns out that there is really a 10th level of Qi refining in the Qi refining realm. It requires self-destruction of the Tao platform and cutting off the shackles of the heavenly Tao. Throughout the ages, there has been a saying that the Tao platform is the cornerstone of the cultivator. If the Tao platform is destroyed, there is no hope for lifelong cultivation. It is this sentence that has been deeply rooted in people's hearts that no one dares to let their Tao platform be damaged in any way. But today, Ji Yaoyao saw the most shocking thing in her life. Ji Wuchang entered the legendary 10th level in the Qi refining realm. If there are 10 levels in the Qi refining realm, does that mean that when breaking through the foundation establishment realm, 10 Tao platforms can be condensed? When Ji Yaoyao thought of this guess, she felt that her soul and body were tense. Am I going to witness the rise of a genius today? Ji Yaoyao looked at Ji Wuchang with a complicated expression. At this moment, she completely changed her view of Ji Wuchang. Although this guy was despicable and shameless and cast a curse on her, his character and understanding were top-notch. How did you know that there was a 10th level Qi refining? Ji Yaoyao looked at Ji Wuchang with burning eyes. She was from the Ji family, and she had only heard about it, but had never seen it. Ji Wuchang was just from a remote place, and he was also a Qi refining disciple. It was a bit unreasonable for him to know such things. Guess. Ji Wuchang felt the power in his body and showed ecstasy on his face. He felt that he was at least several times stronger than the 9th level Qi refining. If he fought with the 2nd level Black Wolf he killed before, Ji Wuchang was sure that he could solve the opponent within a few moves without using the secret method. However, the 100-fold sublimation instant killing technique was indeed terrible. Ji Wuchang felt that if he used the secret method, even the 9th level foundation establishment realm could be killed instantly. The opponent has absolutely no power to fight back. But after one strike, he may not be able to attack again. Go to hell. Ji Yaoyao cursed directly, and then her body faded and returned to the storage ring. She knew very well that this was something Ji Wuchang was unwilling to tell her. In a cave, Xiao Fan laughed loudly. He did not expect that he would gain so much on the first day he entered the secret realm. He found several corpses here, and the storage rings of these people were all intact. He found a top-quality treasure among them. At the same time, there is also a third-grade elixir, the vitality pill. Xiao Fan swallowed the elixir without any hesitation. His cultivation level rose again, directly reaching the early stage of the 8th level of Qi refining. In Xiao Fan's ring, the soul of an old man floated out, looking at Xiao Fan with a look of relief. This is a storage ring that Xiao Fan accidentally discovered in the Xiao family's treasury. It actually contains the soul of a strong man in the 6th god realm. When Xiao Fan saw the old man, he quickly clasped his fists and said, "Master, this immortal sect is really my blessed place. In just a few days, I have made breakthroughs one after another." The old man smiled slightly, and then said with a smile, "I have checked your luck, and you are a person with great luck. You will definitely be able to scare someone in the future. Although the Eternal Life sect is weak, Boyun State is remote and the competition is small. You have to settle here for a while and lay a solid foundation. Only then can you go out and compete with other geniuses in the future. That is your stage." When Xiao Fan heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then a hint of cold murderous intent appeared on his face. "Master, I want to kill Ji Wuchang." The old man smiled slightly, and then said confidently, "During this period, my master's soul has recovered by 40% to 50%. Just go ahead and do it. In this secret realm, there are no people in the soul split realm. I will lend you my power. You can kill anyone you want." When Xiao Fan heard this, he nodded quickly, with murderous intent in his eyes. The old man then turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Xiao Fan's storage ring. Xiao Fan walked out of the cave without even looking at the corpses. He was originally a selfish person and had already benefited from it. What did these corpses have to do with him? Ji Wuchang looked at Xiao Fan's back and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Ji Yaoyao, you said he also has a remnant soul in his storage ring. How does it compare to you?" As soon as Ji Wuchang finished speaking, Ji Yaoyao's voice sounded in Ji Wuchang's mind. It's just a remnant soul at the 9th level of the soul separation realm. Although I have only recovered less than 20% of the power of the soul, it is still easy to crush such a remnant soul. But I just checked and found out that this person planted a seal of assimilation on Xiao Fan. He should be treating Xiao Fan as a target. It's just that Xiao Fan's cultivation level in front of him is too low, and he hasn't taken action yet. When Ji Wuchang heard Ji Yaoyao's voice, a strange look appeared in his eyes. Is this Xiao Fan so unlucky? I can't kill him so quickly, I have to squeeze all the luck out of him. However, there is something special about people with great luck. After their luck is squeezed, they can recover slowly. But this is exactly what Ji Wuchang wanted. Is this how to cut leaks? When the group arrived, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but his eyes were burning. He took out a cloak and put it on his head, which could cover his aura. Yao Yao, help me suppress that remnant soul so that he doesn't dare to show up. I'll teach Xiao Fan a lesson. Ji Yao Yao snorted coldly and was very reluctant to be ordered by Ji Wuchang, but finally agreed. At this moment, Xiao Fan was flying low in the forest with his sword in excitement. He was already thinking about how to torture Ji Wuchang. At this moment, Xiao Fan suddenly felt his heart being hit hard by something, and he screamed instantly. His figure fell directly from the air, and his face was twisted in pain. At this moment, a figure appeared like a ghost and raised a huge fist. Before Xiao Fan could react, he punched Xiao Fan in the chest with 2 consecutive punches. With a click, 3 of Xiao Fan's ribs on his chest were broken. He screamed again, his body flew backwards, and blood spurted out from his mouth. Go to hell! Xiao Fan is worthy of being Xiao Fan. Although things happened too suddenly and he was hit hard one after another, he still started to fight back while flying upside down. Xiao Fan directly threw out 2 treasures and headed straight for the figure. Burst! Xiao Fan's face was ferocious, and he caused the 2 treasure weapons to explode, forming a huge force of energy that swept towards Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang's face was calm, his body fell back, and at the same time, there was a shield in front of him. This was Ji Wuchang's last visit to the treasure pavilion and spent 200 middle-grade spiritual stones in exchange for it. This shield is a top-quality magic weapon. Even for those in the Foundation establishment realm, it is not easy to break through it. The huge gang chi swept across the shield, and a spiritual barrier instantly appeared on the shield, blocking the attack of this gang chi. With a bang sound, Xiao Fan hit the ground hard, and another mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. At this moment, a shield fell from the sky and hit Xiao Fan hard. If it was hit, Xiao Fan would be killed on the spot. Xiao Fan ignored the injuries inside his body and rolled his body to the left several times. Master, lend me your power, I will kill him. Xiao Fan called to the old man in the storage ring, his eyes turned red. He had never suffered such a big loss. But unfortunately, his calling voice fell, but he did not receive any response. But at this moment, Ji Wuchang moved, and the shield in his hand hit Xiao Fan hard. Xiao Fan just thought that the master's power was coming soon, so he didn't dodge in time. Seeing that the shield had already hit him, he had no choice but to stretch out his left arm and block it. Xiao Fan was directly hit dozens of meters away, his left arm was smashed to pieces, and his chest was sunken. With a bang, Xiao Fan fell hard on the ground again, his face as pale as paper. At this moment, a figure appeared like a ghost, and before Xiao Fan could react, he punched Xiao Fan in the temple. Xiao Fan could no longer hold on and fainted. Soon, the things in Xiao Fan's storage ring were looted by Ji Wuchang, leaving only the secret map that Ji Wuchang drew last time in my city. As for the old man's residual soul, Ji Yaoyao placed a ban on it. As long as Ji Yaoyao wanted, she could take the old man's life at any time. Ji Wuchang decided to keep this old man with Xiao Fan. He hadn't played enough, so how could he let the other party die? Moreover, with the old man around, he could save one telepathy. Ji Wuchang stripped Xiao Fan naked and tied him to a big tree. He looked at the bloody man, how miserable he was. Suddenly, Ji Wuchang looked at the lower part of the man's body, sneered, and waved the long sword in his hand, and 2 tails of flesh fell off instantly. The old man's residual soul looked at this scene in horror, and felt horrified. Ding! The master once again defeated Xiao Fan, the son of great luck, with a luck value of plus 500 and Xiao Fan's luck value of 500. The system reminds the owner that when the luck value reaches 10,000, the system mall can be opened. The sound of the system rang in Ji Wuchang's mind, making Ji Wuchang's eyes light up instantly. Sure enough, dealing with people with great luck would gain the most. However, Ji Wuchang was a little speechless when he heard that the system mall required 10,000 luck points to open. How long will it take for his luck value, which is less than 2,000 now, to accumulate to 10,000? System, will I be rewarded with luck points if I defeat others? Master, you only need to defeat those people with luck values higher than 300, that is, people with great luck, and you will be rewarded with luck values. The higher the opponent's luck value, the greater the reward. Generally, 1/3 of the opponent's luck value will be rewarded. Of course, if you kill the opponent, you can get half of the opponent's luck value at once. When Ji Wuchang heard this, he understood instantly, but a new problem arose. He didn't know whose luck value would be higher than 300. System, is there a way to check the opponent's luck value? Master, of course there is. There are chi watching techniques in the system mall, as well as many pupil techniques, all of which can check the opponent's luck value. So, the owner needs to work hard to earn luck points and open the system mall as soon as possible. When Ji Wuchang heard this, his eyes lit up. At this moment, he felt a little more eager for the system mall. Ji Wuchang, since you have a grudge against this person, why don't you kill him? Why humiliate him so much? Ji Yaoyao couldn't help but blush slightly when she thought of the scene just now. This Ji Wuchang was so inhuman. Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile. There was no way he could kill the other person. This was his experience. According to the system, defeating the opponent can obtain 1/3 of the opponent's luck value. The last time I got 500 luck points from Xiao Fan, I got another 500 luck points this time. This shows two problems. One is that the other party still has at least 1,000 luck points. Another problem is that the opponent recovers his luck value very quickly. Now that Xiao Fan has lost one of his hands and castrated the other party, he cannot pose a threat to him in the short term. If he wanted to regenerate his severed limbs, either the headmaster would help him, or he would have to cultivate to the Zifu realm on his own. People in the Purple Mansion realm have the ability to regenerate their severed limbs. There is another possibility, and that is a chance encounter. Ji Wuchang feels that Qiyu and the headmaster have the greatest chance of helping Xiao Fan. But even so, Ji Wuchang is not afraid. He has placed a spy next to Xiao Fan. There is also a jade token given by senior sister Jin Miaoqing, which contains a blow from a powerful person in the Supreme Realm. So no matter how Xiao Fan jumps around, he can't escape from his grasp. How could he be worthy of the pain he endured in his previous life if he didn't cripple Xiao Fan? However, when Ji Yaoyao asked, Ji Wuchang had to answer. Ji Yaoyao was now one of his trump cards and he had to build a good relationship. This person has great luck. If he is killed directly, he will be contaminated by great karma. Slowly weaken his luck, and it will not be too late to kill him again. When Ji Yaoyao heard Ji Wuchang's words, she couldn't help but fell silent. She felt that she had underestimated Ji Wuchang too much. Ji Wuchang is so mysterious and often does amazing things. Just when Ji Wuchang was taking stock of the harvest, Xiao Fan woke up. Seeing his current appearance, Xiao Fan let out a shrill scream. The rattan tied to his body was broken into several pieces, but the use of spiritual power just now made Xiao Fan frown. The severe pain in his arms and lower body made Xiao Fan's face turn pale as a sheet, and cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. At this moment, Xiao Fan was really scared. He still doesn't know who the person who just attacked him is? He thought of Ji Wuchang, but immediately rejected it, feeling that Ji Wuchang did not have this strength. Master, why didn't you lend me your power just now? Xiao Fan's words were filled with a trace of resentment. He believed that the reason why the current situation occurred was all related to this master, who went back on his words and made him neglect to take precautions. The old man's remnant soul floated out of the ring, and a trace of pity appeared on his face. If he had known that Xiao Fan had such a powerful enemy, he would never have chosen Xiao Fan as his target. No matter how good Xiao Fan is and how strong his luck is, he will not choose. But there is no regret medicine in the world. Now his life and death can only be decided by someone else's thoughts, so he can only stay by Xiao Fan's side obediently. Xiao Fan, I was sorry for you just now. It's not that I didn't lend you my power, it's just that there is something terrible in the other person. This thing can instantly kill a body with a remnant soul like mine, so I don't dare to show up. But I saw this person's face clearly. He is your senior brother Kai Ping. He took everything on you. What the old man said was what Ji Wuchang told him before he left. Ji Wuchang wanted to see these two brothers fighting each other. Sure enough, when Xiao Fan heard that it was Kai Ping, his eyes showed an unprecedented look of resentment. He had just suspected Kai Ping. With such a high level of cultivation and being secretive, he must be someone he knew. Kai Ping, I, Xiao Fan, swear that I will fight you till death. The humiliation suffered today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. 30 years to the east of the river, 30 years to the west of the river, we'll see. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he frowned, and the wounds on his body made him almost faint from the pain. Someone is coming. It's a young cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refining realm. At this moment, the old man reminded Xiao Fan. When Xiao Fan heard this, his eyes became more ruthless. A moment later, a corpse lay at Xiao Fan's feet, and there was an extra set of clothes on his naked body. Ji Wuchang didn't know about this, and he wouldn't care if he knew. Ji Wuchang had never been to the secret realm in his previous life, and didn't know what good things there were, so he could only wander around. At this moment, the sound of fighting suddenly came, and it should be more than 10 miles away from Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang happened to have nothing to do, so he flew over. Where there is fighting, there are often good things. A moment later, Ji Wuchang rushed to the vicinity and quietly hid in the dark to watch. At this moment, there were a total of 5 people in the field, and there was a corpse not far away. These 5 people all have the foundation building realm cultivation, the highest of which is the 5th level of the foundation building realm, and the worst is also the 3rd level of the foundation building realm. Ji Wuchang had some impression of these people. After thinking carefully, he gradually remembered the identities of the 5 people. Among these 5 people, 3 came from the Baicang Peak of the 7th Elder, named Li Zhaoan, Lian Hongying, and Lu Jinming. Among them, Li Zhaoan had the highest cultivation level, the 4th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm, and the other 2 were both at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. The other 2 came from the Dedeng Peak of the 8th Elder. The man was Pan Shibin, with a cultivation level of the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. The woman was Ma Mengnan, with a cultivation level of the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Speaking of which, the relationship between Baicang Peak and Dedeng Peak has always been bad, and it is normal for their disciples to be hostile to each other. You, Baicangfeng, are too much of a bully. You dare to kill people from our Dedengfeng. Do you really think that we are easy to bully? Pan Shibin spoke with a cold face, his eyes were full of murderous intent, and his cultivation of the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm was undoubtedly revealed. Li Zhaoan stepped forward, and his cultivation of the 4th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm burst out, blocking the pressure displayed by Pan Shibin. Pan Shibin, it was obviously your Dedengfeng who provoked first, and even killed 2 of my Baicangfeng brothers in the Qi refining realm, so we chased him. We at Baicangfeng will not take the initiative to cause trouble, but we are definitely not afraid of trouble. Ask your sister Ma next to you about this matter. Do I have a single lie? Li Zhaoan had a cold face and did not give in at all. At the same time, his whole body was tense to prevent Pan Shibin from getting angry. Pan Shibin looked at Ma Mengnan, whose face was slightly gloomy, but he still said, "Brother, junior brother, by accidentally found a map in the secret realm. According to the introduction on this map, there seems to be a cave of a strong man in the Purple Mansion realm in this secret realm. But this matter was discovered by the people of Baicang Peak, and junior brother Bai was afraid of leaking it, so he killed 2 people from Baicang Peak. Later, several people from Baicang Peak came to hunt down junior brother Bai, and the things have now been taken away by them." Ma Mengnan sent a message to Pan Shibin and introduced the ins and outs of the matter. When Pan Shibin heard it, his eyes lit up instantly. At this moment, he made up his mind that he must grab this thing. "Li Zhaoan, hand over that thing, and I cannot attack you today." Pan Shibin's eyes were extremely hot. The cave of the strong man in the Purple Mansion realm must have good things. If he can obtain secret methods or inheritance from it, then his cultivation level can be rapidly improved. When he thought of this, Pan Shibin couldn't help showing a trace of greed in his eyes. "Pan Shibin, don't go too far. This is what we found first at Baicang Peak. Although you are at the 5th level of the foundation building realm, we have 3 people on our side. Even if you take action, you may not be able to take advantage." Li Zhaoan's body was tense. He would never hand over this thing. Pan Shibin snorted coldly, and then said indifferently, "I'm giving you a chance. If you don't hand it over, you will die." After Pan Shibin finished speaking, the long sword in his hand was unsheathed, with murderous intent. Li Zhaoan, Lian Hongying, and Lu Jinming all looked very ugly, knowing that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. Lian Hongying said coldly, "Senior brother Li, junior brother Lu, I will deal with Ma Mengnan, and you will join forces to deal with Pan Shibin." Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming were at the same time, and the 2 long swords were unsheathed, with murderous intent. "Since you are looking for death, don't blame me." Pan Shibin looked indifferent, and with his left hand, 5 strong winds shot out from his 5 fingers, turning into 5 small swords, heading straight for Lu Jinming. Pan Shibin raised the long sword in his right hand and slashed at Li Zhaoan. The sword light surged, turning into several feet in size, and rushed straight to Li Zhaoan. Li Zhaoan snorted coldly, without any hesitation, and slashed with the same sword. With a clang sound, the two sword lights collided with each other. Pan Shibin did not move, but Li Zhaoan was forced to retreat several steps. Lu Jinming was also forced to retreat several steps by Pan Shibin's attack, and then he stood still. Do you really think that a 4th level foundation building realm plus a 3rd level foundation building realm can fight me? Today, I will let you see the true strength of the 5th level foundation building realm. After Pan Shibin finished speaking, he raised the long sword in his right hand, and the aura in his body surged, as heavy as a mountain. Mountain climbing sword tactics, 100 swords break the clouds. After Pan Shibin finished speaking, he swung the long sword in his hand and slashed at Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming. When the sword was slashed out, a small mountain appeared in the sword light, and at the same time, the sword light changed, 1 became 10, 10 became 100, forming 100 sword chi, slashing at the two people. Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming's faces changed drastically. This sword made them both feel a sense of death crisis at the same time. 100 song sword tactics, sword chi turns into Tsanglong. Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming roared at the same time, and the spiritual power in their bodies surged wildly, and they slashed at Pan Shibin with a sword. The two came from the same peak, practiced the same skills, had the same fighting skills, and used the same sword moves. As the two slashed down with their swords, the two sword lights actually merged directly together, and the sword light surged, forming a Tsanglong Phantom. The Tsanglong Phantom roared and rushed straight to the 100 sword chi slashed out by Pan Shibin. Boom! A violent roar sounded from the sky, and the blue dragon shadow collided with the 100 swords crazily. At this moment, Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming's hearts were raised to their throats at the same time. Break! Pan Shibin snorted coldly, and the 100 swords suddenly surged, directly chopping the blue dragon shadow into pieces, but more than half of the 100 swords also collapsed. The remaining sword energy did not stop at all, and slashed down at Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming. Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming shouted at the same time, and a shield appeared above their heads. This was a low-grade treasure. Dang, countless sword energy slashed on the shields of the two people, and the two were directly shaken away. Li Zhaoan's face turned pale, and blood appeared at the corners of his mouth. Lu Jinming directly spurted out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. With a bang, the two people fell to the ground almost at the same time, with a trace of fear in their eyes. They didn't expect that Pan Shibin was so terrifying. Crack! The two were startled, and then in their shocked eyes, countless cracks appeared on the shields in their hands, and then they exploded. At this moment, the two no longer had the will to fight. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over that thing, or don't blame me for killing you. Pan Shibin looked at Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming with a cold face, and there was murderous intent in his eyes. Not far away at this moment, Ma Mengnan and Lian Honying were fighting hard. The two had equal cultivation, and it would take a while to decide the winner. Seeing this scene, Li Zhaoan sighed, waved his hand, and a box appeared in his hand. Pan Shibin stared at the box in Li Zhaoan's hand with a fiery face. At this moment, something strange happened, and a figure appeared like a ghost. Before Li Zhaoan could react, he had already snatched the box from his hand. Then the figure flew directly towards the dense forest in the distance and disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. All this happened so fast that even Pan Shibin didn't react. Seeing the other party enter the dense forest, Pan Shibin shouted angrily and slashed with a sword. A sword light slashed directly into the dense forest, destroying all the trees in front of dozens of meters, but there was no trace of the man. Pan Shibin chased directly into the dense forest without any hesitation, with murderous intent. Li Zhaoan and Lu Jinming also flew up and chased into the dense forest. But after a while, the three of them returned empty-handed. Damn it, don't let me see you, otherwise I will definitely grind you to ashes. Pan Shibin said hatefully. Ji Wuchang stood on the top of the mountain, looking at the silk in his hand, his eyes lit up slightly. To be honest, if it was just for the sect, he had hunted those black wolves and completed the task, and he only needed to stay for 7 days. He was not familiar with this secret realm and didn't know what to do. But now it was different. With this map in his hand, he could go and take a look. The cave in the Purple Mansion realm was still very attractive to his current cultivation. It was also during an adventure in a secret realm in his previous life that he got the Purple Chi Burning Heaven art. Now this technique has become the practice technique he chose in this life. Ji Wuchang flew up, stood in the sky, looked around, then looked at the map in his hand, confirmed the direction, and ran away. Half a day later, Ji Wuchang came to a valley. According to the instructions on the map, he had to pass through the valley in front of him. But this valley was very long, hundreds of miles long, and there was a fierce breath coming from the thick white fog. At the entrance of the valley, there were many bones of ferocious beasts scattered around. Obviously they were all killed by the ferocious beasts in the valley. If Ji Wuchang wanted to go there, there would be no problem. He only needed to let Ji Yaoyao release her pressure, and I believe these ferocious beasts would flee everywhere. But this would consume Ji Yaoyao's spiritual power, so there was no need for this. After thinking about it, Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up. It is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. Wouldn't it be more fun to hide in the dark and fish in troubled waters? When he figured this out, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile. He took out the jade slip and copied dozens of copies of the map inside, then smiled and left here. Somewhere in the dense forest, 3 disciples of Changshengman were besieging a second-level leopard. These 3 people are all in the foundation building realm. The strongest one is in the 6th level of the foundation building realm, and the remaining 2 are in the 4th level of the foundation building realm. The 3 of them joined forces to suppress the leopard to death, and his body was covered with wounds. Seeing that the leopard was dying, the 3 shouted at the same time, and each used their trump cards to kill the leopard. The 3 breathed heavily, obviously very tired, and 2 of them were slightly injured. The Purple Mansion Realm Cave is about to be born. I am here to inform you on the order of Senior Brother Kai Ping. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, which startled the 3 people at the same time. They flew up and looked around. The 3 people looked around and found nothing. They fell from the air in doubt. The 3 people returned to their original positions and suddenly found that a jade slip had appeared on the body of the leopard. The 3 people looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes, but they couldn't help but reach out for the jade slip. After a moment, the 3 looked at each other, nodded at the same time, and decided to go and see. Such things happened in many places within a day, and many people had a jade slip in their hands. There is a cave of the Purple Mansion hidden in the secret realm. Do you know this? I heard about it. I don't know if it's true or not, but I'd rather believe it. Anyway, it's in this secret realm, so it doesn't hurt to go and take a look. That makes sense. Let's go and take a look. Maybe we can get something else by then. In just half a day, this matter spread in the secret realm, and many people were talking about it. Asshole, you actually announced this matter. I'm so angry. Pan Shibin slapped it with his palm, and a stone weighing thousands of pounds instantly broke into pieces, and the ground couldn't help but shake. After Ji Wuchang left, Pan Shibin thought that Li Zhaoan and the others must have seen the map, so he questioned Li Zhaoan and the others again. Li Zhaoan did remember it, but he didn't give in. In the end, the 2 sides reached a cooperation, and the 5 of them went together. Pan Shibin secretly made up his mind that once he met the person who stole his map in the secret realm, he would definitely tear the other party into pieces. But now it's good. The other party directly revealed the matter of the secret realm, and many people knew about it. Li Zhaoan and the others were speechless. It was the first time they met such a strange person. Senior sister, let's go join in the fun. Ji Wuchang might go too. In a dense forest, Tai Yujie spoke to Enkerson, with a hint of eagerness in her eyes. Enkerson nodded when she heard it. They were lucky. When they were teleported in, they were together. After the 2 entered the secret realm, they began to look for Ji Wuchang's figure. Enkerson's eyes showed a cold murderous intent. Just now, Enkerson had a special memory in her mind. In this memory, Enkerson saw her whole life. After Enkerson was stunned for a long time, she was sure of one thing. This was her memory of her previous life. At this moment, the 2 people Enkerson wanted to kill the most were Xiao Fan and Ji Wuchang. When she thought of the memory of her previous life, Xiao Fan pulled her in front of him and blocked a fatal blow for him, causing the dantian to break, and Enkerson trembled all over. I gave everything to him, but I didn't expect this to be the outcome. Then Enkerson thought of kneeling in front of Ji Wuchang with gray hair and confessing. Ji Wuchang's eyes were cold. Not only did he not help him, but he also took her life in the end. Thinking of this, Enkerson's heart was filled with murderous intent. Since these memories, Enkerson has also been full of disgust for the 3rd sister Tai Yujie in front of her. In her previous life, she listened to a lot of this idiot's words, which led to that step. However, Enkerson was somewhat doubtful, because there were many deviations between the things in this life and her memory. Ji Wuchang's tendons and veins were not damaged, Xiao Fan became the master's disciple, and she had not seen Xiao Fan yet. This also caused Enkerson to not be 100% sure whether these things were true or false. However, Enkerson remembered very clearly that she and others participated in this secret trial and finally gathered in the Purple Mansion cave. Although that person was in the Purple Mansion realm, he was an alchemist and left a lot of pills, as well as a small tripod. The small tripod was finally taken away by Xiao Fan secretly, and no one found out. Everyone was only concerned about fighting for the pills at that time. Later, Curson followed Xiao Fan, and many years later, Xiao Fan told her about this. And that small tripod was not simple, it was a top-grade spiritual weapon, which helped Xiao Fan a lot. This time, Curson decided to go and see, just to verify whether the memory in her mind was true or false. If all this is true, Curson will kill Tai Yujie without hesitation. Keeping such a fool around will only bring bad things. Tai Yujie saw that Curson was a little absent-minded and was quite puzzled, but fortunately, the senior sister agreed, so she didn't say anything. How could she know that this senior sister who had always stood on her side had already wanted to kill her? Ji Wuchang returned to the valley again, and then mingled in the crowd. Ji Wuchang disguised himself and did not show his true face. He had mastered the trick of disguise in his previous life, so at this moment, Ji Wuchang stood in the crowd and no one recognized him. Ji Wuchang looked forward, and he saw the figures of Kai Ping, Huang Wanqiu, Zui Yan and others, and also saw his second senior brother Zhang Linghong. Zhang Linghong's eyes occasionally swept across the crowd, revealing a trace of worry in his eyes. At this moment, several figures appeared again, and when he saw two of them, Ji Wuchang's eyes narrowed slightly. Curson and Tai Yujie arrived. Ji Wuchang looked at Curson, frowning slightly. He felt that the other party seemed a little different, and there was a chill on his body. Seeing Curson's eyes sweeping towards the crowd, Ji Wuchang retracted his gaze. Curson frowned slightly. She did not find Ji Wuchang in the crowd, nor did she see Xiao Fan. Everyone, there are many ferocious beasts in this valley, and now we have gathered more than 100 people here. We are going to divide everyone into 3 teams, led by me, junior sister Wanqiu, and junior brother Kai Ping, and enter the valley from 3 sides. Those who voluntarily join my team stand on the left, those who are willing to follow junior sister Wanqiu stand in the middle, and those who follow junior brother Kai Ping stand on the right. Zui Yan flew into the air and spoke to the people below. Everyone moved after hearing Zui Yan's words. Ji Wuchang naturally chose the middle and stood on Huang Wanqiu's side. Ji Wuchang's eyes swept over and found that Curson and Tai Yujie chose the right, while Zhang Linghong chose the left. Ji Wuchang narrowed his eyes slightly. He always felt that Curson was a little different. According to Curson's personality, she should not choose Kai Ping, who was at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, but should choose Zui Yan or Huang Wanqiu. But Ji Wuchang was too lazy to think too much. He would kill these 2 people, so as to avoid trouble for himself in the future. Soon, the 3 teams were assigned. Huang Wanqiu's team had the most people, more than 40 people. Zui Yan and Kai Ping had about 30 people each. Junior sister Wanqiu, junior brother Kai Ping, let's start according to the plan agreed upon by the 3 of us in front. Zui Yan said with a smile. Huang Wanqiu smiled slightly, and then said, since I have the most people, I will take the lead. Huang Wanqiu glanced at the people behind him, waved her hand, and took the lead in entering the valley. The people behind Huang Wanqiu followed Huang Wanqiu's footsteps and rushed into the mist. As soon as they entered the valley, a roar sounded from the valley, and a huge black ape appeared. On the cliffs on both sides of the valley, huge heads emerged from the caves one by one. These were all black apes. Humans, retreat quickly, this is not the place for you to come. The black ape spoke directly, speaking human language. At the same time, a violent aura rose from the black ape, which was no weaker than Huang Wanqiu's. At this moment, Huang Wanqiu looked extremely solemn. She didn't expect that she would encounter a tough problem just after entering the valley. Black Ape, since you are already spiritual, I won't waste my words. We are just passing by and will not affect you. Let us go, we have nothing to do with each other, how about that? Huang Wanqiu said hurriedly, if it is possible not to fight, try not to fight. Human, I can't let you pass, retreat quickly. The Black Ape spoke coldly, his words were cold. Sister Wanqiu, why waste so much time talking to it, just kill it. It just so happens that we still need to complete the sect mission. Huang Jinwei, who was at the 8th level of the foundation building realm, spoke, with murderous intent in his eyes. Huang Wanqiu nodded when he heard Huang Jinwei's words, and then said calmly, kill. After Huang Wanqiu finished speaking, the long sword in his hand was unsheathed, and the aura on his body suddenly surged, and then the long sword was raised, and he slashed at the Black Ape with a sword. Huang Wanqiu majored in swordsmanship and had already comprehended the sword intent, so her attack was extremely domineering. As she slashed down with her sword, the sword light fell from the sky like rainbows, slashing down at the Black Ape. The Black Ape was furious, roared, and his body suddenly doubled, and his whole body was full of terrible muscles. The black ape held a huge stone axe in his hand and chopped down at Huang Wanqiu. Dang dang, the sword light and the stone axe collided violently in the air, colliding more than 100 times in just an instant, and no one took the slightest advantage. Spiritual sword art, 100 swords returned to 1. Huang Wanqiu looked calm, raised the long sword in her hand, and slashed down. Sword lights poured down from the long sword like a tide, a full 100 swords. These sword lights came to the top of the black ape's head as fast as lightning, and then the 100 swords overlapped rapidly, turning into a huge sword light, slashing down at the black ape. Wherever the sword light passed, a strong pressure spread from it, making the black ape's face change color. Kill. While Huang Wanqiu was fighting with the black ape, Huang Jinwei and others were not idle either. They flew up one by one and rushed straight to the black ape in the cave on the cliff. There were a lot of these black apes, hundreds of them, and they were extremely ferocious. Ji Wuchang held a long sword in his hand. This long sword was obtained from Xiao Fan's storage ring. It was a low-grade treasure and extremely ordinary. Ji Wuchang did not take out the green water sword because it was given by his master. Once he took it out, it would definitely be discovered by Incursion and Tai Yujia. There were too many black apes, and they were immediately surrounded by them. Ah! A scream came, and a disciple was punched by a black ape and his head was shattered, and he died tragically in an instant. Ji Wuchang swung the long sword in his hand and cut the black ape's throat with the sword. Blood gushed out like spring water, and the black ape rushed towards Ji Wuchang, but Ji Wuchang dodged and hid aside. With a bang, black ape fell down directly, and the 2 boulders beneath him were shattered by the black ape's death blow. Roar! The black ape that fought against Huang Wanqiu roared angrily. Although there were several wounds on its body, these were minor injuries to its huge body and were innocuous. But it was precisely because of the injury that the black ape's ferocity was completely stimulated. Every blow it struck was extremely terrifying. Even Huang Wanqiu, who was at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, did not dare to take a direct hit, and was forced back by the black ape. Junior sister, let me help you. Seeing that Huang Wanqiu was at a disadvantage, Zuiyan and Kai Ping led their team and charged directly in. Zuiyan and Huang Wanqiu fought against the black ape together and finally stabilized the situation. Junior sister, this black ape must be killed today. If you give it 10 years, it will definitely transform into a 3rd-level ferocious beast. The trial 10 years from now will be disastrous, and it will most likely lead to the annihilation of the entire army. Zuiyan spoke solemnly. Huang Wanqiu understood Zuiyan's meaning instantly after hearing this. This trial site was specially opened by the sect, and people in the Purple Mansion realm were not allowed to enter. I don't know how the dead Purple Mansion realm got in. As Zuiyan said, if the black ape is not killed, this secret realm will be really dangerous in the future. When she thought of this, Huang Wanqiu was also murderous. With the addition of 2 new forces, the pressure on the people of Changsheng's sect was instantly reduced a lot, and they were all murderous. Ji Wuchang stabbed the black ape's throat with a sword again. He looked around and found that Xiao Fan still didn't appear. It shouldn't be, people like Xiao Fan like to join in the fun the most. Ji Wuchang was a little confused, but he felt that it was very likely that he had been a little heavy last time, and the other party might be healing. Ji Wuchang's eyes swept over Incursion and Tai Yujia, and he couldn't help frowning slightly. He found that the 2 were not together. Ji Wuchang remembered very clearly that Incursion in his previous life was very protective of Tai Yujia. He was a little confused, but he always felt that there was something wrong with the relationship between the 2. However, this was an opportunity for Ji Wuchang, an opportunity to kill Tai Yujia. Ji Wuchang was fighting with the black ape while observing the battlefield. At this moment, Zuiyan and Huang Wanqiu joined forces in the sky to suppress the black ape. It should only be a matter of time to kill it. Kai Ping showed his power at this moment, killing several black apes in a row, and then fighting with a 2nd-level black ape. However, this 2nd-level black ape was only equivalent to the 6th level of the foundation building realm, so it was beaten back by Kai Ping. However, there were too many black apes, about 3 times their number, which also led to the death of people from time to time on the Changsheng Gate side. At this moment, Ji Wuchang saw Tai Yujia being besieged by a 2nd-level black ape and 2 1st-level black apes, and was obviously at a disadvantage. Ji Wuchang saw that Incursion was also entangled by a 2nd-level black ape, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Step on the heart. Ji Wuchang took a step towards Tai Yujia. Ah! A shrill scream came from Tai Yujia's mouth. She felt as if her heart was broken, and she screamed in pain. Tai Yujia's cultivation was only the 2nd level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Her real combat power was not as good as Ji Wuchang at this moment. The moment Ji Wuchang performed the step on the heart, a crack appeared directly in her heart. Tai Yujie's sword that originally attacked the black ape naturally had no power at all. The huge palm of the second-level black ape raised up and slapped Tai Yujie's head fiercely. Tai Yujie's eyes showed endless fear, and she didn't even have the strength to take out the jade card. "Senior sister, save me." Tai Yujie made a cry for help in fear and despair. With a bang, the huge palm of the black ape slapped Tai Yujie's head hard, and her head exploded like a watermelon. Third junior sister. Zhang Linghong went crazy when he saw this scene, raised the long sword in his hand, and killed several first-level black apes in a row. But at this moment, Zhang Linghong was also stared at by a second-level black ape, and could only fight with the black ape like crazy. Ji Wuchang watched all this indifferently. Tai Yujie's death was witnessed by so many people, and no one knew that he had done something. Stepping on the heart step is really terrible and hard to guard against. Of course, if the opponent's cultivation is too much higher than the caster, it is very likely to cause backlash. But with Ji Wuchang's current cultivation, there should be no problem in casting it on those below the 5th or 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Third junior sister. And Kursen was also shocked. Tai Yujie's death made her heart confused. She felt that the extra memories of her past life in her mind were likely to be false. According to the memory of the previous life, Tai Yujie would not die. However, Tai Yujie died in the hands of the black ape, which was completely inconsistent with her memory. One with a bang, the black ape's huge palm directly slapped Kursen away. The disorder of her thoughts just now made her unable to concentrate on fighting the black ape. And Kursen's face was pale, her mouth opened, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Kill! And Kursen was furious, and saw the long sword in her hand raised, with a special blue light blooming on the sword body, and a terrible murderous intent emerged from the sword body. Quietly destroy the dark light slash. And Kursen shouted lightly, slashed down with a sword, and a dark light flashed and directly penetrated the body of the second-level black ape. The body of the second-level black ape seemed like tofu, and was directly cut into two pieces by Kursen's sword. And Kursen's face was slightly pale, but there was a hint of joy in her eyes. When Ji Wuchang saw this scene, his eyes widened instantly, as if he had seen a ghost. Silent Destruction Dark Light Slash was obtained by Kursen in her ruins after she broke through to the Purple Mansion realm. Ji Wuchang also obtained this move from Kursen's storage ring after killing her. But unfortunately, he was killed shortly after he got it, and he also used this move desperately before his death. This move is very powerful, but every time it is used, it needs to consume about 20% of the spiritual power in the body to condense the sword energy into a line, and kill with one blow. At present, Kursen is only in the Foundation Establishment realm, and she absolutely cannot master this move. But this impossible thing happened, which can only mean one thing, Kursen has also been reborn, or she has awakened the memory of her previous life. When thinking of this, Ji Wuchang instantly felt a creepy feeling. At this moment, he looked into Kursen's eyes, murderous intent seemed real. No matter what the reason, Kursen must be killed as soon as possible, otherwise it will probably bring big trouble to himself. Kill! At this moment, Zuoyan shouted violently and slashed with his sword, directly cutting off one of the black ape's huge arms. Huang Wanqiu also snorted coldly, and sword energy shot out from his long sword like raindrops, all of which hit the black ape's head. A huge blood hole appeared, and the black ape fell down unwillingly. At this moment, everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. As the leader of the black apes was killed, the remaining black apes fled back to the caves on both sides of the cliff. In just a moment, all the living black apes disappeared without a trace, leaving only blood and severed limbs on the ground. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, they were still alive. During the battle just now, several people also crushed the jade tokens and were teleported out. On the ground, there were nearly 20 more corpses of the Eternal Life sect disciples. As for Tai Yujie's corpse, it had become a puddle of mud. Zhang Linghong buried Tai Yujie in tears, and Kursen also stood aside to help, and looked at Zhang Linghong with a complicated look on her face. This second junior brother has always been a good person in her memory. Perhaps thinking that he was not very good to Zhang Linghong in his previous life, Kursen couldn't help but reveal a hint of guilt in his eyes. Second junior brother, third junior sister Chuanxia Yoji, knowing that you care about her so much, will definitely be extremely gratifying. Zhang Linghong's eyes were red, and he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had not yet told Tai Yujie what he was thinking. At this moment, Zhang Linghong hated himself for being cowardly and hated himself for not joining the same team with her just now. Except for Zhang Linghong's grief, almost everyone at the scene looked indifferent. There would always be someone dying during the training. Everyone collected the body of the black ape and then headed towards the depths of the valley. In the depths of the valley, there grew a special fruit tree with more than 20 special fruits on it. This is the Yunling fruit. No wonder the black ape could open up its spiritual wisdom so quickly. It turned out that it ate this thing. Zhuo Yan spoke with shining eyes. At this moment, they finally understood why these black apes wanted to stop them. After Zhuo Yan finished speaking, his body shook and he went straight to the Yunling fruit. Huang Wanqiu, Huang Jinwei, Zhang Bin, Kai Ping and others set off one after another, and even in Curson flew out with a hint of fiery color in her eyes. This Yunling fruit can not only open up the spiritual wisdom of the fierce beast, but also increase its strength. For cultivators, it can warm up the meridians and improve physical fitness, and it is also a rare good thing. Ji Wuchang did not move, standing quietly in the crowd. This kind of thing is not very useful for him now. Moreover, he did not want to expose his strength. Soon, more than 20 soul-enriching fruits were divided up. Huang Wanqiu, Zhuo Yan, Kai Ping and others each picked 2, and did not take more. And Curson also got one, and a hint of joy appeared in her eyes. As for Tai Yujia's death, she had already forgotten it. Everyone continued to move forward, but Ji Wuchang was not in a hurry and fell behind everyone. The soul-enriching fruit is indeed good, but the place where the soul-enriching fruit tree can grow is not an ordinary place. Seeing everyone go away, Ji Wuchang came under the soul-enriching fruit tree, his eyes shining. Ji Wuchang observed it for a while, and then started from the left side of the fruit tree and dug down. In just a moment, a palm-sized jade stone appeared in front of Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang took out the jade and felt extremely warm in his hand. This was a piece of warm sun jade. Below the warm sun jade, spiritual power surged and spiritual mist steamed. It turned out to be a branch of a spiritual vein. Warm sun jade is a good thing. Although this kind of thing cannot increase the speed of cultivation for practitioners. But if you keep it on your body all year round, it can not only exorcise evil spirits and dispel demons, but also warm the body and meridians, and remove impurities in the body and meridians. If the practice method is of fire attribute, the effect of warm sun jade will be even greater. Ji Wuchang showed joy in his eyes and covered the soil so that the spiritual power could continue to nourish the Yunling fruit tree. Hand over the things. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded, revealing a hint of pride in the words. Ji Wuchang was not surprised at all. Looking at Incursion not far away, at this moment, he could be 100% sure that Incursion was reborn. Ji Wuchang looked around. There was no human figure, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Sister, I found this, so it belongs to me. In order to confuse Incursion, Ji Wuchang took out the sex jade token in his left hand and held a long sword in his right hand, as if he would crush the jade token if he disagreed with her. And Curson frowned slightly, and then looked at Ji Wuchang. She always felt that he had a familiar feeling, but she just couldn't recognize him. How about this? How many spirit stones do you want? I will buy the Nuanyang jade, how about that? And Curson had a murderous intention in her heart. She originally wanted to take it quietly and then leave immediately, but she didn't expect that someone would get there first. If she hadn't seen the teleportation jade token in the other party's hand, she would have taken action. A person in the Qi refining realm dared to bargain in front of her. Okay, 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, as long as you give it to me, I will immediately give the Nuanyang jade to my sister. Ji Wuchang deliberately took out the Nuanyang and took a few steps forward at the same time. And Curson stared at the Nuanyang jade, with a trace of greed in her eyes. 100-fold sublimation instant killing technique, open. Step on the heart, shadow sword kill. Ji Wuchang's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he opened the strongest killing move without hesitation. The power in his body was like a volcanic eruption. One step forward, accompanied by Incurson's shrill screams, Ji Wuchang's body was like lightning, the long sword in his hand was raised, and a sword cut across Incurson's throat. No! You are Ji, and Curson's head flew into the air. At the moment when her head was cut off, she knew who the person in front of her was, and endless fear appeared in her eyes. Senior sister, have a good journey. Ji Wuchang whispered softly, his eyes were unusually cold. Ji Wuchang stood on the ground, gasping for breath. Just now, he consumed nearly 50% of his strength. Ding! The master killed Incurson, a person with great luck, and his luck value was plus 150, and Incurson's luck was cleared. Hearing the voice of the system, Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up. This should be considered an unexpected gain. System, sign in. Ding! Successfully signed in at the trial land, rewarded with 3 years of cultivation. Luck value +2. This is Ji Wuchang's second time signing in at the trial land, and the reward is halved. A huge spiritual power appeared in Ji Wuchang's body, which instantly replenished the spiritual power consumed by Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang came to Inkerson's body indifferently, took off the other's storage ring, and took away the useful things in it, including the soul fruit. Ji Wuchang waved his hand, and a fireball appeared, turning Inkerson's body into ashes. Then Ji Wuchang whispered, and a complicated sentence came out of his mouth. As these words came out, a special gas suddenly floated up from the surroundings, gradually gathering Inkerson's soul. This is the soul calling technique, which allows the residual souls of the dead to gather. These residual souls will enter reincarnation and be reborn after countless years. But Ji Wuchang will not give Inkerson this opportunity. He is not sure whether the other party can be reborn again. Therefore, destroying the soul is the best choice. Seeing that Inkerson's soul is becoming clearer and clearer, and when she looks at Ji Wuchang with a flash of resentment in her eyes, Ji Wuchang opened his mouth, and rolling purple air gushed out of his mouth, directly drowning Inkerson's residual soul. The purple air turned into a raging fire, swallowing Inkerson's residual soul, and disappeared without a trace after a moment. Sister, go with peace of mind. Our grievances in the last life have been settled. Since you like Xiaofan so much, I will send her down as soon as possible and reunite with you. Ji Wuchang spoke indifferently, and then threw all of Inkerson's storage rings, weapons, etc. into a pile of rocks. He naturally couldn't take these things out, otherwise the master would recognize them at a glance. The two unstable factors in Xiaozhu Peak have been eliminated by himself, and the atmosphere in Xiaozhu Peak should be more harmonious in the future. However, after these two people were killed, Xiaozhu Peak's strength was greatly reduced. Only the second brother Zhang Linghong was left in the foundation building realm. I hope he can withstand the pressure. Ji Wuchang felt extremely happy, and his body shook and disappeared directly on the spot. Not long after Ji Wuchang disappeared, some figures appeared in the valley. These people were latecomers. After hearing the news, they rushed to the valley. They were the last group of people to arrive. Among these people, there was a gloomy figure, Xiaofan. The wound on his lower body was not big. He was nourished by his spiritual power and it was almost healed, but it was his shame. Without the most important 2 taels of meat, life became gloomy. At this moment, Xiaofan hated Kai Ping to the bone. He still believed that Kai Ping did it. Ji Wuchang hid the Nuanyang jade close to his body, and instantly felt a wave of warmth in his body, which made Ji Wuchang's spirit rise. After Ji Wuchang advanced hundreds of meters, his scalp suddenly numbed. On the ground, snake corpses began to appear. At first, there were relatively few, but the more they went forward, the more they appeared. Although some snakes were cut off, they were still twisting their bodies, which was very creepy. Not far away, there were at least hundreds of snakes entangled on a corpse, which made Ji Wuchang's hair stand up. This valley is really dangerous. There are black apes blocking the door in front and snake caves in the back. Although most snakes are not as powerful as monsters, there are too many of them, which makes people panic. Not long after, Ji Wuchang saw several giant python corpses as thick as buckets, which were cut into several pieces. Soon, he also saw several corpses of Changshengmen disciples. They were bitten by snakes beyond recognition, and their faces were pitch black, which made Ji Wuchang sigh in his heart. Ji Wuchang made seals with his hands, and small fireballs flew out of his hands one after another, covering small piles of snakes in the middle of the road. Fortunately, most of the snakes were killed, so he didn't have too many obstacles. When he walked out of the valley, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He would rather deal with those fierce beasts than face these long things, and he felt a little panic in his heart when he saw them. As soon as he walked out of the valley, Ji Wuchang saw a large group of people in front of him. In front of these people, there was a defensive light shield, blocking everyone's way. Ji Wuchang knew very well that this was probably the burial place of the master of the Purple Mansion realm. It was a pity that he did not participate in the experience of this secret realm in his previous life. He didn't know what was in this cave, otherwise he could go straight to the destination at that time. Ji Wuchang regretted killing Inkerson too quickly. Maybe the other party knew something. But Ji Wuchang did not regret it, because once Inkerson was given a chance, the other party would most likely crush the jade card and escape from the secret realm. Once he returned to the sect, it would be really inconvenient to do it. Ji Wuchang's appearance hardly attracted everyone's attention. After all, this face was not a celebrity in Changshengmen. Everyone, we will follow the teams assigned in front, and the 3 teams will take turns to attack this defensive barrier, so that we can break it in the fastest way. Zui Yan spoke and told everyone the plan. Everyone had no objection. Zui Yan took the lead and started the attack directly. There were still 23 people in Zui Yan's team, and they followed Zui Yan to attack. For a moment, the light shield began to shake. Ji Wuchang only took a glance and concluded that if it continued like this, it would take at least 2 days to break through. Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up. Being able to set up such a defensive barrier shows that this person in the Purple Mansion realm is not simple, at least he is above the 6th or 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. With such a cultivation level, he can be an elder in Changshangmen, and he must have a lot of things. I just don't know if there are any spiritual objects with the 3 attributes of earth, gold, and fire in this person's cave. Ji Wuchang thought of this, and then shook his head. This kind of thing is not so easy to come across. Half an hour later, another group of people came. Ji Wuchang glanced at them and his eyes lit up instantly. Xiao Fan finally came. At this moment, Xiao Fan's face was pale, his left arm was empty, and his eyes were full of haze. Ji Wuchang subconsciously glanced at Xiao Fan's lower body, and saw no trace of blood, so he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Ji Wuchang found that Xiao Fan's eyes were fixed on one direction. Ji Wuchang followed Xiao Fan's gaze, and then his eyes lit up. It seemed that some of the backhands he arranged still worked. In the previous life, Xiao Fan and Kai Ping colluded with each other and conspired to seize Changshengmen. After Xiao Fan took an important thing from Changshengmen, he left Boyunzu Kai Ping State and became the headmaster of Changshengmen. Later, senior sister Jin Miaoqing sent someone to kill Kai Ping and left, not knowing that Xiao Fan was behind this matter. In this life, due to the appearance of Ji Wuchang, many things went wrong. Xiao Fan and Kai Ping both worshipped under the headmaster at the same time, which made them natural opponents. After all, there is only one headmaster in the future, and as a disciple of the headmaster, it is the most likely to inherit this position. Ji Wuchang really wants to see how the two will fight. Ji Wuchang then retracted his gaze and stopped paying attention to Xiao Fan. He would not kill this person easily, and would keep him well. After all, he was the most important contributor to whether the system mall could be opened in advance. In the following day, people came one after another, and by the end, there were about 150 people gathered here. Ji Wuchang knew very well that everyone who should have come, and as for those who didn't come, they were either dead or teleported away. System, sign in. A new day naturally starts with signing in. Ding! Successfully signed in at the trial land, rewarded with 1 year of cultivation. Luck value +1. Ji Wuchang couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly when he heard the system's voice. He knew very well that starting from tomorrow, signing in every day would only increase his luck value a little, but there would be no more cultivation. The minimum value of the cultivation rewarded by the system is 1 year. Ji Wuchang operated the purple qi burning heaven art and sent this spiritual power into his dantian, making his cultivation in the late 10th level of qi refining more and more stable. As for whether he could sign in to cultivate, Ji Wuchang was not too anxious. He was more concerned about the 3 attributes of earth, gold, and fire. But this kind of thing is not so easy to come across, so he can only think of a way after leaving the secret realm. Boom boom, the continuous roar continued for 12 hours without interruption. The 3 teams took turns to attack, making this layer of defense light shield thinner and thinner, and finally on the verge of breaking. Ji Wuchang was also refreshed when he saw this scene. At this moment, 2 spirits swept over Ji Wuchang, and Ji Wuchang instantly felt a chill on his body. Ji Wuchang quickly raised his head and looked around, but found nothing. At this moment, Ji Wuchang felt a chill in his heart. He knew that someone was thinking about him, and the other party's cultivation was much higher than his current level. With a loud bang, the light shield finally couldn't hold on and shattered. At this moment, all the disciples of Changsheng sect cheered and rushed in frantically. The people in the foundation building realm naturally ran in the front. Huang Wanqiu, Zui Yan, Kai Ping, Huang Jinwei and others were the fastest and walked in the front. Then came Pan Shibin, Ma Mengnan, Li Zhaoan and a large number of people in the foundation building realm. Ji Wuchang followed behind without hurrying or slowing down. He was still thinking about the 2 souls that had just swept over him. Ji Wuchang could clearly feel that there was a strong malice in the 2 souls. No matter who you are, if you really provoke me, I will keep you even if I owe Ji Yaoyao a favor. Ji Wuchang sneered in his heart, and then followed the Qi refining realm disciples into the cave. This cave is very large, like a small village. The first thing that came into view was a medicinal garden. No one had picked them for many years. There were actually medicinal herbs over 100 years old, and there were quite a few of them. At this moment, both the Foundation Establishment realm and the Qi Refining realm were scrambling in the medicinal field. Ji Wuchang was not polite either. He shook his body and came to a medicinal field. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a 100-year-old medicinal herb directly. Seeing that there was a 100-year-old 9-leaf grass in front of him, Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up and he stretched out his right hand to grab the 9-leaf grass. At this moment, a sword energy rushed straight to Ji Wuchang's right hand, which was extremely fierce. Ji Wuchang's eyes flashed with cold light. Without any hesitation, his right hand retracted like lightning. His body shook and he had come to the disciple who had just drawn the sword. This was a disciple of the first level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Ji Wuchang did not know this person. At this moment, his face was unusually cold. Ji Wuchang clenched his right fist, and before the other party retreated, he punched the other party's chest fiercely. Crack! Ah! A scream was heard, and the opponent's chest caved in. The whole person was knocked away by Ji Wuchang for dozens of meters, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Ji Wuchang looked around indifferently, and the people around him retreated in fear, not daring to approach Ji Wuchang. This man is fierce, and his Qi Refining realm cultivation actually knocked down a Foundation Establishment realm level 1 with one punch. The people around him did not dare to approach Ji Wuchang, and Ji Wuchang directly took away the 100-year-old 9-leaf grass. As soon as the 9-leaf grass was in hand, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but reveal a trace of fierceness in his eyes. His body shook and he came directly to the man who had just been knocked away. The man retreated madly in fear, and fear appeared in his eyes. But Ji Wuchang was determined to kill him, so how could he let him go? His body disappeared like a ghost, and when he appeared again, he had already come to the disciple and pointed out with one finger. A stream of spiritual power shot out and directly pierced the man's eyebrows. The man fell down unwillingly, with endless regret in his eyes. He originally thought that the people in the Foundation building realm had gone to the front, and the Qi Refining realm rookies behind could be bullied by him, but he didn't expect that he would lose his life directly. Ji Wuchang took off the other party's storage ring as if no one was around, and looted all the valuable things from the other party. Then he kicked the other party's body dozens of meters away and fell into a deep ditch in the distance. Ji Wuchang's ferocity scared the Qi Refining realms around him, but after looking for a long time, they all found that they didn't know this person. Xiao Fan also looked in the direction of Ji Wuchang in surprise, and felt that this person seemed a little familiar, but he couldn't remember. But Xiao Fan didn't have time to care at this moment. The master in his ring had agreed to lend him power, and he wanted to go inside to seize greater opportunities. It is normal to kill people and rob treasures in the secret realm, but it is rare to do it so blatantly like Ji Wuchang. But because of this, the Qi Refining realms around him retreated as soon as they saw the direction where Ji Wuchang flew. They were all afraid of offending Ji Wuchang, the god of killing. Ji Wuchang didn't bully others. When he saw a crowded medicinal field, he didn't go there. He specifically chose places with few people. Although this kind of place is remote and overgrown with weeds, you can find some medicinal herbs of good years. Ji Wuchang harvested several plants of about 100 years old in succession, and his mood was very good. However, there were too many people, and the medicinal herbs here were quickly divided up. Everyone rushed to the rows of houses in the distance. Ji Wuchang naturally wanted to join in the fun. Suddenly, he saw a shabby low house next to the medicinal field, which should be used to store some sundries. After all, such a large medicinal field needs watering, weeding, pest control, etc., so some things must be piled up. When Ji Wuchang was an outer disciple of Chang Shengmen before, he naturally stayed in the medicinal field, and he still had some understanding of these things. Seeing more than 100 people rushing to that row of houses, Ji Wuchang felt that even if he went there, he might not be able to get anything good. Ji Wuchang's mind moved, and he came to the dilapidated low house as if by magic, stretched out his hand to push the door and entered. In the room, there were indeed a pile of miscellaneous things. Ji Wuchang touched them with his hand, and they instantly turned into a pile of dust. Ji Wuchang was slightly surprised. How many years has it been left here without anyone coming? Ji Wuchang's soul swept around, and suddenly saw a small tripod in the corner full of dust. Ji Wuchang was quite curious, and he couldn't help but step forward, waved his hand, and the dust on the small tripod instantly dissipated. Ji Wuchang originally thought that it must be a broken thing that was thrown here casually, but after the dust disappeared, Ji Wuchang found that he was wrong. Although the whole small tripod was pitch black, it was intact. Ji Wuchang checked it and did not find any damaged parts, but he could not tell whether the small tripod was good or bad. Never mind, take it back first. I will ask Ji Yaoyao for advice later. Ji Wuchang waved his hand and put the small tripod into the system space, and then slowly left here. When Ji Wuchang arrived at this row of houses, it was completely in chaos, and all kinds of fights were extremely fierce. It turned out that there were all kinds of elixirs in this house, hundreds of second-grade elixirs, and many third-grade elixirs, all of which were preserved intact. At this moment, Ji Wuchang regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known that there were elixirs to fight for here, he would never have wasted time in that dilapidated hut. Now, when he arrived, the elixirs were almost all taken away. It was just because of the uneven distribution that everyone was dissatisfied with each other and attacked each other. There were several corpses lying on the ground, but the people at the scene did not pay any attention to them. They were all staring at their opponents with murderous intent. This is the trial of Changshengman, survival of the fittest. Just like Ji Wuchang just killed someone, no one would seek revenge for a dead person. Ji Wuchang glanced at the scene and found that Huang Wanqiu, Zuiyan, Kaiping and others were nowhere to be seen. Even Xiao Fan was not at the scene. He frowned slightly. Ji Wuchang always felt that he had missed something. His brain was working at a high speed. Boom! A violent roar came from a distance. Ji Wuchang was stunned. He no longer paid attention to the fight inside. He flew up and headed straight for the sky. At this moment, Huang Wanqiu and Zuiyan were fighting fiercely in the sky. Kaiping was fighting 1 against 2, fighting Huang Jinwei and Zhang Bin alone. This made Ji Wuchang stun slightly. He didn't know what happened, and the 5 strongest people had a fierce fight. Huang Wanqiu majored in swordsmanship, and the long sword opened and closed, and the sword light slashed down continuously. Zuiyan was completely different. It seemed that he made a random attack, but it was often just right to stop Huang Wanqiu's attack. Ji Wuchang only took a glance and could tell that it was not a simple matter for these 2 people to decide the winner. Then Ji Wuchang looked at Kaiping and his eyes narrowed slightly. Kaiping's attack was extremely fierce. He liked to take an unconventional approach. Because of this, although he was fighting 1 against 2, he was still not at a disadvantage. The battle between the 5 attracted many disciples of Changsheng sect, but the competition for the elixir was still extremely fierce. At this moment, a sudden change occurred, and a beam of light shot up into the sky. This sudden change surprised everyone present. I saw a figure appear in the beam of light, and it turned out to be Xiao Fan. Ji Wuchang widened his eyes. He had just looked for Xiao Fan and couldn't find him. It turned out that this guy went to the back. Huang Wanqiu, Zuiyan, Kaiping and others stopped their actions. The reason they just took action was to compete for the last inheritance of this cave. But when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Xiao Fan has already taken the lead and entered the last secret realm of the cave. Xiao Fan. Kaiping gritted his teeth. They never thought that the 5 strongest people in the foundation building realm of Changshengman would actually make wedding clothes for a person in the qi refining realm. Just now, the 5 of them broke the last barrier, but since only 1 person could enter, the 5 decided to compete. Xiao Fan stood in the light column, looking at the people outside, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then Xiao Fan stepped into a house and disappeared in front of everyone. Ji Wuchang secretly sighed in his heart. This Xiao Fan is indeed a person with great luck. He has been exploited by himself twice, but he still has such good luck. It seems that the number of exploitations should be accelerated. Ji Wuchang thought to himself, and a faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. As long as he defeats Xiao Fan once, he can get luck from him. This is a solid experience treasure. However, this kid is growing very fast, so I have to hurry up and practice. I can't let him catch up, otherwise it will be no fun. There is nothing to grab and no excitement to watch, so everyone left the cave one after another. Ji Wuchang did not stop at all and left directly. You know, behind this canyon, in addition to this cave, there are many places worth seeing. Ji Wuchang jumped quickly in the mountains and forests. This time the secret realm experience feels good. At this moment, a sharp sword light came from top to bottom and rushed straight to Ji Wuchang. The sword light contained terrible murderous intent. Ji Wuchang felt creepy all over his body. Without any hesitation, his body shook, and the 8 diagrams dragon step was performed. The whole person instantly moved several feet to the left. Boom! The sword light directly slashed at the place where Ji Wuchang had just stood, causing a violent explosion, and a 10-meter-long gully appeared. With the place where Ji Wuchang had just stood as the center, the nearby trees and boulders several meters away were destroyed. A strong wind wave swept over, and Ji Wuchang was shocked and retreated several steps again. There was a cold light in his eyes. Hey, he actually dodged it. In the sky, a man wearing a black hood looked at Ji Wuchang in surprise. Then he snorted coldly, raised the long sword in his hand, and slashed 3 swords at Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang moved quickly with the 8 diagrams dragon step, and his body was as fast as lightning, avoiding the opponent's 3 swords in succession. But just when Ji Wuchang just stood up, a bigger sword light fell from the sky and slashed directly at Ji Wuchang, faster than the previous one. With a loud bang, a huge deep pit appeared directly where Ji Wuchang just stood, and everything around the deep pit was destroyed. Is he dead? The man in black who first attacked Ji Wuchang spoke and looked at the other man in black. The man in black frowned slightly, suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance, only to see Ji Wuchang standing there with an unusually cold look in his eyes. How did you escape? The man in black behind asked in surprise. Obviously, he did not expect that this fatal blow was avoided by Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang was filled with murderous intent. If he had not communicated with Ji Yaoyao in time and borrowed Ji Yaoyao's power, he would have been seriously injured if he had not died. Go to the King of Hell to ask. Ji Wuchang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His body shook and he disappeared like a ghost in an instant. The 2 men in black were shocked and retreated frantically, but they were fast, and Ji Wuchang was faster. A long sword appeared, and as Ji Wuchang slashed it, a head flew directly into the air. Another man in black's eyes widened, and then he said in surprise, "Who are you? You are not Ji Wuchang." Ji Wuchang smiled coldly, and then said, "The answer is correct, but there is no reward. I will send you on your way." After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, his body turned into afterimages. When he stopped not far away, another head flew into the air. Ji Wuchang panted slightly, and the strength in his body receded like a tide. He just used Ji Yaoyao's power to instantly reach the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm. The 2 men in black were both at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, so naturally they were too different, so they were beheaded by him. Ji Wuchang, you owe me a favor. Ji Yaoyao's voice rang in Ji Wuchang's ears. Ji Wuchang nodded, and then said calmly, "Don't worry, you can also make a request to me. As long as I can fulfill it, I will definitely not refuse." Ji Yaoyao was very satisfied with Ji Wuchang's answer, and then said in surprise, "Why don't you use the 100-fold sublimation instant killing technique? If it is increased by 100-fold, it should be easy to kill them." Upon hearing this, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't hide it and explained, "My muscles and veins are too weak. At most, I can only withstand an increase of about 20 times. After using it last time, there was a trace of scar on the meridians. It's safer to use your power." When Ji Yaoyao heard this, she suddenly realized. She had seen Ji Wuchang perform the 100-fold sublimation instant kill technique several times, but it didn't seem to be that powerful. It turned out to be this. Ji Wuchang's eyes flashed with cold light, and he whispered softly, "I want to see, who wants to kill me?" Ji Wuchang came to the 2 heads with a cold face, and used a long sword to pick up the black scarves of the 2 people, and couldn't help but stand there in a daze. These 2 people were very different from the people he thought of in his mind, because he didn't know them at all. Ji Wuchang was very depressed, lowered his head and thought, trying to recall the memories of his previous life, but there was still no memory of these 2 people in his memory. Ji Wuchang took off the storage rings of the 2 people, and then burned them clean with fire. Since it is impossible to judge the origins of the 2 people from their faces, we can only check their storage rings, hoping to gain something. Ji Wuchang found a safe place, his soul surged out, breaking the seal of one of the storage rings. All the things in the storage ring were poured out by Ji Wuchang. Hundreds of low-grade spirit stones, more than 10 pills, including 1 3rd-grade pill, 3 2nd-grade pills, and the rest were 1st-grade pills. In addition to these things, there are also several sets of clothes for change and 2 tokens. Ji Wuchang was very familiar with 1 token. He also had one. It was a token representing the disciples of Changsheng sect. As for the other token, Ji Wuchang had never seen it before. Ji Wuchang picked up the strange token and frowned. The token was too simple. There was nothing on the back and 3 big characters of 167 were engraved on the front. Ji Wuchang's soul covered the token and found that there was no spiritual power fluctuation on it. Obviously, no soul mark could be left on it. Ji Wuchang did not give up, and then broke through the seal of the 2nd storage ring. The thing was roughly the same as the 1st storage ring. There was also a strange token in the storage ring, and the token was engraved with 3 big characters of 269. Ji Wuchang burned the clothes of the 2 people in one fire. Looking at the jumping flames, Ji Wuchang's mind moved, and he took out the token of 167. The flames gushed out and wrapped the token. Although the fireball technique is one of the entry-level techniques in the world of immortal cultivation, it still feels very good to use. The scorching flames burned fiercely, and in just a moment, the tokens were all burned red. Ji Wuchang sighed. He gave up. It seemed that he had thought too much. Ji Wuchang then threw the 2 tokens into the system space and decided to study them later when he had time. In Ji Wuchang's hand, there were 2 tokens of Changshengmen disciples. One of the names on the tokens was Wang Qua and the other was Wang Xiang. Ji Wuchang put away the 2 tokens, and a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. Although Ji Wuchang did not know these 2 people, Ji Wuchang could be sure that these 2 people did not belong to any of the 9 peaks. In other words, these 2 people were inner disciples, and they were disciples of a guest elder. If these 2 people were spies planted in Changshengmen by other sects, it meant that some of the outer elders had betrayed Changshengmen. However, what was the operation of assassinating a Qi refining realm himself? Ji Wuchang really couldn't figure it out. Ji Wuchang thought for a long time, and then he was too lazy to think about it. He packed up his things and left slowly. After this assassination, Ji Wuchang became more careful. In the next 3 days, he hunted several beasts. Ji Wuchang returned to the cave in the Purple Mansion realm. There was no one here. Ji Wuchang himself didn't understand why he came back. Perhaps subconsciously, he still regarded Xiao Fan as the most powerful opponent. If he didn't understand the other party's situation clearly, he would be very uneasy. Ji Wuchang walked around here and gained nothing. He was about to leave. At this moment, a beam of light appeared, and a figure stepped out of the beam of light. It was Xiao Fan. At this moment, Xiao Fan was in high spirits. His broken left arm actually grew out directly, which made Ji Wuchang stunned. Xiao Fan's cultivation level soared, reaching the peak of the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, and he was only 1 step away from the foundation building. Ji Wuchang silently took out a pitch-black hood from the storage ring and put it on himself. He found this hood from the storage ring of the second black-clothed man who assassinated him. It can actually block the detection of the soul. This is definitely a good thing to knock people unconscious, so Ji Wuchang naturally wants to stay. Even if he is discovered, he is not afraid. The face he shows at this moment has also been disguised. I, Xiao Fan, am resurrected with full blood again. Kai Ping, Ji Wuchang, you wait for me, I will find you later and get all the accounts back. Xiao Fan laughed loudly. Although it feels shorter and smaller than before, it is better than nothing. Ji Wuchang looked at Xiao Fan coldly, and when he saw that the other party was only a dozen steps away from him, a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Step on the heart step. 100 times sublimation instant killing technique. Ji Wuchang whispered at the corner of his mouth, and terrible power instantly emerged from his body. Although he only dared to use the 10-fold amplification now, he was at the 10th level of Qi refining, much stronger than the 9th level. Even in Curson, who was at the 6th level of foundation building, was killed by him in a second, so it was naturally impossible for Xiao Fan to resist now. Ah! Xiao Fan suddenly covered his chest and let out a shrill scream. Before he could react, a dark figure came near him. Bang! Bang! One punch hit Xiao Fan's chest, and another hit Xiao Fan's head. Xiao Fan's mouth spurted blood, his body flew backwards, and hit the ground hard. Before he could react, his right arm was grabbed by someone, and then torn apart by someone. A heart-wrenching scream came from Xiao Fan's mouth, and his right arm was torn off directly. Xiao Fan couldn't bear it anymore and fainted. My good junior brother, I will accept your things with pleasure. Before Xiao Fan fainted, a sarcastic word came into his ears, which made Xiao Fan hate it. Ji Wuchang looked at Xiao Fan who fainted, and a trace of cruelty appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he robbed everything in the other party's storage ring. At the same time, a stream of energy shot out from Ji Wuchang's left index finger, heading straight for the 2 tails of meat. I'll let you grow, and smash you to pieces, and see how you grow. Ji Wuchang spoke viciously, and then pointed a finger at Xiao Fan's chest. Although this finger did not completely destroy his dantian, it caused his dantian to suffer a severe blow, and it would not be easy to repair it in the future. Although Xiao Fan had fainted, Ji Wuchang's operation still made him tremble with pain. The old man in Xiao Fan's ring saw this scene, and his mouth twitched violently. I've seen ruthless people, but I've never seen anyone more ruthless than this. Ding! The master defeated the son of great luck, Xiao Fan, for the 3rd time, and his luck value was plus 400, while Xiao Fan's luck value was 400. When the system's voice sounded, Ji Wuchang had already left. In the secret realm, the fierce competition began to heat up. This secret realm is not big. After so many people searching everywhere for more than 10 days, most of the area has been explored. But the immortality sect has regulations, and those with the best grades will be rewarded. How to get the best results for yourself? Looting others is undoubtedly the best choice. Ever since, in the secret realm, an event began where the big fish swallowed the small fish and the small fish swallowed the shrimp. The big fish are naturally Huang Wanqiu, Zuoyin, and Kai Ping, and Xiaomi is naturally the people in the qi refining realm. As a result, the little shrimp Ji Wuchang was targeted not long after he left the valley, and he was an acquaintance of Ji Wuchang. There are 3 people on the other side, namely Li Zhaoan, Lian Hongying, and Lu Jinming. These 3 people are all from Baicang Peak, the 7th elder, and they are brothers and sisters. Junior brother, I'm sorry. We don't want more. We only need you to hand over the corpse of 1 second-order ferocious beast and 4 corpses of first-order ferocious beasts. We will leave immediately. Lu Jinming said with a smile. He felt that the person he was robbing this time should be richer, so he asked for more. Li Zhaoan and Lian Hongying stood in different directions, and the 3 of them surrounded Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang looked at the 3 of them and frowned slightly. If it was a deadly attack, he should be able to kill 1, or even 2, instantly by using the 100-fold sublimation instant killing technique, but he would definitely not be able to deal with the 3rd one. Because after using the 100-fold sublimation instant killing technique, there will be a short period of weakness. Of course, with the help of Ji Yaoyao's power, the 3 of them could be directly obliterated, but it's not necessary. There is no murderous intention in these 3 people. They just want to rob me, so I don't need to kill them. Ji Wuchang looked at the 3 of them with a deliberately angry look on his face, and then suddenly his face lit up with joy. Senior sister, second senior brother, you are here. Ji Wuchang spoke loudly. After Li Zhaoan, Lian Hongying and Lu Jinming heard Ji Wuchang's words, they were shocked at the same time. They quickly turned their heads and looked behind them, but there was nothing. The 3 of them instantly understood that they had been tricked by Ji Wuchang. The 3 of them were very angry. They quickly turned around and found that Ji Wuchang had disappeared and appeared dozens of feet away. Chase! Li Zhaoan shouted and took the lead in chasing Ji Wuchang, followed quickly by Lian Hongying and Lu Jinming. After half a stick of incense, the 3 of them panted slightly, looked at each other, and looked away embarrassedly. What a shame, 3 foundation establishment realms robbed the qi refining realm, and then let the other party escape. All 3 of them felt their faces burning. If this was spread, they would be laughed at. Is he born in the year of the rabbit? Why is he so fast? Even the 3 of us can't catch up with him. Lian Hongying spoke, then burst into laughter. Junior brother, junior sister, I think we should go back. No matter how much we rob, there is no way we can beat senior sister Wanqiu and senior brothers Waiyan. It would be even more embarrassing if we were targeted and robbed. Li Zhaoan was very discouraged and said directly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jinming and Lian Hongying immediately recognized him, and they both felt that it was not necessary. The 3 of them did as they were told, took out the jade token and crushed it into pieces. Instantly, a special force enveloped them, and a void passage appeared in front of the 3 of them, sucking the 3 of them into it. As soon as the 3 people left, Ji Wuchang's figure appeared not far away. He heard the conversation between the 3 of them just now, and couldn't help but nod secretly. If they don't leave in time, Ji Wuchang may really regard them as objects of robbery. Ji Wuchang gathered his mood, then turned and left. In an area of the dense forest, Shen Boyu, Duan Junshine, Fan Huajun, and Huang Wanwen were about to cry without tears. Since the last competition with Dedeo Pavilion, the relationship between the 4 of them has become closer. So after meeting in the secret realm, the 4 of them walked together. They originally wanted to see if they could see Ji Wuchang, but Ji Wuchang seemed to have disappeared. Just now, the 4 of them were stopped by Pan Shibin. Pan Shibin was on the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. The 4 of them joined forces, but they couldn't even take a few of Pan Shibin's moves and immediately handed over half of the beast's corpse. Huang Guangwen smiled bitterly and said, "It's too bullying. A dignified 5th level Foundation Establishment realm actually attacks us who are in the qi refining realm. Is this justified?" Huang Guangwen's words instantly resonated with Fan Huajun, who also smiled bitterly. "That's right. Our qi refining realm and Foundation Establishment realm rankings are not mixed together. Why are you robbing us? I was originally thinking about whether I could give it a try and compete with Ji Wuchang. It's better now. Half of it was robbed directly. This is nothing." Shen Boyu and Duan Junsheng also smiled bitterly and shook their heads at this moment, but it is useless for you to talk about this kind of thing. The world of immortality is always about the weak and the strong. The sect encourages robbing, because it is also part of the experience. Hand over the storage ring and rob. At this moment, a loud shout came from afar, approaching the four of them quickly. The four of them were startled, and without even thinking, they crushed the jade tokens in their hands. In an instant, the four figures were swallowed up by the whirlpool and disappeared without a trace. Ji Wuchang was speechless. He finally met these people in the secret realm. He originally wanted to say hello, but unexpectedly, he scared them away. Holy crap, what's going on? Ji Wuchang was a little confused. He had never thought about this result. Shouldn't you resist when you are robbed? How can you just flip the table? Boom! At this moment, a violent roar came from the forest in the distance. Ji Wuchang was slightly stunned, and hurriedly ran in that direction. In just a moment, he arrived here. The two people in the field fought very fiercely, and the surrounding trees had been completely destroyed by the energy of the collision between the two. One of these two people is Zuoyan, and the other is Huang Jinwei. It is obvious that Huang Jinwei is not Zuoyan's opponent and is suppressed by Zuoyan. Brother Huang, hand it over, I won't let you have the opportunity to crush the jade card. Zuoyan's expression was calm, but his attack was extremely fierce. He alternated his palms and slapped Huang Jinwei one after another. Huang Jinwei retreated step by step, but he still managed to hold on. At this moment, the storage ring that Huang Jinwei originally held in his hand was slapped into the air. He had just snatched this storage ring from a person at the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Before he could put it away, Zuoyan had already spotted it. Seeing the storage ring flying in the air, Zuoyan flew up and grabbed it directly. Huang Jinwei suddenly shouted, and his aura instantly surged, twice as strong as before. Huang Jinwei slapped out with one palm, directly knocking Zuoyan away, causing Zuoyan's hand that was grabbing the storage ring to instantly miss. And because of this violent force, the storage ring flew directly towards Ji Wuchang. Junior brother who is watching the fun, I give you this storage ring. After Huang Jinwei finished speaking, without any hesitation, he crushed the jade token in his hand, then laughed and said to Zuoyan, Senior brother Zuoyan, goodbye. As Huang Jinwei finished speaking, his body was swallowed by a whirlpool and then disappeared without a trace. Ji Wuchang looked at the storage ring flying towards him, hesitated for a moment, then reached out to grab it, and then flew towards the distance. Hand over that storage ring, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. Zuoyan looked at Ji Wuchang who was flying towards the distance, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he spoke coldly. Wherever Ji Wuchang might stop, he used his speed to the extreme. The Bagua dragon step made him jump more than 10 feet away with every step he took. After images emerged in the dense forest and then disappeared. Zuoyan's eyes turned cold, he raised the long sword in his hand and slashed it down. A ray of sword light instantly swept across a distance of tens of feet and struck in a dense forest. There was a loud boom, and wherever the sword light touched, it exploded directly, and a ravine dozens of meters long appeared below. All the trees on both sides of the ravine exploded and then collapsed. Zuoyan frowned and found that the figure was fine and still running towards the distance. Zuoyan's face became more and more gloomy, he raised the long sword in his hand and struck out several swords in succession. A roar came one after another, and where the long sword was slashed, the big trees continued to collapse, the ground shook, and rocks penetrated the air. But the figure in front still didn't fall down, and its speed was getting faster and faster, which made Zuoyan frown even more tightly. Forget it, it's rare to meet such an interesting person in the chi refining realm. I have nothing to do, so I just wanna play with you. Zuoyan snorted coldly, followed closely, and used the speed of the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Naturally, he was faster than the figure in front, and the distance between the two began to close. Ji Wuchang frowned when he saw Zuoyan chasing after him. He couldn't keep up with his speed. Ji Wuchang, how about you owe me a favor and I help you kill him? Ji Yaoyao's words rang in Ji Wuchang's ears. When Ji Wuchang heard this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Although he was cruel to his enemies, Ji Wuchang remembered that Zuoyan died in the battle protecting the Eternal Life Gate in his previous life. It would be a pity to kill such a person, after all, he is now a leader in the foundation building realm. Forget it, I have no grudge against him, and I feel guilty if I kill him. Do you have any flying skills? You can teach me one, and I will just dump him. Ji Yaoyao was speechless when she heard Ji Wuchang's words. Ji Wuchang, of course I have some flying skills, and there are quite a lot of them. But these skills are of a relatively high level, so what's the use of passing them on to you now? Ji Wuchang understood what Ji Yaoyao meant. This kind of movement cannot be learned in a short time. Of course this doesn't work for others, but Ji Wuchang can, he has a cheating device. Yaoyao, you can give me a try. Maybe I'm very talented in that movement technique? Don't forget, I had an epiphany last time. When Ji Yaoyao heard Ji Wuchang's words, she couldn't help but think deeply. Although she didn't believe that Ji Wuchang could learn it, she didn't mind teaching Ji Wuchang something. As for Zui Yan, who was chasing after him, Ji Yaoyao didn't take it seriously at all. If she wants, she can disappear with Ji Wuchang at any time. Okay, I'll teach you a top-notch flying technique called Wind and Thunder Taishu Step. It complements the Wind and Thunder Fist you practice. The wind is running like lightning, stepping on wind and thunder, shrinking the ground to an inch, taking a step thousands of miles, having thunder wings on the back, traveling through the void. This is a heaven-level high-level movement technique. If you can learn it, even people who are a level higher than you may not be able to catch up with you in the future. Ji Yaoyao's words rang in Ji Wuchang's ears, and then countless words immediately appeared in Ji Wuchang's mind. This is the Wind and Thunder Taishu Step technique that Ji Yaoyao passed on to Ji Wuchang with the power of her soul. Ji Wuchang felt an abnormal swelling and pain in his head. This spell was too profound. It was not easy to understand it, let alone understand it. System, I want to use my luck value to understand the Wind and Thunder Taishu Step. Without any hesitation, Ji Wuchang directly called the cheating device. Ding! Master, you can get started with Wind and Thunder Taishu Step by spending 800 luck points. Spend 2,400 luck points to achieve a small success. Ji Wuchang was stunned when he heard that so much luck had been consumed. System, you won't cheat me, why are you consuming so much? Master, this is a high-level heaven-level body technique, and it is more difficult to practice than many top-level heaven-level skills. If the master practices on his own, he may not be able to achieve a small success in 20 years. When Ji Wuchang heard this, he was instantly discouraged and said directly, it consumes 2,400 points of luck. Ding! 2,400 luck points have been deducted, and the Wind and Thunder Taishu Step realization is being transmitted. As the system's words fell, a wave of insights about Feng Lei Tai Subu appeared in Ji Wuchang's mind. These insights were as if Ji Wuchang had studied them for many years and he was extremely familiar with them. At Ji Wuchang's feet, he unknowingly stopped the Bagua Wandering Dragon Step and replaced it with the Wind and Thunder Taishu Step. As Ji Wuchang stepped forward, his speed instantly increased several times. With one step, he directly reached 60 or 70 feet, and it was still accelerating. Under Ji Wuchang's feet, there was a sound of wind and thunder, and Ji Yaoyao in the storage ring was stunned. Zui Yan, who was chasing after Ji Wuchang, was even more dumbfounded. The opponent's speed was much faster than his. It must be a secret method. He actually used a secret method. Let's see how long you can last. Zui Yan knew very well that using secret methods put a lot of pressure on the body, and it could only last for a moment. But Zui Yan was dumbfounded afterwards. The opponent was getting farther and farther away from him, and then turned into a small black dot and disappeared. Ji Wuchang was very excited at this moment. This speed was too fast. He felt that the spiritual power around him automatically gathered under him. The whole body was like an arrow from a string. Even those who had just broken through the Purple Mansion realm might not be able to catch up with this speed. This time it was definitely a big profit. As fast as the wind and lightning, stepping on the wind and thunder, shrinking the earth into an inch, a step of 10,000 miles, thunder wings grow on the back, shuttle through the void. Ji Wuchang whispered this sentence. He now understood the meaning of Ji Yaoyao's words just now. This is a brief description of the 3 stages of Wind and Thunder Taishu Step: small success, great success, and perfection. At this moment, his speed is extremely fast, and there is a sound of wind and thunder under his feet, which is the first stage of as fast as the wind and lightning, stepping on the wind and thunder. When he thought of this, Ji Wuchang almost laughed out loud. With the blessing of this footwork, his combat power will definitely double. How did you do it? Ji Yaoyao was like seeing a ghost, and she didn't come back to her senses for a long time. She practiced Wind and Thunder Taishu Step in the past, and it took 5 years to get started, 20 years to achieve minor success, and 100 years to achieve major success, but she didn't practice to perfection until her body was cut off. Ji Wuchang only took a few breaths to achieve minor success. How could Ji Yaoyao not be shocked? Ji Wuchang laughed and said, "Didn't I tell you that some people are born different from others, and I am a genius among geniuses?" Ji Wuchang originally thought that Ji Yaoyao would definitely refute, but he didn't know that after waiting for a long time, there was no sound from Ji Yaoyao. Ji Wuchang stopped when he saw that Zui Yan was gone, and then he suddenly felt abnormally tired. Ji Wuchang was startled, and then he found that the spiritual power in his body was directly reduced by 40%. Just now he was too excited and didn't pay attention to these. Now that the excitement gradually faded, he felt the abnormality of his body. Ji Wuchang smiled bitterly, as expected. There is no free lunch in the world. Then he checked the system panel, and his expression became even more bitter. Host, Ji Wuchang, Cultivation, late 10th level of Qi Refining, Root Bones, Earth Rank Middle Grade, Luck Value, 11, Special Ability, none, System Task, none. Looking at the remaining 11 Luck Value, Ji Wuchang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't know when the system mall would be opened. Recently, he had attacked Xiao Fan many times in a row, and got the luck value from him, and consumed it all at once. Ji Wuchang took out a pill and swallowed it. After the pill entered his stomach, a huge spiritual power burst out instantly, and Ji Wuchang's originally consumed spiritual power was replenished rapidly. Ji Wuchang was not idle either. With the wind and thunder Taishu step, he seemed to have gotten rid of the fate of a small shrimp, and he could be a big fish swallowing a small fish. When he thought of this, Ji Wuchang's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement. Robbery is a very good job. Robbing the rich to help the poor, and being chivalrous and righteous, this is the true nature of men of our generation. Ji Wuchang disguised himself, mainly to avoid embarrassment when they met each other in the sect in the future. After doing all this, Ji Wuchang began to act. By a small river, Pan Shibin and his junior sister Ma Mengnan were there to count today's gains. Today they robbed 2 people at the 8th level of Qi Refining and 1 person at the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment, and gained a lot. Pan Shibin didn't just want a little bit, but robbed the other party's storage ring, but the jade card was still returned to the other party. In this way, their gains were naturally great. Brother, we have a total of 4 second-level beasts and 18 first-level beasts today. Adding the original ones of my brother, it should not be a problem to rank in the top 10. Ma Mengnan squinted her eyes and couldn't help but smile on her face. Pan Shibin nodded, and then smiled and said, Master said that if we can enter the top 10, he will pass on a combat skill to us. We have robbed 1 or 2 junior brothers and sisters, and it's time to go back. Otherwise, we are no match for the strongest ones. Many people have gone back in the past few days. Now there are only 50 or 60 people left in the secret realm. There is no point in staying. Ma Mengnan nodded repeatedly when he heard Pan Shibin's words. Want to leave, it's too late. Just then, a man's voice sounded, and then a figure rushed towards Pan Shibin as fast as lightning, and slapped Ma Mengnan at the same time. The sudden change surprised Pan Shibin and Ma Mengnan. But the strength of the person who came was far above them, and the speed was even faster than them. With a bang, Ma Mengnan screamed, and was directly slapped away by the other party's palm, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Pan Shibin punched out and collided with the other party's punch. Pan Shibin also screamed, his body flew backwards, and his mouth opened, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. At this moment, the figure quickly approached Pan Shibin, and before Pan Shibin could react, he took away the storage ring in his hand. Pan Shibin smiled bitterly, looking at the figure in the field, and did not make a move. He knew very well that he was not this person's opponent. Take half, and the rest will be returned to you. The figure laughed loudly, took away half of the beast's corpse in Pan Shibin's storage ring, and then threw the storage ring to Pan Shibin. Looking at the figure's back as it went away, Pan Shibin couldn't help but smile bitterly at Ma Mengnan. Senior brother Jiangbin is too much. He actually took away half of my things. Ma Mengnan spoke angrily, his face was a little pale. Pan Shibin shook his head, then smiled bitterly again. Junior sister Ma, he didn't take all of it, which is already giving me face. Forget it, don't think about it, let's go. Ma Mengnan was angry, but when she thought that this senior brother Jiangbin didn't touch her storage ring, it was obvious that he didn't bother to snatch it because he saw that she was a woman. Ma Mengnan and Pan Shibin flew away, and half an hour later, they met Jiangbin again. This scared the two of them, and a jade token appeared in their hands at the same time. If Jiangbin dared to make another move, they would crush the jade token without hesitation and leave directly. But in just a moment, the two felt that Jiangbin was not right, and he looked furious. Senior brother Jiangbin, what's wrong? Ma Mengnan asked with courage. Jiangbin glanced at the two of them, then smiled bitterly and said, I was robbed. The other party was too fast. I couldn't catch up at all. Pan Shibin and Ma Mengnan were stunned when they heard it. They instantly felt a little bloating, but they didn't show it on their faces. I let you rob me, ha, you were robbed too. Pan Shibin laughed in his heart. At this moment, he felt refreshed. Brother Jiangbin, is it sister Huang Wanqiu or brothers Wei Yan? Pan Shibin was also very curious, so he asked. When Jiang Bin heard what Pan Shibin said, he couldn't help but swear directly, "Damn it, he is a person in the qi refining realm, and I can't catch up with him. I'm so angry." After Jiang Bin finished speaking, he slapped down with one palm, and instantly smashed several large trees within a few feet. When Pan Shibin and Ma Mengnan heard it, they were stunned for a moment. But looking at Jiang Bin's expression, they should not be lying. "Junior sister, the wind is strong." Pan Shibin felt that the risk in this secret realm was too great, and hurriedly told Ma Mengnan. Ma Mengnan agreed, then looked at his senior brother, and crushed the jade token at the same time. A vortex instantly appeared around the two of them, swallowing them up, and then disappeared without a trace. The two chose to run away directly. Hundreds of miles away, Ji Wuchang appeared, looking at the storage ring in his hand, his eyes narrowed with a smile. He originally wanted to rob Pan Shibin and Ma Mengnan, but he happened to encounter Jiang Bin robbing, so he simply waited for a while and followed Jiang Bin. Then he used the extreme speed of the wind and thunder Taishu step to take away Jiang Bin's storage ring, making the other party furious. Outside the Changshengmen secret realm formation, the second elder Zhou Yuan, the third elder Meng Kaihong, the sixth elder Yuzhen, the seventh elder Jing Fengcheng, and the eighth elder Jia Yuanliang are all there. Meng Saihong's eyes showed a trace of anxiety. And Kursen and Tai Yujia's life cards have been broken, which means that the two have fallen. When Meng Kaihong learned the news, she almost fainted. No longer caring about anything else, rushing here to wait. The other elders also looked at Meng Kaihong with sympathy. 2 foundation building disciples were killed in succession. This is a big loss. Although the sect does not pursue the fighting in the secret realm, it will still ask about this matter. The reason for doing this is naturally to exclude those spies with bad character or other sects who are planted in Changshengmen. At this moment, the entrance to the secret realm shook, and a figure stepped out from it. It was Zhang Linghong. Zhang Linghong was a little confused at first, but when he saw his master Meng Kaihong, his eyes began to turn red in an instant. Disciple greets master, greets all the elders. Meng Kaihong nodded, then quickly pulled Zhang Linghong aside and asked what happened. When Zhang Linghong heard that Kursen's life card was also broken, he couldn't help but retreat several steps in shock, stunned, and tears rolled down instantly. Through Zhang Linghong's mouth, Meng Kaihong understood that Tai Yujie died in the mouth of the beast, and as for Kursen, he didn't know. "Have you seen your Wuchang brother?" Meng Kaihong asked quickly, but the answer she got was Zhang Linghong shaking his head. Meng Kaihong couldn't help but worry, but fortunately Ji Wuchang's life card was fine. Just then, the entrance to the secret realm shook again, and the figures of Pan Shibin and Ma Mengnan appeared. As soon as the two stood still, the entrance to the secret realm shook again, and Jiang Bin followed closely, but his face was very ugly. "Jiang Bin, how did you get from this secret realm?" The sixth elder Yuzhen smiled and spoke. He was still very confident in his eldest disciple. Pan Shibin and Ma Mengnan had just come to the side of Master Jia Yuanliang. When they heard the words of the sixth elder, their faces instantly became strange. Jiang Bin said with a bitter face, "Master, don't mention it. I was just robbed by a qi refining realm disciple and got nothing." As soon as Jiang Bin's words came out, the whole audience was silent, and all the elders were stunned. Yuzhen's mouth twitched slightly, and then he said, "Jiang Bin, are you sure you didn't say it wrong?" Jiang Bin felt bitter in his heart, and he also knew that no one would believe what he said. "Master-ish elders, how could I be wrong? It's really qi refining realm. But the opponent's speed is too fast, I can't catch up at all." All the elders looked strange. If someone at the foundation level said this, they would still believe it. After all, some geniuses can fight across levels. But Jiang Bin is one of the most powerful foundation building cultivators in Changshengmen, and can be regarded as a top figure in the foundation building pyramid. He was robbed by a person in the qi refining realm, which shows how terrifying the other party's speed is. Who could this person be? Then everyone thought that this person might have hidden his strength. He was not in the qi refining realm, but in the foundation building realm. This is reasonable. The elders thought more and more, and felt that this was reasonable. Just as Jiang Bin and his companions left, the entrance to the secret realm shook again, and 2 people in the 6th level of the foundation building realm appeared. They had bitter faces and wanted to cry but had no tears. However, these 2 people were not disciples of the elders present, and the second elder Zhou Yuan asked symbolically, "What did you gain from this trip to the secret realm?" When the 2 heard it, they smiled bitterly at the same time, and a woman said, "Second elder, it was okay, but it was robbed by a qi refining realm." After the 2 finished speaking, they were embarrassed to stay any longer and left directly. The elders looked at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. "Second elder, could it be Zhuo Yan who did it? The sixth elder Yuzhen spoke directly and said the object of suspicion in his heart. Zhuo Yan is the strongest in the foundation building realm, and the only one who can compete with him is Huang Wanqiu. Now both of them are inside and have not come out yet, but Huang Wanqiu is unlikely, but Zhuo Yan is very likely. When the other elders heard Yuzhen's words, they all looked at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, and he also had some doubts in his heart, because if it was Zhuo Yan, everything would make sense. Just as the second elder Zhou Yuan was about to answer, the entrance to the secret realm shook, and Ji Wuchang flashed out. As soon as she saw Ji Wuchang, Meng Kaihong instantly put down her heart. Xiaozhu Peak has suffered enough losses, and it cannot be damaged anymore, otherwise it will be difficult for her to explain to the sect master. Wuchang, what did you gain? The eighth elder Jia Yuanliang asked directly without waiting for Meng Kaihong to speak. The other elders also looked at Ji Wuchang. They believed that if it was really the qi refining realm, it would most likely be Ji Wuchang. But they didn't believe it very much. After all, Ji Wuchang's cultivation was still in the qi refining realm in their eyes. Ji Wuchang was slightly stunned. He had gained a lot. After robbing Jiang Bin, he robbed 4 or 5 people in the foundation building realm. Then he felt that it was a bit too much, so he left the secret realm. Ji Wuchang naturally would not tell the truth, and then he quickly said, "Elders, there is not much gain." When the people present heard Ji Wuchang's words, they nodded at the same time, and dispelled their doubts about Ji Wuchang. Meng Kaihong was a little suspicious, but the elders were present, so she didn't ask. Then Meng Kaihong and Ji Wuchang left and headed for the sect's square, where all the people who were taking the trial had to gather. At the same time, they had to hand in what they had obtained. "Wuchang, how did you get?" Meng Kaihong asked after they were far away from the entrance to the secret realm. Ji Wuchang knew very well that he would be exposed as soon as he handed in the things, but it was useless for him to keep them. "Master, I robbed some people, and there are still a lot of things. After all, I am still in the qi refining realm. Master, give this storage ring to the second senior brother, and let him hand it over to the sect." After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he handed a storage ring to Meng Kaihong. Meng Kaihong was stunned, and her soul swept over the storage ring. She was stunned for a moment, and looked at Ji Wuchang in disbelief. "Did you rob Jiang Bin and the others?" Ji Wuchang saw Meng Kaihong's surprised expression and knew that he had gone a little too far this time, but he still nodded and admitted it. Meng Kaihong was completely speechless. They had just been guessing for a long time and thought that Zhuo Yan was the most suspicious. They didn't expect that it was really done by a cultivator in the qi refining realm. At this moment, even Meng Kaihong was full of curiosity about Ji Wuchang. This disciple often did amazing things. Meng Kaihong then thought of something and looked at Ji Wuchang. A special look flashed in her eyes, and then she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. As soon as Ji Wuchang appeared, he was immediately stared at by many people. Jiang Bin, Pan Shibin, Ma Mengnan, etc., all looked at Ji Wuchang, with an inexplicable look in their eyes. But Jiang Bin frowned slightly, because he remembered that the person who robbed him was not this face. Ji Wuchang came to the big square to hand in his harvest, and the 4th elder Yin Shuyao and the 9th elder Li Zhenfeng were responsible for the statistics. 6 second-level beasts, 23 first-level beasts, 1100-year-old medicinal herbs, and more than 50 other years of medicinal herbs. Not bad, not bad. If there are no accidents, the first place in the qi refining realm must be you. The 9th elder Li Zhenfeng smiled and read out all the gains of Ji Wuchang's trip to the secret realm. Although the voice was not loud, it spread throughout the venue. "Is it really not him?" Jiang Bin muttered a sentence at the corner of his mouth, and there was still a trace of doubt in his eyes. Although Ji Wuchang's harvest was good, it was just average in his eyes. After all, there were more than a dozen second-level beasts in his storage ring. Ji Wuchang smiled and clasped his fists to Li Zhenfeng, saying, "Thank you, elderly." After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he found a place with fewer people and sat down. System, sign in. Ding. Chang Shengmen's main peak sign in successfully, rewarded with 5 years of cultivation, luck value +5. The system's voice sounded, and Ji Wuchang almost burst into tears. In the secret realm, there was no reward for signing in later, and he hadn't signed in for several days. Ji Wuchang felt the huge amount of spiritual power in his body, and quickly operated the purple qi burning heaven arc to guide this spiritual power into his dantian. With the influx of spiritual power, Ji Wuchang felt that all the cells in his body seemed to be cheering, and his cultivation increased again. At this moment, Ji Wuchang reached the peak of the 10th level of qi refining. Ji Wuchang didn't dare to introduce the extra spiritual power into his dantian, and quickly introduced it into his limbs and bones. Although he was already golden skin and jade bones, it didn't mean that he didn't need to temper his body. The golden skin and jade bones will also need to be constantly transformed as his cultivation grows, and each stage needs to be tempered again. When this spiritual power is fully refined, Ji Wuchang begins to worry. He still lacks 3 of the 5 elements of spiritual objects. If he can't find them as soon as possible, he can't start building the foundation. It seems that after this time, I have to think about it carefully and solve this matter as soon as possible. At this time, there was a sudden cheer on the square. It turned out that Zhang Linghong went up to hand in the harvest from the secret realm. Oh my god, why does Senior Brother Zhang have so many things? Senior Brother Zhang is really amazing, right? That's right, there are more than 40 second-level beasts alone, and hundreds of first-level beasts. Senior Brother Zhang's combat power is so terrifying. It turns out that Senior Brother Zhang is the hidden existence in the sect. Senior Brother Zhang is so handsome. In the square, many people talked about it, and many female disciples had bright eyes. Zhang Linghong was embarrassed, but the master gave it to him and asked him to hand it over, so he couldn't refuse. Hearing everyone's discussion at this moment, Zhang Linghong blushed and hurried back to his master, his heart pounding. Zhang Bin, Pan Shibin and others looked at Zhang Linghong suspiciously. Could the other party's 4th-level foundation building cultivation really be so powerful? But at this moment, the whole square suddenly became quiet, because a miserable figure appeared in everyone's eyes. He was covered in blood, his right arm disappeared, and his whole breath was extremely weak. Isn't this the new disciple of the headmaster? How could he be so miserable? Is he targeted by someone? Or did he encounter a second-level beast that he couldn't resist at all? No, didn't he occupy the last cave inheritance? How could it be like this? Look, there is blood on his pants, and his walking posture is a bit wrong. Is he injured there? Xiao Fan's appearance made the square quiet instantly, but then the discussion continued. Many people couldn't help but show a gloating expression on their faces. To be honest, when Xiao Fan tested his root bone, the noise was so loud that even the headmaster was alarmed. He accepted him as a disciple, which naturally aroused the envy of many people. If Xiao Fan could sing all the way, many people would flatter him, but now this appearance will naturally make many people feel relieved. It is also common sense for everyone to gloat over other people's misfortunes. This is human nature. No one wants to live worse than others. The more familiar they are, the more they care. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Xiao Fan out of thin air, and frowned when he saw Xiao Fan's miserable condition. This person is Jin Yaotian, the headmaster of Changsheng sect. Jin Yaotian waved his hand and disappeared with Xiao Fan in an instant. Ji Wuchang watched this scene calmly. He was not surprised at all. Xiao Fan's external injuries, Ji Wuchang believed that the headmaster would definitely let him recover quickly, but the injury to Dantian could not be cured just by wanting to. Ji Wuchang just swept over Xiao Fan, and the other party's cultivation had plummeted to about the 6th level of qi refining. It can be said that the other party has returned to the time before joining Changshengmen. If Ji Wuchang had not coveted his luck value, he would have been dealt with long ago. After a period of time, people continued to appear in the square, and many people showed excited expressions on their faces. They were very satisfied with the harvest this time. The last to appear were naturally Zui Yan and Huang Wanxiu. Huang Wanxiu had the largest harvest, reaching about 50 second-level beasts, and more than 100 first-level beasts. Zui Yan was relatively worse, with about 40 second-level beasts. Kai Ping had about 30 of them, much less than them. Kai Ping Yuan thought that he must be in the top 3. But when he heard the 9th elder say that he was 4th, Kai Ping's face changed slightly. Kai Ping's cold eyes swept over Zhang Linghong, making Ji Wuchang frown slightly. With the reappearance of the 2nd elder and others, it proved that this secret trial was completely over, but the elders looked a little solemn. The normal loss should be 1/5, but this time the loss was more, reaching about 3/10. More than 200 people entered, and only more than 150 people came out. With such a large loss, even the high level of Changshengmen frowned. Fortunately, almost no seed players had any problems, which was also a kind of comfort. Ji Wuchang returned to the hut where he had been away for more than 10 days. He received the reward from the sect, a top-grade spiritual weapon. This secret trial completely established Ji Wuchang's position in the hearts of the qi refining realm disciples, the first person in the qi refining realm of Changshengmen. In the secret realm, there are many speculations about the qi refining realm cultivator who robbed the robber. Among them, Zui Yan has the greatest suspicion, followed by Zhang Linghong. Although some people doubted Ji Wuchang, many people eventually gave up the idea. After all, it is a bit crazy for a Qi refining realm cultivator to rob a foundation establishment realm level 8 cultivator. In the side hall of the main peak, the three masters Xinyaotian, Kai Ping, and Xiao Fan appeared here. After Xinyaotian's treatment, Xiao Fan looked much better, but his cultivation had not recovered, and he was still at the 6th level of Qi refining. Xinyaotian said solemnly, "Tell me, the two of you, what happened in this secret realm? There are rarely so many casualties in sect trials. And, Xiao Fan, why are you so seriously injured?" Chang Shengman has a rule that everything in the secret realm will not be investigated, and even he, the master, cannot violate it. But there were indeed more casualties in the secret realm this time, and as the master, it is understandable to understand some of the situation. Kai Ping glanced at Xiao Fan, and Xiao Fan happened to look at Kai Ping. The two looked at each other and looked away after a while. Kai Ping's eyes clearly showed a hint of disgust, and at the same time a hint of gloating. In Xiao Fan's eyes, a hint of murderous intent flashed, but then it was well concealed. Kai Ping clasped his fists and said, "Master, this trip to the secret realm also involves a fight for a purple mansion cave. To reach this cave, you need to pass through a large canyon, which is home to many black apes and a snake den. Many fellow disciples died there, which is the reason for the heavy losses in this secret realm trial." Although Kai Ping's words were simple, he said the most important thing, which made Xinyaotian suddenly realize. "As for junior brother Xiao Fan, I haven't met him since I entered the secret realm. Until junior brother Xiao Fan appeared in that purple mansion cave and took away the inheritance inside. Later, we all left. I don't know how junior brother Xiao Fan was injured." Kai Ping finished all he wanted to say in one breath. Xiao Fan stood aside, his face calm, his eyes full of murderous intent. "Isn't all this caused by the person in front of me? He is really powerful." He directly pushed all the blame. Xiao Fan became more and more angry as he thought about it. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he would definitely kill Kai Ping without hesitation. Xinyaotian then looked at Xiao Fan and said, "Xiao Fan, you also say something." When Xiao Fan heard this, he hurriedly said, "Master, this time I entered the secret realm, everything was going well, but I don't know who was thinking about me. This person hid behind me and plotted against me twice. If I hadn't run away desperately, I would have died in the secret realm. The person who attacked me is very powerful, at least above the 6th level of the foundation building realm. I had no power to fight back in his hands. The other party may be concerned that I am your disciple, so he didn't kill me, but deliberately destroyed my dantian. Please master, this person's methods are really too despicable." After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he knelt directly in front of Xinyaotian, his eyes red. Xinyaotian frowned slightly. Although Xiao Fan did not mention Kai Ping, he felt as if he was talking about Kai Ping. When he thought of this, Xinyaotian was instantly shocked. He asked himself, what would he do if he had a junior brother with better qualifications than himself? Xinyaotian glanced at Kai Ping and Xiao Fan, then retracted his gaze. He did not speak out his doubts. "Xiao Fan, can you be sure that the other party's cultivation is above the 6th level of the foundation establishment realm?" Xiao Fan heard Xinyaotian's words and hurriedly said, "Master, I dare not lie. I got the inheritance of the senior in the purple mansion realm and the secret realm. At that time, my cultivation had reached the 9th level of Qi refining. Even if it was the 3rd level of the foundation establishment realm, or even the 4th level of the foundation establishment realm, I was confident that I could fight. But this person's attack was too fast, and I had no way to resist. I was sure that the other party's cultivation must be above the 6th level of the foundation establishment realm." Xiao Fan's explanation was reasonable, and Xinyaotian believed it. Among the people who entered the secret realm this time, there are not many who are above the 6th level of the foundation building realm. If you want to find the truth, it shouldn't take much time. Okay, I know about this matter, but according to the rules of the sect, no one will be held responsible. Xiao Fan, you can practice with peace of mind. I will find a way to help you find medicinal materials or pills to repair your dantian. Kai Ping, after you go down, strive to break through to the 9th level of the foundation building realm as soon as possible." After Zhang Yaotian explained to Kai Ping and Xiao Fan, he waved his hand and let them leave. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Zhang Yaotian frowned slightly. None of these two disciples made him worry-free. Then Xinyaotian thought of Jin Miaoqing who had left, and couldn't help sighing again. "Junior brother Xiao Fan, you can secretly inquire and see who is targeting you in the secret realm. If there is any news, you must tell me, your senior brother, as soon as possible, and I will help you vent your anger." Kai Ping said with a smile, and his expression looked very happy. Xiao Fan was awed when he heard Kai Ping's words. He thought it was Kai Ping who was warning him not to talk nonsense. Xiao Fan hated it in his heart, but he smiled and said, "Thank you, senior brother. If I find out who it is, I will tell you right away." Kai Ping nodded and patted Xiao Fan's right shoulder, which was meant to be a gesture of goodwill. But at this moment, Xiao Fan's right arm was empty. This pat became a warning in Xiao Fan's eyes. Looking at Kai Ping's back, Xiao Fan's face turned pale. At this moment, Xiao Fan's killing intent towards Kai Ping has exceeded his killing intent towards Ji Wuchang. If Ji Wuchang knew, he would definitely laugh until his stomach hurts. In the Changsheng sect, the masters of each peak were asking their disciples about the things in the secret realm. On the side of the second elder Zhou Yuan, he asked the rest of the people and only left Zuoyan, then calmly said, "Do you know who killed Xiao Fan?" Zuoyan was slightly stunned when he heard it, and then said, "Master, this is really unclear. But I can be sure that it has nothing to do with me and junior sister Wanqiu. As for other people, I don't know." Zhou Yuan nodded when he heard Zuoyan's words, and then he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "The headmaster will definitely investigate this matter secretly, but you don't have to worry. I guess the headmaster should have his own guess in his heart." Zuoyan was stunned, not knowing what the master meant by this, but still nodded. Watching Zuoyan leave, Zhou Yuan looked at the main peak with a meaningful smile on his lips. There was an extra jade card in Meng Caihong's hand at this moment. Meng Caihong looked at the jade card in front of her, and a trace of struggle appeared on her face. This jade token is called the Mother-Child Jade Token. This is the Mother Jade Token, and the Child Jade Token is on Incursion. Meng Caihong sighed, and then a drop of blood came out of her fingertips and fell on the Mother Jade Token. The Jade Token vibrated instantly, and then the picture appeared, which was the scene of Ji Wuchang killing Incursion in the valley. Seeing the above picture, although Meng Caihong had a little guess in her heart, she still showed a bitter smile at the corner of her mouth. Meng Caihong had long discovered that her fourth disciple had an average relationship with the eldest and third disciples, but she did not expect that it had reached this point. Meng Caihong was amazed by Ji Wuchang's sword just now. A Qi refining realm actually killed a person of the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm in seconds. Even if she told this kind of thing, no one would believe it. Meng Caihong crushed the Mother Jade Token in her hand with a complicated expression. She decided to keep this matter to herself. The sect itself could not hold the responsibility for the fight in the secret realm, so Ji Wuchang himself did nothing wrong in this matter. Therefore, even if Meng Caihong wanted to punish Ji Wuchang, she could not make a fuss about this matter. At this moment, Ji Wuchang had no idea that his master had such a method. If he knew, he would probably not be in the mood to sort out the harvest in the storage ring at this moment. Although Ji Wuchang took out the corpses of the beasts and gave them to his second brother Zhang Linghong, he did not give anything else. Ji Wuchang first counted the pills. There were 17 third-grade pills, more than 50 second-grade pills, and a large bottle of first-grade pills, estimated to be more than 200. Ji Wuchang secretly said that he had become rich. If these pills were sold, they could probably be sold for a lot of spirit stones. After counting them, Ji Wuchang kept all the third-grade pills and 30 second-grade pills. He decided to give the remaining pills to his master tomorrow. The master had just accepted 3 new disciples, and it was at a time when he needed resources. Giving these resources to the master was also a good use of them. Then Ji Wuchang counted them. There were not many spirit stones, only about 600 or 700 low-grade spirit stones. Ji Wuchang knew very well that the reason for the large number of pills was because of the Purple Mansion Cave, otherwise almost all the disciples of Changshengmen were not rich. Ji Wuchang checked the other things. There were also 6 treasures, a magic weapon, a spirit weapon. These things all had fixed identities. To be honest, it was very risky to keep them around. Ji Wuchang decided to find an opportunity to go down the mountain and sell them secretly. After taking stock of the harvest, Ji Wuchang summarized this trip to the secret realm. Overall, it was not bad. But Ji Wuchang then secretly raised his vigilance, because he found that even without Ji Yaoyao, the super plug-in, Xiao Fan still grew very fast. It can be said that Xiao Fan's growth rate is not lower than Ji Wuchang, who has the system. It seems that we have to suppress him from time to time, so that we can quickly wipe out the luck on him. Ji Wuchang secretly made up his mind. He knew very well that without the power of luck, the other party was nothing. At that time, Ji Wuchang would naturally not keep the other party alive. In the last life, he was a good person for a lifetime, but the result was miserable. In this life, he didn't want to be a bad good person, but to follow his heart and go his own way. What does the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth have to do with him? Ji Wuchang left his hut and walked towards the main peak where his master Meng Kaihong was. When Ji Wuchang arrived, he found that the second brother was teaching Wang Yi, Wang Ping, and Song Qing to practice. Ji Wuchang glanced at Zhang Linghong. For some reason, he suddenly felt that Zhang Linghong seemed to have matured a lot. Second senior brother, several junior brothers and sisters. Ji Wuchang smiled and greeted several people, and they also gave Ji Wuchang gifts in return. During this period, Wang Yi, Wang Ping, and Song Chang all knew about Ji Wuchang. At this moment, several people looked at Ji Wuchang with admiration in their eyes. Zhang Linghong smiled slightly, and then said, "Fourth junior brother, you are here to find the master, just go in directly." Ji Wuchang nodded to Zhang Linghong, then smiled and waved to several people, without stopping, and went straight to the backyard. In the backyard, Meng Kaihong and Ji Wuchang sat opposite each other. Meng Kaihong's expression was quite complicated, but she had already accepted this matter in her heart. "Master, these are some things that I got in the secret realm. It's useless to keep them. Master has 3 new disciples. They can use these things. It's better for Master to keep them." After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he handed over the storage ring that he had prepared long ago. Meng Kaihong was slightly stunned, then took it in her hand and said with a smile, "You are thoughtful." Meng Kaihong suddenly frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Wuchang, Master needs your help to run a trip. Go to the Meng family in Shijiacheng for Master. Originally, I was going to let your eldest sister go for this matter, but now she is lost in the secret realm." Hearing Meng Kaihong's words, Ji Wuchang was slightly stunned, and the memory of his previous life immediately emerged in his mind. The Meng family in Shijiacheng is the family of Master Meng Kaihong. It was indeed Incursion who went to the Meng family in the previous life. Master Meng Kaihong's relationship with the family is average, and she is a cultivator. Now she is hundreds of years old, and her generation is no longer there. Now they are all descendants of the Meng family, and they are several generations apart from Meng Kaihong. Ji Wuchang still doesn't know why Incursion went to the Meng family at that time, but he knows that Incursion's strength has greatly improved after she came back. "Okay, Master. I wonder why I went to the Meng family this time." Ji Wuchang naturally would not refuse, and agreed directly. Meng Kaihong sighed, and then said, "When I left the Meng family, I promised the Meng family that I could meet their 3 conditions in the future. After so many years, 2 have been completed, and the last one is left. A few days ago, the Meng family used the sound transmission jade talisman I left at the Meng family, saying that the Meng family had thought of the 3rd thing, which was to accept a Meng family member as a disciple. At the same time, the Meng family seemed to have encountered some troubles. You go on behalf of the master. If the other party really has the aptitude to cultivate immortals, you bring him back and help deal with the trouble. If not, ask them to change the conditions, help them, and then go back to the mountain. There is another reason for letting you go this time. You need the 5 elements of spiritual objects to temper your body. Now you have wood and water, and you still need earth, gold, and fire. The Meng family has an eyeball of the fiery dragon, which was obtained by the ancestor of the Meng family from a secret realm. I practice wood attributed skills, and this thing is useless to me, so I have never taken it. But for you, it can just become a fire attributed spiritual object. Just say that you are following my orders to take this thing and give the Meng family a certain amount of spiritual stones as compensation. As for the remaining 2 spiritual objects, I will help you find out and notify you as soon as there is news." When Ji Wuchang heard this, he was overjoyed and nodded in agreement. He remembered that Incursion had mentioned to him in her previous life that she got the eye of the fiery dragon, and there was a drop of the fiery dragon's blood in it. It was because of this drop of the fiery dragon's blood that her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Now that Incursion is dead, this opportunity belongs to Ji Wuchang. Looking at Ji Wuchang's back as he walked down the mountain, Meng Kaihong breathed a sigh of relief. Incursion died at the hands of Ji Wuchang. For Meng Kaihong, she would always feel a little disappointed. After all, they were all her disciples. Asking Ji Wuchang to go to the Meng family was also a way for Meng Kaihong to avoid seeing each other less and avoid embarrassment. Ji Wuchang naturally didn't know the reason. All he was thinking about at the moment was the eyeball of the fiery dragon mentioned by his master. If he could really get this thing, he would only lack the spiritual objects of earth and gold attributes. In fact, even if Meng Kaihong didn't send Ji Wuchang out, Ji Wuchang was ready to leave Changshengmen for a while. In Ji Wuchang's memory, Changshengmen didn't have spiritual objects of earth, gold, and fire attributes. At this time, Ji Wuchang thought of a place, the celebrity auction house. The background of the celebrity auction house is not small. It is similar to a chain auction house, and they have branches everywhere. The last time Ji Wuchang went to my city, he got a great opportunity from there. Now, the secret map designed by Ji Wuchang to frame Xiaofan is still lying in Xiaofan's storage ring. However, Ji Wuchang was a little afraid to go to the celebrity auction house, because he had let down the eldest lady of the celebrity auction house in his previous life. When he thought of that silly girl, Ji Wuchang felt that he was too sorry for her. In the end, the other party disappeared without a trace and died outside in order to pick the medicine that could completely heal the tendons and veins for Ji Wuchang. In fact, the medicinal materials needed for general tendon and vein injuries are available at the celebrity auction house. But when Ji Wuchang met the other party, his cultivation was already at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm. The injury to the meridians has been delayed for nearly 200 years and has long been deeply rooted. It is not easy to completely heal it. Ji Wuchang stepped on the flying sword and flew towards Shuzhoucheng. Shuzhoucheng is far away from Changchengmen, more than 10,000 miles away. Even if Ji Wuchang flies on a sword and travels thousands of miles every day, it will take more than half a month. Meng Kaihong did not set a time limit for Ji Wuchang, so Ji Wuchang was not in a hurry. 5 days later, Ji Wuchang arrived at Tiantong City. He felt quite tired after many days of traveling, so he decided to go into the city to rest for a night. In Boyun Province, there are 4 major forces. In addition to Changchengmen and Dadao Pavilion, there are Luyun sect and Qingke sect. Among the 4 major sects, Changchengmen and Dadao Pavilion have a good relationship, and Luyun sect and Qingke sect are on good terms, which barely maintains the balance of power. Tiantong City is no longer under the jurisdiction of Changchengmen, but belongs to Luyun sect. Ji Wuchang walked into Tiantong City. He was not unfamiliar with this city. He had been there many times before. Ji Wuchang did not stop at all and went straight to the celebrity auction house. Some things still had to be entrusted to the auction house. The celebrity auction house in Tiantong City is much larger than that in my city, and its scale is at least twice as large. Tiantong City is a city where Luyun Sect's foundation building cultivators are stationed, which shows the importance of this city. As soon as Ji Wuchang entered the auction house, someone came up to him. "Dear guest, are you going to auction something or buy something?" An old man smiled and spoke politely, but he exuded a 6th level pressure from the foundation building realm. Ji Wuchang was not polite and said directly, "Boss, I need innate spiritual objects of gold and earth elements. Do you have any in your auction house?" The old man was stunned when he heard this, and then frowned slightly. "I'm sorry, my friend, our auction house can't take out such things at the moment. I don't know how to contact you. If you are sure you want it, I will notify you later when I have it. How about that?" When Ji Wuchang heard this, he couldn't help showing a trace of disappointment on his face, and then smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, how do you think about this? I will return to Tiantong City in a month. If you have such things, please keep them for me, okay?" The shopkeeper thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "My friend, this is not in line with the rules of my auction house. Innate spiritual objects are scarce, and once you have them, you can't keep them. But my friend is lucky. In a month, we will hold an auction here. If there are good things, we will definitely take them all out. However, my friend, why don't you spend 10 low-grade spiritual stones to buy an admission quota, and then come to the auction site yourself?" When Ji Wuchang heard this, he couldn't help but feel moved. This method seems not bad. Ji Wuchang readily took out 10 low-grade spirit stones and gave them to the shopkeeper, from whom he received an invitation letter. After finishing this matter, Ji Wuchang left the celebrity auction house directly and walked away. "My friend, please wait a moment." At this moment, an old man's voice sounded behind Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang was slightly stunned and stopped. He had an impression of this old man. When he was talking to the shopkeeper at the celebrity auction house just now, this person was not far away. "Senior, is there anything?" Ji Wuchang felt the other party's 4th level foundation building cultivation, and couldn't help but ask calmly. The old man smiled slightly and walked not far from Ji Wuchang. The old man smiled and said, "My friend, I am my one. You can call me my Dao Yu." Ji Wuchang nodded, and then said calmly, "My Dao Yu, my last name is Ji. I wonder if you want to call me here for something?" Maiwan smiled slightly and said, "Ji Dao Yu, I just heard from Minglu that you need innate spiritual objects with gold and earth attributes. It just so happens that we, the casual cultivators, are going to hold a private trade fair tonight. As far as I know, someone has an innate spiritual object with earth attribute. If you are interested, you can come tonight. Maybe you can really get something. When Ji Wuchang heard this, he was stunned. There is such a good thing, but he couldn't help but have a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Fellow Taoist Mai, you and I are not related, why do you tell me this? When Maiwen heard this, he couldn't help but smile slightly, and then said, Fellow Taoist Ji, don't worry, I have no ill will towards you. We casual cultivators have an unwritten rule. If anyone can invite one more person to participate in this private trade fair, he can get 10 low-grade spiritual stones from the organizer at the end of the fair. Of course, the newcomer must be reliable, otherwise he will be held responsible if something goes wrong. I think fellow Taoist Ji is not an ordinary person, so I dare to speak up, otherwise I won't find trouble for myself. When Ji Wuchang heard Maiwen say this, he thought of some things in his previous life. There are indeed some special rules among casual cultivators, which makes sense. Moreover, Ji Wuchang was not afraid that Maiwen would come after him. If he dared to do so, he would not mind giving him a ride. Thank you, brother Mai. I don't know where you are tonight, but I will definitely come on time. Maiwen was very happy to hear Ji Wuchang say this, and quickly told Ji Wuchang an address, and also asked Ji Wuchang to do something. Brother Ji, when you arrive later, just inform me of my name. And brother Ji, it's better to disguise yourself before coming. Ji Wuchang nodded when he heard this, and then said goodbye to Maiwen and left. At number 1888 Shanghai Street, a man wearing a bamboo hat came here. The two strong men standing at the door immediately blocked the way when they saw the newcomer. Both of these strong men have the 9th level of qi refining. My last name is Ji, and I was introduced by Taoist fellow Maiwen. Ji Wuchang spoke hoarsely, and the black scarf on his bamboo hat drooped, making it difficult to see his expression. When the two strong men heard this, they could not help but make way for Ji Wuchang to push the door in. After pushing the door in, it was the front yard. After walking a few dozen steps along the road, they came to a hall. This hall was very large, at least hundreds of square meters. When Ji Wuchang arrived, more than 20 people had already arrived. Almost everyone, like Ji Wuchang, wore a bamboo hat on their heads, and their true appearance could not be seen. When Ji Wuchang arrived, naturally many people looked over, but after just a glance, they all turned their heads away. Ji Wuchang took a look and saw that there was a small table in front of everyone. He instantly understood that this was used to place things. Ji Wuchang found an empty chair and sat down, then he didn't say anything and waited quietly. Soon, more people came one after another. After a stick of incense, a total of more than 40 chairs were full. At this moment, an old man walked in slowly from outside. He didn't wear a hat on his face, and his appearance was clearly displayed in front of everyone. Ji Wuchang took a look and was very surprised. This old man was actually a cultivator of the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm. Everyone, I am Xiang Daoming, the host of this private trade fair. According to the rules, everyone will give me 10 low-grade spirit stones. The old man stood in the middle and spoke calmly. As soon as the old man finished speaking, people around him took out spirit stones and waved their hands to send them to the old man. Ji Wuchang saw that everyone gave it, knowing that this was an unwritten rule, and he also waved his hand and threw out 10 low-grade spirit stones. Ji Wuchang calculated that 41 people came, which meant that 410 low-grade spirit stones were accounted for. This business is really good. At this moment, Ji Wuchang thought that Maiwen pulled him in, perhaps for the 10 low-grade spirit stones. Xiang Daoming put away the spirit stones, and his smile grew. Everyone, because there are people coming here for the first time, I will tell you the rules of the private trade fair again. First, forced buying and selling is not allowed, everything is voluntary. Second, private ambush is not allowed. If you really want to do it, please leave Tiantong City first. Third, for each transaction, I need to charge 4 low-grade spirit stones, 2 for each buyer and seller. These are the 3 rules. Everyone can take out the things you want to trade. Everyone heard Xiang Daoming's words, and no one said much, and then began to put their things. Ji Wuchang's heart moved, and he directly took out several treasures and magic tools he got from the secret realm. After thinking about it, he took out 2 second-grade pills. Ji Wuchang glanced around and nodded secretly. Many people wrote down what they needed at their desks. Looking for a foundation building pill, you can choose any item on the table, or you can negotiate the price privately. Looking for a low-grade spiritual weapon, you can choose any 2 items on the table, or you can negotiate privately. Looking for a centipede that is 100 years old, pay with spiritual stones, or you can choose items on the table. Looking for a 3rd-grade anti-aging pill, the price is negotiated privately. In front of each table, on a small sign, someone wrote down what they needed, and Ji Wuchang naturally did the same. Looking for two innate spiritual objects with earth and gold attributes, the price can be negotiated privately. After Ji Wuchang did all this, he left his seat and began to look around. The rest of the people did the same as Ji Wuchang. They left their seats one after another and wandered around the venue. This is also a special way for casual cultivators to trade privately, and the organizer needs to protect the safety of everyone. Ji Wuchang looked at the tables of several people in succession, and there was nothing he needed. At this time, they came to a table with a message on it, looking for 2 third-grade Peiyuan pills. You can take the items on the table. Behind the table, there was a man sitting. He did not stand up, just sitting there quietly. Ji Wuchang took a look at the things on the man's table and was slightly stunned. A broken knife, a broken clay pot, a black ball-shaped object, and a broken map. Ji Wuchang, exchange the third black ball-shaped object for me, it will be useful to me. Ji Yaoyao's voice sounded in Ji Wuchang's ears, and there was a hint of urgency in her voice. Ji Wuchang was slightly stunned, then looked at the man sitting there quietly, pointing to the black ball-shaped object and the map. 3 third-grade Peiyuan pills, I want these 2 things. Ji Wuchang naturally sent a message to the man, which was also a way of private trading. The man heard Ji Wuchang's words and looked up at Ji Wuchang. Although there were 2 layers of black gauze between them, Ji Wuchang still felt that the man's eyes gave him a strong sense of pressure. The man waved his hand, and the 2 things on the table went straight to Ji Wuchang, which meant he agreed to the deal. Ji Wuchang didn't waste any words and threw out a porcelain bottle, which was caught by the man. The man opened the porcelain bottle and took a look, and was very satisfied, then nodded to Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang put away the 2 things in front of him, but the black ball-shaped thing was taken away by Ji Yaoyao as soon as it entered Ji Wuchang's hand. Ji Wuchang continued to move forward, but after a circle, Ji Wuchang was disappointed. There was nothing he needed. But fortunately, it was not without gain. At least Ji Yaoyao got what she needed. Although Ji Wuchang didn't know what that thing was, Ji Yaoyao could see it, so it must not be bad. And he got the incomplete map, which seemed to be a quarter. His intuition told him that this thing would be useful in the future. Seeing Xiang Daoming approaching, Ji Wuchang took out 2 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to the other party. Xiang Daoming nodded, put away the spirit stones and left directly. Ji Wuchang also closed 3 orders later. Others took a fancy to the magic tools he displayed. But Ji Wuchang didn't need their things, so he finally converted them all into spirit stones. Ji Wuchang gave Xiang Daoming 6 low-grade spirit stones. Half an hour later, the trade fair was basically over, and everyone returned to their seats. Ji Wuchang felt that he was deceived by my one. There were no innate spiritual objects with gold and earth attributes. Seeing that everyone was packing up the things on the table, Ji Wuchang also started to pack up. Just then, a man wearing a bamboo hat came to Ji Wuchang and sent a message to him. If you really want the innate spiritual object of earth attribute, you can follow me later. Ji Wuchang was slightly stunned when he heard it, but he nodded quickly. He also had 2 6th-grade teleportation talismans that could teleport thousands of miles in an instant, so he was not afraid. Besides, Ji Yaoyao was here, and if he was really in danger, she would definitely not stand idly by. On the dark street, 2 figures walked towards the distance, both wearing hats on their heads. At this moment, a man took off his hat and revealed his true face. Fellow Taoist Meiwenmai. Ji Wuchang was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the person who had just sent him a message was my one. Ji Wuchang also quickly took off his hat, revealing his face under the hat. Don't be offended, fellow Taoist Ji, we are not very familiar with each other, and I need to be careful too. I have an earth spirit bead on hand. I originally wanted to take it to a celebrity auction house for auction, but I happened to hear that you need it, so I changed my mind. I need 3 things. If fellow Taoist Ji can satisfy me, I will give them to you immediately. Maiwen smiled and spoke to Ji Wuchang. His cultivation level was much higher than that of Ji Wuchang, so he was not afraid of Ji Wuchang's robbery. When Ji Wuchang heard this, his eyes instantly lit up, and he quickly said, Young Taoist Mai, it doesn't matter if you say it, as long as I can do it, I will definitely agree. Maiwen smiled slightly and then said, Fellow Taoist Ji, from the way you dress, you should not be a casual cultivator. Are you from the Luyun sect? Ji Wuchang was stunned for a moment and said calmly, Fellow Taoist Mai, this has nothing to do with the deal between you and me. When Maiwen heard this, he nodded quickly, and then said with a smile, Don't be surprised, fellow Taoist Ji, I'm just curious for a moment. My first condition is that I need a low-grade spiritual weapon, any sword, gun, stick, sword, etc. will do. For the second condition, I need 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones. For the third condition, I need 2 third-grade pills, either Vitality Pill or Peiyuan Pill. As long as fellow Taoist Ji can meet these 3 conditions of mine, we can close the deal immediately. After Maiwen finished speaking, his eyes stared at Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang was slightly stunned. The price was too high. You must know that a low-grade spiritual weapon is worth at least tens of thousands of low-grade spiritual stones, or even more. Moreover, third-grade elixirs are not just cabbage, they are also extremely expensive. Ji Wuchang thought for a moment and then said, "Fellow Taoist Mai, your price is too expensive, I can't accept it. Do you think this will work? I don't have a low-grade spiritual weapon, but I can give you a top-grade magic weapon, plus another top-grade treasure weapon. I have no objection to the second condition, but I only have 1 third-grade elixir, so I really can't get it. If you agree to the conditions I mentioned, we will make a deal. If you don't agree, forget it. You are really short of money." Ji Wuchang made some calculations and realized that with this exchange, neither party would suffer a loss. After hearing this, Maiwen couldn't help but think deeply. After a while, he spoke with difficulty, "Fellow Taoist Ji, I got this earth spirit bead from a secret realm. To be honest, 4 of us entered at that time, and I was the only one who escaped, while the rest were buried in it. Except for some of the spiritual stones, I will give the rest to the descendants of these 3 old friends. I swear by the law of heaven, if you tell even half a lie, you will not die. 2 third-grade elixirs are essential. I can agree to fellow Taoist Ji's conditions. If it doesn't work, fellow Taoist Ji can give me less spirit stones, and I'll accept that." Ji Wuchang saw the sad look in Maiwen's eyes and felt that the other person was not lying, but he still did not relax his vigilance. The 5 elements spiritual items are indeed not cheap, and Ji Wuchang is well aware of this. "Fellow Taoist Mai, please take out the Earth Spirit Pearl, and this is the condition I promise you." Ji Wuchang finally compromised, he couldn't afford to delay. For him, it is good to be able to build the foundation a day earlier. The earlier you build your foundation, the greater your advantages will be in the future. Hearing Ji Wuchang's agreement, Maiwen couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, a fist-sized bead appeared. The bead is surrounded by extremely rich earth attribute spiritual power, and it is undoubtedly an earth spirit bead. Hey, this earth spirit bead is extraordinary. If you give it a few hundred years, it might be able to give birth to the original power of the earth attribute. Ji Yaoyao's voice sounded in Ji Wuchang's ears, making Ji Wuchang feel more confident. Without any hesitation, Ji Wuchang took out what he promised Maiwen, and then took the earth spirit bead from Maiwen's hand. Maiwen reluctantly glanced at the earth spirit bead, then sighed, cupped his hands and fists at Ji Wuchang, and left. Ji Wuchang could not have imagined that Tiantan City could still give him such a harvest. Now that he has obtained 3 of the 5 elements of spiritual objects, he still lacks the final golden fire. If the Meng family does have the eyes of the fiery dragon, he is only missing one thing. When he thought of this, Ji Wuchang instantly felt relaxed. "Yao Yao, what was that thing you just got?" Ji Wuchang suddenly remembered this and asked quickly. "There is a soul crystal inside, but there are several layers of restrictions on it. If my soul hadn't recovered nearly 30%, I wouldn't be able to sense it. With this thing, my soul can be restored to about 10%, but it will be difficult to recover in the future." There was a hint of excitement in Ji Yaoyao's words, which surprised Ji Wuchang. He naturally knew that the soul crystal was the inner elixir of a special kind of ferocious beast, the soul beast, which contained the pure power of the soul. But the number of soul beasts is rare, and there are even fewer soul beasts with soul crystals, so soul crystals are very precious. Ji Yaoyao's soul was severely damaged. It was relatively easy to restore the power of the soul in the front, but it became more and more difficult the further back he went. The power of the soul he needed increased exponentially. If this kind of soul crystal, which can restore 10% of her soul power, is taken to the auction house, it will cost at least tens of thousands of spirit stones or even more. But Ji Wuchang only paid the price of 2 third-grade elixirs, which was definitely a bloody gain. Ji Wuchang is naturally happy for Ji Yaoyao. The more Ji Yaoyao's spiritual power is restored, the stronger the power he can rely on when encountering danger. He really made a lot of money in today's private trading meeting. System, sign in. Ding. Successfully signed in to Tiantan City and will be rewarded with 4 years of cultivation. Luck value +4. Ji Wuchang was slightly startled when he heard the sound of the system. It was worse than he expected. You know, his signature in Makino City is better than this, but Makino City cannot compare with Tiantan City. Feeling the huge spiritual power pouring out of his body, Ji Wuchang quickly ran the purple chi burning heaven technique to guide this spiritual power into his limbs and bones. Although he has golden skin and jade bones, with the influx of spiritual power, Ji Wuchang can still clearly feel that his physical body is getting stronger and his physical strength is increasing. There is no end to the treasures of the physical body. Ji Wuchang understood this in his previous life. The physical body forms a world of its own, and every breakthrough in the future realm is actually a transformation of the physical body. Everything Ji Wuchang is doing now is to lay the strongest foundation for the future. In the forest, Ji Wuchang was flying on a sword. He had been away from Tiantong City for an hour. You followed me all the way, come out. Ji Wuchang looked at the back calmly, his eyes were unusually cold. Ji Xiaoyu has a keen sense of perception. He can actually sense us. A loud laugh came, and then two figures appeared. They looked at Ji Wuchang with a smile, but greed flashed in their eyes. One of these two people was Xiang Daoming, the host of the private trade fair last night. The other one was Mai Wen. Ji Wuchang was not surprised at all. Ji Yaoyao reminded him last night that someone was following him. As soon as he walked out of Tiantong City today, Ji Yaoyao reminded him again. Ji Wuchang originally thought that the two would jump out soon, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated their forbearance and followed them for an hour. Xiang Daoyu, my Daoyu, you followed me all the way, what do you want to do? Ji Wuchang looked unusually calm, without a trace of panic. Xiang Daoming and Mai Wen looked at each other, and Mai Wen smiled and said, fellow Taoist Ji, my brother and I are short of money, and we want to borrow some spiritual stones from you. Also, the earth spiritual bead you gave to you yesterday is also very useful to us, so please lend it to us. After Mai Wen finished speaking, he smiled as if he was talking about the most ordinary thing. Ji Wuchang sneered in his heart, it seems that Mai Wen had set his sights on him at the celebrity auction house yesterday. Fellow Taoist Mai, you swore to the heavenly Tao yesterday, aren't you afraid that the oath to the heavenly Tao will come true? Mai Wen couldn't help laughing when he heard Ji Wuchang's words. After a moment, Mai Wen said jokingly, fellow Taoist Ji, what I said yesterday was true, I didn't lie to you. As for today's events, what does it have to do with yesterday? Fellow Taoist Ji is young and has a promising future. Spiritual stones are just external things. My brother and I have always been honest in doing things. As long as fellow Taoist Ji hands over the storage ring, you can leave immediately. We will never make things difficult for you. After Mai Wen finished speaking, he looked very proud. How could he miss such a fat fish? Xiang Daoming didn't take Ji Wuchang seriously. How could a little guy in the chi refining realm turn the world upside down? Ji Wuchang's eyes gradually turned cold. He really thought he was a soft persimmon that you could control at will. Fellow Taoist Xiang, fellow Taoist Mai, do you really think I came out alone? I believe you must recognize the sign and know where I came from? Ji Wuchang spoke calmly, and with a wave of his hand, a sign of a direct disciple of the Qingxing sect appeared in his hand. After hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Xiang Daoming and Mai Wen's faces changed slightly, and then when they saw the sign in Ji Wuchang's hand, their faces changed drastically. The direct disciple of Qingxing sect. After Mai Wen finished speaking, his voice trembled slightly, and then he looked at Xiang Daoming. Although their strength is okay, if compared with a large sect like Qingxing sect, it is not enough. Not to mention those elders, even the top disciples of Qingxing sect can kill them. Moreover, such a large sect is the most protective. If a disciple dies outside, it will definitely be investigated, and it will be a strict investigation. Once it is found out, it will be killed. This is almost the unified practice of all large sects to deter those casual cultivators. After all, there will be many disciples in large sects who are training outside. If there is no deterrence, the consequences will be disastrous. Xiang Daoming also frowned. They just think that Ji Wuchang is a big fat sheep, so they will keep a close eye on him. Master, you are here. Ji Wuchang's eyes stared straight at Xiang Daoming and Mai Wen. The two were shocked and turned their heads quickly, but there was nothing behind them. They knew they had been fooled. But at this time, Ji Wuchang had already moved. 100-fold sublimation instant killing technique. Wind and thunder Taishu step. Ji Wuchang did not hesitate at all and directly activated the strongest killing move. This time, he gritted his teeth and directly increased it by 20 times. In his body, he instantly possessed an extremely terrifying power. This power was so strong that it caused waves of tingling in his meridians. Under Ji Wuchang's feet, the sound of wind and thunder sounded, and he disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he had come to Xiang Daoming, and the long sword in his hand slashed across Xiang Daoming's neck like a ghost. When Xiang Daoming found out that he had been fooled, he felt something was wrong. Then a sense of life and death crisis rose from his heart, and the hair on his body stood up. He quickly retreated, but instantly felt a sharp pain in his neck. He saw his headless body retreating madly, and blood gushed out from the broken neck. Am I going to die? Xiang Daoming's eyes showed endless fear, and he regretted it at this moment. It took him 100 years to finally enter the Purple Mansion realm, but today, he died at the hands of a person in the Qi refining realm. Ji Wuchang looked indifferent, and the pain in his meridians made his eyes even colder. Looking at my one, who looked dazed, Ji Wuchang did not hesitate at all, and his feet were like lightning. The long sword passed, and another huge head flew into the air. It took less than a breath to kill 2 people in a row. But after Ji Wuchang stopped, he couldn't help but gasp, and the power retreated from his body like a tide. Everything just now was within his calculations. He first showed the token of the direct disciple of Chang Shengmen to disrupt their minds. He called them master to get their eyes off him, and then activated the fastest and strongest secret method to kill instantly. Not to mention, the 100-fold sublimation instant killing technique and the wind and thunder Taishu step are simply a perfect match, the ultimate combination of strength and speed. Ji Wuchang had activated the 100-fold sublimation instant killing technique many times before, but he only increased it 10-fold. This time he activated it 20-fold, naturally because of Xiang Daoming. Xiang Daoming had just entered the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, and 10 times the power was far from enough to deal with him, so he activated it 20-fold. Feeling the tingling pain coming from the meridians, Ji Wuchang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He checked it once and found that there was no big problem, so he was relieved. Ji Wuchang put away the storage rings of the 2 people, and then his soul unfolded, breaking the restrictions in the souls of the 2 people. My Win's storage ring was relatively poor, but the things he gave to the other party yesterday were all in it, in addition to hundreds of low-grade spirit stones. Ji Wuchang poured out all the other useless things of my Win and threw them aside. Then Ji Wuchang looked at Xiang Daoming's storage ring, and his eyes lit up instantly. This guy is much richer than my Wen, with more than 20,000 low-grade spirit stones and more than 500 medium-grade spirit stones. There are 5 third-grade pills, more than 10 second-grade pills, and hundreds of first-grade pills. In addition, there is a low-grade spirit weapon in the storage ring, but it is a knife. Ji Wuchang was used to using a sword in his previous life, so after taking a look, he directly put it into the system space. Hey, what is this? Ji Wuchang frowned as he looked at a dark object in his hand. This object was placed in the deepest part of the storage ring by Xiang Daoming and was also placed in an exquisite box. But Ji Wuchang looked at it for a long time and couldn't tell what it was. Yao Yao, do you recognize this thing? This thing is called Black Nether Stone. It is very useful for people who practice dark attribute skills. But it is useless to you. Ji Yaoyao's words rang in Ji Wuchang's ears, making Ji Wuchang nod and put it away. Ji Wuchang flicked his finger, and a fireball appeared, burning the 2 people clean, and then his body shook and left. 10 days later, Ji Wuchang had arrived at the gate of Shuzhou City. This is also Ji Wuchang's destination. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully at the west gate of Shuzhou City, reward 3 years of cultivation. Luck value +3. Feeling the huge power that suddenly surged out of his body, Ji Wuchang almost burst into tears. In the past few days, when I signed in outside, I got +1 luck value without exception. After 10 days, I got more than 10 luck values. This time, I finally cultivated. Ji Wuchang hurriedly operated the purple qi burning heaven art to guide the spiritual power in his body. Part of it entered the dantian to replenish the consumption of the journey. The other part was introduced into the limbs and bones to continue to temper the body. The gate of Shuzhou City is much higher than that of my city, and the population is more dense. Ji Wuchang stepped into the bustling crowd. In the hall of the Meng family in Shuzhou City, everyone's faces are full of deep worry at this moment. Shuzhou City has 3 major families, namely the Meng family, the Cui family, and the Zhou family. The 3 major families have strong people in the foundation building realm. Among them, the current head of the Meng family, that is, Mr. Meng, has the highest cultivation, the 6th level of the foundation building realm. The heads of the Cui family and the Zhou family are both at the 5th level of the foundation building realm. In previous years, the 3 families got along quite well. Although friction is inevitable, the triangle is the most stable. But not long ago, the Cui family and the Zhou family announced a news at the same time that Cui Luochen, the young master of the Cui family, was going to be engaged to Zhou Jini, the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. As soon as this news came out, the atmosphere of the entire Shuzhoucheng was different. The marriage between the Cui and Zhou families is not just a marriage, but also represents the union of the two families. Moreover, this Cui Luochen has extraordinary qualifications. Now he has become a disciple of an elder of the Qingke sect and has become a direct disciple. Just a few days ago, Cui Luochen returned, the first level of the foundation building realm, opened up 5 Taoist platforms, and was highly valued in the Qingke sect. As a result, the Meng family was embarrassed. Not long ago, the Cui family proposed to hold a competition for young children in Shuzhoucheng, which was recognized by the Zhou family. This is not a competition. It is a battle for Cui Luochen to become famous, and it is necessary to thoroughly establish the status of the Cui family in Shuzhoucheng. Many families that rely on the two families also expressed their agreement, and the Meng family was not allowed to express their opinions in the end. However, among the younger generation of the Meng family, the highest level of cultivation is only the 8th level of qi refining, and it is impossible for them to be Cui Luochen's opponent. If it were just that, Zhou Jini of the Zhou family is also extraordinary. He joined the Luyun sect and is now at the 9th level of qi refining. The matter is far more complicated than that. The Lu family, which is affiliated with the Cui family, also has a master. This person is called Lu Muchuan. He joined the Qingke sect at the same time as Cui Luochen, and now he is also at the 9th level of qi refining. If there is no external aid in this competition, the Meng family will be defeated, and the best result is to get the 4th place. If this is true, the reputation of the Meng family for hundreds of years will be ruined, and the consequences will be disastrous. In desperation, Meng Nian, the head of the Meng family, could only crush the jade slip of the ancestor Meng Kaihong and ask Meng Kaihong for help. They knew very well that the ancestor would definitely not come, but they should arrange 1 or 2 disciples to come and see. That's enough. Master, the Cui family is too much. They actually asked each of us to take out a mine as a reward for the first place. Isn't this bullying? The speaker was Meng Yunxian, the elder of the Meng family, whose cultivation level was the 4th level of the foundation building realm. Yes, father, we must not agree to this condition of the Cui family. After all, a mine accounts for almost 1/3 of our Meng family's income. Meng Yucheng spoke with a face full of anger. Meng Yucheng is Meng Nian's eldest son. He is also a 4th level cultivator in the foundation building realm. He has been determined to be the successor of the next head of the Meng family. Afterwards, several elders of the Meng family spoke up, and each of them held an opposing opinion. From this, it can be seen that no one in the entire Meng family is optimistic about this competition. They all think that the Meng family will definitely lose. Meng Nian looked at the people of the Meng family below calmly, with a flash of disappointment in his eyes. The people of the Meng family have lived too comfortably in recent years, and the children of the Meng family are even more arrogant and extravagant. There are very few people who really practice with their heart. In Meng Nian's opinion, this is more terrible than losing a mine, because if this continues, the family will sooner or later go to extinction. If the Cui family and the Zhou family did not know that there was still an elder in the Changsheng Gate, the Meng family would have been destroyed by them. But now the Cui family has the Qingke sect behind them, and the Zhou family has the Luyun sect behind them. Although they are not as powerful as an elder, they are no longer afraid of the Meng family. Although they cannot destroy the Meng family directly, they can gradually suppress and erode them. This competition is actually just a test. If someone from the Changsheng Gate comes to support the Meng family, the two families will be more restrained. At this time, a woman walked in slowly, with a pair of extremely bright eyes and the cultivation of the 8th level of qi refining. She is Meng Yucheng's daughter Meng Zi, who has reached the 8th level of qi refining. Grandfather, I will not lose to Zhou Jini. Meng Zi's eyes showed a hint of stubbornness, and at the same time, there was an endless fighting spirit. Zi, don't mess around. Even if you beat Zhou Jini, what's the matter? Can you beat Cui Luochen? He is at the foundation establishment realm. If the family loses this competition, it will directly lose a mine. This is an unbearable loss for the family. Meng Yucheng spoke directly. Hearing her father's words, Meng Zi couldn't help biting her red lips with her pearly teeth, but she didn't refute it. Speaking of which, Meng Zi was also a little interested in Cui Luochen. She was a love rival with Zhou Jini, but she failed in the end, and she was naturally unwilling. Meng Zi didn't think that her roots were worse than Zhou Jini's. The other party just worshipped Luyun sect, otherwise how could he surpass her? It's a pity that the relationship between the ancestor of the Meng family and the Meng family was not good, otherwise the Meng family would have dominated the 9 cities of Shu for so many years. What's the matter with the Cui family and the Zhou family? Just as Meng Nian was about to speak, a man hurried into the hall. "Master, there's a man outside the door." He said his name is Ji Wuchang. He came from Changxing Gate on the order of the master and is waiting at the door now. Ji Wuchang stood at the door of Meng's house and looked around casually. Meng's house was much bigger than Ji's house in my city. There were 2 huge stone lions at the door, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, and looked extremely imposing. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps came, and Ji Wuchang saw more than 10 people coming out of Meng's house, led by Meng Nian. The faces of the people of Meng's family showed a trace of excitement. The ancestor was able to send people here, which showed that the ancestor still had the Meng family in his heart. Meng Nian, Meng Yucheng, Meng Yunxian and others swept their souls over Ji Wuchang, and at the same time showed a trace of disappointment in their eyes. The ancestor actually only sent a disciple in the qi refining realm to come, and it seemed that he really didn't have much affection for the Meng family. He came with great hope, but disappointment came so quickly. The expressions of these people were seen by Ji Wuchang, and he didn't care at all. Ji Wuchang has seen the head of the Meng family. Ji Wuchang smiled and spoke to Meng Nian, then took out a jade slip and gave it to Meng Nian. This jade slip was given to Ji Wuchang by Meng Kaihong, who asked Ji Wuchang to give it to the head of the Meng family after he arrived at the Meng family. But this jade slip is only allowed to be detected once, so Ji Wuchang has no idea what is inside. Meng Nian was not polite, took the jade slip, and his soul poured into it. Crack! As the jade slip broke, Meng Nian couldn't help but smile and said, "Wuchang, please come in." Soon, everyone returned to the hall of the Meng family, and Ji Wuchang sat in the first seat on the upper right. He represented not only himself, but also Master Meng Kaihong, so naturally he had to sit in the most honorable chair. "Master Meng, I don't know what happened to the Meng family. Master has just broken through the Soul Division realm and needs to consolidate his cultivation, so he can't come in person. Master has ordered that if I can solve the problem, let me help the Meng family solve it. If it can't be solved, I will notify Master immediately and let Master decide." Ji Wuchang didn't want to beat around the bush and asked directly. When the people of the Meng family heard that the ancestor had broken through the Soul Division realm, they couldn't help but breathe faster. If the ancestor was willing to support the Meng family, not to mention the small Shuzhouqing, even the surrounding cities, the Meng family could walk sideways. At this moment, many people in the Meng family hall had their eyes flickering, and they were thinking about whether to use this matter to build momentum for the Meng family. Meng Nian's heart became more active when he heard Ji Wuchang's words. Soul Division realm, that is a realm they dare not even think about. Meng Nian did not hide it, and directly told the whole story. Meng Nian said it in great detail, even the other party's cultivation, sect, etc. were clearly stated. Ji Wuchang suddenly realized it when he heard it. This competition was specifically aimed at the Meng family. To put it bluntly, it was a fight for resources. The resources occupied by the Meng family were higher than those of the Cui family and the Zhou family. They were not strong enough before, so they could only let this situation continue. But now they feel that their wings are hard, and naturally they will not let this kind of thing develop. "Master Meng, when is the competition scheduled?" Ji Wuchang looked at Meng Nian and asked. Meng Nian smiled slightly and said quickly, "The competition is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. The marriage between the Cui family and the Zhou family will be postponed for another day." Ji Wuchang nodded, thought about it, and then said, "Master Meng, if I participate in the competition on behalf of your Meng family, will it count?" Meng Nian smiled and nodded when he heard it. "Of course it counts. You are the disciple of the ancestor, and you are also half a member of the Meng family." No one dares to say anything. Ji Wuchang knew what was going on, and smiled and said, "In this case, I will take this competition on behalf of the Meng family, which is also considered to be fulfilling the master's instructions." Ji Wuchang's words did not arouse a strong reaction from the Meng family. Meng Yucheng and Meng Yunxian frowned slightly. Meng Yucheng said directly, "Junior brother Wuchang, it's not that I don't believe in your strength, but this matter is of great importance. If we lose, my Meng family will lose a mind. Are you sure you can beat Cui Luochen of the Cui family? This person is a real foundation building level 1 cultivator, and has opened 5 Dao platforms, with extraordinary combat power." As soon as Meng Yucheng said this, the elders of the Meng family nodded one after another, because the cost of losing was too high and they couldn't afford it. Ji Wuchang glanced at Meng Yucheng, his eyes calm as water. But when Meng Yucheng saw Ji Wuchang's eyes, he seemed to be stared at by a prehistoric beast, and he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. "I am the disciple of your Meng family's ancestor. According to seniority, you should at least call me uncle, not Wuchang. Since I said I can help you solve this problem, I can, otherwise I wouldn't say it. But since you have doubts, how about this, let's fight each other, what do you think? After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he stared at Meng Yuqing with calm eyes, and his words were extremely strong. When Meng Yuqing heard Ji Wuchang's words, his face couldn't help but become ugly. In the Meng family, it was the first time that someone other than his father dared to talk to him like this. Do you really think that I dare not attack you just because you are the disciple of the ancestor? A Qi refining realm dares to challenge me, a person of the 4th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. You are simply ignorant of the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. Since you want to humiliate yourself, I will fulfill your wish. Meng Yuqing muttered in his heart, he naturally wouldn't say these words, after all, he was not bold enough to offend the ancestor. Okay, then let's have a fight. Meng Yuqing stood up directly, with fighting spirit rising in his eyes. Meng Nian frowned and wanted to speak out to stop him, but seeing that Ji Wuchang had already stood up, he didn't say anything more. The hall of the Meng family is not small, and the elders immediately moved the stools away to make room. Ji Wuchang stood opposite Meng Yuqing, and a 4th-level foundation building cultivation instantly appeared from Meng Yuqing. Ji Wuchang glanced at Meng Yuqing calmly, and said lightly, you go first, otherwise when I make a move, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Arrogant. Meng Yuqing spoke directly, and then shouted softly, raising his right palm, with a red flame rising in the palm. This is the Meng family's combat skill red flame palm. Take my palm. Meng Yuqing slapped Ji Wuchang with one palm. He was also afraid of hurting Ji Wuchang, so he only used about 60% of his strength. The red palm print, carrying a rolling heat wave, rushed straight to Ji Wuchang's chest. Too slow, too weak, use all your strength. Ji Wuchang's body shook and disappeared directly. He naturally used the 8 diagrams dragon step, which was the most practical in such a small space. As for the wind and thunder taishu step, it was impossible to use it. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Meng Yuqing slapped the air with one palm. After hearing Ji Wuchang's words, he couldn't help but burst into anger. With a light shout, the red flame in his right palm doubled. Meng Yuqing didn't hesitate at all, and slapped Ji Wuchang directly with one palm, and the speed was more than twice faster than before. Terrifying heat erupted from Meng Yuqing's right palm, causing the temperature of the entire hall to rise instantly. Meng Ziyi only felt that her breathing was not smooth, so she stepped back repeatedly and stood in front of the great elder Meng Yunxian. Only then did she feel better. Meng Nian looked tense, ready to take action at any time. After all, he couldn't let his ancestors' disciples get into trouble in the Meng family, otherwise it would be over. Meng Yuqing struck out with all his strength and was in front of Ji Wuchang in an instant. Ji Wuchang looked calm and did not choose to escape this time. The first style of wind and thunder fist, wind and thunder transformation. Ji Wuchang clenched his right hand into a fist, and thunder and lightning flashed above his fist. With Ji Wuchang's loud shout, he punched out. There was a loud bang sound, and the fists collided directly. The spiritual power between the two people instantly swept around, shattering several chairs. A scream came out, and a figure flew out and hit the ground a few meters away. At this moment, the entire hall fell silent, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the young man's body. Crack! The stone under Ji Wuchang's feet cracked, and dense cracks spread. He slowly put away his right fist. To deal with a person at the 4th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, he really doesn't need to expend too much energy. Daddy! Meng Ziyi quickly ran to Meng Yuqing and helped him up from the ground. Meng Yuqing's mouth opened, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his right hand continued to tremble. At this moment, he looked at Ji Wuchang as if he was seeing a ghost. He was a man of the 4th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, but he was defeated by a person of the Qi refining realm with one punch. Moreover, this was a punch with all his strength, which made him begin to doubt his own strength. Master Wuchang, are you really in the Qi refining realm? Meng Yuqing looked at Ji Wuchang and asked without giving up. Ji Wuchang nodded calmly, and then said calmly, the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining. Naturally, he would not talk about the 10th level of Qi refining. After all, this is his secret. The fewer people who know it, the better. All the Meng family members in the hall went numb. At this moment, they looked at Ji Wuchang with completely different eyes. Uncle Master, I'm convinced. Meng Yuqing spoke directly. Although he was hurt, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. With the Meng family having such strong support, there is nothing to worry about in this competition. Not only can it scare the other two companies, but it can also get 2 additional mines. This is definitely a huge gain for the Meng family. Although the hall was in a mess, no one at the moment cared about it. Meng Ziyi looked at Ji Wuchang with admiration, his eyes unusually bright. Meng Nian suppressed the surprise in his heart, and then said, "No one is allowed to reveal a word about today's incident." "Yes, head of the family." Several elders of the Meng family spoke one after another, with solemn expressions on their faces. Meng Nian waved his hand to make everyone retreat, and then led Ji Wuchang straight to the forbidden area in the backyard of the Meng family. Along the way, when the children of the Meng family saw Meng Nian and Ji Wuchang, they couldn't help but bow their hands in salute. "The ancestor mentioned in the jade slip that you should take this eyeball of the fire dragon back home. I will take you to get it now. I have told my ancestor that this thing must be taken away in time, otherwise it will definitely be a disaster if it stays in the Meng family. Some time ago, a Taoist priest came to Meng's house, but left again. I think he might have noticed this thing." Meng Nian smiled and spoke to Ji Wuchang, feeling a sense of relief. Ji Wuchang originally thought that even if they had the master's jade slip, the Meng family might not be willing to hand it over easily, but now it seems that he is overthinking it. As Meng Nian said, "There are some things left in your hands. If you are not strong enough, it will definitely be a disaster." Soon, the two came to the Meng family's backyard, where an elder from the Meng family who was in the foundation establishment realm was personally guarding it. Seeing Meng Nian coming, Meng Yunan quickly saluted. "Sixth elder, this is the disciple of the ancestor, and he came here to take this thing away at the order of the ancestor." When Meng Yunan heard this, he was instantly relieved and his body relaxed. Ji Wuchang couldn't help but be slightly startled when he saw the other party's expression. He had an intuition that there was definitely something wrong with this fire dragon's eye. Meng Nian formed a seal with his hands, and runes flew out from his hands and landed on a stone gate not far away. The stone door rumbled and shook, then slowly opened. The moment the stone door opened, a hot wave of heat surged out from the stone door, and then a passage appeared in front of Ji Wuchang. The passage winds down, and the mountain walls on both sides seem to be burned by fire. The heat is overwhelming. Meng Nian took the lead and entered the passage, followed closely by Ji Wuchang. "Master Meng, is there something wrong with the eyes of this fiery dragon?" Ji Wuchang thought for a while and finally asked the doubts in his heart. Meng Nian nodded, and then said, "Something went wrong indeed. Since 20 years ago, this eye seems to have gained a little more consciousness. Every once in a while, the eyes of this fire dragon will violently release terrible heat. Later, I had no choice but to continue to strengthen the ancestor seal so that it could not escape. I come here once a month, but I can feel that the fire energy contained in it has not decreased, but has become stronger and stronger. If it takes another 2 or 3 years, I really can't suppress it. Once these flames spread, the Meng family is likely to be destroyed. So, I mentioned this matter when I sent a message to the ancestor last time. I hope the ancestor can help solve it together," Meng Nian said as he walked. In a blink of an eye, the two of them had already gone 100 meters underground. The deeper they went, the more terrible the heat became, but Ji Wuchang's eyes became brighter. The purple chi burning heaven art automatically started to work without Ji Wuchang's urging, and automatically absorbed these fire attribute spiritual powers into Ji Wuchang's body. A moment later, the two came to a stone door again, and the temperature here was even higher. "Push open this stone door and you can see it," Meng Nian reminded Ji Wuchang, and then slowly pushed open the stone door. The heat instantly swept in like waves. Ji Wuchang looked not far away, and saw a basin-sized thing like a fireball floating in the air. Bundles of heat were radiating from it. At this moment, the flames in the fireball shrank rapidly, and a huge eyeball emerged. In the eyeball, a dragon shadow flashed through it, and a terrible pressure was revealed from it. Ji Wuchang stared at the huge eyeball with a trace of greed in his eyes. The power of this fiery dragon's eyeball was even stronger than he had imagined, which made Ji Wuchang extremely happy. The purple chi burning heaven technique is an extremely special skill. Starting from the purple mansion realm, every breakthrough in a major realm requires the refining of heaven and earth spiritual objects with the attribute of fire. This kind of spiritual thing can be innate or acquired. The stronger the refined spiritual object is, the more terrifying the power behind the purple chi burning heaven technique will be. All the spiritual creatures in the world will later be transformed into innate purple energy, which is extremely powerful. The current purple chi burning heaven technique is just getting started, and it is not yet able to show its terrifying power. Purple chi burning heaven technique is not just a skill, there are also terrifying combat skills behind it, but they haven't been unlocked yet. Ji Wuchang was naturally excited when he saw the eyes of the fiery dragon. The fire element contained in it is so powerful that you don't need so much for refining the internal organs. If he guessed correctly, it must contain a drop of the blood essence of the fiery dragon. With this drop of essence and blood, he can provide a spiritual object of heaven and earth for the purple chi burning heaven technique, and there is no need to consider this in the purple mansion realm. As for breaking through to the soul-splitting realm in the future, it is still very early for him, so he has plenty of time to prepare. In the huge eyeball, a dragon shadow kept wandering inside. As the eyeball shook, runes lit up around it. These runes are like iron chains, tightly locking the eyes of the fire dragon, preventing it from moving at all. Hey, there is actually a drop of the essence and blood of the fiery divine dragon in this eyeball. Ji Wuchang, you are lucky. Ji Yaya's voice rang in Ji Wuchang's ears, confirming Ji Wuchang's thoughts and making him overjoyed. No wonder that in her previous life, Enkerson went to the Meng family and came back to retreat for a period of time, and her cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Directly from the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm to the peak of the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, Ji Wuchang took out a porcelain bottle. This was not an ordinary bottle, but a top-quality magic weapon given to him by Master Meng Kaihong. This magic weapon is specially used to hold the fire dragon eyeball. Master Meng, please unlock the seal. Ji Wuchang looked at Meng Yan and said. When Meng Yan heard this, he couldn't help but nodded. The spiritual power in his body spurted out. He formed a seal with his left hand and pointed in the air. The runes shattered one after another, and the iron chains originally wrapped around the fire dragon's eyes broke. At this moment, a terrifying flame erupted above the eyeball, and it was about to sweep towards Ji Wuchang and Meng Yan. Ji Wuchang snorted coldly and threw the porcelain bottle in his hand. The porcelain bottle grew rapidly and instantly covered the entire cave. A terrible suction force was generated from the porcelain bottle. There was an unwilling roar from the eyes of the fiery dragon, and then it entered the porcelain bottle. The porcelain bottle quickly shrank and then landed on the palm of Ji Wuchang's left hand. Inside the porcelain bottle, the fire was blazing, lighting up the entire porcelain bottle, and the eyes of the fiery dragon were scurrying around inside. Ji Wuchang took a look and saw that the porcelain bottle was motionless. He instantly felt relieved and put it directly into the system space. Seeing that the fire dragon's eyes were taken away, Meng Yan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then the two of them walked outside, their steps becoming more relaxed. Master Meng, have you ever heard of metallic innate spiritual objects? Ji Wuchang actually asked casually. After this trip, he had already obtained the innate spiritual objects of earth and fire attributes, only the metallic ones were missing. When Meng Yan heard this, he couldn't help but think deeply, then shook his head and said, I haven't heard of it. If someone else has this kind of thing, it's impossible to reveal it. Otherwise, it won't be a good thing for the family to be remembered by others. When Ji Wuchang heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. He really took it for granted. Ji Wuchang waved his hand, and a porcelain bottle appeared in front of Meng Yan. Meng Yan didn't know what Ji Wuchang was going to do, so he took it in his hand doubtfully. Master Meng, there is a third-grade elixir and several second-grade elixirs here. If you refine them all, you should be able to break through to the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, and even have a chance to break through to the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. You just helped me put away this fire dragon's eyeball. These few pills can be regarded as my small thoughts. By the way, Master also wants to tell you something. The Meng family can arrange for a disciple to go to the Immortality sect. You guys can discuss it and leave with me when the competition is over. When Meng Yan heard this, his eyes instantly lit up. He nodded repeatedly, cupped his fists and said, Thank you so much, Wuchang. Ji Wuchang nodded. He also took care of the Meng family for the sake of his master. Ji Wuchang was not very clear about the Meng family's affairs in the previous life, because Enkerson did not bring anyone back. But a family like the Meng family must have good people. What happened in the meantime really made Ji Wuchang curious. Little did Ji Wuchang know that when Enkerson saw Meng Ziyi, she immediately gave up the idea of taking people back. Meng Ziyi has reached the 8th level of Qi refining and is a member of the Meng family. After taking him back, his master will definitely take more care of him. What will he do? It was based on this idea that Ankh didn't even mention this matter. After returning, Enkerson said that the people of the Meng family had average qualifications, and that they disliked the Immortality Gate being too far away and were unwilling to come. Meng Kaihong was very disappointed when he heard this answer, and finally ignored the Meng family again. In this life, the arrival of Ji Wuchang completely changed this matter. Ji Wuchang was placed in the most luxurious courtyard of the Meng family, while Meng Yan left quickly. He wanted to tell Meng Ziyi the good news. Ji Wuchang dismissed all the servants and sat down cross-legged, his eyes burning. System, draw a lottery. A month has passed, but Ji Wuchang has not used this opportunity. Ji Wuchang remembers clearly that he got an opportunity for enlightenment last time, and he doesn't know what he will get this time. Ding! The draw is successful. Congratulations to the master for getting plus 100 luck points. Ji Wuchang waited for a long time, and the system sound was gone. System, that's it, nothing else? Master, the draw is over, didn't you get 100 luck points? After hearing what the system said, Ji Wuchang couldn't help but twitch his mouth, resigned himself to his fate, and then looked at the system panel. Host, Ji Wuchang, Cultivation, late 10th level of Qi Refining, Root Bone, Earth Rank Middle Grade, Luck Value, 149, Special Ability, None, System Task, None. Ji Wuchang looked at the Special Ability column and fell into deep thought. He still didn't quite understand what special abilities were? So he asked the system. Master, there are many special abilities, such as Double Pupils, Supreme Bones, Great Destiny, Transformation, etc. Special abilities are different from secret arts. Secret arts can be practiced by everyone, but special abilities are limited to individuals, and some are even related to blood. Master, practice well. There are also special abilities for sale in the system mall. Ji Wuchang couldn't help laughing and crying when he heard the system's words. The system mall requires 10,000 luck points to open, and he only has 149, which is too much difference. At the entrance of Shijiacheng Celebrity Auction House, Ji Wuchang walked out disappointed. This was the second day since he came to Shijiacheng, and he came out for a walk early in the morning. His purpose was to come to the celebrity auction house to ask if there was any news about gold-attributed spiritual objects. The result was naturally no, which made Ji Wuchang quite disappointed. Ji Wuchang walked on the street, thinking back to his past life memories, to see if he could find clues about gold-attributed spiritual objects from his past life memories. But he thought for a long time and didn't think of anything, so he had to give up. In his previous life, he had never used 5-element spiritual objects to temper the 5 internal organs, let alone reach the god's hidden realm, so naturally he would not pay attention to these news. At this moment, a figure instantly attracted Ji Wuchang's attention. Seeing this person, Ji Wuchang frowned. Isn't this guy from Beta State? How could he appear here? Beta State is a state adjacent to Boyun State, but it is much larger than Boyun State, at least 3 times larger. The power in Beta State is much more complicated than that in Boyun State, and there are even 6 God Realm Masters in charge. Ji Wuchang went to Beta State after leaving Boyun State in his previous life, and stayed there for more than 10 years, so he recognized this person. This person is Li Gubei, the young master of Qingfeng sect in Beta State, one of the geniuses in Beta State. Ji Wuchang clearly remembered that when Xiao Fan went to Beta State, he offended Li Gubei and was hunted down by Qingfeng sect. After Xiao Fan killed several people in a row and beheaded an elder of Qingfeng sect, he alarmed the supreme elder of Qingfeng sect, and the 6 God Realm Masters personally hunted him down. Ji Wuchang didn't know what happened in the middle, but he only knew that the final result was Xiao Fan against Li Gubei. The two had a life and death battle, and no one was allowed to interfere. That battle attracted many people to watch, because Xiao Fan and Li Gubei had both broken through the soul-dividing realm at that time, and their combat power was extraordinary. This battle also attracted the attention of all the major forces and the younger generation in Beta State. On the day of the duel, there were huge crowds of people watching the battle. This battle lasted for 2 hours, and both sides were injured, but in the end, Xiao Fan narrowly won and defeated Li Gubei. This battle completely made Xiao Fan famous in Beta State, and many major forces threw out olive branches. But Xiao Fanji was not in Beta State, and he left soon after. When Ji Wuchang met Li Gubei later, the other party had broken through to the 6 God Realm and became the youngest 6 God Realm powerhouse in the entire Beta State. Ji Wuchang and his status were so different that it was naturally impossible for them to have any intersection. He just saw each other from a distance a few times. However, this time in Shijiacheng, he actually met this person, which surprised Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang looked past Li Gubei and looked behind him, only to see 2 old men following him from a distance. Ji Wuchang couldn't help but feel awe in his heart. Although the 2 old men restrained their breath, there was still a trace of the pressure of the soul-dividing realm powerhouses outside. Ji Wuchang knew that these 2 people were Li Gubei's protectors. After all, Li Gubei had not grown up at this time. Ji Wuchang took a glance and concluded that Li Gubei's cultivation was the first level of the foundation-building realm. Ji Wuchang did not look at Li Gubei again, not because he was afraid of the 2 old men behind Li Gubei, but but simply because he did not want to cause trouble. In this way, Ji Wuchang and Li Gubei crossed each other and did not cause any bloody plot. Li Gubei squinted and glanced at Ji Wuchang, who was going away. He just felt that Ji Wuchang was looking at him, as if he knew him. This feeling would not be wrong, because he believed in his intuition. The reason why Li Gubei appeared here this time was purely a coincidence. When he broke through the foundation building realm, he only opened up 7 Dao platforms, which made Li Gubei very dissatisfied. Although he was dissatisfied, the senior leaders of Qingfeng's sect were very satisfied. After all, the 7 Dao platforms were among the best in the entire beta state, and they were definitely geniuses. Li Gubei decided to go out and relax, because he had to decide a very important thing, whether to disperse his power and start over. As soon as this idea came out, it was immediately opposed by the Qingfeng sect. After all, 7 Daotais were already geniuses. Dispersing his power and starting over might not necessarily open up 7 Daotais again. Li Gubei decided to go out for a walk, and somehow came to Boyanzu. He was also secretly protected by 2 Taoists in the Soul Division realm. Hearing that there would be a competition here tomorrow, Li Gubei couldn't help but reveal a bright light in his eyes, and decided to go and see tomorrow. Moreover, if he was interested, he could also fight with the other party. Fighting is one of his favorite things. Ji Wuchang naturally didn't know that Li Gubei had this idea. He had just thought about Li Gubei for a long time. He later remembered that this Li Gubei later left Beta Zhou. As for what happened later, Ji Wuchang had no idea at all. When Ji Wuchang returned to the Meng family, he was invited by Meng Yan. When Ji Wuchang arrived, there were 5 people in the hall of the Meng family. In addition to Meng Yan, Meng Yuqing, Meng Yunqian, and Meng Ziyi, there was also a teenager. This teenager was much younger than Ji Wuchang, about 13 years old. When he saw Ji Wuchang, his eyes lit up slightly. Seeing Ji Wuchang coming in, Meng Yan was particularly enthusiastic. He did not sit in the main seat, but sat next to Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang knew that they had a problem when he saw this posture, but he was not in a hurry and waited until they took the initiative to bring it up. After a moment of greeting, Meng Yan said embarrassedly, "Wuchang, I have something I want to ask you for help. Ziyi, you met me yesterday. This is my grandson Meng Jiyu, who is also Ziyi's younger brother. He is 13 years old this year, and has the cultivation level of the 2nd level of qi refining, but his bones are not bad, not worse than Ziyi. Can you take both of them to Changshangmen?" After Meng Yan finished speaking, he was quite nervous, fearing that Ji Wuchang would refuse, and stared at Ji Wuchang nervously. When Ji Wuchang heard this, he was slightly stunned, and then said, "Master Meng, please wait a moment, I will ask Master about this matter." After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he stood up and took out a sound transmission stone, which was also given to him by Master Meng Kaihong, just to facilitate the practice system. Ji Wuchang walked aside and told Meng Kaihong about this matter through the sound transmission stone. After a while, Meng Kaihong replied that everything was up to Ji Wuchang himself. Ji Wuchang instantly understood that his master still wanted to take care of the Meng family, otherwise he would not say such words, but directly refused. The people of the Meng family were all staring at Ji Wuchang nervously, especially Meng Jiyu, who clenched his fists and was the most nervous. "Master Meng," the master did not explicitly agree. Hearing Ji Wuchang's words, the hearts of several people in the hall sank instantly. Meng Ziyi said bitterly, "Or let my brother go, I'll stay." "Sister, you go, your talent is the best in our Meng family." Meng Jiyu spoke quickly. Ji Wuchang nodded secretly after seeing it, and then smiled and said, "I haven't finished speaking yet, don't worry. I can take you too, but you have to accept the sex assessment when you arrive at the sect. If you can't pass, I have no choice." The Meng family was overjoyed when they heard it. The main square of Shijiacheng is extremely lively today. The Cui family proposed that the competition for the younger generation of the 9 cities of Shu be held here. There are only 3 top aristocratic families in the 9 cities of Shu, namely the Meng family, the Cui family, and the Zhou family. But each of their families among these attached families, 5 are attached to the Meng family, and 3 of the remaining 6 families are attached to the Cui family and the Zhou family. The strength of the Meng family is well deserved to be number 1 in the 9 cities of Shu. When Ji Wuchang arrived with the Meng family, the place was already crowded. Ji Wuchang glanced at the crowd and his pupils could not help but shrink slightly. He unexpectedly saw that Li Gubei again. When the Meng family arrived, everyone stood up to say hello. As for Ji Wuchang, no one paid attention. Ji Wuchang was too lazy to look at these people's hypocritical politeness, and his eyes swept over the Cui family and Zhou family. In an instant, a man and a woman entered Ji Wuchang's field of vision. The man was quite handsome. Although he stood there without speaking, his eyes were full of disdain when he glanced at the Meng family. Moreover, there was a proud look on his face. Needless to say, this must be Cui Luochen of the Cui family. The woman from the Zhou family was quite delicate, and her eyes swept over the Meng family calmly. When he saw Ji Wuchang, he couldn't help but frown slightly. For some reason, Ji Wuchang felt like there was a trace of unwillingness in her eyes. This Zhou genie is quite interesting. Could it be that he is unwilling to be engaged to Cui Luochen? Ji Wuchang thought about this answer and then put the idea aside. What does it have to do with him? Of all the people here, the only one that Ji Wuchang cared about was Li Gubei. Why did this person come to Shu9 City for no apparent reason? The competition started soon. Each of the Meng family, Cui family, and Zhou family sent 2 people to participate, and the other 11 families each sent 1 person. The total number of people competing was 17. The Meng family, the Cui family, and the Zhou family are special, and one of them cannot participate in the first elimination test of 14-7. For the Meng family, Ji Wuchang naturally did not have to play, but Meng Ziyi did. Ji Wuchang took a brief look at these competitions and didn't look at them again. After the elimination test, 7 winners were selected, leaving only 10 people in the entire competition. Then the lottery started, and Ji Wuchang was chosen to play first, which made Ji Wuchang slightly stunned. Watching Ji Wuchang step onto the competition stage, the Cui family and the Zhou family also began to pay attention to Ji Wuchang. After all, this person may represent the strongest combat power of the Meng family. Cui Hao of the Cui family, please give me some advice. As soon as Ji Wuchang stood on the competition stage, a man bowed and spoke, and the breath of the 9th level of qi refining was directly revealed on his body. When Ji Wuchang heard this, he couldn't help but nodded, and said calmly, Meng family, Ji Wuchang. Cui Hao revealed all the aura of his 9th level of qi refining. If he were an ordinary person, he would definitely have a solemn expression. But when Cui Hao saw Ji Wuchang's calm expression, he instantly looked solemn. With a wave of his hand, a huge hammer appeared. Cui Hao is Cui Luochen's cousin. He joined the Qingke sect with him and is full of brute strength. Coupled with his cultivation in the middle of the 9th level of qi refining, he can deal with him even at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. Take action, otherwise you won't have a chance if I do. How could Ji Wuchang put Cui Hao in his eyes? Even if he doesn't use any secret techniques, he can still win against people at the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Cui Hao couldn't see through Ji Wuchang's cultivation, but he didn't feel the aura of the Foundation Establishment realm in Ji Wuchang. Hearing Ji Wuchang's words at this moment, I felt very angry. Cui Ruxing looked at the 2 people in the field and couldn't help but said to his son beside him, Shinner, do you think Cui Hao will be this person's opponent? Cui Luochen glanced at Ji Wuchang, with a trace of disdain in his eyes, and then said calmly, Father, don't worry. Cui Hao is very strong. Even if I want to defeat him, it will take some effort. This person does not have the aura of the Foundation Establishment realm. If he reaches the sky, he is the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. Even so, Cui Hao's innate supernatural power will not necessarily lead to defeat. Cui Ruxing couldn't help but nodded when he heard Cui Luochen's words. He also didn't feel the aura of Ji Wuchang's Foundation Establishment realm. But for some reason, there was a hint of worry in his heart. Hit me. Seeing that Ji Wuchang didn't take him seriously at all, Cui Hao's heart suddenly rose with anger. The big hammer in his hand was raised, and the spiritual power in his body surged. With Cui Hao's loud shout, the big hammer doubled in size and hit Ji Wuchang on the head like a mountain. Seeing how powerful Cui Hao's hammer was, everyone in the Cui family cheered, and even Cui Ruxing breathed a sigh of relief. On the Meng family's side, everyone's lips sneered. Ji Wuchang is someone who can defeat even Meng Yuqing, who is on the 4th level of the foundation level, with one punch. The 9th level of qi refining is really childish for him. Ji Wuchang looked at the falling sledgehammer and punched it without dodging. In this punch, Ji Wuchang did not use any spiritual power, but pure physical power. The golden skin and jade bones made Ji Wuchang feel as if there was a terrifying power hidden in his body. But he really doesn't know how powerful this power is, because he has never found anyone to test it. Punch and hammer collided in the air, and many people thought that Ji Wuchang's punch would be smashed to pieces. But at this moment, Cui Hao screamed, and the huge force passed along the hammer to the palm of his right hand. His palm could not bear the force at all. A large piece of skin tore off the palm of his hand, the knuckles cracked, and blood splattered. Cui Hao had a hunch that if he didn't let go of the hammer, his right arm would definitely break. Chui Hao was shocked and let go of the big iron hammer, which flew up into the air. Before Chui Hao could react, he felt a strong force acting on his chest, pushing Chui Hao directly off the competition stage. With a clang, the iron hammer hit the ground, and the stones on the ground instantly cracked in all directions, and at the same time, a deep pit was smashed on the ground. Chui Hao knew that the other party had shown mercy, and he was very ashamed. He clasped his fists to Ji Wuchang and returned to the Chui family. Chui Ruxing was stunned and couldn't help looking at Chui Luochen. Chui Luochen saw his father's eyes and felt his face burning. He had just boasted, but he didn't expect Chui Hao to be a match for him. At this moment, Chui Luochen was extremely alert. He came back this time to win the first place in this competition. If he loses, the Chui family will lose a mine. At that time, he will really have no face to stay in the Chui family. Interesting, it's pure physical strength. Li Gubei looked at Ji Wuchang, who was slowly walking down the competition stage, and a hint of fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. He was proud of his physical strength and had never met an opponent in beta state. It was rare to meet an interesting person today, so he naturally couldn't miss it. The competition continued, and the second match was between Meng Ziyi and Zhou Jini. The two stood on the stage. Zhou Jini looked calm, but Meng Ziyi was full of fighting spirit. Meng Ziyi had long been looking forward to fighting with Zhou Jini. After all, the two had been the objects of comparison in other people's chats since childhood. Zhou Jini, I will definitely defeat you. Meng Ziyi drew out his long sword and spoke to Zhou Jini, with a serious face. Zhou Jini glanced at Meng Ziyi and said calmly, you are not my opponent. Meng Ziyi was so angry that he jumped up like thunder, shouted loudly, raised the long sword in his hand, and slashed 3 swords at Zhou Jini. The sword light was like a dragon, and under the blessing of Meng Ziyi's spiritual power, it turned into 3 sharp sword auras and rushed straight to Zhou Jini. Zhou Jini's body shook and disappeared in an instant, making all 3 swords cut by Meng Ziyi fall into the air. Ji Wuchang only took a glance at the competition in the field and concluded that Meng Ziyi would definitely lose. Zhou Jini's skills are far superior to Meng Ziyi's, and her cultivation is also stronger than Meng Ziyi's. In addition, her character is even better than Meng Ziyi's, so it is difficult for Meng Ziyi to have a chance to turn the tables. Of course, if Meng Ziyi has a secret technique similar to the 100-fold sublimation instant kill technique, that is another matter. But this assumption is absolutely impossible. After the two fought for about 30 moves, Zhou Jini slapped Meng Ziyi's chest and knocked Meng Ziyi away. Meng Ziyi stood outside the competition stage with a complicated expression and tears in his eyes, but his tears did not flow down, and his eyes showed a firm look. Zhou Jini, I lost, but I will not give up. I will come to compete with you again in 3 years. After Meng Ziyi finished speaking, he returned directly to the Meng family. Ji Wuchang is the hope of the Meng family, so Meng Ziyi's loss did not cause much reaction from the Meng family, but instead felt that it was natural. The competition continued, and Chui Luochen, Lu Muchuan, and Luo Meng stood out. Chui Luochen was the most eye-catching, because when he showed his first-level cultivation of the foundation building realm, the opponent admitted defeat directly without even starting to fight. With the end of the second round of competition, everyone's eyes became eager. The first 2 competitions were appetizers in everyone's eyes, and now it was time for the main course to be served. In order to increase the difficulty and fun, the 5-person competition adopted a team battle mode, that is, 5 people stepped onto the competition stage at the same time. This was proposed by the heads of the Chui and Zhou families, and the Meng family was forced to agree. Ji Wuchang was still present at the time, and Meng Yan quietly asked Ji Wuchang for his opinion. Ji Wuchang knew as soon as he heard it that this was because he defeated Chui Hao, and the Chui family came up with this way to deal with him. Of course, if Meng Yan disagreed, this competition method could not be implemented. Ji Wuchang stood on the competition stage and saw Chui Luochen, Zhou Jini, and Lu Muchuan standing together, while Luo Meng was standing on the other side. He had a rough idea in his mind. However, the Luo family where Luo Meng was located was affiliated with the Zhou family, as Meng Yan just told Ji Wuchang. In other words, Ji Wuchang had to deal with 4 people alone. Ji Wuchang looked calm. To be honest, he didn't like this kind of competition. If it was on the battlefield, a life and death fight, he could deal with the 4 people in front of him in 2 or 3 moves. Go ahead, deal with him first, and we'll decide the winner later. Chui Luochen narrowed his eyes and spoke to several people, and his body instantly revealed the pressure of the first level of the foundation building realm. Lu Muchuan and Zhou Jini nodded at the same time and rushed towards Ji Wuchang. The cultivation of the 9th level of qi refining gushed out of their bodies like a volcanic eruption. At the same time, Luo Meng moved. He shouted loudly, and the cultivation of the peak of the 8th level of qi refining was revealed. Luo Meng held a huge iron rod in his hand and smashed it at Ji Wuchang. In an instant, the three people attacked Ji Wuchang at the same time, causing many people at the scene to turn their eyes to Meng Nian, the head of the Meng family. Many people originally thought that Meng Nian would be angry or panic, but they were wrong. Meng Nian's face was calm. These people then turned their eyes to the other people in the Meng family. No one showed any worry, but there was a hint of sarcasm at the corners of their mouths. At this moment, the people present were instantly refreshed, and they felt that there was something interesting to watch. Ji Wuchang looked calm, without any panic in his eyes. He performed the 8 diagrams dragon step and his body disappeared instantly. Ji Wuchang had come to Luo Meng at this moment and punched him. With a bang, Luo Meng's back was hit hard by Ji Wuchang. Luo Meng screamed and felt that all the bones in his body seemed to fall apart. A huge force surged above his body, and the whole person flew directly. Bang! Luo Meng fell directly under the competition platform, opened his mouth, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. Ji Wuchang ignored Luo Meng and saw Zhou Jini running towards him at a very fast speed, and the long sword in his hand was raised, and he was about to cut Ji Wuchang with a sword. Ji Wuchang looked indifferent, and as fast as lightning, he crashed directly into Zhou Jini's arms. A soft sound came from his left shoulder, Zhou Jini screamed, and his body flew backwards, with a hint of red on his face. Ji Wuchang's collision was quite powerful. Although Zhou Jini tried his best to stabilize his body, he still couldn't stop in the end and fell directly under the competition platform. Zhou Jini felt a burning pain in his left chest, and couldn't help but glared at Ji Wuchang fiercely, with a face full of shame and anger. Ji Wuchang didn't have time to pay attention to Zhou Jini. He had just held back, otherwise the opponent's ribs would have been broken at least a few times. While Ji Wuchang knocked Zhou Jini away, his body swayed and he came to Lu Muchuan's side. Seeing the other party punching him, Ji Wuchang snorted coldly and punched him as well. With a bang, the two fists collided directly. Ji Wuchang did not move at all, Lu Muchuan screamed, and there was a sound of bones breaking. Lu Muchuan looked at Ji Wuchang, fear in his eyes, and quickly retreated. But Ji Wuchang was faster than him, and before Lu Muchuan could react, he kicked Lu Muchuan in the chest. Lu Muchuan screamed, and his body slammed directly under the competition stage, and blood gushed out of his mouth. All this seemed very slow, but it was actually only about a breath of time, and the speed was extremely fast. Cui Luochen wanted to step forward to help, but he then found that there were only himself and Ji Wuchang left on the entire competition stage. Who are you? Cui Luochen spoke in disbelief. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. Ji Wuchang looked calm. He moved, approaching Cui Luochen as fast as lightning. Thunder Explosion Fist. In order to show his respect for Cui Luochen, who was in the Foundation Establishment realm, Ji Wuchang directly used the Thunder Explosion Fist. Thunder and lightning surged on his right hand, and he punched out, heading straight for Cui Luochen. Cui Luochen's face showed a ferocious look. This was the stage he prepared for himself, but now it seemed to be messed up. Cui Luochen shouted loudly, punched out with both fists, and met Ji Wuchang's punch. Bang! The three punches intersected, Cui Luochen screamed, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and finally fell on the ground in front of Zhou Jini. Above the dense forest, three figures stood on two long swords and flew towards the distance. These three people were naturally Ji Wuchang, Meng Ziyi, and Meng Jiyu. Ji Wuchang walked in front alone on his sword, while Meng Jiyu stood on his sister Meng Ziyi's long sword. The competition in Shu Jiucheng ended yesterday. Ji Wuchang directly forced the four people off the competition stage in a crushing way, shocking the entire Shu Jiucheng. Cui Luochen's face was as pale as paper. He couldn't accept this result and fainted directly. The Meng family got two mines, one from the Cui family and one from the Zhou family. The reason why the Zhou family was willing to give out a mine was to prepare a dowry for Zhou Jini. But because of the defeat, all the calculations fell through. Zhou Jini left Shujiucheng that afternoon and returned to the sect Lu Yun sect. Naturally, the engagement with Cui Luochen was left unfinished. It can be said that this competition, which was originally led by Cui Luochen to show his fighting power, was completely changed because of Ji Wuchang's arrival. Moreover, when the Cui family and the Zhou family heard that Ji Wuchang was a disciple of Chang Shengmen and came here on the orders of the ancestor of the Meng family, and that two people from the Meng family would join Chang Shengmen, the Cui family and the Zhou family were silent at the same time. They knew very well that for a long time in the future, the Meng family would still be the first family in Shijiacheng. Ji Wuchang and his friends had left Shijiacheng for an hour, and the Meng siblings gradually came out of the sadness of leaving home. At this moment, they were more looking forward to the future, and at the same time, there was a trace of uneasiness in their hearts. At this moment, Ji Wuchang stopped and then slowly fell to the ground. Although Meng Ziyi and his sister didn't know what was going on, they naturally followed him. After a while, the three of them stood on the ground. "Come out. I've been following you all the way." Ji Wuchang naturally knew who was following them. With Ji Yaoyao's powerful Yuanshan, it was equivalent to having an extra pair of clairvoyance. Meng Ziyi and Meng Jiyu were very surprised. They didn't sense anything. Good. Good. It's worth following all the way. It's quite interesting. A man's voice came out, and then a figure appeared from a distance. It was Li Gubei. Ji Wuchang didn't know why Li Gubei came to find him, but he also knew that there were two powerful soul-dividing realm masters not far away. These two people are Li Gubei's protectors. But at this moment, both of them are hiding in the dark and didn't show up. Ji Wuchang frowned slightly. Although he knew Li Gubei, he had never dealt with him in his previous life, and he didn't know what kind of person he was. "This fellow Taoist, I followed all the way, I don't know what it's all about?" Ji Wuchang looked at Li Gubei and asked the doubts in his heart. Li Gubei looked at Ji Wuchang with a fiery face, and then said with high fighting spirit, "Your physical strength is very strong, I want to fight with you." Ji Wuchang was stunned, and a strange look appeared on his face. Could this guy have been so belligerent in his previous life? Ji Wuchang's brain was working fast, and then he said calmly, "No fight." Li Gubei was stunned, and then he said, "That's not up to you. If you don't fight me, I will follow you all the time. You don't want to be followed all the way. Besides, I want to compete with you in physical strength, and I won't use any spiritual power. You don't have to worry that I will use my realm to suppress you." Ji Wuchang saw Li Gubei's eager eyes and strong fighting spirit. He can now be sure that this guy is really a belligerent person. Don't fight if there is no benefit at all. Ji Wuchang thought of Li Gubei's identity, and suddenly his mind moved, and decided to give it a try to see if there is any unexpected gain. Li Gubei couldn't help laughing when he heard Ji Wuchang's words, and then he said, "It's easy to get benefits. How about this, you fight with me, no matter you win or lose, I will give you 1,000 low-grade spirit stones as a reward, how about that?" Ji Wuchang was slightly surprised to see that the other party took out 1,000 low-grade spirit stones at once. As expected of the young master of Qingfeng sect, his moves are indeed extraordinary. But Ji Wuchang didn't want these things, he really didn't like spirit stones for the time being. I, Ji Wuchang, never take advantage of others. How about this, if you can beat me, this earth spirit bead is for you. Of course, if you lose, you have to take out an innate spiritual object for me. How about it? Do you dare to have a bigger bet with me, so that both of us can really go all out? After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, he took out the earth spirit bead directly, and the rich earth attribute spiritual power instantly spread, which made Li Gubei slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Ji Wuchang actually took out an innate spiritual object directly. Li Gubei couldn't help but hesitate. There were really two innate spiritual objects in his storage ring. One was a fire attributed innate spiritual object, which he absolutely couldn't throw away, because the technique he practiced was a fire attributed technique. There was also a gold attributed innate spiritual object, called the Vajra vine. Although it was only a small piece, it contained a huge amount of gold elements. He originally wanted to use this thing when practicing sword energy in the future to make his sword energy sharper. But he really wanted to fight with Ji Wuchang, because he felt that if the two could fight, he would definitely gain a lot. Ji Wuchang now took out the innate spiritual object, the Earth Spirit Pearl, so he naturally couldn't be stingy. He naturally wouldn't take out the fire attributed innate spiritual object, because that was related to the practice of his technique. Li Gubei was also a free and easy person. With a wave of his hand, the Vajra vine appeared. The moment the Vajra vine appeared, a strong golden spiritual power instantly burst out from the Vajra vine. Among these spiritual powers, there are traces of golden edges. This thing is called Vajra vine, which is no worse than the Earth Spirit Pearl in your hand. If you can defeat me, this belongs to you. When Ji Wuchang saw the Vajra vine, his eyes were bright. He didn't expect that Li Gubei really had what he needed. At this moment, Ji Wuchang almost laughed with joy. This trip is too cost-effective. All 3 5-element spiritual objects are gathered together. When I return to the sect, I can plan the foundation building. A gentleman's word is as good as a horse. Then it's settled. Ji Wuchang suppressed the joy in his heart and said to Li Gubei, "Come on, let's fight here." Li Gubei's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand to put away the Vajra vine, and a strong fighting spirit rose from his body. After Meng Ziyi and Meng Jiyu felt Li Gubei's fighting spirit, the two siblings felt a little difficult to breathe. They were shocked at the same time and hurriedly retreated. They didn't expect that even if Li Gubei didn't show any cultivation, he was still so scary. Ji Wuchang didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, Li Gubei was not an ordinary person. After he put away the Earth Spirit Pearl, he slowly walked to the opposite side of Li Gubei, and a strong fighting spirit rose from Ji Wuchang's heart. He also wanted to know where the limit of his physical strength was. The two of them stood opposite each other, without any spiritual energy fluctuations on their bodies. Punch me! Li Gubei took the lead, making a fist with his right hand and punching Ji Wuchang. Although Li Gubei didn't use any spiritual power, when his fist punched out, the sound of explosions kept ringing in the air. Ji Wuchang stood still, leaning forward slightly, making a fist with his right hand, punching out, and directly met Li Gubei's punch. Boom! When their fists met, there was a sound of explosion, and a strong wind surged around them, blowing the surrounding leaves into the sky. Then each leaf exploded and turned into powder. The moment their fists collided, their bodies trembled at the same time, with a look of pain on their faces. Ji Wuchang shook his body and took a step back, while Li Gubei shook his body and stopped in place. This is of course not because Ji Wuchang is inferior to his opponent, but because Li Gubei took advantage of the impact just now and is slightly better than Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang glanced at Li Gubei, laughed, and said, "Happy, take a punch from me too." Golden light appeared on Ji Wuchang's body, and his whole body instantly became golden. He raised his fist and hit Li Gubei directly. Gold pipe. Li Gubei's expression was solemn, and golden light also overflowed from his skin. Then he clenched his right fist and faced Ji Wuchang's blow. There was a loud bang sound, and the two people's bodies shook violently, and they took 3 steps back at the same time. Ji Wuchang was not surprised at all when he saw that the other party was also golden-skinned. As the young sect leader of a large sect with the 6-god realm, Li Gubei naturally knows more than the average person. Kill! The two men shouted loudly at the same time and rushed toward each other, using their fists, kicks, elbows, and knees in a vicious manner. Although it was a competition, neither of them had any intention of holding back. However, neither of them used any spiritual power, so close combat is the best way to test it. Bang bang, the two fists and feet exchanged, and they exchanged more than 100 moves in an instant. Li Gubei became more and more frightened as he fought. He had almost used all his strength, but Ji Wuchang seemed to be able to do it with ease. You know, when it comes to the physical body, Li Gubei has been training since he was a child, and he has spent countless resources from heaven and earth to achieve what he is today. Li Gubei didn't believe that anyone could surpass him. Ji Wuchang, you are very good, take another punch from me. Qingfeng Fist. Qingfeng Fist is one of Qingfeng sect's top boxing techniques. Its power may appear to be gentle, like the breeze blowing on your face, but in fact it is extremely domineering and extremely violent. Although Li Gubei did not use his spiritual power, after the Qingfeng Fist was launched, the power of each punch Li Gubei made at least doubled. Ji Wuchang's body swayed, and he launched the Bagua Yulong step. He immediately took a few steps back and avoided Li Gubei's blow. Thunder Explosion Fist. Ji Wuchang shouted softly and clenched fists with his left hand at the same time. Although he did not use his spiritual power, the sound of thunderstorms sounded from his fists. Li Gubei was not afraid at all. He used Qingfeng Fist and collided directly with Ji Wuchang. Crack! As the two fists collided, the strong wind directly tore apart a huge boulder below. The cracks spread and then exploded. As the combat skills were displayed, the confrontation between the two became more terrifying and dangerous. Meng Jiyu swallowed the saliva in his mouth and said, "Sister, they are too powerful. Their physical strength alone is terrifyingly powerful." Meng Ziyi nodded, then smiled bitterly. "In the past, I always felt that I was no worse than others in the 9 cities of Shu. Now I realize how ridiculous this idea is. The frog in the well is just sitting in the well and looking at the sky." Meng Jiyu looked at the two people moving around in the field with admiration in his eyes. Not far away, 2 figures were invisible in the void, one tall and one short, both looking at the competition in the field with solemn expressions. These 2 people are both Li Gubei's protectors. They have cultivated in the Soul Split realm, and they followed Li Gubei all the way here. The short old man said with a serious expression, "Young master, you have encountered a powerful enemy." The tall old man also nodded and said calmly, "Wouldn't this be better? The young master is extremely persistent in his pursuit of martial arts. It is rare to meet someone of his age who can make him go all out." The short old man smiled slightly and stopped talking, but his eyes were fixed on the competition site. Boom! Ji Wuchang and Li Gubei's fists collided again, and both of them could not help but show pain again on their faces, and then they took a few steps back at the same time. It's so happy. It's been a long time since anyone has let me take action so happily. Ji Wuchang, I admit that you are very strong, but I can't win. Ji Wuchang smiled slightly, and then said, really? Then try again. After Ji Wuchang finished speaking, there was a crackling sound from the bones in his body, and a terrifying momentum rose from Ji Wuchang's body. At this moment, all the bones in Ji Wuchang's body were glowing like glass. At this moment, he was ready to truly use the power of jade bones. Li Gubei felt the terrifying aura coming from Ji Wuchang's body and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Because this is not spiritual power, but the pressure of physical power. Thunder Explosion Fist. Ji Wuchang shouted loudly, his body speed suddenly doubled, he was in front of Li Gubei in an instant, and punched him down. The sound of thunderstorms rang out in the fist, and wherever the fist went, it was like a howling wind, which made Li Gubei change color. Li Gubei was too late to dodge, and a hint of ferocity appeared in his eyes. He clenched his right fist and punched out, meeting Ji Wuchang's punch. The two fists intersected, and there was a loud bang. Li Gubei retreated more than 10 steps, and his face showed pain. Li Gubei only felt that his right arm was extremely painful. If he hadn't held it back, he would have almost screamed. Ji Wuchang took advantage of the situation and approached Li Gubei like a ghost, and punched again. Li Gubei's right arm was injured just now, and he didn't have time to think about it. He clenched his left fist and punched out. With a bang, Li Gubei flew backwards, and his back hit a big tree directly. The tree couldn't bear this terrible force and fell directly. Li Gubei's left and right hands trembled at the same time, and his face showed a painful expression. But before he could recover, Ji Wuchang had already arrived in front of him and punched him again. Li Gubei felt the power of this punch, and a trace of horror appeared in his eyes. He reacted instinctively and the spiritual power in his body gushed out. Li Gubei punched out and collided with Ji Wuchang's punch. Li Gubei retreated more than 10 steps and then stopped, looking at Ji Wuchang in disbelief. Ji Wuchang did not attack again. He had a rough idea in his mind. Now he was able to sweep away people of the 3rd and 4th levels of the foundation building realm with just the strength of his body. After all, he had not yet fully used all his physical strength. Do you still want to fight? Ji Wuchang looked at Li Gubei and asked calmly. The moment the opponent used his spiritual power, the competition was over. Li Gubei looked at Ji Wuchang in shock, then shook his head and said, "No more fighting, I lost, how did you do it?" Li Gubei was really curious. He had already cultivated golden skin and asked himself that he was no worse than anyone else. He didn't think that Ji Wuchang would reach the jade bone now. And, for the jade bone, let alone him, even the Qingfeng sect only knew a little. Ji Wuchang smiled slightly, then said, "There is no end to body refining, and golden skin is just the beginning." Li Gubei couldn't help but ponder on the spot when he heard Ji Wuchang's words, and his eyes showed a thoughtful look. After an incense stick, Li Gubei shook his head, waved his hand, and the Vajra vine appeared. Li Gubei glanced at the Vajra vine, his eyes full of reluctance, but he still waved his hand and sent the Vajra vine to Ji Wuchang. "No more fighting, I lost this time. Ji Wuchang, I will remember you, this competition is not over yet, I will definitely defeat you next time I appear." After Li Gubei finished speaking, he did not stop, his body shook, and he flew directly into the distance, and soon disappeared from Ji Wuchang's sight. Beside Li Gubei, 2 old men, one tall and one short, appeared. "Young master, do you want us to take action and take back the Vajra vine and the Earth Spirit Pearl?" the tall old man said. Li Gubei glared at the tall old man, then calmly said, "I am willing to accept the loss. Do you think I am the kind of person who can't afford to lose? Besides, I, Li Gubei, must personally recover the face I lost. Ji Wuchang of Changsheng sect, interesting, it is worth my trip to Boyanzu. There is no end to body refining. After returning, I will temper my body again. I firmly believe that I am no worse than anyone else." After Li Gubei finished speaking, he revealed an invincible aura, which made the 2 old men, one tall and one short, instantly brighten their eyes and nod repeatedly. This is their young master, who will lead them out of beta state in the future. Ding! Successfully defeated Li Gubei, luck value plus 200, Li Gubei's luck value plus 50. As soon as Li Gubei left, the voice of the system sounded in Ji Wuchang's mind, which made Ji Wuchang slightly stunned, and then overjoyed. He didn't expect that defeating Li Gubei would actually have a luck value reward. According to the nature of the system, the luck value rewarded each time is 1/3 of the opponent's. Doesn't that mean that Li Gubei's luck value is 600? However, that's not right. Li Gubei's luck value has increased. System, are you mistaken? Li Gubei's luck value plus 50, what's going on? Master, some people in the world of immortal cultivation have a rock-hard heart. They don't care about winning or losing in the competition, they only want to hone themselves. Although the master won Li Gubei, not only did he not damage his heart, but also made him believe that he would be invincible in the future. So, failure is nothing to him, but an incentive. Ji Wuchang understood it instantly after hearing it. They left and had no intention of coming back to rob things. That kid is not bad. Ji Wuchang heard Ji Yaoyao's voice. Ji Wuchang nodded slightly. Li Gubei did not disappoint him. Ji Yaoyao used to be a powerful person in the Supreme Realm. She could praise Li Gubei like this, which means that Li Gubei is definitely not ordinary. This time, he got the Vajra Vine, which made him complete the last innate spiritual object. It was Ji Wuchang who owed him a favor. He would repay him when he had the chance in the future. Ji Wuchang had a clear distinction between gratitude and resentment. He would not be stingy with those who were good to him. He would not be soft-hearted with those who were not good to him. When he thought of getting 200 luck points, Ji Wuchang's eyes narrowed slightly. The three of them continued to move. If it weren't for the two siblings Meng Ziyi and Meng Jiyu around him, Ji Wuchang would not rush back to the sect. Instead, he would find a place to retreat and refine these three innate spiritual objects, but now he had to wait until he returned to the sect. Half a month later, they arrived at Tiantan City, and Ji Wuchang took the two siblings to participate in the auction held by the celebrity auction house. Meng Jiyu was still participating in such an auction for the first time, and he was very excited. In one night, Ji Wuchang made two moves and bought two small things. Then he continued to move the next day. 8 days later, the Changshen Gate finally appeared in Ji Wuchang's vision. Looking at the towering gate of Changshengmen, the Meng siblings could not help but feel restrained. System, sign in. Ding. Successfully signed in at the gate of Changshengmen, rewarded with 2.5 years of cultivation. Luck value plus 3. This is the third time that Ji Wuchang has signed in at the gate of the sect, and the reward has been reduced to a quarter of the first time. Feeling the surging spiritual power in his body, Ji Wuchang quickly guided the spiritual power into the meridians and dantian of his whole body. With the influx of these spiritual powers, Ji Wuchang's cultivation increased again, from the late stage of the 10th level of Qi refining to the peak of the 10th level of Qi refining. All this was calculated by Ji Wuchang. After refining 3 spiritual objects, he can officially impact the foundation building realm. Ding! System task released. Please reach the foundation building realm within 1 month and open up at least 9 Tau platforms. If you can open up 10 Tau platforms, the master will have a special reward. Hearing the voice of the system, Ji Wuchang's eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly checked the system panel. Host, Ji Wuchang, Cultivation, Peak of the 10th level of Qi Refining, Root Bones, Earth Grade Middle Grade, Qi Luck Value, 376, Special Ability, None, System Task, reach the Foundation Establishment stage within 1 month and open at least 9 Tau platforms. Ji Wuchang narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't know what the special reward of the system was, but since the system said so, it must be of great use to him. At this moment, his heart was extremely hot, and he wanted to break through now. Ji Wuchang greeted the people guarding the mountain gate, and then took the Meng siblings to Shaozhu Peak. It took more than a month before and after, and Ji Wuchang finally came back. He felt relieved. Greetings, senior brother Ji. As soon as he arrived at Shaozhu Peak, he met Wang Yi and Wang Ping, who saluted Ji Wuchang and looked at Meng Ziyi and Meng Jiyu curiously. Ji Wuchang nodded slightly, without saying much, and took the two of them to the place where the master practiced. As soon as Ji Wuchang arrived at the door of the hall where the master was, he saw Meng Kaihong standing there with a kind smile on his face. Shaozhu Peak is her territory, and she naturally knew about Ji Wuchang and the other two as soon as they showed up. Ji Wuchang clasped his fists and said, "Disciple greets master." Meng Kaihong smiled slightly, and then said, "Wuchang, thank you for your hard work. It's what a disciple should do." Ji Wuchang smiled and said, then stood aside. Meng Jiyu and Meng Ziyi hurried forward, knelt down directly, and said respectfully, "Meng Ziyi, Meng Jiyu greet the ancestor." Meng Kaihong looked at the two of them, smiled and nodded, and couldn't help but feel a little more comforted in her heart. Ji Wuchang explained in detail what happened in the 9 cities of Shu, and took out the eye of the fiery dragon. Meng Kaihong glanced at it and then handed it back to Ji Wuchang. Although the eyes of the fiery divine dragon cannot be completely regarded as innate spiritual objects, the majestic energy contained in them is no worse than that of innate spiritual objects. Take this thing, it's comparable to a fire-attributed spiritual thing. As for the other two, I'm trying to figure it out. Meng Kaihong said with a smile. Ji Wuchang took it with a smile, and then said with a smile, Master, this disciple has some adventures when he goes out this time. I just got an innate spiritual object with two attributes, gold and earth. I'm going to retreat for a few days and then attack the foundation building realm. Therefore, I still need to ask the master for a foundation building pill. When Meng Kaihong heard this, his eyes instantly lit up, and with a wave of his hand, a porcelain bottle appeared and was delivered directly to Ji Wuchang. There are 2 foundation establishment pills here. Keep them together, just in case. Ji Wuchang nodded with a smile, then clasped his fists at Meng Kaihong, turned around and left. As soon as Ji Wuchang returned to his small courtyard, his second senior brother Zhang Linghong came. The two of them greeted each other, and Ji Wuchang smiled and asked, Second senior brother, has anything happened to the sect recently? Zhang Linghong smiled and said, Fourth junior brother, although you have left not long ago, a lot of things have happened in our sect. Senior sister Wanqiu and senior brother Zuoyan have made breakthroughs one after another, and now they are already powerful at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Senior brother Kai Ping also broke through and became a strong man at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Chen Boyu, Duan Junshine, and Fan Huajun all successfully built foundations. They all opened 5 Taoist platforms and received praise from the sect master. When Ji Wuchang heard this, he couldn't help but smile. He recalled the memories of his previous life and found that these people had their breakthrough around this time. Second senior brother, how is that Xiao Fan? Zhang Linghong was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why his junior brother mentioned Xiao Fan specifically. Fourth junior brother, Xiao Fan suffered heavy injuries in the secret realm last time. I heard that it was senior brother Kai Ping who did it. The sect leader was quite angry because of this incident and even reprimanded senior brother Kai Ping. When Ji Wuchang heard this, he couldn't help but froze on the spot. What is this? Second senior brother, who made the news and is related to senior brother Kai Ping. Zhang Linghong smiled slightly, and then said, Who else could it be? Of course Xiao Fan himself. I may not believe what others say about the sect master. When senior brother Kai Ping heard this, he was very angry and slapped Xiao Fan directly. It is said that even one of his teeth was knocked out. But then the sect leader arrived, reprimanded senior brother Kai Ping, and asked senior brother Kai Ping to think about his mistakes behind closed doors, but he hasn't come out yet. Ji Wuchang was a little speechless. Did Xiao Fan really not know that he was the one who robbed him? Ji Wuchang felt that his disguise was ordinary, and the other party was so smart. Thinking about it afterwards, he should be able to recognize him, right? Second senior brother, how did senior brother Kai Ping answer the sect master? Ji Wuchang is really curious. He doesn't have much memory about Kai Ping in his previous life, so he doesn't quite understand Kai Ping's behavior style. Zhang Linghong smiled slightly, and then said, Senior brother Kai Ping has no excuse, but his eyes are extremely cold. When Ji Wuchang heard this, he almost laughed out of his mind. Kai Ping took the blame for this. Kai Ping is ruthless, and Xiao Fan is not a good person either. The two of them worked together in the last life, and they are likely to have a fight in this life. I can just take advantage of it and drain the luck of these two people. By the way, second senior brother, how is Xiao Fan? Zhang Linghong smiled slightly, and then said, the sect leader really didn't tell him. It is said that he got a fortune pill for him. Not only can it repair his dantian, but it can also improve his cultivation. He is currently in retreat. Of course, I heard all this from others, and I don't know the details. But Master said that Xiao Fan's injury is too serious. One good fortune pill should not be enough, and there will be sequelae in the future. When Ji Wuchang heard this, he couldn't help but nodded. No one knew Xiao Fan's injury better than him. It was his masterpiece. Ji Wuchang chatted with Zhang Linghong about other things and understood everything about the sect. As soon as Zhang Linghong left, Song Qing came. Junior sister Song Qing, is something wrong? Ji Wuchang really didn't expect Song Qing to come. After all, the only real interaction between the two was when they became apprentices. He took a look at Song Qing's cultivation level, which was much better than when he left. He was already at the 6th level of qi refining. The reason why Song Qing's cultivation level can grow so fast is closely related to Huangji True Water. Song Qing's physique is that of water spirit. Huangji True Water not only repaired her physique, but also activated her original potential. Let Song Qing's cultivation, which was originally scattered in her limbs and bones, gather again in Dantian. In the entire Shaozhu Peak, Song Ching is what Ji Wuchang values most, and her future achievements will definitely be higher than others. Of course, compared with myself, it is definitely far inferior. Fourth senior brother, I am able to join Master's sect, and I have to thank fourth senior brother very much. I should have come a long time ago, but the last time I came here, the fourth senior brother had already left the sect. Now that fourth senior brother is back, I naturally have to come and thank you. Song Ching said with a smile. Compared with the first time in Changshengmen Square, he was completely different. Ji Wuchang shook his head slightly, then said, "This is your chance, you should thank Master. If Master hadn't brought the Imperial True Water, your physique might not have recovered." Song Ching shook his head slightly, then smiled and said, "Brother Ji, Master has already said that you were the first to discover my special physique. It was also at your suggestion that Master decided to accept a disciple. Master, I naturally have to thank you, but I also need to thank fourth brother." Ji Wuchang was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Master would even tell Song Chang this. He didn't deny this, after all, it was true. Junior sister Song Ching, our Xiaozhu peak is relatively weaker than other peaks. I also hope that Master can have a few evil disciples to strengthen Xiaozhu peak. Your qualifications are the best in our entire Xiaozhu peak. You must work hard to practice in the future. If you can surpass us, we will definitely be happier. Ji Wuchang smiled and said, he knew very well that Song Chang would improve quickly. If he didn't have a system, it would only be a matter of time before Song Ching surpassed him. But now, it would be very difficult for Song Ching to surpass him. After hearing this, Song Ching nodded repeatedly, asked Ji Wuchang a question about cultivation, and then said goodbye and left. Ji Wuchang finally felt quiet, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He shook his body and went straight to the sect's cultivation room. The Changsheng sect has a training tower called the Changsheng Tower, where the disciples of the Changsheng sect retreat to break through the realm. There is a spiritual vein under the Changsheng Tower, and the spiritual power is quite rich, which is why the Changsheng sect built the Changsheng Tower here. However, if you want to enter the training, you need to pay the corresponding spiritual stones, and the cheapest one time requires 100 low-grade spiritual stones. Ji Wuchang directly paid 100 medium-grade spiritual stones and asked for the best training room. There are only 10 such training rooms in total, and they are usually almost vacant. Ji Wuchang came by chance this time, and one of them happened to be vacant. After closing the door of the training room, Ji Wuchang sat cross-legged on the futon, slowly closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. After an incense stick, Ji Wuchang took out the Vajra vine, his eyes shining. Ji Yaoyao's soul appeared on the storage ring in Ji Wuchang's hand, and a terrible pressure spread from his body. Fortunately, this pressure was fleeting, otherwise the entire training tower would be in chaos. "Yao Yao, help me protect the law." Ji Wuchang was not polite at all and spoke directly to Ji Yaoyao. He was 120% confident about Ji Yaoyao. Before the same fate curse was lifted, Ji Yaoyao could not do anything to him, otherwise she would suffer. Ji Yaoyao was actually quite curious. She knew very well that Ji Wuchang was going to build a foundation. She wanted to see how many Dao platforms Ji Wuchang could condense. Last time, the 8 Dao platforms were destroyed by Ji Wuchang himself. This time, it must be more difficult to condense than before. This is naturally a punishment from the heavenly Dao. For those who do not respect the heavenly Dao will punish them. Ji Wuchang did not have these thoughts in his mind. At this moment, he only had one belief in his heart, Shinzong. Golden skin, jade bones, Shinzong, tempering from the outside to the inside, so that he is not restricted by the bones. Everything is ready. Ji Wuchang wrapped the Vajra vine with spiritual power, opened his mouth, and swallowed it into his stomach. Ji Wuchang started to use the purple air burning heaven art, and a golden light shone brightly in his body. Ji Wuchang guided this huge golden spiritual power and continuously poured it into his lungs. The golden spiritual power is the most important part of the human body. With the entry of the majestic golden spiritual power, Ji Wuchang's entire lungs continued to vibrate, becoming stronger and stronger. An hour later, Ji Wuchang opened his eyes, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Ji Wuchang rested for a while, then took out the Earth Spirit Pearl. His eyes were unusually bright. The Earth Spirit Pearl contains a majestic earth element. Ji Wuchang formed a seal with his palms, fixed the Earth Spirit Pearl between his palms, and a majestic suction force came out from his palms. The majestic Earth spiritual power passed through Ji Wuchang's body, entered the Dantian, and then entered the spleen from the Dantian. In this way, some of the Earth attribute's spiritual power will be absorbed by Ji Wuchang's body and integrated into Ji Wuchang's limbs and bones. This Earth spirit bead is extraordinary, and the earth attribute's spiritual power contained in it is very huge. It can't be used up by tempering the spleen alone. Therefore, Ji Wuchang has already thought about it, and he must let the whole body absorb the earth attribute's spiritual power in the earth spirit bead together. The spleen nourishes the internal organs, limbs and bones, and the earth is thick, with the characteristics of life and chemical transformation of all things. Using the innate earth spirit bead to nourish the body is beneficial to Ji Wuchang, and his physical strength will definitely be at the next level. In a blink of an eye, another hour passed, and the earth spirit beads in his palms had been exhausted. Ji Wuchang opened his eyes, and outside his body, there was a phantom like a small mountain, and a heavy momentum like a mountain burst out from Ji Wuchang. Ji Yaoyao opened her eyes wide. She didn't know how Ji Wuchang knew these things. In her eyes, not to mention Ji Wuchang, even Changshengman is just a small sect. This method of tempering the 5 internal organs, even Changshengman probably doesn't know it. Ji Yaoyao was very curious, but she resisted the urge to ask, because Ji Wuchang's tempering was not over yet. After resting for a while, Ji Wuchang took out the eyeball of the fiery dragon with a serious face. As the eyeball of the fiery dragon appeared, the temperature in the entire secret room rose suddenly. Yaoyao, I need your help. Take out this drop of blood in this eyeball. Ji Wuchang looked at Ji Yaoyao on the side and said quickly. You owe me a favor. Ji Yaoyao spoke calmly. After seeing Ji Wuchang nod, Ji Yaoyao did not hesitate, and the majestic soul power surged like a tide. This soul power was terrible and abnormal, like a landslide, like a tsunami, directly wrapped up the eyeball of the fiery dragon. The eyes of the fiery dragon felt the danger, and the raging flames gushed out of the eyeballs, sweeping towards Ji Yaoyao's soul. Ji Yaoyao snorted coldly, and the power of the soul condensed into a big hand, slapped down, and directly shattered all the flames. Then Ji Yaoyao's soul turned into long needles and pierced directly into the eyes of the fiery dragon. The eyes of the fiery dragon trembled violently, but it could not escape at all. A drop of bright red blood condensed from the eyeball and was then peeled off. This drop of blood was the size of an egg. As the blood moved, the phantom of the fiery dragon emerged. Ji Wuchang quickly took out the porcelain bottle and put the drop of blood away. This was something he would use in the future when the purple chi burning heaven art broke through to the soul division realm. As this drop of blood was peeled off, the momentum of the fiery dragon's eyes decreased sharply. Ji Wuchang was no longer afraid at this moment. He opened his mouth and a suction force came, and he was swallowed into his stomach by Ji Wuchang. The purple chi burning heaven art was running, and the majestic fire attribute spiritual power in the eyes of the fiery dragon rushed into Ji Wuchang's heart frantically. The heart yang has the power of warmth, and the integration of the fire attribute makes Ji Wuchang's heart start to beat continuously. Bang! 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 One after another, like beating a drum, the blood rushed wildly in the blood vessels of the whole body, and a rushing sound came from Ji Wuchang's body. As the heart beats, the liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys are driven at the same time. At this moment, the 5 internal organs are activated at the same time. The power of the 5 elements is generated in the body, and it is endless. The 5 internal organs are constantly transformed under the power of the 5 elements. Outside Ji Wuchang's body, there is a terrible suction force coming, and the spiritual power in the secret room is like a torrent, flowing into Ji Wuchang's body one after another. After these spiritual powers enter the body, they do not stop, and all enter the 5 internal organs. Ji Wuchang felt that endless purple air was emerging from his internal organs. These purple gases contained 5 caves. The power of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth gushed out from these 5 caves. The 5 internal organs can communicate with the gods, the 5 internal organs can hide the heavens, this is the gods' hiding. At this moment, Ji Wuchang's gods' hiding was completed. Outside Ji Wuchang's body, the 5 elements of light wheels of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth emerged, and the 5 light wheels were connected 2 by 2 to form a large circle. Above the light wheel, a powerful pressure emerged. This pressure is terrifying. It is not the pressure of a realm, but a kind of transcendence. This kind of detachment seems to transcend the laws of heaven, and is self-contained and belongs to its own small world. Ji Yaoyao looked at Ji Wuchang solemnly, with a look of horror on her face. It turns out that the method of tempering the 5 internal organs that has been circulated is wrong. It is not tempered in the foundation building realm, but tempered in the chi refining realm. Ji Yaoyao murmured to herself, with a hint of confusion in her eyes. You know, the Ji family is a family that has been passed down for a long time and has its own unique tempering method. She has been taught by her elders since she was a child, and she strictly follows that every step of the way. But now, after seeing Ji Wuchang again, Ji Yaoyao realized that the order was wrong. This was a blow to her, and she began to doubt other methods of practice. Ji Wuchang had no intention of paying attention to Ji Yaoyao. At this moment, he only felt as if his body was boiling. His internal organs are constantly growing and nourishing his physical body. Ji Wuchang felt that the aura in his body had reached a critical point and was about to explode. Ji Wuchang waved his hand, and rows of mid-grade spiritual stones flew out, totaling thousands of them. At the same time, he took out a foundation establishment pill and swallowed it without any hesitation. The foundation establishment pill entered his abdomen and turned into a terrifying energy that swept through Ji Wuchang's dantian and tendons. Wherever this energy passes along the way, the spiritual power in Ji Wuchang's body becomes more and more pure. Outside Ji Wuchang's body, a Taoist platform emerged, crystal clear and without any impurities. This is a flawless Taoist platform, and it is also the highest quality Taoist platform. On some human platforms, there will be black spots or other impurities, which are manifestations of impure spiritual power in the body. Although these impurities can be slowly erased later, they will also affect the quality of Zifu in the future. With the appearance of the first flawless Taoist platform, there followed the second, third, and fourth. In just a few breaths, 7 Taoist platforms appeared behind Ji Wuchang. All of these 7 Taoist platforms were flawless. Ji Yaoyao held her breath and her eyes shone slightly. She knew that the most critical moment had come. Ji Wuchang's expression remained as usual, the 5 internal organs in his body vibrated, and the power of the 5 elements spurted out from the 5 caves. The bones in his body are crystal clear, each one is like glass, exuding a special luster. The skin is even more golden, and golden light emerges. The 8th Taoist platform, come out! Ji Wuchang shouted loudly. On his body, aura billowed and spiritual power surged. The 8th Taoist platform slowly emerged, still the flawless Taoist platform. As this Taoist platform emerged, Ji Wuchang felt a look of exhaustion in his body, and the spiritual power in his body was almost exhausted. Spiritual stone, shatter! Ji Wuchang shouted softly, and more than 1,000 middle-grade spiritual stones surrounding Ji Wuchang exploded one after another, and the rich spiritual power instantly filled the entire secret room. In the secret room, white mist filled the air. The mist continued to gather and had the tendency to turn the mist into water droplets. This is not a mist at all, but extremely rich spiritual power. Ji Wuchang ran the purple chi burning heaven technique, and all the pores in his body opened, and a powerful suction force emerged from them. Spiritual power poured into Ji Wuchang's body crazily, making Ji Wuchang, who was originally feeling tired, instantly invigorated. 9th platform, come out! Ji Wuchang shouted loudly, the blood in his body was boiling, and the gas in his body was rushing, turning into a torrent and rushing out of Ji Wuchang's body. The shadow of the 9th Taoist platform appeared, and then slowly solidified. Ji Yaoyao looked at Ji Wuchang in disbelief. She knew very well that Ji Wuchang was just the foundation of the middle level of the earth. She has never heard of anyone with this kind of bone who can condense 9 Taoist platforms. But today, Ji Wuchang did it, which made Ji Yaoyao look at Ji Wuchang with admiration and admiration. Ji Yaoyao stared at Ji Wuchang's 9th Taoist platform. It was still a flawless Taoist platform without any flaws. The moment Ji Wuchang condensed the 9th Taoist platform, everyone in the entire cultivation tower felt their hearts tremble. They felt as if they were awakened by a terrible breath, which made them tremble with fear. Some people couldn't bear it anymore, opened the door of the training room and walked out. 5th Elder Tang Yuan also woke up from his practice and looked around suspiciously. The training tower is managed by Tang Yuan. He originally planned to practice for half a day, but he was awakened by this aura. Tang Yuan's soul swept across the entire training tower, and then focused on the training room where Ji Wuchang was. Is it because Ji Wuchang failed to build the foundation? I don't know how many Taoist platforms can be condensed. Tang Yuan showed curiosity, and then stopped practicing. His soul locked on Ji Wuchang's training room, and he wanted to know the results as soon as possible. Many people who came out of the training room also locked eyes on Ji Wuchang's training room, and they all showed curiosity. They didn't know who was practicing inside. Ji Wuchang looked at his 9 flawless Taoist platforms with a smile on his face, but it was not over yet. The 10th Taoist platform, come out! Ji Wuchang shouted violently, the aura in his body surged wildly, and the jade bones all over his body were emitting the light of glass. Ji Wuchang's veins bulged all over his body, and the power in his body surged wildly in his body like the roaring waves. Ah! Ji Wuchang suddenly screamed, his soul was in great pain, and it seemed that something was about to break out of his soul. Ji Wuchang did not dare to relax at all. There was only one chance to condense the 10th Tao platform. If he failed, he would never think about it again in this life. The power in his body gushed out like a tide, forming a torrent of spiritual power. Ji Wuchang trembled all over, his face was slightly distorted, but he had no intention of stopping. "Come out!" Ji Wuchang roared, and then screamed, his soul seemed to be torn apart, and a drop of purple soul blood flew out from Ji Wuchang's eyebrows. The moment this drop of purple soul blood appeared, it was like a glutton, madly devouring the powerful spiritual power gushing out of Ji Wuchang's body. A purple Tao platform slowly emerged. There was blood flowing from Ji Wuchang's eyes. He really tried his best. "I understand. It turns out that the 10th platform is the soul platform." Looking at the purple platform in front of him, Ji Wuchang laughed. The purple platform flashed and turned into a stream of light that entered Ji Wuchang's soul sea of consciousness. Ji Wuchang's originally weak soul healed rapidly and recovered in just a moment. But this is not the end. His soul power is still soaring at a terrifying speed. On the purple soul platform, runes automatically emerged and gradually formed a purple disc. At this moment, Ji Wuchang exuded a terrible pressure on his body. This pressure affected the entire training tower. Those who were originally practicing in the secret room felt their souls tremble and left the training room one after another. Tang Yuan even flew to the door of Ji Wuchang's training room with a look of surprise on his face. Boom boom, at this moment, the sound of thunder suddenly resounded throughout the Changshan Gate. Thunderclouds suddenly appeared in the originally clear sky, and a terrible pressure was revealed from the thunderclouds. What's going on? How could there be a thunder tribulation? Is someone going to break through to the soul-dividing realm again? I don't know, the direction covered by the thunder tribulation seems to be the training tower. Let's go and take a look. Which elder is going to break through again? Hurry up and join in the fun. The disciples of Changshan Gate heard the news and moved towards the training tower. Not only them, but also the heads of the peaks of each peak flew up and rushed to the training tower. Even the sect master Zhenyaotian, who was in retreat, was alarmed. He came out of the retreat and looked at the thunderclouds in the sky, with a look of suspicion on his face. If he remembered correctly, no one in Changshan's sect should be trying to break through the soul division realm for the time being. In just a moment, many people gathered in the training tower, but they did not dare to approach the training tower, but stayed not far away. Everyone in the training tower also heard the thunder. Just when everyone was suspicious, the fifth elder Tang Yuan spoke. "Everyone leave quickly. Once you are involved in the thunder tribulation, the consequences will be unimaginable." When everyone heard Tang Yuan's words, they rushed out one by one in an instant, and they dared not stay. So, people outside saw a group of people rushing out of the training tower, as if there was some prehistoric beast behind them. "Brother, what happened?" A disciple outside grabbed a person who came out of the training tower and asked. "You ask me, who should I ask? I was practicing well in the practice room, but I was interrupted. And then ran out. Pour my 100 low-grade spirit stones, I have saved them for a long time. I was originally thinking of breaking through a small realm or something, but now, it's all gone." The captured person hurriedly complained with a sad face. The people who turned around to join in the fun turned their eyes to the practice tower silently. "Elders, do you know who is inside?" Zhenyaotian smiled and looked at the elders around him and asked. The elders looked at each other, and finally shook their heads. They really didn't know. The fourth elder in Shuyao, who had the most hope of breaking through the soul-dividing realm, was right next to him, and they had no way of guessing the others. "Master, let's wait for the fifth elder to come out. He must know." The second elder Zhou Yuan smiled and spoke. The other elders also nodded and agreed with the second elder's statement. Zhenyaotian also nodded, he was just curious. At this moment in the training tower, the 9 flawless Dao bases outside Ji Wuchang's body exuded terrible pressure, which was no weaker than that of a person at the 9th level of the foundation building realm. The rumbling thunder in the sky made Ji Wuchang stunned for a moment, and his eyes suddenly widened. In his previous life, he accidentally saw an ancient scroll. The ancient scroll recorded that if anyone could condense 10 Dao platforms, he would inevitably attract thunder tribulation. Because the way of heaven does not allow such a person to exist, he must be wiped out. When he thought of this, Ji Wuchang's eyes suddenly became unusually bright. Thunder tribulation means destruction, but at the same time, it is also accompanied by vitality. If he can use thunder and lightning to temper his body again, he can not only strengthen his physique, but also take this opportunity to condense the power of wind and thunder. To practice the wind and thunder fist, you need to condense a thunder and lightning seed. If you go to the wind and thunder valley as usual, I don't know how long it will take to condense it. But the arrival of the thunder tribulation may allow him to reach the ideal level today. Thinking of this, Ji Wuchang waved to Ji Yaoyao, and Ji Yaoyao turned into a wisp of green smoke and entered Ji Wuchang's storage ring. Ji Wuchang opened the door of the training room, and outside was the extremely anxious fifth elder Tang Yuan. The training tower may not be able to withstand the thunder tribulation. As soon as Ji Wuchang came out, Tang Yuan was about to speak, but when he saw the 9 flawless Taoist platforms behind Ji Wuchang, his eyes suddenly widened. Ji Wuchang was afraid of lightning, so he flew outside without delay. In just a moment, Ji Wuchang rushed out of the training tower and came outside. Boom boom, above the sky, thunder rumbled and shook, and thunderclouds rolled violently. But at this moment, no one looked at the thunderclouds in the sky, and all looked at Ji Wuchang. The 9 flawless Taoist platforms, like 9 suns, blinded everyone's eyes. Although Zhen Miaoqing barely condensed 9 Taoist platforms back then, they were not all flawless Taoist platforms. The 8th Dao Tai had some flaws, and the 9th one had even more. Zhen Yaotian's eyes sparkled with envy. Third elder, congratulations. Zhen Yaotian clasped his fists to Meng Kaihong carefully. He sincerely congratulated Meng Kaihong. After Zhen Miaoqing, Chang Shengmen unexpectedly had another disciple with 9 Daotais. This was definitely a sign of Chang Shengmen's prosperity. Meng Kaihong also looked at Ji Wuchang in shock. She felt dizzy. Ji Wuchang had told him that by tempering the 5 internal organs with the 5 elements of innate spiritual objects, 9 Dao platforms could be condensed. To be honest, Meng Kaihong was half believing and half doubting. But she found 3 5-element spiritual objects for Ji Wuchang with the mentality of giving it a try, and Ji Wuchang found 2 for himself. She didn't expect that Ji Wuchang could really condense 9 Dao platforms, and they were flawless Dao platforms. Hearing the words of the sect master at this moment, Meng Kaihong came back to her senses and clasped her fists to the sect master and said, "Sect master, congratulations." Zhen Yaotian couldn't help laughing when he heard it, and he was in a very happy mood. Although Ji Wuchang was a disciple of the third elder Meng Kaihong, he was also a disciple of Chang Shengmen, so naturally he was happy. Zhou Yuan, Yin Shuyao, Yu Xin, Jing Fengcheng, Jia Yuanliang, and Li Zhenfeng, the 6 elders, clasped their fists to congratulate Meng Kaihong. But the corners of the 6 people's mouths couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Zhen Miaoqing left, and they thought their disciples had a chance to seize a high position in Chang Shengmen. But Ji Wuchang suddenly appeared, and he would definitely become everyone's biggest enemy. Disciples who condensed 9 Dao platforms are more scarce than those with heavenly roots. If Ji Wuchang's competition was the initial emergence of his talents in the sect and entered the vision of Chang Shengmen's high-level leaders. Now that he has condensed 9 Dao platforms, he has completely established his unshakable position in Chang Shengmen. But they don't know that Ji Wuchang's soul sea of consciousness also hides a soul Dao platform. If they knew that Ji Wuchang condensed 10 Dao platforms, everyone in Chang Shengmen would probably go crazy. Boom boom, the thunderclouds rolled violently, and lightning flashed in the thunderclouds, making everyone present look serious. Many people found it strange that when Zhen Miaoqing condensed 9 Taoist platforms, it didn't seem to make such a big noise. However, most of the elders were not very clear, so they could only wait and see. Ji Wuchang looked at the thunderclouds rolling in the sky, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. At this moment, a lightning bolt broke through the darkness, fell from the sky, and directly struck Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang groaned, and the place where he was struck by lightning was extremely painful, and his skin was charred. Lightning flashed all over his body, and Ji Wuchang remained in pain. However, as the destructive power in the lightning dissipated, a special vitality emerged. At this time, the role of Ji Wuchang's golden skin was highlighted. On Ji Wuchang's skin, golden light burst out. These lights gathered from all directions to the charred skin, and the charred black on it gradually faded, and then fell off, revealing the golden skin. And part of the lightning that flowed into the flesh was directly swallowed by the bones of the whole body. At the same time, Ji Wuchang used the skills in the wind and thunder fist to make the lightning that roamed the whole body continue to gather towards the dantian. In the dantian, there was still a part of the lightning power that Ji Wuchang condensed in the wind and thunder valley last time, like a small thunderball. With the influx of these lightning powers, they immediately merged with the lightning that was still left, and the lightning ball immediately doubled in size. As the first lightning fell, the following lightnings continued to fall one after another, and the people present were shocked. At this moment, the horror of the 9 Taoist platforms was revealed. The 9 Taoist platforms vibrated hummingly, and the lightning that struck Ji Wuchang was instantly absorbed by each of the 9 Taoist platforms. This is equivalent to reducing the power of lightning to 1/10. But even so, Ji Wuchang was almost numb from the pain, and black smoke kept coming out of his body. The lightning and thunder continued to fall without stopping, and the golden skin was no longer enough to resist the lightning and thunder that kept falling. Fortunately, Ji Wuchang still had the wind and thunder fist technique, which continuously introduced lightning and thunder into his dantian. At this moment, a basketball-sized lightning ball appeared in his dantian. As lightning and thunder continued to pour in, the lightning ball began to mutate, and a lightning rune was slowly forming in the lightning ball. This lightning rune was the seed of lightning and thunder, and it was also the key to practicing the wind and thunder fist. Once formed, it would not dissipate like a mark. All around the training tower, everyone looked at Ji Wuchang, who was wrapped in countless lightning, with a solemn expression. With so many lightning and thunder, even those who had just entered the Purple Mansion realm could not guarantee that they could withstand it. But Ji Wuchang had just reached the first level of the Foundation Establishment realm, but he could withstand it, which was enough to show the horror of the 9 Taoist platforms. Meng Kaihong was worried. She originally thought that there were only a few lightning bolts, but now there were dozens of them. At this moment, an old man appeared out of nowhere not far from the crowd. When the elders of Changsheng sect saw this old man, they were shocked and bowed and said, "Greetings, ancestor." This old man was the real Ding Heishenzhen of Changsheng sect, Jin Nanfeng, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Soul Division realm. The ancestor had been in seclusion, participating in the secret of breaking through the 6 God realm, and had not appeared for a long time. Unexpectedly, even the ancestor was alarmed this time. How could they not be surprised? Jin Yaotian was also very surprised and bowed and saluted. Jin Nanfeng waved his hand casually, then smiled and said, "No need to be polite, I also came to see this little guy. 9 flawless Taoist platforms, better than Miao Qing, I have only seen them in my life, and their future achievements are limitless." Everyone was a little surprised when they heard the ancestor's evaluation, but they could accept it. Not far from these people, Xiaofan came. He was originally in seclusion in the main peak, and was also alarmed by this place. When he saw the 9 flawless Taoist platforms behind Ji Wuchang, his face showed a strong envy. In his eyes, there was a murderous intent. Envy, jealousy, hatred, and all kinds of eyes appeared on his face. He felt that this honor should belong to him. He, Xiaofan, had a heavenly bone, surpassing everyone in Changshengmen. He was the real pride of heaven. However, his dantian has not been completely repaired yet. Although the body has been repaired again, some parts have become smaller and are about to become small bean sprouts, which makes him furious. I am the one who is the focus of everyone's attention. Why does he, Ji Wuchang, have the right? Xiaofan's heart was shouting wildly, making his face look distorted. At this moment, he hated Kai Ping, Ji Wuchang, and those who overshadowed him. These people must die, they must die. Xiaofan screamed in his heart, his eyes turned red, emitting a beast-like light. Huang Wanqiu came, looking at Ji Wuchang bathed in thunder and lightning with complicated eyes. Zui Yan came, expressionless. Shen Boyu, Duan Junshang, Fan Huajun and others appeared one after another. They all broke through the foundation building stage. They looked at Ji Wuchang in the distance. The 3 of them looked at each other, shook their heads and smiled bitterly at the same time. Ji Wuchang frowned and looked at the thunderclouds in the sky. Dozens of them fell, and there was no sign of dissipating. But he was not afraid either. He had not used the Soul Dao platform in the Soul Sea of Consciousness, and now it was time to use it. As Ji Wuchang's mind moved, the Soul Dao platform vibrated, and the lightning on the surface of Ji Wuchang's body was immediately sucked away by a violent suction force. In the sky, lightning kept falling, but as soon as it touched Ji Wuchang's body, it disappeared without a trace, which made everyone at the scene stunned. As lightning poured into the Soul Dao platform, a vortex immediately appeared on the Soul Dao platform, and all the lightning sank into the vortex and disappeared without a trace. This vortex was like a bottomless pit, swallowing all the lightning. Ji Wuchang didn't expect that the 10th Dao platform was so fierce, and one Dao platform was more powerful than the other 9 Dao platforms. His idea was really right. The 10th Dao platform transcended the heavenly Dao and had an innate magical power. The innate magical power of Ji Wuchang's 10th Dao platform was called swallowing, which could swallow everything, but he didn't know it yet. Of course, this innate magical power is still relatively weak now. It can only devour things that enter Ji Wuchang's soul sea of consciousness, and it is powerless in other places. Lightning continued to fall and struck Ji Wuchang's body. Finally, the thundercloud rolled, and a purple thunder as thick as a baby's arm fell. But after Ji Wuchang opened the 10th Tao platform, everything was solved. In the end, the thundercloud dissipated unwillingly. The onlookers breathed a sigh of relief, and then cheered loudly. After the thunderbolt, the spiritual power in Ji Wuchang's body was almost exhausted, but at this moment, a powerful vitality poured into Ji Wuchang's body. This power was like a trickle, nourishing Ji Wuchang's almost dried meridians and repairing Ji Wuchang's charred skin struck by lightning. His originally dry dantian quickly filled up, and the 9 flawless Tao platforms vibrated, and at the same time a huge suction force came. This suction force expanded rapidly outward, 1 zhang, 10 zhang, 100 zhang, and finally covered 1,000 zhang range. This scene stunned the people present, and many people looked at the 9 flawless Tao platforms behind Ji Wuchang with envy in their eyes. With each additional Tao platform, its attack power will be greatly increased. Moreover, when fighting with others, its recovery ability is faster than others. Ji Wuchang's 9 Tao platforms, just broke through the foundation building realm, can absorb spiritual power within a radius of 1,000 zhang. You know, many people who have just entered the Purple Mansion realm can only reach this level at most. This makes many people more clearly realize the horror of the 9 Taoist platforms at this moment. The spiritual power around them gathered madly towards Ji Wuchang, and gathered above Ji Wuchang's head, forming a huge spiritual power vortex. This spiritual power vortex fell towards Ji Wuchang's head like a funnel. The 9 Taoist platforms behind Ji Wuchang emitted a glassy light at the same time. A powerful suction force emerged, madly devouring the spiritual power falling from the sky. At the same time, in Ji Wuchang's soul sea of consciousness, the soul Taoist platform was also not idle. A stream of spiritual power gushed out, and this spiritual power contained powerful vitality. These spiritual powers were just the magnificent vitality extracted from the thunder and lightning after the soul Taoist platform swallowed the thunder and lightning. After swallowing, it was refined, the dross was removed, the essence was taken, and it fed back to Ji Wuchang. With the joint cooperation of the 10 Daotai inside and outside, Ji Wuchang's languid aura was instantly restored, and his cultivation began to rise. Back then, Miao Qing broke through to the early 3rd level of the foundation building realm in one fell swoop. I wonder how far this kid can go. Jin Nanfeng smiled and spoke, and his words made all the elders realize that the ancestor was very optimistic about Ji Wuchang. This made many elders envious, and at the same time sighed for their disciples. Meng Kaihong was completely relieved at this moment. She had no requirements for what level Ji Wuchang could reach. On Ji Wuchang's side, 10 Daotais exerted their strength at the same time, and Ji Wuchang's cultivation almost instantly reached the peak of the 1st level of the foundation building realm. But this did not end, but continued to rise. In just a few breaths, his cultivation reached the 2nd level of the foundation building realm. Ji Wuchang was mentally prepared for this, and there was no surprise at all. For him, this moment is just a long-term accumulation. In the past 2 months, more than half of the cultivation rewards for signing in have been used to temper the body and internal organs, so that Ji Wuchang has no shortcomings from the inside out. And because of the baptism of thunder tribulation, his foundation is more solid. Even if he continuously improves a few small steps, it will not be a big deal. Of course, Ji Wuchang will not blindly pursue the realm that is meaningless. Strength is the foundation. Ji Wuchang divides the spiritual power that flows into the body into 3 parts. 1 flows into the internal organs, 1 flows into the limbs, and 1 flows into the dantian and the meridians throughout the body. Golden skin, jade bones, and divine treasures are not realms, but foundations. He represents Ji Wuchang in laying the supreme foundation when he was building the foundation. And what he has to do in the future is to continuously strengthen the foundation on the basis of this supreme foundation, while letting it grow and grow. Make good use of this foundation, so that he will gradually become his strongest backing, and will not become unstable and empty because of the breakthrough of the realm. Therefore, the simultaneous growth of the 3 is the direction of practice that Ji Wuchang has long determined. But even so, this force is too huge. Even if it is divided into 3 parts, Ji Wuchang's realm continues to rise. The middle stage of the 2nd level of the foundation building realm. The late stage of the 2nd level of the foundation building realm. The peak of the 2nd level of the foundation building realm. The spiritual power of 1,000 feet in radius rushed to Ji Wuchang like a moth to a flame. The onlookers clearly felt that the spiritual power around them became thinner. Wuchang, your master will help you. Meng Kaihong spoke calmly, waved her hand, and thousands of low-grade spiritual stones flew out and came directly to Ji Wuchang, and then exploded one after another. The huge spiritual power directly formed a spiritual power storm, which instantly surrounded Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang's cultivation, which had stagnated at the peak of the second level of the foundation building realm, soared again and reached the early stage of the third level of the foundation building realm. In Ji Wuchang's body, above the 5 internal organs, 5 rings appeared, turning into 5 black holes, and a huge suction force came from above. The 5 internal organs correspond to the 5 elements, and they are endless. As the 5 black holes devoured crazily, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys began to beat at the same time, and red blood rushed in the blood vessels. The blood spread throughout the body, causing the muscles of the whole body to vibrate, revealing the golden skin, emitting a dazzling golden light. After the golden light lasted for a while, it gradually dimmed and then returned to normal, but Ji Wuchang could clearly feel that his skin was tougher and stronger at this moment. The powerful spiritual power formed a mist around Ji Wuchang, making Ji Wuchang unable to see clearly. But everyone felt at the same time that Ji Wuchang's cultivation level had risen again, reaching the middle stage of the third level of the foundation building realm. This level has surpassed Jin Miaoqing. System, sign in. Ji Wuchang felt the spiritual power around him begin to weaken, but his 5 internal organs and body still felt eager, so he directly used today's sign in. Ding! Successfully signed in at the Changshengmen Training Tower, rewarded with 8 years of cultivation. Luck value +8. The voice of the system sounded in Ji Wuchang's mind, and a terrible spiritual power emerged from his body again. Ji Wuchang looked up to the sky and roared, and a terrible suction force came from his mouth, and the spiritual power around him rushed into his mouth crazily. Ji Wuchang's cultivation level rose again, directly reaching the peak of the third level of the foundation building realm. At this moment, a terrible pressure emerged on Ji Wuchang's body. This pressure made all the foundation building cultivators change color, and they couldn't even think of resisting under this pressure. Even Huang Wanqiu, Zui Yan and others who had just entered the Purple Mansion realm had extremely solemn faces. Because this pressure was no worse than those who were already in the Purple Mansion realm, and it even felt stronger. Fortunately, this pressure came quickly and went away quickly. In just a moment, this pressure disappeared, as if it had never appeared. The 9 Taoist platforms outside Ji Wuchang's body also disappeared and returned to Ji Wuchang's body. From today on, Ji Wuchang is a third-level cultivator in the foundation establishment realm, and he has truly made a name for himself in Changshengmen. Ji Wuchang is remembered by everyone, from the ancestors to the disciples.